Preface of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. By Samuel Pepys. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, M.A., F.R.S., Clerk of the Acts and Secretary to the Admiralty. Transcribed from the shorthand manuscript in the Pepysian Library, Magdalen College, Cambridge, by the Reverend Mynors Bright, M.A., late Fellow and President of the College. 1660 by Samuel Pepys. Edited with additions by Henry B. Wheatley, F.S.A. Preface. Although the Diary of Samuel Pepys has been in the hands of the public for nearly 70 years, it has not hitherto appeared in its entirety. In the original edition of 1825, scarcely half of the manuscript was printed. Lord Braybrooke added some passages, as the various editions were published. But in the preface to his last edition he wrote, "There appeared indeed no necessity to amplify or in any way to alter the text of the diary, beyond the correction of a few verbal errors and corrupt passages, hitherto overlooked." The public knew nothing as to what was left unprinted, and there was therefore a general feeling of gratification when it was announced some 18 years ago that a new edition was to be published by the Reverend Mynors Bright, with the addition of new matter equal to a third of the whole. It was understood that at last the diary was to appear in its entirety. But there was a passage in Mr. Bright's preface which suggested a doubt respecting the necessary completeness. He wrote, "It would have been tedious to the reader if I had copied from the diary the account of his daily work at the office." As a matter of fact, Mr. Bright left, roughly speaking, about 1/5 of the whole diary still unprinted, although he transcribed the whole, and bequeathed his transcript to Magdalen College. It has now been decided that the whole of the diary shall be made public, with the exception of a few passages, which cannot possibly be printed. It may be thought by some that these omissions are due to an unnecessary squeamishness, but it is not really so, and readers are therefore asked to have faith in the judgment of the editor. Where any passages have been omitted, marks of omission are added, so that in all cases readers will know where anything has been left out. Lord Braybrooke made the remark in his Life of Pepys that the cipher employed by him greatly resembles that known by the name of Rich's system. When Mr. Bright came to decipher the manuscript, he discovered that the shorthand system used by Pepys was an earlier one than Rich's, viz. That of Thomas Shelton, who made his system public in 1620. In his various editions, Lord Braybrooke gave a large number of valuable notes, in the collection and arrangement of which he was assisted by the late Mr. John Holmes of the British Museum, and the late Mr. James Yowell, sometimes sub-editor of Notes and Queries. Where these notes are left unaltered in the present edition, the letter B has been affixed to them, but in many instances the notes have been altered and added to from later information, and in these cases no mark is affixed. A large number of additional notes are now supplied, but still much has had to be left unexplained. Many persons are mentioned in the diary who are little known in the outer world, and in some instances it has been impossible to identify them. In other cases, however, it has been possible to throw light upon these persons by reference to different portions of the diary itself. I would here ask the kind assistance of any reader who is able to illustrate passages that have been left unnoted. I have received much assistance from the various books in which the diary is quoted. Every writer on the period covered by the diary has been pleased to illustrate his subject by quotations from Pepys, and from these books it has often been possible to find information which helps to explain difficult passages in the diary. Much illustrative matter of value was obtained by Lord Braybrooke from the diurnal of Thomas Rugg, which is preserved in the British Museum. The following is the description of this interesting work as given by Lord Braybrooke: Mercurius Politicus Redivivus, or a collection of the most material occurrences and transactions in public affairs since Anno Domini 1659 until 28th March 1672, serving as an annual diurnal for future satisfaction and information, by Thomas Rugg. Es natura hominum novitatis avida, Plinius. This manuscript belonged in 1693 to Thomas Gray, 2nd Earl of Stamford. It has his autograph at the commencement, and on the sides are his arms, 4 quarterings, in gold. In 1819 it was sold by auction in London as part of the collection of Thomas Lloyd, Esquire, number 1465, and was then bought by Thomas Thorpe, bookseller. Whilst Mr. Lloyd was the possessor, the manuscript was lent to Dr. Lingard, whose note of thanks to Mr. Lloyd is preserved in the volume. From Thorpe it appears to have passed to Mr. Heber, at the sale of whose manuscripts in February 1836 by Mr. Evans of Pall Mall. It was purchased by the British Museum for £8 8s. Thomas Rugg was descended from an ancient Norfolk family, and two of his ancestors are described as aldermen of Norwich. His death has been ascertained to have occurred about 1672, and in the diary for the preceding year he complains that on account of his declining health his entries will be but few. Nothing has been traced of his personal circumstances, beyond the fact of his having lived for 14 years in Covent Garden, then a fashionable locality. Another work I have found of the greatest value is the late Mr. J. E. Doyle's Official Baronage of England, 1886, which contains a mass of valuable information not easily to be obtained elsewhere. By reference to its pages I have been enabled to correct several erroneous dates in previous notes, caused by a very natural confusion of years in the case of the months of January, February, and March, before it was finally fixed that the year should commence in January instead of March. More confusion has probably been introduced into history from this than from any other cause of a like nature. The reference to 2 years, as in the case of, say, January 5th, 1661 to 62, may appear clumsy, but it is the only safe plan of notation. If 1 year only is mentioned, the reader is never sure whether or not the correction has been made. It is a matter for sincere regret that the popular support was withheld from Mr. Doyle's important undertaking, so that the author's intention of publishing further volumes containing the baronies not dealt with in those already published was frustrated. My labours have been much lightened by the kind help which I have received from those interested in the subject. Lovers of Pepys are numerous, and I have found those I have applied to ever willing to give me such information as they possess. It is a singular pleasure, therefore, to have an opportunity of expressing publicly my thanks to these gentlemen, and among them I would especially mention Messrs. Fennell, Danby P. Fry, J. Eliot Hodgkin, Henry Jackson, J. K. Laughton, Julian Marshall, John Biddulph Martin, J. E. Matthew, Philip Norman, Richard B. Prosser, and Hugh Callender, Fellow of Trinity College, who verified some of the passages in the manuscript. To the Master and Fellows of Magdalen College also I am especially indebted for allowing me to consult the treasures of the Pepysian Library, and more particularly my thanks are due to Mr. Arthur G. Peskett, the librarian. H.B.W. Brampton, Oppidans Road, London, N.W., February 1893. End of preface. Particulars of the Life of Samuel Pepys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. Particulars of the Life of Samuel Pepys. The family of Pepys is one of considerable antiquity in the east of England, and the Honourable Walter Courtney Pepys says that the first mention of the name that he has been able to find is in the 100 Rolls, Edward I, 1273, where Richard Pepys and John Pepys are registered as holding lands in the county of Cambridge. In the next century the name of William Pepys is found in deeds relating to lands in the parish of Cottenham, county Cambridge, dated 1329 and 1340 respectively. Cole MSS, British Museum. According to the court roll of the manor of Pelhams in the parish of Cottenham, Thomas Pepys was bailiff of the Abbot of Crowland in 1434. But in spite of these references, as well as others to persons of the same name, at Braintree, Essex, Deepdale, Norfolk, etc., the first ancestor of the existing branches of the family, from whom Mr. Walter Pepys is able to trace an undoubted descent, is William Pepys the elder of Cottenham, Cambridge, whose will is dated 20th March, 1590. In 1852 a curious manuscript volume, bound in vellum and entitled Liber Talboti Pepys de Instrumentis ad Feoda Pertinentibus Exemplificatis, was discovered in an old chest in the parish church of Balney, Sussex, by the vicar, the Reverend John Dale, who delivered it to Henry Pepys, Bishop of Worcester, and the book is still in the possession of the family. This volume contains various genealogical entries, and among them are references to the Thomas Pepys of 1434 mentioned above. and to the later William Pepys. The reference to the latter runs thus: "A note written out of an old book of my uncle William Pepys. William Pepys, who died at Cottenham, was brought up by the Abbot of Crowland in Huntingdonshire, and he was born in Dunbar in Scotland, a gentleman, whom the said Abbot did make his bailiff of all his lands in Cambridgeshire, and placed him in Cottenham, which William aforesaid had 3 sons, Thomas, John, and William, to whom Margaret was mother naturally, all of whom left issue." In illustration of this entry, we may refer to the diary of June 12, 1667, where it is written that Roger Pepys told Samuel that we did certainly come out of Scotland with the Abbot of Crowland. The references to various members of the family settled in Cottenham and elsewhere, at an early date already alluded to, seem to show that there is little foundation for this very positive statement. With regard to the standing of the family, Mr. Walter Pepys writes: "The first of the name in 1273 were evidently but small copyholders. Within 150 years (1420), 3 or 4 of the name had entered the priesthood, and others had become connected with the monastery of Croyland, as bailiffs, etc. In 250 years (1520), there were certainly 2 families, one at Cottenham, Cambridge, and another at Braintree, Essex, in comfortable circumstances as yeomen farmers. Within 50 years more (1563), one of the family, Thomas of Southcreek, Norfolk, had entered the ranks of the gentry sufficiently to have his coat of arms recognized by the herald Cook, who conducted the visitation of Norfolk in that year. From that date the majority of the family have been in good circumstances, with perhaps more than the average of its members taking up public positions. There is a very general notion that Samuel Pepys was of plebeian birth, because his father followed the trade of a tailor, and his own remark, but I believe indeed our family were never considerable, February 10th, 1661-62, has been brought forward in corroboration of this view. But nothing can possibly be more erroneous, and there can be no doubt that the diarist was really proud of his descent. This may be seen from the inscription on one of his book plates, where he is stated to be Samuel Pepys of Brampton in Huntingdonshire, Esquire, Secretary of the Admiralty to his master King Charles II, descended from the ancient family of Pepys of Cottenham in Cambridgeshire. Many members of the family have greatly distinguished themselves since the diarist's day, and of them Mr. Foss wrote (Judges of England, Vol. 6), "In the family of Pepys is illustrated every gradation of legal rank, from Reader of an Inn of Court to Lord High Chancellor of England." The William Pepys of Cottenham, who commences the pedigree, had 3 sons and 3 daughters. From the eldest son, Thomas, descended the first Norfolk branch; from the second son, John Pepys of Southcreek, descended the second Norfolk branch; and from the third son, William, descended the Impington branch. The latter William had 4 sons and 2 daughters. 2 of these sons were named Thomas, and as they were both living at the same time, one was distinguished as the Black, and the other as the Red. Thomas the Red had 4 sons and 4 daughters. John, born 1601, was the third son, and he became the father of Samuel the diarist. Little is known of John Pepys, but we learn when the diary opens that he was settled in London as a tailor. He does not appear to have been a successful man, and his son on August 26, 1661, found that there was only £45 owing to him, and that he owed about the same sum. He was a citizen of London in 1650, when his son Samuel was admitted to Magdalen College, but at an earlier period he appears to have had business relations with Holland. In August 1661 John Pepys retired to a small property at Brampton, worth about £80 per annum, which had been left to him by his eldest brother Robert Pepys, where he died in 1680. The following is a copy of John Pepys's will. My father's will. Endorsement by Samuel Pepys. Memorandum, that I, John Pepys of Ellington, in the county of Huntingdon, gentleman, do declare my mind in the disposal of my worldly goods, as followeth. First, I desire that my lands and goods left me by my brother Robert Pepys, deceased, be delivered up to my eldest son Samuel Pepys of London, Esquire, according as is expressed in the last will of my brother Robert aforesaid. Secondly, as for what goods I have brought from London, or procured since, and what moneys I shall leave behind me, or due to me, I desire may be disposed of as followeth. Imprimis, I give to the stock of the poor of the parish of Brampton, in which church I desire to be interred, £5. Item, I give to the poor of Ellington 40 shillings. Item, I desire that my 2 grandsons, Samuel and John Jackson, have £10 apiece. Item, I desire that my daughter, Paulina Jackson, may have my largest silver tankard. Item, I desire that my son John Pepys may have my gold seal ring. Lastly, I desire that the remainder of what I shall leave be equally distributed between my son Samuel and John Pepys and my daughter Paulina Jackson, all which I leave to the care of my eldest son Samuel Pepys to see performed, if he shall think fit. In witness hereunto, I set my hand. His wife Margaret, whose maiden name has not been discovered, died on the 25th March 1667, also at Brampton. The family of these two consisted of 6 sons and 5 daughters. John, born 1632, died 1640. Samuel, born 1633, died 1703. Thomas, born 1634, died 1664. Jacob, born 1637, died young. Robert, born 1638, died young. And John, born 1641, died 1677. Mary, born 1627. Paulina, born 1628. Esther, born 1630. Sarah, born 1635. These 4 girls all died young. And Paulina, born 1640, died 1680, who married John Jackson of Brampton, and had 2 sons, Samuel and John. The latter was made his heir by Samuel Pepys. Samuel Pepys was born on the 23rd February 1632-3, but the place of birth is not known with certainty. Samuel Knight, D.D., author of the Life of Colet, who was a connection of the family, having married Hannah Pepys, daughter of Talbot Pepys of Impington, says positively that it was at Brampton. His statement cannot be corroborated by the registers of Brampton Church, as these records do not commence until the year 1654. Samuel's early youth appears to have been spent pretty equally between town and country. When he and his brother Tom were children, they lived with a nurse, Goody Lawrence, at Kingsland, and in after life Samuel refers to his habit of shooting with bow and arrow in the fields around that place. He then went to school at Huntingdon, from which he was transferred to St. Paul's School in London. He remained at the latter place until 1650, early in which year his name was entered as a sizar on the boards of Trinity Hall, Cambridge. He was admitted on the 21st June, but subsequently he transferred his allegiance to Magdalen College, where he was admitted a sizar on the 1st October of this same year. He did not enter into residence until March 5th, 1650-51, but in the following month he was elected to one of Mr. Spendluff's scholarships, and 2 years later, October 14th, 1653, he was preferred to one on Dr. John Smith's foundation. Little or nothing is known of Pepys's career at college, but soon after obtaining the Smith scholarship he got into trouble, and with a companion was admonished for being drunk. October 21st, 1653, memorandum, that Pepys and Hind were solemnly admonished by myself and Mr. Hill for having been scandalously overserved with drink the night before. This was done in the presence of all the fellows then resident in Mr. Hill's chamber. John Wood, Registrar. From the Registrar's Book of Magdalen College. His time, however, was not wasted, and there is evidence that he carried into his busy life a fair stock of classical learning and a true love of letters. Throughout his life he looked back with pleasure to the time he spent at the university, and his college was remembered in his will when he bequeathed his valuable library. In this same year, 1653, he graduated B.A. On the 1st of December, 1655, when he was still without any settled means of support, he married Elizabeth St. Michel, a beautiful and portionless girl of 15. Her father, Alexander Marchant, Sieur de St. Michel, was of a good family in Anjou, and son of the High Sheriff of Bauge in Anjou. Having turned Huguenot at the age of 21, when in the German service, his father disinherited him, and he also lost the reversion of some £20,000 sterling, which his uncle, a rich French canon, intended to bequeath to him before he left the Roman Catholic Church. He came over to England in the retinue of Henrietta Maria on her marriage with Charles I, but the Queen dismissed him on finding that he was a Protestant and did not attend Mass. Being a handsome man with courtly manners, he found favour in the sight of the widow of an Irish squire, daughter of Sir Francis Kingsmill, who married him against the wishes of her family. After the marriage, Alexander St. Michel and his wife, having raised some £1,500, started for France in the hope of recovering some part of the family property. They were unfortunate in all their movements, and on their journey to France were taken prisoners by the Dunkirkers, who stripped them of all their property. They now settled at Bidford in Devonshire, and here or near by were born Elizabeth and the rest of the family. At a later period St. Michel served against the Spaniards at the taking of Dunkirk and Arras, and settled at Paris. He was an unfortunate man throughout life, and his son Balthazar says of him, "My father at last grew full of whimsies and propositions of perpetual motion, etc., to kings, princes, and others, which soaked his pocket, and brought all our family so low, by his not minding anything else, spending all he had got, and getting no other employment to bring in more. While he was away from Paris, some deluding Papists and pretended devouts persuaded Madame St. Michel to place her daughter in the nunnery of the Ursulines. When the father heard of this, he hurried back, and managed to get Elizabeth out of the nunnery after she had been there 12 days. Thinking that France was a dangerous place to live in, he removed his family to England, where soon afterwards his daughter was married, although, as Lord Braybrooke remarks, we are not told how she became acquainted with Pepys. St. Michel was greatly pleased that his daughter had become the wife of a true Protestant, and she herself said to him, kissing his eyes, "Dear father, though in my tender years I was by my low fortune in this world deluded to popery, by the fond dictates thereof I have now, joined with my riper years, which give me some understanding, a man to my husband too wise, and one too religious to the Protestant religion, to suffer my thoughts to bend that way any more." Alexander St. Michel kept up his character for fecklessness through life, and took up patents for curing smoking chimneys, purifying water, and moulding bricks. In 1667 he petitioned the king, asserting that he had discovered King Solomon's gold and silver mines, and the diary of the same date contains a curious commentary upon these visions of wealth. March 29th, 1667. 4 shillings a week, which his (Balty St. Michel's) father receives of the French Church, is all the subsistence his father and mother have, and about £20 a year maintains them. As already noted, Pepys was married on December 1st, 1655. This date is given on the authority of the registers of St. Margaret's Church, Westminster. The late Mr. T.C. Noble kindly communicated to me a copy of the original marriage certificate, which is as follows: Samuel Pepys, of this parish gentleman, and Elizabeth de St. Michel of Martins in the Fields, spinster. Published October 19th, 22nd, 29th, 1655, and were married by Richard Sherwin, Esquire, one of the Justices of the Peace of the City and Liberties of Westminster, December 1st, signed Richard Sherwin. But strangely enough, Pepys himself supposed his wedding day to have been October the 10th. Lord Braybrooke remarks on this: "It is notorious that the registers in those times were very ill kept, of which we have here a striking instance. Surely a man who kept a diary could not have made such a blunder." What is even more strange than Pepys's conviction that he was married on October the 10th is Mrs. Pepys's agreement with him. On October 10th, 1666, we read, "So home to supper and to bed, it being my wedding night, but how many years I cannot tell, but my wife says 10. Here Miss Pepys was wrong, as it was 11 years, so she may have been wrong in the day also. In spite of the high authority of Mr. and Mrs. Pepys on a question so interesting to them both, we must accept the register as conclusive on this point, until further evidence of its incorrectness is forthcoming. Sir Edward Montague, afterwards Earl of Sandwich, who was Pepys's first cousin one remove, Pepys's grandfather and Montague's mother being brother and sister, was a true friend to his poor kinsman, and he at once held out a helping hand to the imprudent couple, allowing them to live in his house. John Pepys does not appear to have been in sufficiently good circumstances to pay for the education of his son, and it seems probable that Samuel went to the university under his influential cousin's patronage. At all events, he owed his success in life primarily to Montague, to whom he appears to have acted as a sort of agent. On March 26, 1658, he underwent a successful operation for the stone, and we find him celebrating each anniversary of this important event of his life with thanksgiving. He went through life with little trouble on this score, but when he died at the age of 70, a nest of 7 stones was found in his left kidney. June 10, 1669. I went this evening to London to carry Mr. Pepys to my brother Richard, now exceedingly afflicted with the stone, who had been successfully cut, and carried the stone, as big as a tennis ball, to show him and encourage his resolution to go through the operation. Evelyn's Diary. In June 1659, Pepys accompanied Sir Edward Montague in the Naseby, when the Admiral of the Baltic Fleet and Algernon Sidney went to the Sound as joint commissioners. It was then that Montague corresponded with Charles II, but he had to be very secret in his movements on account of the suspicions of Sidney. Pepys knew nothing of what was going on, as he confesses in the diary. I do from this raise an opinion of him to be one of the most secret men in the world, which I was not so convinced of before. On Pepys's return to England, he obtained an appointment in the office of Mr. (afterwards Sir) George Downing, who was one of the foretellers of the receipt of the Exchequer. He was clerk to Downing when he commenced his diary on January 1st, 1660, and then lived in Axe Yard, close by King Street, Westminster, a place on the site of which was built Fludyer Street. This too was swept away for the government officers in 1864–65. His salary was £50 a year. Downing invited Pepys to accompany him to Holland, but he does not appear to have been very pressing, and a few days later in this same January he got him appointed one of the clerks of the council, but the recipient of the favour does not appear to have been very grateful. A great change was now about to take place in Pepys's fortunes, for in the following March he was made secretary to Sir Edward Montagu in his expedition to bring about the restoration of Charles II, and on the 23rd he went on board the Swiftsure with Montagu. On the 30th they transferred themselves to the Naseby. Owing to this appointment of Pepys, we have in the diary a very full account of the daily movements of the fleet, until, events having followed their natural course, Montagu had the honour of bringing Charles II to Dover, where the king was received with great rejoicing. Several of the ships in the fleet had names which were obnoxious to royalists, and on the 23rd May the king came aboard the Naseby and altered there the Naseby to the Charles, the Richard to the Royal James, the Speaker to the Mary, the Winsby to the Happy Return, the Wakefield to the Richmond, the Lambert to the Henrietta, the Cheriton to the Speedwell, and the Bradford to the Success. This portion of the diary is of particular interest, and the various excursions in Holland, which the diarist made, are described in a very amusing manner. When Montagu and Pepys had both returned to London, the former told the latter that he had obtained the promise of the office of Clerk of the Acts for him. Many difficulties occurred before Pepys actually secured the place, so that at times he was inclined to accept the offers which were made to him to give it up. General Monk was anxious to get the office for Mr. Turner, who was chief clerk in the Navy Office, but in the end Montagu's influence secured it for Pepys. Then Thomas Barlow, who had been appointed Clerk of the Acts in 1638, turned up, and appeared likely to become disagreeable. Pepys bought him off with an annuity of £100, which he did not have to pay for any length of time, as Barlow died in February 1664 to 65. It is not in human nature to be greatly grieved at the death of one to whom you have to pay an annuity, and Pepys expresses his feelings in a very naive manner, for which God knows my heart I could be as sorry as is possible for one to be for a stranger by whose death he gets £100 per annum, he being a worthy honest man. But when I come to consider the providence of God by this means unexpectedly to give me £100 a year more in my estate, I have cause to bless God, and do it from the bottom of my heart. This office was one of considerable importance, for not only was the holder the Secretary or Registrar of the Navy Board, but he was also one of the principal officers of the Navy, and as member of the board of equal rank with the other commissioners. This office Pepys held during the whole period of the diary, and we find him constantly fighting for his position, as some of the other members wished to reduce his rank merely to that of secretary. In his contention Pepys appears to have been in the right, and a valuable manuscript volume in the Pepysian Library contains an extract from the old instructions of about 1649, in which this very point is argued out. The volume appears to have been made up by William Penn, the Quaker, from a collection of manuscripts on the affairs of the Navy, found in his father's, Sir William Penn's, closet. It was presented to Charles II with a dedication ending thus: "I hope enough to justify so much freedom with a prince that is so easy to excuse things well intended as this is, by great prince, thy faithful subject, William Penn." London, the 22nd of the month called June, 1680. It does not appear how the volume came into Pepys's possession. It may have been given him by the king, or he may have taken it as a perquisite of his office. The book has an index which was evidently added by Pepys. In this are these entries which show his appreciation of the contents of the manuscript: Clerk of the Acts, his duty, his necessity, and usefulness. The following description of the duty of the Clerk of the Acts shows the importance of the office, and the statement that if the clerk is not fitted to act as a commissioner, he is a blockhead and unfit for his employment, is particularly racy, and not quite the form of expression one would expect to find in an official document. Clerk of the Acts. The Clerk of the Navy's duty depends principally upon rating, by the Board's approbation, of all bills and recording of them, and all orders, contracts, and warrants, making up and casting of accounts, framing and writing answers to letters, orders, and commands from the Council, Lord High Admiral, or Commissioners of the Admiralty, and he ought to be a very able accountant, well versed in naval affairs and all inferior officers' duties. It hath been objected by some that the Clerk of the Acts ought to be subordinate to the rest of the Commissioners, and not to be joined in equal power with them, although he was so constituted from the first institution, which hath been an opinion only of some to keep him at a distance, lest he might be thought too forward if he had joint power in discovering or arguing against that which peradventure private interest would have concealed. It is certain no man sees more of the Navy's transactions than himself, and possibly may speak as much to the project if required, or else he is a blockhead and not fit for that employment. But why he should not make as able a commissioner as a shipwright, let wise men judge. In Pepys's patent the salary is stated to be £33 6s. 8d, but this was only the ancient fee out of the Exchequer, which had been attached to the office for more than a century. Pepys's salary had been previously fixed at £350 a year. Neither of the two qualifications, upon which particular stress is laid in the above instructions, was possessed by Pepys. He knew nothing about the navy, and so little of accounts that apparently he learned the multiplication table for the first time in July 1661. We see from the particulars given in the diary how hard he worked to obtain the knowledge required in his office, and in consequence of his assiduity he soon became a model official. When Pepys became Clerk of the Acts he took up his residence at the Navy Office, a large building situated between Crutch Friars and Seething Lane, with an entrance in each of those places. On July 4th, 1660, he went with Commissioner Pett to view the houses, and was very pleased with them, but he feared that the more influential officers would jockey him out of his rights. His fears were not well grounded, and on July 18th he records the fact that he dined in his own apartments, which were situated in the Seething Lane front. On July 24th, 1660, Pepys was sworn in as Lord Sandwich's deputy for a clerkship of the Privy Seal. This office, which he did not think much of at first, brought him in for a time £3 a day. In June 1660 he was made Master of Arts by proxy, and soon afterwards he was sworn in as a Justice of the Peace for Middlesex, Essex, Kent, and Hampshire, the counties in which the chief dockyards were situated. Pepys's life is written large in the diary, and it is not necessary here to do more than catalogue the chief incidents of it in chronological order. In February 1661-62 he was chosen a younger brother of the Trinity House, and in April 1662, when on an official visit to Portsmouth Dockyard, he was made a burgess of the town. In August of the same year he was appointed one of the commissioners for the affairs of Tangier. Soon afterwards Thomas Povey, the treasurer, got his accounts into a muddle, and showed himself incompetent for the place, so that Pepys replaced him as treasurer to the commission. In March 1663-64 the Corporation of the Royal Fishery was appointed, with the Duke of York as governor, and 32 assistants, mostly very great persons. Through Lord Sandwich's influence, Pepys was made one of these. The time was now arriving when Pepys's general ability and devotion to business brought him prominently into notice. During the Dutch War, the unreadiness of the ships, more particularly in respect to victualling, was the cause of great trouble. The Clerk of the Acts did his utmost to set things right, and he was appointed Surveyor General of the Victualling Office. The kind way in which Mr. Coventry proposed him as the fittest man in England for the office, and the Duke of York's expressed approval, greatly pleased him. During the fearful period when the plague was raging, Pepys stuck to his business, and the chief management of naval affairs devolved upon him, for the meetings at the Navy Office were but thinly attended. In a letter to Coventry he wrote, "The sickness in general thickens round us, and particularly upon our neighbourhood. You, sir, took your turn of the sword. I must not therefore grudge to take mine of the pestilence." At this time his wife was living at Woolwich, and he himself with his clerks at Greenwich. One maid only remained in the house in London. Pepys rendered special service at the time of the fire of London. He communicated the King's wishes to the Lord Mayor, and he saved the Navy Office by having up workmen from Woolwich and Deptford dockyards to pull down the houses around, and so prevent the spread of the flames. When peace was at length concluded with the Dutch, and people had time to think over the disgrace which the country had suffered by the presence of De Ruyter's fleet in the Medway, it was natural that a public inquiry into the management of the war should be undertaken. A parliamentary committee was appointed in October 1667 to inquire into the matter. Pepys made a statement which satisfied the committee, but for months afterwards he was continually being summoned to answer some charge, so that he confesses himself as mad to become the hackney of this office in perpetual trouble and vexation that need it least. At last a storm broke out in the House of Commons against the principal officers of the navy, and some members demanded that they should be put out of their places. In the end they were ordered to be heard in their own defence at the bar of the House. The whole labour of the defence fell upon Pepys, but having made out his case with great skill, he was rewarded by a most unexpected success. On the 5th March 1667-68 he made the great speech of his life and spoke for 3 hours, with the effect that he so far removed the prejudice against the officers of the Navy Board that no further proceedings were taken in Parliament on the subject. He was highly praised for his speech, and he was naturally much elated at his brilliant success. About the year 1664 we first hear of a defect in Pepys's eyesight. He consulted the celebrated Cocker, and began to wear green spectacles, but gradually this defect became more pronounced, and on the 31st of May 1669 he wrote the last words in his diary: "And thus ends all that I doubt I shall ever be able to do with my own eyes in the keeping of my journal, I being not able to do it any longer, having done now as long as to undo my eyes almost every time that I take a pen in my hand." He feared blindness and was forced to desist, to his lasting regret and our great loss. At this time he obtained leave of absence from the duties of his office, and he set out on a tour through France and Holland, accompanied by his wife. In his travels he was true to the occupation of his life, and made collections respecting the French and Dutch navies. Some months after his return he spoke of his journey as having been full of health and content. But no sooner had he and his wife returned to London than the latter became seriously ill with a fever. The disease took a fatal turn, and on the 10th of November 1669 Elizabeth Pepys died at the early age of 29 years, to the great grief of her husband. She died at their house in Crutch Friars, and was buried at St. Olave's Church, Hart Street, where Pepys erected a monument to her memory. Pepys's successful speech at the bar of the House of Commons made him anxious to become a member, and the Duke of York and Sir William Coventry heartily supported him in his resolution. An opening occurred in due course at Aldborough, in Suffolk, owing to the death of Sir Robert Brooke in 1669, but in consequence of the death of his wife, Pepys was unable to take part in the election.
His cause was warmly espoused by the Duke of York and by Lord Henry Howard,
afterwards Earl of Norwich and 6th Duke of Norfolk, but the efforts of his supporters failed, and the contest ended in favour of John Bruce, who represented the popular party. In November 1673 Pepys was more successful, and was elected for Castle Rising, on the elevation of the member Sir Robert Paston to the peerage as Viscount Yarmouth. His unsuccessful opponent, Mr. Offley, petitioned against the return, and the election was determined to be void by the Committee of Privileges. Parliament, however, being prorogued the following month without the Houses coming to any vote on the subject, Pepys was permitted to retain his seat. A most irrelevant matter was introduced into the inquiry, and Pepys was charged with having a crucifix in his house, from which it was inferred that he was a Papist, or popishly inclined. The charge was grounded upon repeated assertions of Sir John Banks and the Earl of Shaftesbury, which they did not stand to when examined on the subject, and the charge was not proved to be good. The House then proceeding upon the debate touching the election for Castle Rising between Mr. Pepys and Mr. Offley, did in the first place take into consideration what related personally to Mr. Pepys. Information being given to the House that they had received an account from a person of quality that he saw an altar with a crucifix upon it in the house of Mr. Pepys. Mr. Pepys, standing up in his place, did heartily and flatly deny that he ever had any altar or crucifix, or the image or picture of any saint whatsoever in his house, from the top to the bottom of it, and the members being called upon to name the person that gave them the information, they were unwilling to declare it without the order of the House, which being made, they named the Earl of Shaftesbury, and the House being also informed that Sir J. Banks did likewise see the altar, he was ordered to attend the bar of the House to declare what he knew of this matter. Ordered that Sir William Coventry, Sir Thomas Meres, and Mr. Garraway do attend Lord Shaftesbury on the like occasion, and receive what information his lordship can give on this matter. Journals of the House of Commons, Volume 9, page 306. 13th February, Sir William Coventry reports that they attended the Earl of Shaftesbury, and received from him the account which they had put in writing. The Earl of Shaftesbury denieth that he ever saw an altar in Mr. Pepys's house or lodgings. As to the crucifix, he saith he hath some imperfect memory of seeing somewhat which he conceived to be a crucifix. When his lordship was asked the time, he said it was before the burning of the office of the Navy. Being asked concerning the manner, he said he could not remember whether it were painted or carved, or in what manner the thing was, and that his memory was so very imperfect in it, that if he were upon his oath he could give no testimony. Ibid, Volume 9, page 309. 16th February, Sir John Banks was called in. The Speaker desired him to answer what acquaintance he had with Mr. Pepys, and whether he used to have recourse to him to his house, and had ever seen there any altar or crucifix, or whether he knew of his being a Papist or popishly inclined. Sir J. Banks said that he had known and had been acquainted with Mr. Pepys several years, and had often visited him and conversed with him at the Navy Office, and at his house there upon several occasions, and that he never saw in his house there any altar or crucifix, and that he does not believe him to be a Papist or that way inclined in the least, nor had any reason or ground to think or believe it. Ibid, Volume 9, page 310. It will be seen from the extracts from the Journals of the House of Commons given in the note, that Pepys denied ever having had an altar or crucifix in his house. In the diary there is a distinct statement of his possession of a crucifix, but it is not clear from the following extracts whether it was not merely a varnished engraving of the crucifixion which he possessed. July 20th, 1666. So I away to Lovett's, there to see how my picture goes on to be varnished. A fine crucifix, which will be very fine. August 2nd. At home find Lovett, who showed me my crucifix, which will be very fine when done. November 3rd. This morning comes Mr. Lovett, and brings me my print of the Passion, varnished by him, and the frame which is indeed very fine, though not so fine as I expected, but pleases me exceedingly. Whether he had or had not a crucifix in his house was a matter for himself alone, and the interference of the House of Commons was a gross violation of the liberty of the subject. In connection with Lord Shaftesbury's part in this matter, the late Mr. W. D. Christie found the following letter to Sir Thomas Meres among the papers at St. Giles House, Dorsetshire. Exeter House, February 10th, 1674. Sir, that there might be no mistake, I thought best to put my answer in writing to those questions that yourself, Sir William Coventry, and Mr. Garraway were pleased to propose to me this morning from the House of Commons, which is that I never designed to be a witness against any man for what I either heard or saw, and therefore did not take so exact notice of things inquired of as to be able to remember them so clearly as is requisite to do in a testimony upon honour or oath, or to so great and honourable a body as the House of Commons, it being some years distant since I was at Mr. Pepys's lodging. Only that particular of an altar is so signal that I must needs have remembered it, had I seen any such thing, which I am sure I do not. This I desire you to communicate with Sir William Coventry and Mr. Garraway, to be delivered as my answer to the House of Commons, it being the same I gave you this morning. I am, sir, your most humble servant, Shaftesbury. After reading this letter, Sir William Coventry very justly remarked, "There are a great many more Catholics than think themselves so, if having a crucifix will make one." Mr. Christie resented the remarks on Lord Shaftesbury's part in this persecution of Pepys made by Lord Braybrooke, who said, "Painful indeed is it to reflect to what length the bad passions which party violence inflames could in those days carry a man of Shaftesbury's rank, station, and abilities." Mr. Christie observes, it is clear from the letter to Meres that Shaftesbury showed no malice and much scrupulousness when a formal charge involving important results was founded on his loose private conversations. This would be a fair vindication if the above attack upon Pepys stood alone, but we shall see later on that Shaftesbury was the moving spirit in a still more unjustifiable attack. Lord Sandwich died heroically in the naval action in Southwold Bay, and on June 24th, 1672, his remains were buried with some pomp in Westminster Abbey. There were 11 earls among the mourners, and Pepys, as the first among the 6 Bannerolles, walked in the procession. About this time Pepys was called from his old post of Clerk of the Acts to the higher office of Secretary of the Admiralty. His first appointment was a piece of favouritism, but it was due to his merits alone that he obtained the secretaryship. In the summer of 1673, the Duke of York having resigned all his appointments on the passing of the Test Act, the King put the Admiralty into commission, and Pepys was appointed Secretary for the Affairs of the Navy. The office generally known as Secretary of the Admiralty dates back many years, but the officer who filled it was sometimes Secretary to the Lord High Admiral, and sometimes to the Commission for that office. His Majesty's letters patent for the erecting the office of Secretary of the Admiralty of England, and creating Samuel Pepys, Esquire, first Secretary therein, is dated June 10th, 1684. He was thus brought into more intimate connection with Charles II, who took the deepest interest in shipbuilding and all naval affairs. The Duke of Buckingham said of the King, "The great, almost the only pleasure of his mind to which he seemed addicted was shipping and sea affairs, which seemed to be so much his talent for knowledge as well as inclination, that a war of that kind was rather an entertainment than any disturbance to his thoughts." When Pepys ceased to be Clerk of the Acts, he was able to obtain the appointment for his clerk Thomas Hayter, and his brother John Pepys, who held it jointly. The latter does not appear to have done much credit to Samuel. He was appointed clerk to the Trinity House in 1670 on his brother's recommendation, and when he died in 1677 he was in debt £300 to his employers, and this sum Samuel had to pay. In 1676 Pepys was master of the Trinity House, and in the following year master of the Clothworkers' Company, when he presented a richly chased silver cup, which is still used at the banquets of the company. On Tuesday, 2nd September 1677, the feast of the Honourable Artillery Company was held at Merchant Taylor's Hall, when the Duke of York, the Duke of Somerset, the Lord Chancellor, and other distinguished persons were present. On this occasion Viscount Newport, Sir Joseph Williamson, and Samuel Pepys officiated as stewards. About this time it is evident that the secretary carried himself with some haughtiness as a ruler of the navy, and that this was resented by some. An amusing instance will be found in the parliamentary debates. On May 11th, 1678, the King's verbal message to quicken the supply was brought in by Mr. Secretary Williamson, when Pepys spoke to this effect: "When I promised that the ships should be ready by the 30th of May, it was upon the supposition of the money for 90 ships proposed by the King and voted by you, their sizes and rates, and I doubt not by that time to have 90 ships, and if they fall short it will be only from the failing of the Strait ships coming home, and those but 2. Sir Robert Howard then rose and said, 'Pepys here speaks rather like an admiral than a secretary. I and we. I wish he knows half as much of the navy as he pretends.'" Pepys was chosen by the electors of Harwich as their member in the short Parliament that sat from March to July 1679, his colleague being Sir Anthony Deane, but both members were sent to the Tower in May on a baseless charge, and they were superseded in the next Parliament that met on the 17th October 1679. The high-handed treatment which Pepys underwent at this time exhibits a marked instance of the disgraceful persecution connected with the so-called Popish plot.
He was totally unconnected with the Roman Catholic party, but
His association with the Duke of York was sufficient to mark him as a prey for the men who initiated this terror of the 17th century. Sir Edmund Berry Godfrey came to his death in October 1678, and in December Samuel Atkins, Pepys's clerk, was brought to trial as an accessory to his murder. Shaftesbury and the others, not having succeeded in getting at Pepys through his clerk, soon afterwards attacked him more directly, using the infamous evidence of Colonel Scott. Much light has lately been thrown upon the underhand dealings of this miscreant by Mr. G. D. Scull, who printed privately in 1883 a valuable work entitled Dorothy Scott, otherwise Gotherson, and Hogben of Egerton House, Kent, 1611 to 1680. John Scott, calling himself Colonel Scott, ingratiated himself into acquaintance with Major Gotherson, and sold to the latter large tracts of land in Long Island, to which he had no right whatever. Dorothy Gotherson, after her husband's death, took steps to ascertain the exact state of her property, and obtained the assistance of Colonel Francis Lovelace, Governor of New York. Scott's fraud was discovered, and a petition for redress was presented to the King. The result of this was that the Duke of York commanded Pepys to collect evidence against Scott, and he accordingly brought together a great number of depositions and information as to his dishonest proceedings in New England, Long Island, Barbados, France, Holland, and England, and these papers are preserved among the Rawlinson manuscripts in the Bodleian. Scott had his revenge and accused Pepys of betraying the navy by sending secret particulars to the French government, and of a design to dethrone the King and extirpate the Protestant religion. Pepys and Sir Anthony Deane were committed to the Tower under the Speaker's warrant on May 22nd, 1679, and Pepys's place at the Admiralty was filled by the appointment of Thomas Hayter. When the two prisoners were brought to the bar of the King's Bench on the 2nd of June, the Attorney General refused bail, but subsequently they were allowed to find security for £30,000. Pepys was put to great expense in collecting evidence against Scott and obtaining witnesses to clear himself of the charges brought against him. He employed his brother-in-law, Balthazar St. Michel, to collect evidence in France, as he himself explains in a letter to the Commissioners of the Navy. His Majesty, of his gracious regard to me, and the justification of my innocence, was then pleased at my humble request to dispense with my said brother going, with the ship about that time designed for Tangier, and to give leave to his going into France, the scene of the villainies then in practice against me, he being the only person whom, from his relation to me, together with his knowledge in the place and language, his known diligence and particular affection towards me, I could at that time and in so great a cause pitch on, for committing the care of this affair of detecting the practice of my enemies there. In the end Scott refused to acknowledge to the truth of his original deposition, and the prisoners were relieved from their bail on February 12, 1679 80. John James, a butler previously in Pepys's service, confessed on his deathbed in 1680 that he had trumped up the whole story relating to his former master's change of religion, at the instigation of Mr. William Harbour, M.P. for Thetford. Pepys wrote on July 1, 1680, to Mrs. Skinner, "I would not omit giving you the knowledge of my having at last obtained what with as much reason I might have expected a year ago, my full discharge from the bondage I have from one villain's practice, so long lain under." William Harbord of Cadbury, Somerset, second son of Sir Charles Harbord, whom he succeeded in 1682 as Surveyor General of the Land Revenues of the Crown, was Pepys's most persistent enemy. Several papers referring to Harbord's conduct were found at Scott's lodging after his flight, and are now preserved among the Rawlinson manuscripts in the Bodleian. One of these was the following memorandum, which shows pretty plainly Pepys's opinion of Harbord. that about the time of Mr. Pepys's surrender of his employment as Secretary of the Admiralty, Captain Russell and myself being in discourse about Mr. Pepys, Mr. Russell delivered himself in these or other words to this purport, that he thought it might be of advantage to both, if a good understanding were had between his brother Harbord and Mr. Pepys, asking me to propose it to Mr. Pepys, and he would to his brother, which I agreed to, and went immediately from him to Mr. Pepys, and telling him of this discourse, he gave me readily this answer in these very words, that he knew of no service Mr. Harbord could do him, or if he could, he should be the last man in England he would receive any from. William Harbord sat as MP for Thetford in several parliaments. In 1689 he was chosen on the Privy Council, and in 1690 became Vice Treasurer for Ireland. He was appointed Ambassador to Turkey in 1692, and died at Belgrade in July of that year. Besides Scott's dishonesty in his dealings with Major Gotherson, it came out that he had cheated the States of Holland out of £7,000, in consequence of which he was hanged in effigy at the Hague in 1672. In 1682 he fled from England to escape from the law, as he had been guilty of wilful murder by killing George Butler, a hackney coachman, and he reached Norway in safety, where he remained till 1696. In that year some of his influential friends obtained a pardon for him from William III, and he returned to England. In October 1680 Pepys attended on Charles II at Newmarket, and there he took down from the King's own mouth the narrative of His Majesty's escape from Worcester, which was first published in 1766 by Sir David Dalrymple, Lord Hailes, from the manuscript, which now remains in the Pepysian Library both in shorthand and in longhand. It is creditable to Charles II and the Duke of York that both brothers highly appreciated the abilities of Pepys, and availed themselves of his knowledge of naval affairs. In the following year there was some chance that Pepys might retire from public affairs, and take upon himself the headship of one of the chief Cambridge colleges. On the death of Sir Thomas Page, the Provost of King's College, in August 1681, Mr. S. Marion, a Fellow of Clare Hall, recommended Pepys to apply to the King for the appointment, being assured that the royal mandate, if obtained, would secure his election. He liked the idea, but replied that he believed Colonel Legge, afterwards Lord Dartmouth, wanted to get the office for an old tutor. Nothing further seems to have been done by Pepys, except that he promised, if he were chosen, to give the whole profit of the first year, and at least half of that of each succeeding year, to be dedicated to the general and public use of the college. In the end Dr. John Copleston was appointed to the post. On May 22nd, 1681, the Reverend Dr. Mills, rector of St. Olave's, who is so often mentioned in the diary, gave Pepys a certificate as to his attention to the services of the Church. It is not quite clear what was the occasion of the certificate, but probably the diarist wished to have it ready in case of another attack upon him in respect to his tendency towards the Church of Rome. Early in 1682, Pepys accompanied the Duke of York to Scotland, and narrowly escaped shipwreck by the way. Before letters could arrive in London to tell of his safety, the news came of the wreck of the Gloucester, the Duke's ship, and of the loss of many lives. His friend's anxiety was relieved by the arrival of a letter which Pepys wrote from Edinburgh to Hewer on May 8th, in which he detailed the particulars of the adventure. The Duke invited him to go on board the Gloucester frigate, but he preferred his own yacht, the Catherine, in which he had more room, and in consequence of his resolution he saved himself from the risk of drowning. On May 5th the frigate struck upon the sand called the Lemon and Oar, about 16 leagues from the mouth of the Humber. This was caused by the carelessness of the pilot, to whom Pepys imputed an obstinate overweening in opposition to the contrary opinions of Sir I. Berry, his master, mates, Colonel Legge, the Duke himself, and several others, concurring unanimously in not being yet clear of the sands. The Duke and his party escaped, but numbers were drowned in the sinking ship, and it is said that had the wreck occurred 2 hours earlier, and the accompanying yachts been at the distance they had previously been, not a soul would have escaped. Pepys stayed in Edinburgh for a short time, and the Duke of York allowed him to be present at 2 councils. He then visited, with Colonel George Legge, some of the principal places in the neighbourhood, such as Stirling, Linlithgow, Hamilton, and Glasgow. The latter place he describes as a very extraordinary town indeed for beauty and trade, much superior to any in Scotland. Pepys had now been out of office for some time, but he was soon to have employment again. Tangier, which was acquired at the marriage of the king to Catherine of Braganza, had long been an encumbrance, and it was resolved at last to destroy the place. Colonel Legge, now Lord Dartmouth, was in August 1683 constituted Captain General of His Majesty's forces in Africa, and Governor of Tangier, and sent with a fleet of about 20 sail to demolish and blow up the works, destroy the harbour, and bring home the garrison. Pepys received the king's commands to accompany Lord Dartmouth on his expedition, but the latter's instructions were secret, and Pepys therefore did not know what had been decided upon. He saw quite enough, however, to form a strong opinion of the uselessness of the place to England. Lord Dartmouth carried out his instructions thoroughly, and on March 29, 1684, he and his party, including Pepys, arrived in the English Channel. The king himself now resumed the office of Lord High Admiral, and appointed Pepys Secretary of the Admiralty, with a salary of £500 per annum. In the Pepysian library is the original patent, dated June 10, 1684, His Majesty's letters patent for the erecting the office of Secretary of the Admiralty of England, and creating Samuel Pepys, Esquire, first Secretary therein. In this office the diarist remained until the period of the Revolution, when his official career was concluded. A very special honour was conferred upon Pepys in this year, when he was elected President of the Royal Society, in succession to Sir Cyril Which, and he held the office for 2 years. Pepys had been admitted a Fellow of the Society on February 15, 1664-65, and from Birch's History we find that in the following month he made a statement to the Society. Mr. Pepys gave an account of what information he had received from the master of the Jersey ship which had been in company with Major Holmes in the Guinea voyage, concerning the pendulum watches. March 15, 1664, 5. The records of the Society show that he frequently made himself useful by obtaining such information as might be required in his department. After he retired from the presidency, he continued to entertain some of the most distinguished members of the Society on Saturday evenings at his house in York Buildings. Evelyn expressed the strongest regret when it was necessary to discontinue these meetings on account of the infirmities of the host. In 1685 Charles II died, and was succeeded by James, Duke of York. From his intimate association with James, it might have been supposed that a long period of official life was still before Pepys, but the new king's bigotry and incapacity soon made this a practical impossibility. At the coronation of James II, Pepys marched in the procession immediately behind the king's canopy, as one of the 16 barons of the Cinque Ports. In the year 1685 a new charter was granted to the Trinity Company, and Pepys was named in it the first master, this being the second time that he had held the office of master. Evelyn specially refers to the event in his diary, and mentions the distinguished persons present at the dinner on July 20th. It is evident that at this time Pepys was looked upon as a specially influential man, and when a Parliament was summoned to meet on May 19, 1685, he was elected both for Harwich and for Sandwich. He chose to serve for Harwich, and Sir Philip Parker was elected to fill his place at Sandwich. This Parliament was dissolved by proclamation July 2, 1687, and on August 24th the King declared in Council that another Parliament should be summoned for November 27, 1688. But great changes took place before that date, and when the Convention Parliament was called together in January and February 1689-90, Pepys found no place in it. The right-hand man of the exiled monarch was not likely to find favour in the eyes of those who were now in possession. When the election for Harwich came on, the electors refused to return him, and the streets echoed to the cry of "No Tower men! No men out of the Tower!" They did not wish to be represented in Parliament by a disgraced official. We have little or no information to guide us as to Pepys' proceedings at the period of the Revolution. We know that James II, just before his flight, was sitting to Kneller for a portrait intended for the Secretary to the Admiralty, and that Pepys acted in that office for the last time on 20th February 1688-89. But between those dates we know nothing of the anxieties and troubles that he must have suffered. On the 9th March an order was issued from the Commissioners of the Admiralty for him to deliver up his books, etc., to Phineas Boas, who superseded him as Secretary. Pepys had many firm friends upon whom he could rely, but he had also enemies who lost no opportunity of worrying him. On June 10, 1690, Evelyn has this entry in his diary, which throws some light upon the events of the time. Mr. Pepys read to me his remonstrance, skewing with what malice and injustice he was suspected with Sir Anthony Deane about the timber of which the 30 ships were built by a late Act of Parliament, with the exceeding danger which the fleet would shortly be in, by reason of the tyranny and incompetency of those who now manage the Admiralty and affairs of the Navy, of which he gave an accurate state, and shewed his great ability. On the 25th of this same month, Pepys was committed to the Gatehouse at Westminster on a charge of having sent information to the French court of the state of the English Navy. There was no evidence of any kind against him, and at the end of July he was allowed to return to his own house on account of ill health. Nothing further was done in respect to the charge, but he was not free till some time after, and he was long kept in anxiety, for even in 1692 he still apprehended some fresh persecution. Sir Peter Pallavicini, Mr. James Houblon, Mr. Blackburn, and Mr. Martin bailed him, and he sent them the following circular letter. October 15th, 1690. Being this day become once again a free man in every respect, I mean but that of my obligation to you and the rest of my friends, to whom I stand indebted for my being so, I think it but a reasonable part of my duty to pay you and them my thanks for it in a body, but know not how otherwise to compass it, than by begging you, which I hereby do, to take your share with them and me here to-morrow of a piece of mutton, which is all I dare promise you, besides that of being ever your most bounden and faithful humble servant, S.P. He employed the enforced idleness caused by being thrust out of his employment in the collection of the materials for the valuable work which he published in 1690 under the title of Memoirs of the Navy. Little more was left for him to do in life, but as the government became more firmly established, and the absolute absurdity of the idea of his disloyalty was proved, Pepys held up his head again as a man to be respected and consulted, and for the remainder of his life he was looked upon as the Nestor of the Navy. There is little more to be told of Pepys's life. He continued to keep up an extended correspondence with his many friends, and as treasurer of Christ's Hospital he took very great interest in the welfare of that institution. He succeeded in preserving from impending ruin the mathematical foundation which had been originally designed by him, and through his anxious solicitations endowed and cherished by Charles II. And James II. One of the last public acts of his life was the presentation of the portrait of the eminent Dr. John Wallis, Savilian Professor of Geometry, to the University of Oxford. In 1701 he sent Sir Godfrey Kneller to Oxford to paint the portrait, and the University rewarded him with a Latin diploma, containing in gorgeous language the expression of thanks for his munificence. On the 26th May 1703 Samuel Pepys, after long continued suffering, breathed his last in the presence of the learned Dr. George Hickes, the non-juring Dean of Worcester. And the following letter from John Jackson to his uncle's lifelong friend Evelyn contains particulars as to the cause of death. Mr. Jackson to Mr. Evelyn, Clapham, May 28, 1703, Friday night. Honoured Sir, 'tis no small addition to my grief to be obliged to interrupt the quiet of your happy recess with the afflicting tidings of my uncle Pepys's death, knowing how sensibly you will partake with me herein. But I should not be faithful to his desires if I did not beg your doing the honour to his memory of accepting mourning from him, as a small instance of his most affectionate respect and honour for you. I have thought myself extremely unfortunate to be out of the way at that only time when you were pleased lately to touch here, and expressed so great a desire of taking your leave of my uncle, which could not but have been admitted by him as a most welcome exception to his general orders against being interrupted. And I could most heartily wish that the circumstances of your health and distance did not forbid me to ask the favour of your assisting in the holding up of the pall at his interment, which is intended to be on Thursday next. For if the Manes are affected with what passes below, I am sure this would have been very grateful to his. I must not omit acquainting you, sir, that upon opening his body, which the uncommonness of his case required of us, for our own satisfaction as well as public good, there was found in his left kidney a nest of no less than 7 stones, of the most irregular figures your imagination can frame, and weighing together 4 ounces and a half, but all fast linked together and adhering to his back, whereby they solve his having felt no greater pains upon motion, nor other of the ordinary symptoms of the stone. Some other lesser defects there also were in his body, proceeding from the same cause, but his stamina in general were marvellously strong, and not only supported him, under the most exquisite pains, weeks beyond all expectations, but in the conclusion contended for nearly 40 hours, unassisted by any nourishment, with the very agonies of death, some few minutes excepted before his expiring, which were very calm. There remains only for me, under this affliction, to beg the consolation and honour of succeeding to your patronage for my uncle's sake, and leave to number myself, with the same sincerity he ever did, among your greatest honourers, which I shall esteem as one of the most valuable parts of my inheritances from him, being also with the faithfullest wishes of health and a happy long life to you, honoured Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, J. Jackson. Mr. Hewer, as my uncle's executor, and equally your faithful servant, joins with me in every part hereof. The time of my uncle's departure was about 3/4 on Wednesday morning last. Evelyn alludes in his diary to Pepys's death, and the present to him of a suit of mourning. He speaks in very high terms of his friend. 1703, May 26th. This day died Mr. Sam Pepys, a very worthy, industrious, and curious person, none in England exceeding him in knowledge of the navy, in which he had passed through all the most considerable offices, Clerk of the Acts and Secretary of the Admiralty, all which he performed with great integrity. When King James II. Went out of England, he laid down his office and would serve no more, but withdrawing himself from all public affairs, he lived at Clapham with his partner Mr. Hewer, formerly his clerk, in a very noble and sweet place, where he enjoyed the fruits of his labours in great prosperity. He was universally beloved, hospitable, generous, learned in many things, skilled in music, a very great cherisher of learned men, of whom he had the conversation. Mr. Pepys had been for near 40 years so much my particular friend that Mr. Jackson sent me complete mourning, desiring me to be one to hold up the pall at his magnificent obsequies, but my indisposition hindered me from doing him this last office. The body was brought from Clapham and buried in St. Olave's Church, Hart Street, on the 5th June at 9 o'clock at night, in a vault just beneath the monument to the memory of Mrs. Pepys. Dr. Hicks performed the last sad offices for his friend. Pepys's faithful friend Hewer was his executor, and his nephew John Jackson his heir. Mourning was presented to 40 persons, and a large number of rings to relations, godchildren, servants, and friends, also to representatives of the Royal Society, of the Universities of Cambridge and Oxford, of the Admiralty, and of the Navy Office. The bulk of the property was bequeathed to Jackson, but the money which was left was much less than might have been expected, for at the time of Pepys's death there was a balance of £28,007, 2 shillings 1 pence due to him from the Crown, and none of this was ever paid. The books and other collections were left to Magdalen College, Cambridge, but Jackson was to have possession of them during his lifetime. These were the most important portion of Pepys's effects, for with them was the manuscript of the immortal diary. The following are the directions for the disposition of the library, taken from Hull manuscript No. 7301. For the further settlement and preservation of my said library after the death of my nephew, John Jackson, I do hereby declare that could I be sure of a constant succession of heirs from my said nephew, qualified like himself for the use of such a library, I should not entertain a thought of its ever being alienated from them. But this uncertainty considered, with the infinite pains and time and cost employed in my collecting, methodizing, and reducing the same to the state it now is, I cannot but be greatly solicitous that all possible provision should be made for its unalterable preservation and perpetual security against the ordinary fate of such collections falling into the hands of an incompetent heir, and thereby being sold, dissipated, or embezzled. And since it has pleased God to visit me in a manner that leaves little appearance of being myself restored to a condition of concerting the necessary measures for attaining these ends, I must and do, with great confidence, rely upon the sincerity and direction of my executor and said nephew for putting in execution the powers given them by my forementioned will relating hereto, requiring that the same be brought to a determination in 12 months after my decease, and that special regard be had therein to the following particulars, which I declare to be my present thoughts and prevailing inclinations in this matter, viz. 1. That after the death of my said nephew, my said library be placed and forever settled in one of our universities, and rather in that of Cambridge than Oxford. 2. And rather in a private college there than in the public library. 3. And in the colleges of Trinity or Magdalen preferably to all others. 4. And of these two, ceteris paribus, rather in the latter, for the sake of my own and my nephew's education therein. 5. That in whichsoever of the two it is, a fair room be provided therein. 6. And if in Trinity, that the said room be contiguous to, and have communication with the new library there. 7. And if in Magdalen, that it be in the new building there, and any part thereof at my nephew's election. 8. That my said library be continued in its present form, and no other books mixed therein, save what my nephew may add to theirs of his own collecting, in distinct presses. 9. That the said room and books so placed and adjusted be called by the name of Bibliotheca Pepysiana. 10. That this Bibliotheca Pepysiana be under the sole power and custody of the master of the college for the time being, who shall neither himself convey, nor suffer to be conveyed by others, any of the said books from thence to any other place, except to his own lodge in the said college, nor there have more than 10 of them at a time, and that of those also a strict entry be made and account kept, at the time of their having been taken out and returned, in a book to be provided and remain in the said library for that purpose only. 11. That before my said library be put into the possession of either of the said colleges, that college for which it shall be designed, first enter into covenants for performance of the foregoing articles. 12. and that for yet further security herein the said two colleges of Trinity and Magdalen have a reciprocal check upon one another, and that college, which shall be in present possession of the said library, be subject to an annual visitation from the other, and to the forfeiture thereof to the life, possession, and use of the other, upon conviction of any breach of their said covenants. S. Pepys. The library and the original bookcases were not transferred to Magdalen College until 1724, and there they have been preserved in safety ever since. A large number of Pepys's manuscripts appear to have remained unnoticed in York Buildings for some years. They never came into Jackson's hands, and were thus lost to Magdalen College. Dr. Rawlinson afterwards obtained them, and they were included in the bequest of his books to the Bodleian Library. Pepys was partial to having his portrait taken, and he sat to Saville, Hales, Lilly, and Kneller. Hales's portrait, painted in 1666, is now in the National Portrait Gallery, and an etching from the original forms the frontispiece to this volume. The portrait by Lilly is in the Pepysian Library. Of the three portraits by Kneller, one is in the hall of Magdalen College, another at the Royal Society, and the third was lent to the first special exhibition of national portraits, 1866, by the late Mr. Andrew Pepys Cockerell. Several of the portraits have been engraved, but the most interesting of these are those used by Pepys himself as bookplates. These were both engraved by Robert White, and taken from paintings by Kneller. The church of St. Olave, Hart Street, is intimately associated with Pepys, both in his life and in his death, and for many years the question had been constantly asked by visitors, where is Pepys's monument? On Wednesday, July 5, 1882, a meeting was held in the vestry of the church, when an influential committee was appointed, upon which all the great institutions with which Pepys was connected were represented by their masters, presidents, or other officers, with the object of taking steps to obtain an adequate memorial of the diarist. Mr. (now Sir) Alfred Blomfield, architect of the church, presented an appropriate design for a monument, and sufficient subscriptions having been obtained for the purpose, he superintended its erection. On Tuesday afternoon, March 18, 1884, the monument, which was affixed to the wall of the church where the gallery containing Pepys's pew formerly stood, was unveiled in the presence of a large concourse of visitors. The Earl of Northbrook, First Lord of the Admiralty, consented to unveil the monument, but he was at the last moment prevented by public business from attending. The late Mr. Russell Lowell, then the American minister, took Lord Northbrook's place, and made a very charming and appreciative speech on the occasion, from which the following passages are extracted. It was proper, His Excellency said, that he should read a note he had received from Lord Northbrook. This was dated that day from the Admiralty, and was as follows. My dear Mr. Lowell, I am very much annoyed that I am prevented from assisting at the ceremony to-day. It would be very good if you would say that nothing but very urgent business would have kept me away. I was anxious to give my testimony to the merits of Pepys as an Admiralty official, leaving his literary merits to you. He was concerned with the administration of the Navy from the Restoration to the Revolution, and from 1673 as Secretary. I believe his merits to be fairly stated in a contemporary account which I send. Yours very truly, Northbrook. The contemporary account which Lord Northbrook was good enough to send him said, Pepys was, without exception, the greatest and most useful minister that ever filled the same situations in England, the Acts and Registers of the Admiralty proving this beyond contradiction. The principal rules and establishments in present use in these offices are well known to have been of his introducing, and most of the officers serving therein since the Restoration, of his bringing up. He was a most studious promoter and strenuous asserter of order and discipline. Sobriety, diligence, capacity, loyalty, and subjection to command were essentials required in all whom he advanced. Where any of these were found wanting, no interest or authority was capable of moving him in favour of the highest pretender. Discharging his duty to his prince and country with a religious application and perfect integrity, he feared no one, courted no one, and neglected his own fortune. That was a character drawn, it was true, by a friendly hand, but to those who were familiar with the life of Pepys the praise hardly seemed exaggerated. As regarded his official life, it was unnecessary to dilate upon his peculiar merits, for they all knew how faithful he was in his duties, and they all knew, too, how many faithful officials there were working on in obscurity, who were not only never honoured with a monument, but who never expected one. The few words Mr. Lowell went on to remark, which he was expected to say upon that occasion, therefore, referred rather to what he believed was the true motive which had brought that assembly together, and that was by no means the character of Pepys, either as Clerk of the Acts or as Secretary to the Admiralty. This was not the place in which one could go into a very close examination of the character of Pepys as a private man. He would begin by admitting that Pepys was a type, perhaps, of what was now called a Philistine. We had no word in England which was equivalent to the French adjective bourgeois, But at all events Samuel Pepys was the most perfect type that ever existed of the class of people whom this word described. He had all its merits as well as many of its defects. With all those defects, however, perhaps in consequence of them, Pepys had written one of the most delightful books that it was man's privilege to read in the English language or in any other. Whether Pepys intended this diary to be afterwards read by the general public or not, and this was a doubtful question when it was considered that he had left, possibly by inadvertence, a key to his cipher behind him, it was certain that he had left with us a most delightful picture, or rather he had left the power in our hands of drawing for ourselves some of the most delightful pictures of the time in which he lived. There was hardly any book which was analogous to it. If one were asked what were the reasons for liking Pepys, it would be found that they were as numerous as the days upon which he made an entry in his diary, and surely that was sufficient argument in his favour. There was no book, Mr. Lowell said, that he knew of, or that occurred to his memory, with which Pepys's diary could fairly be compared, except the Journal of L'Estoile, who had the same anxious curiosity and the same commonness, not to say vulgarity, of interest, and the book was certainly unique in one respect, and that was the absolute sincerity of the author with himself. Montaigne is conscious that we are looking over his shoulder, and Rousseau secretive in comparison with him. The very fact of that sincerity of the author with himself argued a certain greatness of character. Dr. Hicks, who attended Pepys at his deathbed, spoke of him as this great man, and said he knew no one who died so greatly. And yet there was something almost of the ridiculous in the statement, when the greatness was compared with the garrulous frankness which Pepys showed towards himself. There was no parallel to the character of Pepys, he believed, in respect of naivete, unless it were found in that of Falstaff, and Pepys showed himself too, like Falstaff, on terms of unbuttoned familiarity with himself. Falstaff had just the same naivete, but in Falstaff it was the naivete of conscious humour. In Pepys it was quite different, for Pepys's naivete was the inoffensive vanity of a man who loved to see himself in the glass. Falstaff had a sense, too, of inadvertent humour, but it was questionable whether Pepys could have had any sense of humour at all, and yet permitted himself to be so delightful. There was probably, however, more involuntary humour in Pepys's diary than there was in any other book extant. When he told his readers of the landing of Charles II at Dover, for instance, it would be remembered how Pepys chronicled the fact that the mayor of Dover presented the prince with a Bible, for which he returned his thanks and said it was the most precious book to him in the world. Then again it would be remembered how, when he received a letter addressed Samuel Pepys, Esquire, he confesses in the diary that this pleased him mightily. When, too, he kicked his cookmaid, he admits that he was not sorry for it, but was sorry that the footboy of a worthy knight with whom he was acquainted saw him do it. And the last instance he would mention of poor Pepys's naivete was when he said in the diary that he could not help having a certain pleasant and satisfied feeling when Barlow died. Barlow, it must be remembered, received during his life the yearly sum from Pepys of £100. The value of Pepys's book was simply priceless, and while there was nothing in it approaching that single page in Saint-Simon where he described that thunder of courtierly red heels passing from one wing of the palace to another as the prince was lying on his deathbed, and favour was to flow from another source, still Pepys's diary was unequalled in its peculiar quality of amusement. The lightest part of the diary was of value historically, for it enabled one to see London of 200 years ago, and what was more, to see it with the eager eyes of Pepys. It was not Pepys the official who had brought that large gathering together that day in honour of his memory. It was Pepys the diarist. In concluding this account of the chief particulars of Pepys's life, it may be well to add a few words upon the pronunciation of his name. Various attempts appear to have been made to represent this phonetically. Lord Braybrooke, in quoting the entry of death from St. Olave's Registers, where the spelling is Pepys, wrote, "This is decisive as to the proper pronunciation of the name." This spelling may show that the name was pronounced as a monosyllable, but it is scarcely conclusive as to anything else, and Lord Braybrooke does not say what he supposes the sound of the vowels to have been. At present there are three pronunciations in use: Peps, which is the most usual; Pepys, which is the received one at Magdalen College; and Pepys, which I learned from Mr. Walter C. Pepys, is the one used by other branches of the family. Mr. Pepys has paid particular attention to this point, and in his valuable genealogy of the Pepys family he has collected 17 varieties of spelling of the name, which are as follows, the dates of the documents in which the form appears being attached: 1. Pepys, 1273; 2. Pepy, 1439; 3. Pepys, 1511; 4. Pipes, 1511; 5. Pepys, 1518; 6. Peps, 1519; 7. Pepys, 1520; 8. Pepys, 1552; 9. Pepys, 1636; 10. Pepys, 1639; 11. Pepys, 1653; 12. Peps, 1655; 13 Pipes 1656, 14 Papes 1656, 15 Pepys 1679, 16 Pepys 1683, 17 Papes 1703. Mr. Walter Pepys adds, "The accepted spelling of the name Pepys was adopted generally about the end of the 17th century, though it occurs many years before that time. There have been numerous ways of pronouncing the name, as Peps, Pepys, and Pepys. The diarist undoubtedly pronounced it Pepys, and the lineal descendants of his sister Paulina, the family of Pepys Cockerell, pronounce it so to this day. The other branches of the family all pronounce it as Pepys, and I am led to be satisfied that the latter pronunciation is correct, by the two facts that in the earliest known writing it is spelt Pepys, and that the French form of the name is Pepy. The most probable explanation is that the name in the 17th century was either pronounced Pips or Papes, for both the forms of A and E would represent the latter pronunciation. The general change in the pronunciation of the spelling A from AI to EE took place in a large number of words at the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th century, and 3 words at least, yea, break, and great, keep this old pronunciation still. The present Irish pronunciation of English is really the same as the English pronunciation of the 17th century, when the most extensive settlement of Englishmen in Ireland took place, and the Irish always pronounce EA like AI, as he gave him a neat beating. Again, the EY of Papes would rhyme with they and obey. English literature is full of illustrations of the old pronunciation of EA, as in Hudibras. Doubtless the pleasure is as great in being chated as to chate, which was then a perfect rhyme. In the Rape of the Lock, tay rhymes with obey, and in Cooper's verses on Alexander Selkirk, rhymes with survey. It is not likely that the pronunciation of the name was fixed, but there is every reason to suppose that the spellings of Papes and Papes were intended to represent the sound Peps rather than Peeps. In spite of all the research which has brought to light so many incidents of interest in the life of Samuel Pepys, we cannot but feel how dry these facts are when placed by the side of the living details of the diary. It is in its pages that the true man is displayed, and it has therefore not been thought necessary here to do more than set down in chronological order such facts as are known of the life outside the diary. A full appreciation of the man must be left for some future occasion. H.B.W. End of particulars. Chapter 1 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. January, 1659-1660. Blessed be God, at the end of the last year I was in very good health, without any sense of my old pain, but upon taking of cold. I lived in Axe Yard, having my wife and servant Jane, and no more in family than us 3. My wife gave me hopes of her being with child, but on the last day of the year the hope was belied. The condition of the state was thus, viz. The Rump, after being disturbed by my Lord Lambert, was lately returned to sit again. The officers of the army all forced to yield. Lawson lies still in the river, and Monk is with his army in Scotland. Only my Lord Lambert is not yet come into the Parliament, nor is it expected that he will without being forced to it. The new Common Council of the city do speak very high, and had sent to Monk their sword-bearer, to acquaint him with their desires for a free and full Parliament, which is at present the desires and the hopes and expectation of all. 22 of the old secluded members having been at the house door the last week to demand entrance, but it was denied them, and it is believed that neither they nor the people will be satisfied till the house be filled. My own private condition very handsome, and esteemed rich, but indeed very poor. Besides my goods of my house and my office, which at present is somewhat uncertain. Mr. Downing, master of my office. January 1st, Lord's Day. This morning, we living lately in the garret, I rose, put on my suit with great skirts, having not lately worn any other clothes but them. Went to Mr. Gunning's chapel at Exeter House, where he made a very good sermon upon these words, that in the fullness of time God sent his Son made of a woman, etc., showing that by made under the law is meant his circumcision, which is solemnized this day. Dined at home in the garret, where my wife dressed the remains of a turkey, and in the doing of it she burnt her hand. I stayed at home all the afternoon looking over my accounts, then went with my wife to my father's, and in going observed the great posts which the city have set up at the Conduit in Fleet Street. Supped at my father's, wherein came Mrs. Theophila Turner and Madam Morris, and supped with us. After that my wife and I went home with them, and so to our own home. 2nd. In the morning, before I went forth, old East brought me a dozen of bottles of sack, and I gave him a shilling for his pains. Then I went to Mr. Shepley, who was drawing of sack in the wine cellar to send to other places as a gift from my Lord, and told me that my Lord had given him order to give me the dozen of bottles. Thence I went to the Temple to speak with Mr. Calthrop about the £60 due to my Lord, but missed of him, he being abroad. Then I went to Mr. Crew's, and borrowed £10 of Mr. Andrews for my own use, and so went to my office, where there was nothing to do. Then I walked a great while in Westminster Hall, where I heard that Lambert was coming up to London, that my Lord Fairfax was in the head of the Irish Brigade, but it was not certain what he would declare for. The House was to-day upon finishing the Act for the Council of State, which they did, and for the indemnity to the soldiers, and were to sit again thereupon in the afternoon. Great talk that many places have declared for a free Parliament, and it is believed that they will be forced to fill up the House with the old members. From the Hall I called at home, and so went to Mr. Crew's. My wife she was to go to her father's, thinking to have dined, but I came too late, so Mr. Moore and I and another gentleman went out and drank a cup of ale together in the New Market, and there I eat some bread and cheese for my dinner. After that Mr. Moore and I went as far as Fleet Street together, and parted, he going into the City, I to find Mr. Calthrop, but failed again of finding him, so returned to Mr. Crew's again, and from thence went along with Mrs. Jemimah home, and there she taught me how to play at cribbage. Then I went home, and finding my wife gone to see Mrs. Hunt, I went to Will's, and there sat with Mr. Ashwell talking and singing till 9 o'clock, and so home. There, having not eaten anything but bread and cheese, my wife cut me a slice of brawn, which I received from my lady, which proves as good as ever I had any. So to bed, and my wife had a very bad night of it through wind and cold. 3rd. I went out in the morning, it being a great frost, and walked to Mrs. Turner's to stop her from coming to see me to-day, because of Mrs. Jem's coming. Thence I went to the Temple to speak with Mr. Calthrop, and walked in his chamber an hour, but could not see him, so went to Westminster, where I found soldiers in my office to receive money, and paid it them. At noon went home, where Mrs. Jem, her maid, Mr. Shepley, Hawley, and Moore dined with me on a piece of beef and cabbage and a collar of brawn. We then fell to cards till dark, and then I went home with Mrs. Jem, and meeting Mr. Hawley got him to bear me company to Chancery Lane, where I spoke with Mr. Calthrop. He told me that Sir James Calthrop was lately dead, but that he would write to his lady, that the money may be speedily paid. Thence back to Whitehall, where I understood that the Parliament had passed the Act for indemnity to the soldiers and officers that would come in so many days, and that my Lord Lambert should have benefit of the said Act. They had also voted that all vacancies in the House, by the death of any of the old members, shall be filled up, but those that are living shall not be called in. Thence I went home, and there found Mr. Hunt and his wife and Mr. Hawley, who sat with me till 10 at night at cards, and so broke up and to bed. 4th. Early came Mr. Vanley to me for his half year's rent, which I had not in the house, but took his man to the office, and there paid him. Then I went down into the hall, and to Will's, where Hawley brought a piece of his Cheshire cheese, and we were merry with it. Then into the hall again, where I met with the clerk and quartermaster of my Lord's troop, and took them to the Swan, and gave them their morning's draught, they being just come to town. Mr. Jenkins shewed me 2 bills of exchange for money to receive upon my Lord's and my pay. It snowed hard all this morning, and was very cold, and my nose was much swelled with cold. Strange the difference of men's talk. Some say that Lambert must of necessity yield up, others that he is very strong, and that the Fifth Monarchy men will stick to him, if he declares for a free Parliament. Chillington was sent yesterday to him with a vote of pardon and indemnity from the Parliament. From the Hall I came home, where I found letters from Hinchinbroke, and news of Mr. Shepley's going thither the next week. I dined at home, and from thence went to Will's to Shaw, who promised me to go along with me to Atkinson's about some money, but I found him at cards with Spicer and D. Vines, and could not get him along with me. I was vexed at this, and went and walked in the Hall, where I heard that the Parliament spent this day in fasting and prayer, and in the afternoon came letters from the North, that brought certain news that my Lord Lambert his forces were all forsaking him, and that he was left with only 50 horse, and that he did now declare for the Parliament himself, and that my Lord Fairfax did also rest satisfied, and had laid down his arms, and that what he had done was only to secure the country against my Lord Lambert his raising of money, and free quarter. I went to Will's again, where I found them still at cards, and Spicer had won 14 shillings of Shaw and Vines. Then I spent a little time with G. Vines and Maylard at Vines's at our Viles. So home, and from thence to Mr. Hunt's, and sat with them and Mr. Hawley at cards till 10 at night, and was much made of by them. Home and so to bed, but much troubled with my nose, which was much swelled. 5th. I went to my office, where the money was again expected from the Excise Office, but none brought, but was promised to be sent this afternoon. I dined with Mr. Shepley at my Lord's lodgings upon his turkey pie. And so to my office again, where the excise money was brought, and some of it told to soldiers till it was dark. Then I went home, and after writing a letter to my Lord, and told him the news that the Parliament hath this night voted, that the members that were discharged from sitting in the years 1648 and 49 were duly discharged, and that there should be writs issued presently for the calling of others in their places, and that Monk and Fairfax were commanded up to town, and that the Prince's lodgings were to be provided for Monk at Whitehall. Then my wife and I, it being a great frost, went to Mrs. Jem's, in expectation to eat a sack posset, but Mr. Edward not coming, it was put off, and so I left my wife playing at cards with her, and went myself with my lantern to Mr. Fage, to consult concerning my nose, who told me it was nothing but cold, and after that we did discourse concerning public business, and he told me it is true the City had not time enough to do much, but they are resolved to shake off the soldiers, and that unless there be a free Parliament chosen, he did believe there half the Common Council will not levy any money by order of this Parliament. From thence I went to my father's, where I found Mrs. Ramsay and her grandchild, a pretty girl, and staid a while and talked with them and my mother, and then took my leave. Only heard of an invitation to go to dinner to-morrow to my cousin Thomas Pepys. I went back to Mrs. Jem, and took my wife and Mrs. Shepley, and went home. 6th. This morning Mr. Shepley and I did eat our breakfast at Mrs. Harper's, my brother John being with me, upon a cold turkey pie and a goose. From thence I went to my office, where we paid money to the soldiers till 1 o'clock, at which time we made an end, and I went home and took my wife and went to my cousin Thomas Pepys, and found them just sat down to dinner, which was very good, only the venison pasty was palpable beef, which was not handsome. After dinner I took my leave, leaving my wife with my cousin Stradwick, and went to Westminster to Mr. Vines, where George and I fiddled a good while, Dick and his wife, who was lately brought to bed, and her sister being there. But Mr. Hudson not coming according to his promise, I went away, and calling at my house on the wench, I took her and the lantern with me to my cousin Stradwick, where after a good supper, there being there my father, mother, brothers, and sister, my cousin Scott and his wife, Mr. Drawwater and his wife, and her brother, Mr. Stradwick, we had a brave cake brought us, and in the choosing Paul was queen, and Mr. Stradwick was king. After that my wife and I bid adieu, and came home, it being still a great frost. 7th. At my office, as I was receiving money of the probate of wills, in came Mrs. Turner, Theophila, Madam Morris, and Joyce, and after I had done I took them home to my house, and Mr. Hawley came after, and I got a dish of steaks and a rabbit for them, while they were playing a game or two at cards. In the middle of our dinner a messenger from Mr. Downing came to fetch me to him, so leaving Mr. Hawley there, I went and was forced to stay till night in expectation of the French ambassador, who at last came, and I had a great deal of good discourse with one of his gentlemen concerning the reason of the difference between the zeal of the French and the Spaniard. After he was gone I went home, and found my friends still at cards, and after that I went along with them to Dr. Hawes, sending my wife to Mrs. Jem's to a sack posset, where I heard some symphony and songs of his own making, performed by Mr. May, Harding, and Mallard. Afterwards I put my friends into a coach and went to Mrs. Jem's, where I wrote a letter to my Lord by the post, and had my part of the posset which was saved for me, and so we went home and put in at my Lord's lodgings, where we staid late, eating of part of his turkey pie, and reading of Quarles's Emblems. So home and to bed. 8th. Sunday. In the morning I went to Mr. Gunning's, where a good sermon, wherein he showed the life of Christ, and told us good authority for us to believe that Christ did follow his father's trade, and was a carpenter till 30 years of age. From thence to my father's to dinner, where I found my wife, who was forced to dine there, we not having one coal of fire in the house, and it being very hard frosty weather. In the afternoon my father, he going to a man's to demand some money due to my Aunt Bells, my wife and I went to Mr. Mossum's, where a strange doctor made a very good sermon. From thence, sending my wife to my father's, I went to Mrs. Turner's and stayed a little while, and then to my father's, where I found Mr. Shepley, and after supper went home together. Here I heard of the death of Mr. Palmer, and that he is to be buried at Westminster to-morrow. 9th. For these 2 or 3 days I have been much troubled with thoughts how to get money to pay them that I have borrowed money of, by reason of my money being in my uncle's hands. I rose early this morning, and looked over and corrected my brother John's speech, which he is to make the next apposition. And after that I went towards my office, and in my way met with W. Simons, Muddiman, and Jack Price, and went with them to Harper's, and in many sorts of talk I staid till 2 of the clock in the afternoon. I found Muddiman a good scholar, an arch rogue, and owns that though he writes new books for the Parliament, yet he did declare that he did it only to get money, and did talk very basely of many of them. Among other things, W. Simons told me how his uncle Scobell was on Saturday last called to the bar, for entering in the Journal of the House, for the year 1653, these words, "This day his Excellence the Lord General Cromwell dissolved this House," which words the Parliament voted a forgery, and demanded of him how they came to be entered. He answered that they were his own handwriting, and that he did it by virtue of his office, and the practice of his predecessor, and that the intent of the practice was to let posterity know how such and such a Parliament was dissolved, whether by the command of the King, or by their own neglect, as the last House of Lords was, and that to this end he had said and writ that it was dissolved by his Excellence the Lord General, and that for the word dissolved he never at the time did hear of any other term, and desired pardon if he would not dare to make a word himself when it was 6 years after, before they came themselves to call it an interruption. But they were so little satisfied with this answer, that they did choose a committee to report to the House, whether this crime of Mr. Scobell's did come within the Act of Indemnity or no. Thence I went with Muddiman to the coffee house, and gave 18d. to be entered of the club. Thence into the hall, where I heard for certain that Monk was coming to London, and that Bradshaw's 2 lodgings were preparing for him. Thence to Mrs. Jem's, and found her in bed, and she was afraid that it would prove the small pox. Thence back to Westminster Hall, where I heard how Sir H. Vane was this day voted out of the House, and to sit no more there, and that he would retire himself to his house at Raby, as also all the rest of the 9 officers that had their commissions formerly taken away from them were commanded to their furthest houses from London during the pleasure of the Parliament. Here I met with the quartermaster of my Lord's troop, and his clerk Mr. Jennings, and took them home, and gave them a bottle of wine and the remainder of my collar of brawn, and so good night. After that came in Mr. Hawley, who told me that I was missed this day at my office, and that to-morrow I must pay all the money that I have, at which I was put to a great loss how I should get money to make up my cash, and so went to bed in great trouble. 10th. Went out early, and in my way met with Greatorex, and at an alehouse he showed me the first sphere of wire that ever he made, and indeed it was very pleasant. Thence to Mr. Crew's, and borrowed £10, and so to my office, and was able to pay my money. Thence into the hall, and meeting the quartermaster, Jennings, and Captain Rider, we 4 went to a cook's to dinner. Thence Jennings and I into London, it being through heat of the sun a great thaw and dirty, to show our bills of return, and coming back drank a pint of wine at the Star in Cheapside. So to Westminster, overtaking Captain Oakshott in his silk cloak, whose sword got hold of many people in walking. Thence to the coffee house, where were a great confluence of gentlemen, viz. Mr. Harrington, Pulteney, Chairman, Gold, Dr. Petty, etc., where admirable discourse till at night. Thence with Doling to Mother Lamb's, who told me how this day Scott was made Intelligencer, and that the rest of the members that were objected against last night, their business was to be heard this day se'nnight. Thence I went home and wrote a letter, and went to Harper's, and staid there till Tom carried it to the postboy at Whitehall. So home to bed. 11th. Being at Will's with Captain Barker, who hath paid me £300 this morning at my office, in comes my father, and with him I walked, and leave him at W. Joyce's, and went myself to Mr. Crew's, but came too late to dine, and therefore after a game at shuttlecock's, with Mr. Walgrave and Mr. Edward, I returned to my father, and taking him from W. Joyce's, who was not abroad himself, we inquired of a porter, and by his direction went to an alehouse, where after a cup or 2 we parted. I went towards London, and in my way went in to see Crowley, who was now grown a very great loon, and very tame. Thence to Mr. Stevens with a pair of silver snuffers, and bought a pair of shears to cut silver, and so homeward again. From home I went to see Mrs. Jem, who was in bed, and now granted to have the small pox. Back again and went to the coffee house, but tarried not, and so home. 12th. I drink my morning at Harper's with Mr. Shepley and a seaman, and so to my office, where Captain Holling came to see me, and appointed a meeting in the afternoon. Then wrote letters to Hinchinbroke, and sealed them at Will's, and after that went home, and thence to the Half Moon, where I found the Captain and Mr. Billingsley and Newman, a barber, where we were very merry, and had the young man that plays so well on the Welsh harp. Billingsley paid for all. Thence home, and finding my letters this day not gone by the carrier, I new sealed them. But my brother Tom coming, we fell into discourse about my intention to feast the Joyces. I sent for a bit of meat for him from the cook's, and forgot to send my letters this night. So I went to bed, and in discourse broke to my wife what my thoughts were concerning my design of getting money by, etc. 13th. Coming in the morning to my office, I met with Mr. Fage and took him to the Swan. He told me how High Hazelrigg and Morley the last night began at my Lord Mayor's to exclaim against the City of London, saying that they had forfeited their charter, and how the Chamberlain of the City did take them down, letting them know how much they were formerly beholding to the City, etc. He also told me that Monks's letter that came to them by the sword-bearer was a cunning piece, and that which they did not much trust to, but they were resolved to make no more applications to the Parliament, nor to pay any money, unless the secluded members be brought in, or a free Parliament chosen. Thence to my office, where nothing to do. So to Will's with Mr. Pinkney, who invited me to their feast at his hall the next Monday. Thence I went home and took my wife and dined at Mr. Wade's, and after that we went and visited Caton. From thence home again, and my wife was very unwilling to let me go forth, but with some discontent would go out if I did. And I going forth towards Whitehall, I saw she followed me, and so I staid and took her round through Whitehall, and so carried her home angry. Thence I went to Mrs. Jem and found her up and merry, and that it did not prove the small pox, but only the swine pox. So I played a game or two at cards with her. And so to Mr. Vine's, where he and I and Mr. Hudson played half a dozen things, there being there Dick's wife and her sister. After that I went home and found my wife gone abroad to Mr. Hunt's, and came in a little after me. So to bed. 14th. Nothing to do at our office. Thence into the Hall, and just as I was going to dinner from Westminster Hall with Mr. Moore, with whom I had been in the lobby to hear news, and had spoke with Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper about my Lord's lodgings, to his house. I met with Captain Holland, who told me that he hath brought his wife to my house, so I posted home and got a dish of meat for them. They stayed with me all the afternoon, and went hence in the evening. Then I went with my wife, and left her at market, and went myself to the coffee house, and heard exceeding good argument against Mr. Harrington's assertion that overbalance of propriety was the foundation of government. Home, and wrote to Hinchinbroke, and sent that and my other letter that missed of going on Thursday last. So to bed. 15th. Having been exceedingly disturbed in the night with the barking of a dog of one of our neighbours, that I could not sleep for an hour or two, I slept late, and then in the morning took physic, and so staid within all day. At noon my brother John came to me, and I corrected as well as I could his Greek speech to say the apposition, though I believe he himself was as well able to do it as myself. After that we went to read in the Great Official about the blessing of bells in the Church of Rome. After that my wife and I in pleasant discourse till night, then I went to supper, and after that to make an end of this week's notes in this book, and so to bed. It being a cold day and a great snow, my physic did not work so well as it should have done. 16th. In the morning I went up to Mr. Crew's, and at his bedside he gave me direction to go to-morrow with Mr. Edward to Twickenham, and likewise to talk to me concerning things of state, and express his mind how just it was that the secluded members should come to sit again. I went from thence, and in my way went into an alehouse, and drank my morning draught with Matthew Andrews, and 2 or 3 more of his friends, coachmen, and of one of them I did hire a coach to carry us to-morrow to Twickenham. From thence to my office, where nothing to do, but Mr. Downing he came and found me all alone, and did mention to me his going back into Holland, and did ask me whether I would go or no, but gave me little encouragement, but bid me consider of it, and asked me whether I did not think that Mr. Hawley could perform the work of my office alone or no. I confess I was at a great loss all the day after, to bethink myself how to carry this business. At noon Harry Etall came to me, and went along with Mr. Maylard by coach as far as Salisbury Court, and there we set him down, and we went to the Clerk's, where we came a little too late, but in a closet we had a very good dinner by Mr. Pinkney's courtesy, and after dinner we had pretty good singing, and one Hazard sung alone after the old fashion, which was very much cried up, but I did not like it. Thence we went to the Green Dragon on Lambeth Hill, both the Mr. Pinkneys, Smith, Harrison, Morris, that sang the bass, Shepley and I, and there we sang of all sorts of things, and I ventured with good success upon things at first sight, and after that I played on my flageolet, and staid there till 9 o'clock, very merry, and drawn on with one song after another till it came to be so late. After that, Shepley, Harrison, and myself, we went towards Westminster on foot, and at the Golden Lion near Charing Cross we went in and drank a pint of wine, and so parted, and thence home, where I found my wife and maid a-washing. I staid up till the bellman came by with his bell just under my window, as I was writing of this very line, and cried, "Past 1 of the clock, and a cold, frosty, windy morning." I then went to bed, and left my wife and the maid a-washing still. 17th. Early I went to Mr. Crew's, and having given Mr. Edward money to give the servants, I took him into the coach that waited for us, and carried him to my house, where the coach waited for me while I and the child went to Westminster Hall, and bought him some pictures. In the hall I met Mr. Woodfine, and took him to Will's and drank with him. Thence the child and I to the coach, where my wife was ready, and so we went towards Twickenham. In our way, at Kensington, we understood how that my Lord Chesterfield had killed another gentleman about half an hour before, and was fled. We went forward and came about 1 of the clock to Mr. Fuller's, but he was out of town. So we had a dinner there, and I gave the child 40 to give to the 2 ushers. After that we parted and went homewards, it being market day at Brainford. I set my wife down and went with the coach to Mr. Crew's, thinking to have spoke with Mr. Moore and Mrs. Jem, he having told me the reason of his melancholy was some unkindness from her after so great expressions of love, and how he had spoke to her friends and had their consent, and that he would desire me to take an occasion of speaking with her, but by no means not to heighten her discontent or distaste whatever it be, but to make it up if I can. But he being out of doors, I went away and went to see Mrs. Jem, who was now very well again, and after a game or 2 at cards I left her. So I went to the Coffee Club and heard very good discourse. It was in answer to Mr. Harrington's answer, who said that the state of the Roman government was not a settled government, and so it was no wonder that the balance of propriety was in one hand, and the command in another, it being therefore always in a posture of war, but it was carried by ballot, that it was a steady government, though it is true by the voices it had been carried before, that it was an unsteady government. So tomorrow it is to be proved by the opponents that the balance lay in one hand, and the government in another. Thence I went to Westminster, and met Shaw and Washington, who told me how this day Sydenham was voted out of the House for sitting any more this Parliament, and that Salloway was voted out likewise and sent to the Tower, during the pleasure of the House. Home, and wrote by the post, and carried to Whitehall, and coming back turned in at Harper's, where Jack Price was, and I drank with him, and he told me, among other things, how much the Protector is altered, though he would seem to bear out his trouble very well, yet he is scarce able to talk sense with a man, and how he will say that, who should a man trust if he may not trust to a brother and an uncle, and how much those men have to answer before God Almighty for their playing the knave with him as they did. He told me also that there was 100,000 offered, and would have been taken for his restitution, had not the Parliament come in as they did again, and that he do believe that the Protector will live to give a testimony of his valour and revenge yet before he dies, and that the Protector will say so himself sometimes. Thence I went home, it being late, and my wife in bed. 18th. To my office, and from thence to Will's, and there Mr. Shepley brought me letters from the carrier, and so I went home. After that to Wilkinson's, where we had a dinner for Mr. Talbot, Adams, Pinkney, and his son, but his son did not come. Here we were very merry, and while I was here Mr. Fuller came thither, and stayed a little while. After that we all went to my Lord's, whither came afterwards Mr. Harrison, and by chance seeing Mr. Butler coming by, I called him in, and so we sat drinking a bottle of wine till night. At which time Mistress Anne came with the key of my Lord's study for some things, and so we all broke up, and after I had gone to my house and interpreted my Lord's letter by his character, I came to her again and went with her to her lodging, and from thence to Mr. Crew's, where I advised with him what to do about my Lord's lodgings, and what answer to give to Sir Anthony Cooper, and so I came home and to bed. All the world is at a loss to think what Monk will do, the City saying that he will be for them, and the Parliament saying he will be for them.
19th. This morning I was sent for to Mr. Downing, and at his bedside he told me that he had a kindness for me, and that he thought that he had done me one, and that was, that he had got me to be one of the clerks of the council, at which I was a little stumbled, and could not tell what to do, whether to thank him or no, but by and by I did, but not very heartily, for I feared that his doing of it was but only to ease himself of the salary which he gives me. After that, Mr. Shepley staying below all this time for me, we went thence and met Mr. Pierce. So at the Harp and Ball, drank our morning draught, and so to Whitehall, where I met with Sir Anthony Cooper, and did give him some answer from my Lord, and he did give us leave to keep the lodging still. And so we did determine thereupon that Mr. Shepley might now go into the country, and would do so tomorrow. Back I went by Mr. Downing's order, and stayed there till 12 o'clock, in expectation of one to come to read some writings, but he came not. So I stayed all alone, reading the answer of the Dutch Ambassador to our state, in answer to the reasons of my Lord's coming home, which he gave for his coming, and did labour herein to contradict my Lord's arguments for his coming home. Thence to my office, and so with Mr. Shepley and Moore to dine upon a turkey with Mrs. Jem. And after that Mr. Moore and I went to the French ordinary, where Mr. Downing this day feasted Sir Arthur Haselrig, and a great many more of the Parliament, and did stay to put him in mind of me. Here he gave me a note to go and invite some other members to dinner to-morrow. So I went to Whitehall, and did stay at Marsh's with Simons, Llewellyn, and all the rest of the clerks of the Council, who I hear are all turned out, only the 2 Lees, and they do all tell me that my name was mentioned the last night, but that nothing was done in it. Hence I went, and did leave some of my notes at the lodgings of the members, and so home to bed. 20th. In the morning I went to Mr. Downing's bedside, and gave him an account what I had done as to his guests, and I went thence to my Lord Widdrington, who I met in the street, going to seal the patents for the judges to-day, and so could not come to dinner. I called upon Mr. Calthrop about the money due to my Lord. Here I met with Mr. Woodfine, and drank with him at the Sun in Chancery Lane, and so to Westminster Hall, where at the lobby I spoke with the rest of my guests, and so to my office. At noon went by water with Mr. Maylard and Hales to the Swan in Fish Street at our gold feast, where we were very merry at our Joel of Ling. And from thence, after a great and good dinner, Mr. Falkenberg would go drink a cup of ale at a place where I had like to have shot at a scholar that lay over the House of Office. Thence calling on Mr. Stevens and Wotton, with whom I drank, about business of my Lord's, I went to the Coffee Club, where there was nothing done but choosing of a committee for orders. Thence to Westminster Hall, where Mrs. Lane and the rest of the maids had their white scarfs, all having been at the burial of a young bookseller in the hall. Thence to Mr. Shepley's, and took him to my house and drank with him in order to his going to-morrow. So parted, and I sat up late, making up my accounts before he go. This day 3 citizens of London went to meet Monk from the Common Council. 21st. Up early and finishing my accounts and writing to my Lord, and from thence to my Lord's, and took leave of Mr. Shepley, and possession of all the keys in the house. Thence to my office for some money to pay Mr. Shepley, and sent it him by the old man. I then went to Mr. Downing, who chid me, because I did not give him notice of some of his guests failed him, but I told him that I sent our porter to tell him, and he was not within. But he told me that he was within till past 12 o'clock. So the porter or he lied. Thence to my office, where nothing to do. Then with Mr. Hawley, he and I went to Mr. Crew's and dined there. Thence into London, to Mr. Vernon's, and I received my £25 due by bill for my troopers' pay. Then back again to Stedman's, at the Mitre in Fleet Street, in our way calling on Mr. Fage, who told me how the City have some hopes of Monk. Thence to the Mitre, where I drank a pint of wine, the house being in fitting for Bannister to come hither from Paget's. Thence to Mrs. Jem, and gave her £5. So home and left my money, and to Whitehall, where Llewellyn and I drank and talked together an hour at Marsh's, and so up to the clerk's room, where poor Mr. Cook, a black man, that is like to be put out of his clerk's place, came and railed at me for endeavouring to put him out and get myself in, when I was already in a good condition. But I satisfied him, and after I had wrote a letter there to my Lord, wherein I gave him an account how this day Lenthall took his chair again, and the House resolved a declaration to be brought in on Monday next, to satisfy the world what they intend to do. So home and to bed. 22nd. I went in the morning to Mr. Messum's, where I met with W. Thurban, and sat with him in his pew. A very eloquent sermon about the duty of all to give good example in our lives and conversation, which I fear he himself was most guilty of not doing. After sermon, at the door by appointment my wife met me, and so to my father's to dinner, where we had not been to my shame in a fortnight before. After dinner my father shewed me a letter from Mr. Widdrington of Christ College in Cambridge, wherein he do express very great kindness for my brother, and my father intends that my brother shall go to him. To church in the afternoon to Mr. Herring, where a lazy poor sermon, and so home with Mrs. Turner, and sitting with her a while we went to my father's, where we supped very merry, and so home. This day I began to put on buckles to my shoes, which I have bought yesterday of Mr. Wotton. 23rd. In the morning called out to carry £20 to Mr. Downing, which I did and came back, and finding Mr. Pierce the surgeon, I took him to the Axe and gave him his morning draught. Thence to my office, and there did nothing but make up my balance. Came home and found my wife dressing of the girl's head, by which she was made to look very pretty. I went out and paid Wilkinson what I did owe him, and brought a piece of beef home for dinner. Thence I went out and paid Waters the vintner, and went to see Mrs. Jem, where I found my Lady Wright, but Scott was so drunk that he could not be seen. Here I stayed and made up Mrs. Ann's bills, and played a game or two at cards, and thence to Westminster Hall, it being very dark. I paid Mrs. Mitchell my bookseller, and back to Whitehall, and in the garden, going through to the Stone Gallery, I fell into a ditch, it being very dark. At the Clerk's chamber I met with Simons and Llewellyn, and went with them to Mr. Mount's chamber at the Cockpit, where we had some rare pot venison, and ale to abundance till almost 12 at night, and after a song round we went home. This day the Parliament sat late, and resolved of the Declaration to be printed for the people's satisfaction, promising them a great many good things. 24th. In the morning to my office, where, after I had drank my morning draught at Will's, with Ethel and Mr. Stevens, I went and told part of the excise money till 12 o'clock, and then called on my wife and took her to Mr. Pierce's, she in the way being exceedingly troubled with a pair of new patterns, and I vexed to go so slow, it being late. There when we came we found Mrs. Carrick very fine, and one Mr. Lucy, who called one another husband and wife, and after dinner a great deal of mad stir. There was pulling off Mrs. Bride's and Mr. Bridegroom's ribbons, with a great deal of fooling among them, that I and my wife did not like. Mr. Lucy and several other gentlemen coming in after dinner, swearing and singing as if they were mad, only he singing very handsomely. There came in afterwards Mr. Southern, clerk to Mr. Blackburne, and with him Lambert, lieutenant of my Lord's ship, and brought with them the Declaration that came out to day from the Parliament, wherein they declare for law and gospel, and for tithes, but I do not find people apt to believe them. After this taking leave I went to my father's, and my wife staying there, he and I went to speak with Mr. Crumlin. In the mean time, while it was 5 o'clock, he being in the school, we went to my cousin Tom Pepys's shop, the turner in Paul's Churchyard, and drank with him a pot of ale. He gave my father directions what to do about getting my brother an exhibition, and spoke very well of my brother. Thence back with my father home, where he and I spoke privately in the little room to my sister Paul, about stealing of things as my wife's scissors and my maid's book, at which my father was much troubled. Hence home with my wife, and so to Whitehall, where I met with Mr. Hunt and Llewellyn, and drank with them at Marsh's, and afterwards went up and wrote to my Lord by the post. This day the Parliament gave order that the late Committee of Safety should come before them this day se'nnight, and all their papers and their model of government that they had made to be brought in with them. So home, and talked with my wife about our dinner on Thursday. 25th. Called up early to Mr. Downing. He gave me a character, such a one as my Lord's, to make perfect, and likewise gave me his order for £500 to carry to Mr. Frost, which I did, and so to my office, where I did do something about the character till 12 o'clock. Then home, and found my wife and the maid at my Lord's, getting things ready against to-morrow. I went by water to my uncle White's to dinner, where I met my father, where we alone had a fine jowl of ling to dinner. After dinner I took leave, and coming home, heard that in Cheapside there had been but a little before a gibbet set up, and the picture of Hewson hung upon it in the middle of the street. I called at Paul's Churchyard, where I bought Buxtorf's Hebrew Grammar, and read a declaration of the gentlemen of Northampton, which came out this afternoon. Thence to my father's, where I stayed with my mother a while, and then to Mr. Crew's, about a picture to be sent into the country, of Mr. Thomas Crew, to my Lord. So to my Lady Wright to speak with her, but she was abroad. So Mr. Evans, her butler, had me into his buttery, and gave me sack and a lesson on his lute, which he played very well. Thence I went to my Lord's, and got most things ready against to-morrow, as fires and laying the cloth, and my wife was making of her tarts and larding of her pullets till 11 o'clock. This evening Mr. Downing sent for me, and gave me order to go to Mr. Jessup for his papers, concerning his dispatch to Holland, which were not ready, only his order for a ship to transport him he gave me. To my Lord's again, and so home with my wife, tired with this day's work. 26th. To my office for £20 to carry to Mr. Downing, which I did, and back again. Then came Mr. Frost to pay Mr. Downing his £500, and I went to him for the warrant, and brought it Mr. Frost. Called for some papers at Whitehall for Mr. Downing, one of which was an order of the Council for £1,800 per annum, to be paid monthly, and the other two, orders to the Commissioners of Customs, to let his goods pass free. Home from my office to my Lord's lodgings, where my wife had got ready a very fine dinner, viz. A dish of marrow bones, a leg of mutton, a loin of veal, a dish of fowl, 3 pullets, and 2 dozen of larks, all in a dish, a great tart, a neat's tongue, a dish of anchovies, a dish of prawns and cheese. My company was my father, my uncle Fenner, his 2 sons, Mr. Pierce, and all their wives, and my brother Tom. We were as merry as I could frame myself to be in the company,
W. Joyce talking after the old rate, and drinking hard, vexed his father and mother and wife. And I did perceive that Mrs. Pierce her coming so gallant, that it put the two young women quite out of courage. When it became dark they all went away but Mr. Pierce and W. Joyce and their wives and Tom, and drank a bottle of wine afterwards, so that Will did heartily vex his father and mother by staying, at which I and my wife were much pleased. Then they all went, and I fell to writing of 2 characters for Mr. Downing, and carried them to him at 9 o'clock at night, and he did not like them, but corrected them, so that to morrow I am to do them anew. To my Lord's lodging again, and sat by the great log, it being now a very good fire, with my wife, and ate a bit, and so home. The news this day is a letter that speaks absolutely Monk's concurrence with this Parliament, and nothing else, which yet I hardly believe. After dinner to day my father showed me a letter from my uncle Robert, in answer to my last, concerning my money, which I would have out of my cousin Beck's hand, wherein Beck desires it 4 months longer, which I know not how to spare. 27th. Going to my office, I met with Tom Newton, my old comrade, and took him to the Crown in the Palace, and gave him his morning draught. And as he always did talk very high what he would do with the Parliament, that he would have what place he would, and that he might be one of the clerks to the Council if he would. Here I staid talking with him till the offices were all shut, and then I looked in the hall, and was told by my bookseller, Mrs. Mitchell, that Mr. G. Montague had inquired there for me. So I went to his house, and was forced by him to dine with him, and had a plenteous brave dinner, and the greatest civility that ever I had from any man. Thence home, and so to Mrs. Jem, and played with her at cards, and coming home again my wife told me that Mr. Hawley had been there to speak with me, and seemed angry that I had not been at the office that day, and she told me she was afraid that Mr. Downing may have a mind to pick some hole in my coat. So I made haste to him, but found no such thing from him, but he sent me to Mr. Sherwin's, about getting Mr. Squibb to come to him to-morrow, and I carried him an answer. So home, and fell a writing the characters for Mr. Downing, and about 9 at night Mr. Hawley came, and after he was gone I sat up till almost 12 writing, and wrote 2 of them. In the morning up early and wrote another, my wife lying in bed and reading to me. 28th. I went to Mr. Downing and carried him 3 characters, and then to my office and wrote another, while Mr. Frost staid telling money. And after I had done it Mr. Hawley came into the office, and I left him and carried it to Mr. Downing, who then told me that he was resolved to be gone for Holland this morning. So I to my office again, and dispatched my business there, and came with Mr. Hawley to Mr. Downing's lodging, and took Mr. Squibb from Whitehall in a coach thither with me, and there we waited in his chamber a great while till he came in, and in the meantime sent all his things to the barge that lay at Charing Cross stairs. Then came he in and took a very civil leave of me, beyond my expectation, for I was afraid that he would have told me something of removing me from my office, but he did not, but that he would do me any service that lay in his power. So I went down and sent a porter to my house for my best fur cap, but he coming too late with it, I did not present it to him. Thence I went to Westminster Hall, and bound up my cap at Mrs. Mitchell's, who was much taken with my cap, and endeavoured to overtake the coach at the Exchange, and to give it him there, but I met with one that told me that he was gone. And so I returned, and went to Heaven, where Llewellyn and I dined on a breast of mutton all alone, discoursing of the changes that we have seen, and the happiness of them that have estates of their own, and so parted, and I went by appointment to my office, and paid young Mr. Walton £500. It being very dark, he took £300 by content. He gave me half a piece, and carried me in his coach to St. Clement's, from whence I went to Mr. Crew's, and made even with Mr. Andrews, and took in all my notes, and gave him one for all. Then to my Lady Wright, and gave her my Lord's letter, which he bade me give her privately. So home, and then to Will's for a little news, then came home again, and wrote to my Lord, and so to Whitehall, and gave them to the postboy. Back again home, and to bed. 29th. In the morning I went to Mr. Gunning's, where he made an excellent sermon upon the 2nd of the Galatians, about the difference that fell between St. Paul and St. Peter, the feast day of St. Paul being a day or 2 ago, whereby he did prove that, contrary to the doctrine of the Roman Church, St. Paul did never own any dependence, or that he was inferior to St. Peter, but that they were equal, only one a particular charge of preaching to the Jews, and the other to the Gentiles. Here I met with Mr. Moore, and went home with him to dinner to Mr. Crew's, where Mr. Spurrier being in town, did dine with us. From thence I went home, and spent the afternoon in casting up my accounts, and do find myself to be worth £40 and more, which I did not think, but am afraid that I have forgot something. To my father's to supper, where I heard by my brother Tom how W. Joyce would the other day have Mr. Pierce and his wife to the tavern, after they were gone from my house, and that he had so little manners as to make Tom pay his share, notwithstanding that he went upon his account. And by my father I understand that my uncle Fenner and my aunt were much pleased with our entertaining them. After supper home, without going to see Mrs. Turner. 30th. This morning, before I was up, I fell a singing of my song, Great, Good, and Just, etc., and put myself thereby in mind, that this was the fatal day, now 10 years since, His Majesty died. Scull the waterman came and brought me a note from the Hope, from Mr. Hawley, with direction about his money, he tarrying there till his master be gone. To my office, where I received money of the excise of Mr. Ruddier, and after we had done went to Will's, and staid there till 3 o'clock, and then, I taking my £12 10s. Due to me for my last quarter's salary, I went with them by water to London, to the house where Signor Toriano used to be, and staid there a while with Mr. Ashwell, Spicer, and Ruddier. Then I went and paid £12 17s. 6d. due from me to Captain Dick Matthews, according to his direction the last week in a letter. After that I came back by water, playing on my flageolet, and not finding my wife come home again from her father's, I went and sat a while and played at cards with Mrs. Jem, whose maid had newly got an ague and was ill thereupon. So homewards again, having great need to do my business, and so pretending to meet Mr. Shott the woodmonger of Whitehall, I went and eased myself at the Harp and Ball, and thence home, where I sat writing till bedtime, and so to bed. There seems now to be a general cease of talk, it being taken for granted that Monk do resolve to stand to the Parliament, and nothing else. Spent a little time this night in knocking up nails for my hat and cloaks in my chamber. 31st. In the morning I fell to my lute till 9 o'clock, then to my Lord's lodgings, and set out a barrel of soap to be carried to Mrs. Ann. Here I met with Nick Bartlett, one that had been a servant of my Lord's at sea, and at Harper's gave him his morning draught. So to my office, where I paid £1200 to Mr. Frost, and at noon went to Will's to give one of the excise office a pot of ale, that came to-day to tell over a bag of his that wanted £7 in it, which he found over in another bag. Then home and dined with my wife, when in came Mr. Hawley, newly come from shipboard from his master, and brought me a letter of direction what to do in his lawsuit with Squibb about his house and office. After dinner to Westminster Hall, where all we clerks had orders to wait upon the committee, at the Star Chamber that is to try Colonel Jones, and were to give an account what money we had paid him. But the committee did not sit to-day. Hence to Will's, where I sat an hour or two with Mr. Godfrey Austin, a scrivener in King Street. Here I met and afterwards bought the answer to General Monk's letter, which is a very good one, and I keep it by me. Thence to Mrs. Jem, where I found her maid in bed in a fit of the ague, and Mrs. Jem among the people below at work, and by she came up hot and merry, as if they had given her wine, at which I was troubled, but said nothing. After a game at cards, I went home and wrote by the post, and coming back called in at Harper's, and drank with Mr. Pulford, servant to Mr. Waterhouse, who tells me that whereas my Lord Fleetwood should have answered to the Parliament to-day, he wrote a letter and desired a little more time, he being a great way out of time, and how that he is quite ashamed of himself, and confesses how he had deserved this for his baseness to his brother, and that he is like to pay part of the money, paid out of the Exchequer during the Committee of Safety, out of his own purse again, which I am glad of. Home and to bed, leaving my wife reading in Polexandra. I could find nothing in Mr. Downing's letter which Hawley brought me concerning my office, but I could discern that Hawley had a mind that I would get to be Clerk of the Council. I suppose that he might have the greater salary, but I think it not safe yet to change this for a public employment. End of January. Chapter 2 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. February, 1659, 1660. February 1st. In the morning, went to my office, where afterwards the old man brought me my letters from the carrier. At noon I went home, and dined with my wife on pease porridge, and nothing else. After that I went to the Hall, and there met with Mr. Swan, and went with him to Mr. Downing's counsellor, who did put me in very little hopes about the business between Mr. Downing and Squibb, and told me that Squibb would carry it against him, at which I was much troubled. and with him went to Lincoln's Inn, and there spoke with his attorney, who told me the day that was appointed for the trial. From thence I went to Sir Harry Wright's, and got him to give me his hand for the £60, which I am to morrow to receive from Mr. Calthrop, and from thence to Mrs. Jem, and spoke with Madam Scott and her husband, who did promise to have the thing for her neck done this week. Thence home, and took Gammer East, and James the porter, a soldier, to my Lord's lodgings, who told me how they were drawn into the field to day, and that they were ordered to march away to morrow, to make room for General Monk. But they did shut their Colonel Fitch, and the rest of the officers, out of the field, and swore they would not go without their money, and if they would not give it them, they would go where they might have it, and that was the City. So the Colonel went to the Parliament, and commanded what money could be got, to be got against to morrow for them, and all the rest of the soldiers in town, who in all places made a mutiny this day, and do agree together. Here I took some bedding to send to Mrs. Ann, for her to lie in, now she hath her fits of the ague. Thence I went to Will's, and staid like a fool there, and played at cards till 9 o'clock, and so came home, where I found Mr. Hunt and his wife, who staid and sat with me till 10 o'clock, and so good night. 2nd. Drank at Harper's with Doling, and so to my office, where I found all the officers of the regiments in town, waiting to receive money, that their soldiers might go out of town, and what was in the Exchequer they had. At noon, after dining at home, I called at Harper's for Doling, and he and I met with Llewellyn, and drank with him at the Exchequer at Charing Cross, and thence he and I went to the Temple, to Mr. Calthrop's chamber, and from thence had his man by water to London Bridge, to Mr. Calthrop, a grocer, and received £60 for my Lord. In our way we talked with our waterman, White, who told us how the watermen had lately been abused by some that had a desire to get in to be watermen to the state, and had lately presented an address of 9 or 10,000 hands to stand by this Parliament, when it was only told them that it was to a petition against hackney coaches, and that to-day they had put out another to undeceive the world and to clear themselves, and that among the rest Crop, my waterman, and one of great practice, was one that did cheat them thus. After I had received the money, we went to the Bridge Tavern, and drank a quart of wine, and so back by water, landing Mr. Calthrop's man at the Temple, and we went homewards, but over against Somerset House, hearing the noise of guns, we landed, and found the Strand full of soldiers. So I took my money, and went to Mrs. Johnson, my Lord Sempstress, and giving her my money to lay up, Doling and I went upstairs to a window, and looked out, and see the foot face the horse, and beat them back, and stood bawling and calling in the street for a free Parliament, and money. By and by a drum was heard to beat a march, coming towards them, and they got all ready again, and faced them, and they proved to be of the same mind with them, and so they made a great deal of joy to see one another. After all this I took my money, and went home on foot, and laying up my money, and changing my stockings and shoes, I this day having left off my great skirt suit, and put on my white suit with silver lace coat, and went over to Harper's, where I met with W. Simons, Doling, Llewellyn, and 3 merchants, one of which had occasion to use a porter. So they sent for one, and James the soldier came, who told us how they had been all day and night upon their guard at St. James's, and that through the whole town they did resolve to stand to what they had began, and that tomorrow he did believe they would go into the City, and be received there. After all this we went to a sport called Selling of a Horse for a Dish of Eggs and Herrings, and sat talking there till almost 12 o'clock, and then parted. They were to go as far as Aldgate. Home and to bed. 3rd. Drank my morning draught at Harper's, and was told there that the soldiers were all quiet upon promise of pay. Thence to St. James's Park, and walked there to my place for my flageolet, and then played a little, it being a most pleasant morning, and sunshine. Back to Whitehall, where in the guard chamber I saw about 30 or 40 prentices of the City, who were taken at 12 o'clock last night, and brought prisoners hither. Thence to my office, where I paid a little more money to some of the soldiers under Lieutenant Colonel Miller, who held out the Tower against the Parliament, after it was taken away from Fitch by the Committee of Safety, and yet he continued in his office. About noon Mrs. Turner came to speak with me, and Joyce, and I took them and shewed them the manner of the Houses sitting, the doorkeeper very civilly opening the door for us. Thence with my cousin Roger Pepys, it being term time, we took him out of the hall to Prior's, the Rhenish wine-house, and there had a pint or two of wine and a dish of anchovies, and bespoke 3 or 4 dozen bottles of wine for him against his wedding. After this done he went away, and left me order to call and pay for all that Mrs. Turner would have. So we called for nothing more there, but went and bespoke a shoulder of mutton at Wilkinson's, to be roasted as well as it could be done, and sent a bottle of wine home to my house. In the mean time she and I and Joyce went walking all over Whitehall, whither General Monk was newly come, and we saw all his forces march by, in very good plight, and stout officers. Thence to my house, where we dined, but with a great deal of patience, for the mutton came in raw, and so we were fain to stay the stewing of it. In the mean time we sat studying a posy for a ring for her, which she is to have at Roger Pepys's his wedding. After dinner I left them and went to hear news, but only found that the Parliament House was most of them with Monk at Whitehall, and that in his passing through the town he had many calls to him for a free Parliament, but little other welcome. I saw in the Palace yard how unwilling some of the old soldiers were yet to go out of town without their money, and swore if they had it not in 3 days, as they were promised, they would do them more mischief in the country than if they had stayed here, and that is very likely, the country being all discontented. The town and guards are already full of Monk's soldiers. I returned, and it growing dark, I and they went to take a turn in the park, where Theophila, who was sent for us to dinner, outran my wife and another poor woman, that laid a pot of ale with me that she would outrun her. After that I set them as far as Charing Cross, and there left them and my wife, and I went to see Mrs. Ann, who began very high about a flock bed I sent her, but I took her down. Here I played at cards till 9 o'clock. So home and to bed. 4th. In the morning at my lute an hour, and so to my office, where I staid expecting to have Mr. Squibb come to me, but he did not. At noon, walking in the hall, I found Mr. Swan, and got him and Captain Stone together, and there advised about Mr. Downing's business. So to Will's, and sat there till 3 o'clock, and then to Mr. Swan's, where I found his wife in very genteel mourning for her father, and took him out by water to the counsellor at the Temple, Mr. Stevens, and from thence to Gray's Inn, thinking to speak with Southerton Ellis, but found him not. So we met with an acquaintance of his in the walks, and went and drank, where I ate some bread and butter, having ate nothing all day, while they were by chance discoursing of Marriott, the great eater, so that I was, I remember, ashamed to eat what I would have done. Here Swan shewed us a ballad to the tune of Mardyke, which was most incomparably wrote in a printed hand, which I borrowed of him, but the song proved but silly, and so I did not write it out. Thence we went, and leaving Swan at his master's, my Lord Widrington, I met with Spicer, Washington, and D. Vines in Lincoln's Inn Court, and they were buying of a hanging jack to roast birds on, of a fellow that was there selling of some. I was fain to slip from there, and went to Mrs. Crew's to her, and advised about a maid to come and be with Mrs. Jem, while her maid is sick, but she could spare none. Thence to Sir Harry Wright's, but my lady not being within, I spoke to Mrs. Carter about it, who will get one against Monday. So with a link boy to Scott's, where Mrs. Ann was in a heat, but I spoke not to her, but told Mrs. Jem what I had done, and after that went home and wrote letters into the country by the post, and then played a while on my lute, and so done, to supper and then to bed. All the news to day is that the Parliament this morning voted the House to be made up of 400 forthwith. This day my wife killed her turkeys that Mr. Shepley gave her, that came out of Zealand with my Lord, and could not get her maid Jane by no means at any time to kill anything. 5th, Lord's day. In the morning before church time, Mr. Hawley, who had for this day or two looked something sadly, which methinks did speak something in his breast concerning me, came to me telling me that he was out £24, which he could not tell what was become of, and that he do remember that he had such a sum in a bag the other day, and could not tell what he did with it, at which I was very sorry, but could not help him. In the morning to Mr. Gunning, where a stranger, an old man, preached a good honest sermon upon what manner of love is this that we should be called the sons of God. After sermon I could not find my wife, who promised to be at the gate against my coming out, and waited there a great while, then went to my house, and finding her gone, I returned and called at the Chequers, thinking to dine at the ordinary with Mr. Chetwynd and Mr. Thomas, but they not being there, I went to my father, and found her there, and there I dined. To their church in the afternoon, and in Mrs. Turner's pew my wife took up a good black hood and kept it. A stranger preached a poor sermon, and so read over the whole book of the story of Tobit. After sermon home with Mrs. Turner, stayed with her a little while, then she went into the court to a christening, and we to my father's, where I wrote some notes for my brother John, to give to the mercers to morrow, it being the day of their apposition. After supper home, and before going to bed I staid writing of this day its passages, while a drum came by, beating of a strange manner of beat, now and then a single stroke, which my wife and I wondered at, what the meaning of it should be. This afternoon at church I saw Dick Cumberland, newly come out of the country from his living, but did not speak to him. 6th. Before I went to my office I went to Mr. Crew's and paid Mr. Andrews the same £60 that he had received of Mr. Calthrop the last week. So back to Westminster and walked with him thither, where we found the soldiers all set in the palace yard to make way for General Monk to come to the House. At the Hall we parted, a meeting Swan, he and I to the Swan, and drank our morning draught. So back again to the Hall, where I stood upon the steps and saw Monk go by, he making observance to the judges as he went along. At noon my father dined with me upon my turkey that was brought from Denmark, and after dinner he and I to the Bull Head Tavern, where we drank half a pint of wine, and so parted. I to Mrs. Ann, and Mrs. Jem being gone out of the chamber, she and I had a very high bout. I rattled her up, she being in her bed, but she becoming more cool, we parted pretty good friends. Thence I went to Will's, where I staid at cards till 10 o'clock, losing half a crown, and so home to bed. 7th. In the morning I went early to give Mr. Hawley notice of my being forced to go into London, but he having also business, we left our office business to Mr. Spicer, and he and I walked as far as the Temple, where I halted a little, and then went to Paul's School, but it being too soon, went and drank my morning draught with my cousin Tom Pepys the turner, and saw his house and shop, thence to school, where he that made the speech for the 7th form in praise of the founder did show a book which Mr. Crumlin had lately got, which is believed to be of the founder's own writing. After all the speeches, in which my brother John came off as well as any of the rest, I went straight home and dined, then to the Hall, where in the palace I saw Monk's soldiers abuse Billing and all the Quakers that were at a meeting place there, and indeed the soldiers did use them very roughly, and were to blame. So after drinking with Mr. Spicer, who had received £600 for me this morning, I went to Captain Stone, and with him by coach to the Temple Gardens, all the way talking of the disease of the stone, where we met Mr. Squibb, but would do nothing till to-morrow morning. Thence back on foot home, where I found a letter from my Lord in character, which I construed, and after my wife had shewn me some ribbon and shoes that she had taken out of a box of Mr. Montague's, which formerly Mr. Kipps had left here when his master was at sea, I went to Mr. Crew and advised with him about it being concerning my Lord's coming up to town, which he desires upon my advice the last week in my letter. Thence calling upon Mrs. Ann, I went home, and wrote in character to my Lord in answer to his letter. This day Mr. Crew told me that my Lord St. John is for a free Parliament, and that he is very great with Monk, who hath now the absolute command and power to do anything that he hath a mind to do. Mr. Moore told me of a picture hung up at the Exchange of a great pair of buttocks shooting of a turd into Lawson's mouth, and over it was wrote, "The thanks of the House." Boys do now cry, "Kiss my Parliament," instead of "Kiss my rump," so great and general a contempt is the rump come to among all the good and bad. 8th. A little practice on my flageolet, and afterwards walking in my yard to see my stock of pigeons, which begin now with the spring to breed very fast. I was called on by Mr. Fosson, my fellow pupil at Cambridge, and I took him to the Swan in the Palace yard, and drank together our morning draught. Thence to my office, where I received money, and afterwards Mr. Carter, my old friend at Cambridge, meeting me as I was going out of my office, I took him to the Swan, and in the way I met with Captain Lidcott, and so we three went together and drank there, the Captain talking as high as ever he did, and more because of the fall of his brother Thurlow. Hence I went to Captain Stone, who told me how Squibb had been with him, and that he could do nothing with him. So I returned to Mr. Carter, and with him to Will's, where I spent upon him and Monsieur Lampertinon, alias Mr. Butler, who I took thither with me, and thence to a Rhenish wine-house, and in our way met with Mr. Hoole, where I paid for my cousin Roger Pepys his wine, and after drinking we parted. So I home, in my way delivering a letter which among the rest I had from my Lord to day, to Sir N. Wheeler. At home my wife's brother brought her a pretty black dog, which I liked very well, and went away again. Hence, sending a porter with a hamper of bottles to the Temple, I called in my way upon Mrs. Jem, who was much frighted till I came to tell her that her mother was well. So to the Temple, where I delivered the wine, and received the money of my cousin Roger that I laid out, and thence to my father's, where he shewed me a base angry letter that he had newly received from my uncle Robert about my brother John, at which my father was very sad, but I comforted him, and wrote an answer. My brother John has an exhibition granted him from the school. My father and I went down to his kitchen, and there we eat and drank, and about 9 o'clock I went away homewards, and in Fleet Street received a great jostle from a man that had a mind to take the wall, which I could not help. I came home and to bed. Went to bed with my head not well by my too much drinking to-day, and I had a boil under my chin, which troubled me cruelly. 9th. Soon as out of my bed, I wrote letters into the country to go by carrier to-day. Before I was out of my bed, I heard the soldiers very busy in the morning, getting their horses ready where they lay at Hilton's, but I knew not then their meaning in so doing. After I had wrote my letters, I went to Westminster up and down the hall, and with Mr. Swan walked a good deal talking about Mr. Downing's business. I went with him to Mr. Phelps's house, where he had some business to solicit, where we met Mr. Rogers, my neighbour, who did solicit against him, and talked very high, saying that he would not for £1,000 appear in a business that Swan did, at which Swan was very angry, but I believe he might be guilty enough. In the hall I understand how Monk is this morning gone into London with his army, and met with Mr. Fage, who told me that he do believe that Monk is gone to secure some of the Common Council of the City, who were very high yesterday there, and did vote that they would not pay any taxes till the House was filled up. I went to my office, where I wrote to my Lord after I had been at the upper bench, where Sir Robert Pye this morning came to desire his discharge from the Tower, but it could not be granted. After that I went to Mrs. Jem, who I had promised to go along with to her Aunt Wright's, but she was gone, so I went thither, and after drinking a glass of sack, I went back to Westminster Hall, and meeting with Mr. Pierce the surgeon, who would needs take me home, where Mr. Lucy, Burrell, and others dined, and after dinner I went home and to Westminster Hall, where meeting Swan, I went with him by water to the Temple to our council, and did give him a fee to make a motion to-morrow in the Exchequer for Mr. Downing. Thence to Westminster Hall, where I heard an action very finely pleaded between my Lord Dorset and some other noble persons, his lady and other ladies of quality being here, and it was about £330 per annum that was to be paid to a poor spittle, which was given by some of his predecessors, and given on his side. Thence Swan and I to a drinking house near Temple Bar, where while he wrote I played on my flageolet, till a dish of poached eggs was got ready for us, which we eat, and so by coach home. I called at Mr. Harper's, who told me how Monk had this day clapped up many of the Common Council, and that the Parliament had voted that he should pull down their gates and portcullises, their posts and their chains, which he do intend to do, and do lie in the City all night. I went home and got some alum to my mouth, where I have the beginnings of a cancer, and had also a plaster to my boil underneath my chin. 10th. In the morning I went to Mr. Swan, who took me to the Court of Wards, where I saw the 3 Lords Commissioners sitting upon some cause where Mr. Scobell was concerned, and my Lord Fountain took him up very roughly about some things that he said. After that we went to the Exchequer, where the barons were hearing of causes, and there I made affidavit that Mr. Downing was gone into Holland by order of the Council of State, and this affidavit I gave to Mr. Stevens our lawyer. Thence to my office, where I got money of Mr. Hawley to pay the lawyer, and there found Mr. Leonard, one of the clerks of the Council, and took him to the Swan and gave him his morning draught. Then home to dinner, and after that to the Exchequer, where I heard all the afternoon a great many causes before the barons. In the end came ours, and Scrib proved clearly by his patent that the house and office did now belong to him. Our lawyer made some kind of opposition, but to no purpose, and so the cause was found against us, and the foreman of the jury brought in £10 damages, which the whole court cried shame of, and so he cried 12d. Thence I went home, vexed about this business, and there I found Mr. Moore, and with him went into London to Mr. Fage about the cancer in my mouth, which begins to grow dangerous, who gave me something for it, and also told me what Monk had done in the City, how he had pulled down the most part of the gates and chains that they could break down, and that he was now gone back to Whitehall. The City looked mighty blank, and cannot tell what in the world to do, the Parliament having this day ordered that the Common Council sit no more, but that new ones be chosen according to what qualifications they shall give them. Thence I went and drank with Mr. Moore at the Sugar Loaf by Temple Bar, where Swan and I were last night, and so we parted. At home I found Mr. Hunt, who sat talking with me a while, and so to bed. 11th. This morning I lay long abed, and then to my office, where I read all the morning my Spanish book of Rome. At noon I walked in the hall, where I heard the news of a letter from Monk, who was now gone into the City again, and did resolve to stand for the sudden filling up of the House. And it was very strange how the countenance of men in the hall was all changed with joy in half an hour's time. So I went up to the lobby, where I saw the Speaker reading of the letter, and after it was read, Sir A. Hazelrigg came out very angry, and Billing, standing at the door, took him by the arm and cried, "Thou man, will thy beast carry thee no longer? Thou must fall." The House presently after rose, and appointed to meet again at 3 o'clock. I went then down into the hall, where I met with Mr. Chetwynd, who had not dined no more than myself, and so we went toward London, in our way calling at 2 or 3 shops, but could have no dinner. At last, within Temple Bar, we found a pullet ready roasted, and there we dined. After that he went to his office in Chancery Lane, calling at the Rolls, where I saw the lawyers pleading. Then to his office, where I sat in his study singing, while he was with his man, Mr. Powell's son, looking after his business. Thence we took coach for the City to Guildhall, where the hall was full of people expecting Monk and Lord Mayor to come thither, and all very joyful. Here we stayed a great while, and at last meeting with a friend of his, we went to the 3 Tun Tavern, and drank half a pint of wine, and not liking the wine, we went to an alehouse, where we met with company of this third man's acquaintance, and there we drank a little. Hence I went alone to Guildhall to see whether Monk was come again or no, and met with him coming out of the chamber, where he had been with the Mayor and Aldermen, but such a shout I never heard in all my life, crying out, "God bless your Excellence." Here I met with Mr. Locke, and took him to an alehouse, and left him there to fetch Chetwynd. When we were come together, Locke told us the substance of the letter that went from Monk to the Parliament, wherein, after complaints that he and his officers were put upon such officers against the City as they could not do with any content or honour, that there are many members now in the House that were of the late tyrannical Committee of Safety, that Lambert and Vane are now in town, contrary to the vote of Parliament, that there were many in the House that do press for new oaths to be put upon men, whereas we have more cause to be sorry for the many oaths that we have already taken and broken, that the late petition of the fanatic people presented by Barebone, for the imposing of an oath upon all sorts of people, was received by the House with thanks, that therefore he do desire that all writs for filling up of the House be issued by Friday next, and that, in the meantime, he would retire into the City, and only leave them guards for the security of the House and Council. The occasion of this was the order that he had last night to go into the City and disarm them, and take away their charter, whereby he and his officers say, that the House had a mind to put them upon things that should make them odious, and so it would be in their power to do what they would with them. He told us that they had sent Scott and Robinson to him this afternoon, but he would not hear them, and that the Mayor and Aldermen had offered him their own houses for himself and his officers, and that his soldiers would lack for nothing. And indeed I saw many people give the soldiers drink and money, and all along in the streets cried, "God bless them," and extraordinary good words. Hence we went to a merchant's house hard by, where Locke wrote a note and left, where I saw Sir Nicholas Crisp, and so we went to the Star Tavern, Monk being then at Benson's, where we dined, and I wrote a letter to my Lord from thence. In Cheapside there was a great many bonfires, and Bow bells, and all the bells in all the churches as we went home were a ringing. Hence we went homewards, it being about 10 o'clock. But the common joy that was everywhere to be seen! The number of bonfires, there being 14 between St. Dunstan's and Temple Bar, and at Strand Bridge I could at one view tell 31 fires. In King Street 7 or 8, and all along burning and roasting and drinking for rumps, there being rumps tied upon sticks and carried up and down. The butchers at the Maypole in the Strand rang a peal with their knives, when they were going to sacrifice their rump. On Ludgate Hill there was one turning of the spit that had a rump tied upon it, and another basting of it. Indeed it was past imagination, both the greatness and the suddenness of it. At one end of the street you would think there was a whole lane of fire, and so hot that we were fain to keep still on the further side merely for heat. We came to the Chequers at Charing Cross, where Chetwynd wrote a letter, and I gave him an account of what I had wrote for him to write. Thence home and sent my letters to the post house in London, and my wife and I, after Mr. Hunt was gone, whom I found waiting at my house, went out again to show her the fires, and after walking as far as the Exchange, we returned and to bed. 12th. In the morning, it being Lord's Day, Mr. Pierce came to me to inquire how things go. We drank our morning draught together, and thence to Whitehall, where Dr. Hones preached, but I stayed not to hear. But walking in the court I heard that Sir Arthur Hazelrigg was newly gone into the city to Monk, and that Monk's wife removed from Whitehall last night. Home again, where at noon came according to my invitation my cousin Thomas Pepys and his partner, and dined with me. But before dinner we went and took a walk round the park, it being a most pleasant day as ever I saw. After dinner we three went into London together, where I heard that Monk had been at Paul's in the morning, and the people had shouted much at his coming out of the church. In the afternoon he was at a church in Broad Street, whereabout he do lodge. But not knowing how to see him, we went and walked half an hour in Moorfields, which were full of people, it being so fine a day. Here I took leave of them, and so to Paul's, where I met with Mr. Curten's apprentice, the crooked fellow, and walked up and down with him 2 hours, sometimes in the street, looking for a tavern to drink in, but not finding any open, we durst not knock. Other times in the churchyard, where one told me that he had seen the letter printed. Thence to Mr. Turner's, where I found my wife, Mr. Edward Pepys, and Roger and Mr. Armiger being there, to whom I gave as good an account of things as I could. And so to my father's, where Charles Glasscock was overjoyed to see how things are now, who told me the boys had last night broke Barebone's windows. Hence home, and being near home we missed our maid, and were at a great loss, and went back a great way to find her. But when we could not see her, we went homewards, and found her there, got before us, which we wondered at greatly. So to bed, where my wife and I had some high words upon my telling her that I would fling the dog which her brother gave her out of window, if he dirtied the house any more. 13th. To my office till noon, thence home to dinner, my mouth being very bad of the cancer, and my left leg beginning to be sore again. After dinner to see Mrs. Jem, and in the way met with Caton on foot in the street, and talked with her a little. So home and took my wife to my father's. In my way I went to Playford's, and for 2 books that I had, and 6s. 6d. to boot, I had my great book of songs, which he sells always for 4s. At my father's I stayed a while my mother sent her maid Bess to Cheapside for some herbs to make a water for my mouth. Then I went to see Mr. Cumberland, and after a little stay with him I returned, and took my wife home, where after supper to bed. This day Monk was invited to Whitehall to dinner by my lords. Not seeming willing, he would not come. I went to Mr. Fage from my father's, who had been this afternoon with Monk, who do promise to live and die with the city, and for the honour of the city. And indeed the city is very open-handed to the soldiers, that they are most of them drunk all day, and have money given them. He did give me something for my mouth, which I did use this night. 14th. Called out in the morning by Mr. Moore, whose voice my wife hearing in my dressing chamber with me, got herself ready, and came down and challenged him for her Valentine, this being the day. To Westminster Hall, there being many new remonstrances and declarations from many counties to Monk and the city, and one coming from the north from Sir Thomas Fairfax. Hence I took him to the Swan, and gave him his morning draught. So to my office, where Mr. Hill of Worcestershire came to see me and my partner in our office, with whom we went to Will's to drink. At noon I went home, and so to Mr. Crew's, but they had dined, and so I went to see Mrs. Jem, where I stayed a while, and home again, where I stayed an hour or 2 at my lute, and so forth to Westminster Hall, where I heard that the Parliament hath now changed the oath so much talked of to a promise, and that among other qualifications for the members that are to be chosen, one is, that no man, nor the son of any man that hath been in arms during the life of the father, shall be capable of being chosen to sit in Parliament. To Will's, where like a fool I stayed and lost 6d. at cards. So home and wrote a letter to my Lord by the post. So after supper to bed. This day by an order of the House, Sir H. Vane was sent out of town to his house in Lincolnshire. 15th. Called up in the morning by Captain Holland and Captain Cuttance, and with them to Harper's, thence to my office, thence with Mr. Hill of Worcestershire to Will's, where I gave him a letter to Nan Pepys, and some merry pamphlets against the Rump, to carry to her into the country. So to Mr. Crew's, where the dining room being full, Mr. Walgrave and I dined below in the buttery, by ourselves, upon a good dish of buttered salmon. Thence to Herring the merchant about my Lord's Worcester money, and back to Paul's churchyard, where I stayed reading in Fuller's History of the Church of England an hour or 2, and so to my father's, where Mr. Hill came to me, and I gave him direction what to do at Worcester about the money. Thence to my Lady Wright's, and gave her a letter from my Lord Privily. So to Mrs. Jem, and sat with her, who dined at Mr. Crew's to-day, and told me that there was at her coming away at least 40 gentlemen, I suppose members that were secluded, for Mr. Walgrave told me that there were about 30 met there the last night, came dropping in one after another thither. Thence home and wrote into the country against to-morrow by the carrier, and so to bed. At my father's I heard how my cousin Kate Joyce had a fall yesterday from her horse, and had some hurt thereby. No news to-day, but all quiet to see what the Parliament will do about the issuing of the writs to-morrow for filling up of the House, according to Monk's desire. 16th. In the morning at my lute. Then came Shaw and Hawley, and I gave them their morning draught at my house. So to my office, where I wrote by the carrier to my Lord, and sealed my letter at Will's, and gave it old East to carry it to the carrier's, and to take up a box of China oranges, and 2 little barrels of scallops at my house, which Captain Cutton sent to me for my Lord. Here I met with Osborne and with Shaw and Spicer, and we went to the Sun Tavern in expectation of a dinner, where we had sent us only 2 trenchers full of meat, at which we were very merry, while in came Mr. Wade and his friend Captain Moyes, who told us of his hopes to get an estate merely for his namesake. And here we stayed till 7 at night, I winning a quart of sack of Shaw, that 1 trencherful that was sent us was all lamb, and he that it was veal. I, by having but 3d. in my pocket, made shift to spend no more, whereas if I had had more, I had spent more as the rest did, so that I see it is an advantage to a man to carry little in his pocket. Home, and after supper and a little at my flute, I went to bed. 17th. In the morning, Tom that was my Lord's footboy came to see me, and had 10 shillings of me of the money which I have to keep of his, so that now I have but 35 shillings more of his. Then came Mr. Hills the instrument maker, and I consulted with him about the altering my lute and my viol. After that I went into my study and did up my accounts, and found that I am about £40 beforehand in the world, and that is all. So to my office, and from thence brought Mr. Hawley home with me to dinner, and after dinner wrote a letter to Mr. Downing about his business, and gave it Hawley, and so went to Mr. Gunning's to his weekly fast, and after sermon, meeting there with Monsieur l'Impertinent, we went and walked in the park till it was dark. I played on my pipe at the Echo, and then drank a cup of ale at Jacob's. So to Westminster Hall, and he with me, where I heard that some of the members of the House were gone to meet with some of the secluded members and General Monk in the City. Hence we went to Whitehall, thinking to hear more news, where I met with Mr. Hunt, who told me how Monk had sent for all his goods that he had here into the City, and yet again he told me, that some of the members of the House had this day laid in firing into their lodgings at Whitehall for a good while. So that we are at a great stand to think what will become of things, whether Monk will stand to the Parliament or no. Hence Monsieur l'Impertinent and I to Harper's, and there drank a cup or 2 to the King, and to his fair sister Frances, good health, of whom we had much discourse of her not being much the worse for the smallpox, which she had this last summer. So home and to bed. This day we are invited to my uncle Fenner's wedding feast, but went not, this being the 27th year. 18th. A great while at my viol and voice, learning to sing Fly boy, without book. So to my office, where little to do. In the hall I met with Mr. Eglin and one Looker, a famous gardener, servant to my Lord Salisbury, and among other things the gardener told a strange passage in good earnest. Home to dinner, and then went to my Lord's lodgings to my turret there, and took away most of my books, and sent them home by my maid. Thither came Captain Holland to me, who took me to the Half Moon Tavern, and Mr. Southern, Blackburn's clerk. Thence he took me to the Mitre in Fleet Street, where we heard, in a room over the music room, very plainly through the ceiling. Here we parted, and I to Mr. Wotton's, and with him to an alehouse, and drank, while he told me a great many stories of comedies that he had formerly seen acted, and the names of the principal actors, and gave me a very good account of it. Thence to Whitehall, where I met with Llewellyn, and in the clerk's chamber wrote a letter to my Lord. So home and to bed. This day 2 soldiers were hanged in the Strand, for their late mutiny at Somerset House. 19th, Lord's Day. Early in the morning I set my books that I brought home yesterday up in order in my study. Thenceforth to Mr. Harp's to drink a draught of Pearl, whither by appointment Monsieur l'Impertinent, who did intend too upon my desire to go along with me to St. Bartholomew's, to hear one Mr. Sparks, but it raining very hard we went to Mr. Gunning's, and heard an excellent sermon, and speaking of the character that the Scripture gives of Anne, the mother of the Blessed Virgin, he did there speak largely in commendation of widowhood, and not as we do to marry 2 or 3 wives or husbands, one after another. Here I met with Mr. Moore, and went home with him to dinner, where he told me the discourse that happened between the secluded members and the members of the House, before Monk last Friday. How the secluded said, that they did not intend by coming in to express revenge upon these men, but only to meet and dissolve themselves, and only to issue writs for a free Parliament. He told me how Hazelrigg was afraid to have the candle carried before him, for fear that the people seeing him would do him hurt, and that he is afraid to appear in the City. That there is great likelihood that the secluded members will come in. And so Mr. Crew and my Lord are likely to be great men, at which I was very glad. After dinner there was many secluded members come in to Mr. Crew, which, it being the Lord's day, did make Mr. Moore believe that there was something extraordinary in the business. Hence home and brought my wife to Mr. Mossum's to hear him, and indeed he made a very good sermon, but only too eloquent for a pulpit. Here Mr. L'Impertinent helped me to a seat. After sermon to my father's, and fell in discourse concerning our going to Cambridge the next week with my brother John. To Mrs. Turner, where her brother, Mr. Edward Pepys, was there, and I sat a great while talking of public business of the times with him. So to supper to my father's, all supper talking of John's going to Cambridge. So home, and it raining my wife got my mother's French mantle and my brother John's hat, and so we went all along home and to bed. 20th. In the morning at my lute, then to my office, where my partner and I made even our balance. Took him home to dinner with me, where my brother John came to dine with me. After dinner I took him to my study at home and at my Lord's, and gave him some books and other things against his going to Cambridge. After he was gone I went forth to Westminster Hall, where I met with Chetwynd, Simons, and Gregory, and with them to Marsh's at Whitehall to drink, and stayed there a pretty while reading a pamphlet well writ and directed to General Monk, in praise of the form of monarchy which was settled here before the wars. They told me how the Speaker learnt all to refuse to sign the writs for choice of new members in the place of the excluded, and by that means the writs could not go out to-day. In the evening Simons and I to the Coffee Club, where nothing to do, only I heard Mr. Harrington, and my Lord of Dorset and another Lord, talking of getting another place as the cockpit, and they did believe it would come to something. After a small debate upon the question whether learned or unlearned subjects are the best, the club broke up very poorly, and I do not think they will meet any more. Hence with Vines, etc. to Will's, and after a pot or two home, and so to bed. 21st. In the morning going out I saw many soldiers going towards Westminster, and was told that they were going to admit the secluded members again. So I to Westminster Hall, and in Chancery Row I saw about 20 of them who had been at Whitehall with General Monk, who came thither this morning, and made a speech to them, and recommended to them a Commonwealth, and against Charles Stuart. They came to the House, and went in one after another, and at last the Speaker came. But it is very strange that this could be carried so private, that the other members of the House heard nothing of all this, till they found them in the House, insomuch that the soldiers that stood there to let in the secluded members, they took for such as they had ordered to stand there to hinder their coming in. Mr. Prynne came with an old basket-hilt sword on, and had a great many great shouts upon his going into the hall. They sat till noon, and at their coming out Mr. Crew saw me, and bid me come to his house, which I did, and he would have me dine with him, which I did, and he very joyful told me that the House had made General Monk General of all the forces in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and that upon Monk's desire, for the service that Lawson had lately done in pulling down the Committee of Safety, he had the command of the sea for the time being. He advised me to send for my Lord forthwith, and told me that there is no question that, if he will, he may now be employed again, and that the House do intend to do nothing more than to issue writs, and to settle a foundation for a free Parliament. After dinner I back to Westminster Hall with him in his coach. Here I met with Mr. Locke and Purcell, Masters of Music, and with them to the coffee house, into a room next the water by ourselves, where we spent an hour or two till Captain Taylor came to us, who told us that the House had voted the gates of the City to be made up again, and the members of the City that are in prison to be set at liberty, and that Sir G. Booth's case be brought into the House tomorrow. Here we had variety of brave Italian and Spanish songs, and a canon for 8 voices, which Mr. Locke had lately made on these words, Domine salvum fac regem, an admirable thing. Here also Captain Taylor began a discourse of something that he had lately writ about Gavelkind, in answer to one that had wrote a piece upon the same subject, and indeed discovered a great deal of study in antiquity in his discourse. Here out of the window it was a most pleasant sight to see the city from one end to the other, with a glory about it, so high was the light of the bonfires, and so thick round the city, and the bells rang everywhere. Hence home and wrote to my Lord, afterwards came down and found Mr. Hunt, troubled at this change, and Mr. Spong, who stayed late with me, singing of a song or two, and so parted. My wife not very well, went to bed before. This morning I met in the hall with Mr. Fuller, of Christ, and told him of my design to go to Cambridge, and whither. He told me very freely the temper of Mr. Widdrington, how he did oppose all the fellows in the college, and that there was a great distance between him and the rest, at which I was very sorry, for that he told me he feared it would be little to my brother's advantage to be his pupil. 22nd. In the morning intended to have gone to Mr. Crew's to borrow some money, but it raining I forbore, and went to my Lord's lodging, and looked that all things were well there. Then home and sang a song to my viol. So to my office and to Will's, where Mr. Pierce found me out, and told me that he would go with me to Cambridge, where Colonel Eyre's regiment, to which he was surgeon, lieth. Walking in the hall I saw Major General Brown, who had a long time been banished by the Rump, but now with his beard overgrown he comes abroad and sat in the house. To my father's to dinner, where nothing but a small dish of powdered beef, and dish of carrots, they being all busy to get things ready for my brother John to go to-morrow. After dinner, my wife staying there, I went to Mr. Crew's and got £5 of Mr. Andrews, and so to Mrs. Jemimah, who now hath her instrument about her neck, and indeed is infinitely altered, and holds her head upright. I paid her maid 40 shillings of the money that I have received of Mr. Andrews. Hence home to my study, where I only wrote thus much of this day's passage to this, and so out again. To Whitehall, where I met with Will Simons and Mr. Mabbott at Marsh's, who told me how the House had this day voted that the gates of the city should be set up at the cost of the state, and that Major General Brown's being proclaimed a traitor be made void, and several other things of that nature. Home for my lantern, and so to my father's, where I directed John what books to be put for Cambridge. After that to supper, where my uncle Fenner and my aunt, Theophila Turner, and Joyce, at a brave leg of veal roasted, and were very merry against John's going to Cambridge. I observed this day how abominably Barebone's windows are broke again last night. At past 9 o'clock my wife and I went home. 23rd, Thursday. My birthday, now 27 years. A pretty fair morning. I rose, and after writing a while in my study, I went forth to my office, where I told Mr. Hawley of my thoughts to go out of town to-morrow. Hither Mr. Fuller comes to me, and my uncle Thomas too. Thence I took them to drink, and so put off my uncle. So with Mr. Fuller home to my house, where he dined with me, and he told my wife and me a great many stories of his adversities since these troubles, in being forced to travel in the Catholic countries, etc. He shewed me his bills, but I had not money to pay him. We parted, and I to Whitehall, where I was to see my horse, which Mr. Garthwaite lends me to-morrow. So home, where Mr. Pierce comes to me about appointing time and place where and when to meet to-morrow. So to Westminster Hall, where, after the House rose, I met with Mr. Crew, who told me that my Lord was chosen, by 73 voices, to be one of the Council of State. Mr. Pierpoint had the most, 101, and himself the next 2. He brought me in the coach home, he and Mr. Onslow being in it. I back to the Hall, and at Mrs. Mitchell's shop staid talking a great while with her and my chaplain, Mr. Mumford, and drank a pot or two of ale on a wager that Mr. Prynne is not of the Council. Home, and wrote to my Lord the news of the choice of the Council by the post, and so to bed. 24th. I rose very early, and taking horse at Scotland Yard, at Mr. Garthwaite's stable, I rode to Mr. Pierce's, who rose, and in a quarter of an hour, leaving his wife in bed, with whom Mr. Lucy methought was very free as she lay in bed, we both mounted, and so set forth about 7 of the clock, the day and the way very foul. About Ware we overtook Mr. Blayton, brother-in-law to Dick Vines, who went thenceforwards with us, and at Puckridge we baited, where we had a loin of mutton fried, and were very merry, but the way exceeding bad from Ware thither. Then up again, and as far as Fulmer, within 6 miles of Cambridge, my mare being almost tired. Here we lay at the Chequer, playing at cards till supper, which was a breast of veal roasted. I lay with Mr. Pierce, who we left here the next morning, upon his going to Hinchingbroke, to speak with my Lord before his going to London, and we two come to Cambridge by 8 o'clock in the morning. 25th. To the Falcon in the Petty Cury, where we found my father and brother very well. After dressing myself, about 10 o'clock, my father, brother, and I to Mr. Widdrington at Christ College, who received us very civilly, and caused my brother to be admitted, while my father, he and I sat talking. After that done, we take leave. My father and brother went to visit some friends, Pepys, scholars in Cambridge, while I went to Magdalen College to Mr. Hill, with whom I found Mr. Zanchy, Burton, and Hollins, and was exceeding civilly received by them. I took leave and promised to sup with them, and to my inn again, where I dined with some others that were there at an ordinary. After dinner my brother to the College, and my father and I to my cousin Angier's to see them, where Mr. Fairbrother came to us. Here we sat a while talking. My father he went to look after his things at the carrier's, and my brother's chamber, while Mr. Fairbrother, my cousin Angier, and Mr. Zanchy, whom I met at Mr. Merton's shop, where I bought Elenchus Motum, having given my former to Mr. Downing when he was here, to the 3 Tuns, where we drank pretty hard, and many healths to the King, etc., till it began to be darkish. Then we broke up, and I and Mr. Zanchy went to Magdalen College, where a very handsome supper at Mr. Hill's chambers, I suppose upon a club among them, where in their discourse I could find that there was nothing at all left of the old preciseness in their discourse, especially on Saturday nights. And Mr. Zanchy told me that there was no such thing nowadays among them at any time. After supper and some discourse then, to my inn, where I found my father in his chamber, and after some discourse, and he well satisfied with this day's work, we went to bed, my brother lying with me, his things not being come by the carrier that he could not lie in the college. 26th, Sunday. My brother went to the college to chapel. My father and I went out in the morning, and walked out in the fields behind King's College, and in King's College chapel yard, where we met with Mr. Fairbrother, who took us to Botolph's church, where we heard Mr. Nicholas of Queen's College, who I knew in my time to be Tripos, with great applause, upon this text, for thy commandments are broad. Thence my father and I to Mr. Woodrington's chamber to dinner, where he used us very courteously again, and had two fellow commoners at table with him, and Mr. Pepper, a fellow of the college. After dinner, while we sat talking by the fire, Mr. Pierce's man came to tell me that his master was come to town. So my father and I took leave, and found Mr. Pierce at our inn, who told us that he had lost his journey, for my lord was gone from Hinchingbroke to London on Thursday last, at which I was a little put to a stand. So after a cup of drink I went to Magdalen College, to get the certificate of the college for my brother's entrance there, that he might save his ear. I met with Mr. Burton in the court, who took me to Mr. Petrel's chamber, where he was, and Mr. Zanchy. By and by Mr. Petrel and Zanchy and I went out, Petrel to church, Zanchy and I to the Rose Tavern, where we sat and drank till sermon done, and then Mr. Petrel came to us, and we three sat drinking the King's and his whole family's health till it began to be dark. Then we parted. Zanchy and I went to my lodging, where we found my father and Mr. Pierce at the door, and I took them both and Mr. Blayton to the Rose Tavern, and there gave them a quart or two of wine, not telling them that we had been there before. After this we broke up, and my father, Mr. Zanchy, and I to my cousin Angier to supper, where I caused 2 bottles of wine to be carried from the Rose Tavern, that was drunk up, and I had not the wit to let them know at table that it was I that paid for them, and so I lost my thanks for them. After supper Mr. Fairbrother, who supped there with us, took me into a room by himself, and shewed me a pitiful copy of verses upon Mr. Prynne, which he esteemed very good, and desired that I would get them given to Mr. Prynne, in hopes that he would get him some place for it, which I said I would do, but did laugh in my sleeve to think of his folly, though indeed a man that has always expressed great civility to me. After that we sat down and talked. I took leave of all my friends, and so to my inn, where after I had wrote a note and enclosed the certificate to Mr. Woodrington, I bade good night to my father, and John went to bed, but I staid up a little while, playing the fool with the lass of the house at the door of the chamber, and so to bed. 27th. Up by 4 o'clock, and after I was ready, took my leave of my father, whom I left in bed, and the same of my brother John, to whom I gave 10 shillings. Mr. Blayton and I took horse, and straight to Saffron Walden, where at the White Hart we set up our horses, and took the master of the house to shew us Audley End House, who took us on foot through the park, and so to the house, where the housekeeper shewed us all the house, in which the stateliness of the ceilings, chimney pieces, and form of the whole, was exceedingly worth seeing. He took us into the cellar, where we drank most admirable drink, a health to the King. Here I played on my flageolet, there being an excellent echo. He shewed us excellent pictures, 2 especially, those of the 4 Evangelists and Henry the Eighth. After that I gave the man 2 shillings for his trouble, and went back again. In our going my landlord carried us through a very old hospital or almshouse, where 40 poor people was maintained, a very old foundation, and over the chimney in the mantelpiece was an inscription in brass, Orate pre anima Tomai bird, etc. And the poor box also was on the same chimney piece, with an iron door and locks to it, into which I put 6pence. They brought me a draught of their drink in a brown bowl tipped with silver, which I drank off, and at the bottom was a picture of the Virgin and the Child in her arms, done in silver. So we went to our inn, and after eating of something, and kissed the daughter of the house, she being very pretty, we took leave, and so that night, the road pretty good, but the weather rainy, to Epping, where we sat and played a game at cards, and after supper, and some merry talk with a plain bold maid of the house, we went to bed. 28th. Up in the morning, and had some red herrings to our breakfast, while my boot heel was a-mending. By the same token the boy left the hole as big as it was before. Then to horse, and for London through the forest, where we found the way good, but only in one path, which we kept as if we had rode through a canal all the way. We found the shops all shut, and the militia of the Red Regiment in arms at the Old Exchange, among whom I found and spoke to Nick Osborne, who told me that it was a Thanksgiving day through the City for the return of the Parliament. At Paul's I light, Mr. Blayton holding my horse, where I found Dr. Reynolds in the pulpit, and General Monk there, who was to have a great entertainment at Grocers Hall. So home, where my wife and all well. Shifted myself, and so to Mr. Crew's, and then to Sir Harry Wright's, where I found my Lord at dinner, who called for me in, and was glad to see me. There was at dinner also Mr. John Wright and his lady, a very pretty lady, Alderman Allen's daughter. I dined here with Will Howe, and after dinner went out with him to buy a hat, calling in my way, and saw my mother, which we did at the Plough in Fleet Street by my Lord's direction, but not as for him. Here we met with Mr. Pierce a little before, and he took us to the Greyhound Tavern, and gave us a pint of wine, and as the rest of the seamen do, talked very high again of my Lord. After we had done about the hat, we went homewards, he to Mr. Crew, and I to Mrs. Jem, and sat with her a little. Then home, where I found Mr. Shepley, almost drunk, come to see me. Afterwards Mr. Spong comes, with whom I went up and played with him a duo or two, and so good night. I was indeed a little vexed with Mr. Shepley, but said nothing about his breaking open of my study at my house, merely to give him the key of the stair door at my Lord's, which lock he might better have broke than mine. 29th. To my office, and drank at Will's with Mr. Moore, who told me how my Lord is chosen General at Sea by the Council, and that it is thought that Monk will be joined with him therein. Home and dined, after dinner my wife and I by water to London, and thence to Herring's, the merchant in Coleman Street, about £50 which he promises I shall have on Saturday next. So to my mother's, and then to Mrs. Turner's, of whom I took leave, and her company, because she was to go out of town to-morrow with Mr. Pepys into Norfolk. Here my cousin Norton gave me a brave cup of metheglin, the first I ever drank. To my mother's, and supped there. She shewed me a letter to my father from my uncle, inviting him to come to Brampton while he is in the country. So home and to bed. This day my Lord came to the house, the first time since he came to town, but he had been at the Council before. End of February.
Chapter 3 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. March, 1659-1660. March 1st. In the morning went to my Lord's lodgings, thinking to have spoke with Mr. Shepley, having not been to visit him since my coming to town. But he being not within, I went up, and out of the box where my Lord's pamphlets lay, I chose as many as I had a mind to have for my own use, and left the rest. Then to my office, where little to do. But Mr. Shepley comes to me, so at dinner time he and I went to Mr. Crew's, whither Mr. Thomas was newly come to town, being sent with Sir H. Yelverton, my old schoolfellow at Paul's school, to bring the thanks of the county to General Monk for the return of the Parliament. But old Mr. Crew and my Lord not coming home to dinner, we tarried late before we went to dinner, it being the day that John, Mr. John Crew's coachman, was to be buried in the afternoon, he being a day or two before killed with a blow of one of his horses that struck his skull into his brain. From thence Mr. Shepley and I went into London to Mr. Laxton's, my Lord's apothecary, and so by water to Westminster, where at the Sun he and I spent 2 or 3 hours in a pint or two of wine, discoursing of matters in the country, among other things telling me that my uncle did to him make a very kind mention of me, and what he would do for me. Thence I went home, and went to bed betimes. This day the Parliament did vote that they would not sit longer than the 15th day of this month. 2nd. This morning I went early to my Lord at Mr. Crew's, where I spoke to him. Here were a great many come to see him, as Secretary Thurlow, who is now by this Parliament chosen again Secretary of State. There were also General Monk's trumpeters to give my Lord a sound of their trumpets this morning. Thence I went to my office, and wrote a letter to Mr. Downing about the business of his house. Then going home I met with Mr. Eglin, Chetwin, and Thomas, who took me to the Leg, in King Street, where we had 2 brave dishes of meat, one of fish, a carp, and some other fishes, as well done as ever I ate any. After that to the Swan Tavern, where we drank a quart or 2 of wine, and so parted. So I to Mrs. Jem, and took Mr. Moore with me, who I met in the street, and there I met W. Howe and Shepley. After that to Westminster Hall,
where I saw Sir G. Booth at liberty. This day I hear the City militia is put into good posture, and it is thought that Monk will not be able to do any great matter against them now, if he have a mind. I understand that my Lord Lambert did yesterday send a letter to the Council, and that to-night he is to come and appear to the Council in person. Sir Arthur Hazelrigg do not yet appear in the House. Great is the talk of a single person, and that it would now be Charles, George, or Richard again, for the last of which my Lord St. John is said to speak high. Great also is the dispute now in the House, in whose name the writ shall run for the next Parliament, and it is said that Mr. Prynne in open House said, "In King Charles's." From Westminster Hall home, spent the evening in my study, and so after some talk with my wife, then to bed. 3rd. To Westminster Hall, where I found that my Lord was last night voted one of the Generals at sea, and Monk the other. I met my Lord in the Hall, who bid me come to him at noon. I met with Mr. Pierce the Purser, Lieutenant Lambert, Mr. Creed, and Will Howe, and went with them to the Swan Tavern. Up to my office, but did nothing. At noon home to dinner to a Sheep's Head. My brother Tom came and dined with me, and told me that my mother was not very well, and that my aunt Fenner was very ill too. After dinner I to Warwick House in Holborn to my Lord, where he dined with my Lord of Manchester, Sir Dudley North, my Lord Fiennes, and my Lord Berkeley. I staid in the great hall, talking with some gentlemen there, till they all come out. Then I, by coach with my Lord to Mr. Crew's, in our way talking of public things, and how I should look after getting of his Commissioner's dispatch. He told me he feared there was new design hatching, as if Monk had a mind to get into the saddle. Here I left him and went by appointment to Herring, the merchant, but missed of my money, at which I was much troubled, but could not help myself. Returning, met Mr. Gifford, who took me and gave me half a pint of wine, and told me, as I hear this day from many, that things are in a very doubtful posture, some of the Parliament being willing to keep the power in their hands. After I had left him I met with Tom Harper, who took me into a place in Drury Lane, where we drank a great deal of strong water, more than ever I did in my life at one time before. He talked huge high that my Lord Protector would come in place again, which indeed is much discoursed of again, though I do not see it possible. Hence home and wrote to my father at Brampton by the post. So to bed. This day I was told that my Lord General Fleetwood told my Lord that he feared the King of Sweden is dead of a fever at Gothenburg. 4th, Lord's Day. Before I went to church I sang Orpheus' hymn to my viol. After that to Mr. Gunning's, an excellent sermon upon charity. Then to my mother to dinner, where my wife and the maid were come. After dinner we three to Mr. Messum's, where we met Monsieur L'Impertinent, who got us a seat and told me a ridiculous story, how that last week he had caused a simple citizen to spend £80 in entertainments of him and some friends of his, upon pretence of some service that he would do him in his suit after a widow. Then to my mother again, and after supper she and I talked very high about religion, I in defence of the religion I was born in. Then home. 5th, early in the morning Mr. Hill comes to string my theorbo, which we were about till past 10 o'clock, with a great deal of pleasure. Then to Westminster, where I met with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Pinkney at Will's, who took me by water to Billingsgate at the Salutation Tavern, whither by and by Mr. Talbot and Adams came, and bring a great deal of good meat, a ham of bacon, etc. Here we staid and drank till Mr. Adams began to be overcome. Then we parted, and so to Westminster by water, only seeing Mr. Pinkney at his own house, where he shewed me how he had always kept the lion and unicorn in the back of his chimney bright, in expectation of the King's coming again. At home I found Mr. Hunt, who told me how the Parliament had voted that the Covenant be printed and hung in churches again. Great hopes of the King's coming again. To bed. 6th, Shrove Tuesday. I called Mr. Shepley, and we both went up to my Lord's lodgings at Mr. Crew's, where he bade us to go home again, and get a fire against an hour after, which we did at Whitehall, whither he came, and after talking with him and me about his going to sea, he called me by myself to go along with him into the garden, where he asked me how things were with me, and what he had endeavoured to do with my uncle, to get him to do something for me, but he would say nothing too. He likewise bade me to look out now at this turn some good place, and he would use all his own and all the interest of his friends that he had in England to do me good, and asked me whether I could without too much inconvenience go to sea as his secretary, and bid me think of it. He also began to talk of things of state, and told me that he should want one in that capacity at sea, that he might trust in, and therefore he would have me to go. He told me also that he did believe the King would come in, and did discourse with me about it, and about the affection of the people and city, at which I was full glad.
After he was gone, I waiting upon him through the garden till he came to the hall, where I left him and went up to my office, where Mr. Hawley brought one to me, a seaman, that had promised Rio to him if he get him a purser's place, which I think to endeavour to do. Here comes my uncle Tom, whom I took to Will's and drank with, poor man. He comes to inquire about the Knights of Windsor, of which he desires to get to be one. While we were drinking, in comes Mr. Day, a carpenter in Westminster, to tell me that it was Shrove Tuesday, and that I must go with him to their yearly club upon this day, which I confess I had quite forgot. So I went to the Bell, where were Mr. Eglin, Vesey, Vincent, a butcher, one more, and Mr. Tanner, with whom I played upon a viol, and he a violin, after dinner, and were very merry, with a special good dinner, a leg of veal and bacon, 2 capons and sausages and fritters, with abundance of wine. After that I went home, where I found Kate Sturpin, who hath not been here a great while before. She gone, I went to see Mrs. Jem, at whose chamber door I found a couple of ladies, but she not being there, we hunted her out, and found that she and another had hid themselves behind a door. Well, they all went down into the dining room, where it was full of tag, rag, and bobtail, dancing, singing, and drinking, of which I was ashamed, and after I had stayed a dance or two, I went away. Going home, called at my Lord's for Mr. Shepley, but found him at the Lion with a pewterer, that he had bought pewter to day of. With them I drank, and so home, and wrote by the post, by my Lord's command, for J. Goods to come up presently. For my Lord intends to go forthwith into the Swiftsure, till the Naseby be ready. This day I hear that the Lords do intend to sit, and great store of them are now in town, and I see in the Hall to day. Overton at Hull do stand out, but can, it is thought, do nothing, and Lawson, it is said, is gone with some ships thither, but all that is nothing. My Lord told me that there was great endeavours to bring in the Protector again, but he told me too, that he did believe it would not last long if he were brought in, no, nor the King neither, though he seems to think that he will come in, unless he carry himself very soberly and well. Everybody now drinks the King's health without any fear, whereas before it was very private that a man dare do it. Monk this day is feasted at Mercer's Hall, and is invited one after another to all the 12 halls in London. Many think that he is honest yet, and some or more think him to be a fool that would raise himself, but think that he will undo himself by endeavouring it. My mind, I must needs remember, has been very much eased and joyed at my Lord's great expressions of kindness this day, and in discourse thereupon my wife and I lay awake an hour or two in our bed. 7th, Ash Wednesday. In the morning I went to my Lord at Mr. Crew's. In my way Washington overtook me, and told me upon my question whether he knew of any place now void that I might have, by power over friends, that this day Mr. G. Montague was to be made Custos Rotulorum for Westminster, and that by friends I might get to be named by him Clerk of the Peace, with which I was, as I am at all new things, very much joyed. So when I came to Mr. Crew's, I spoke to my Lord about it, who told me he believed Mr. Montague had already promised it, and that it was given him only that he might gratify one person with the place I look for. Here, among many that were here, I met with Mr. Lynes, the surgeon, who promised me some seeds of the sensitive plant. I spoke too with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, who gave me great encouragement to go to sea with my Lord. Thence going homewards, my Lord overtook me in his coach, and called me in, and so I went with him to St. James, and G. Montague being gone to Whitehall, we walked over the park thither, all the way he discoursing of the times, and of the change of things since the last year, and wondering how he could bear with so great disappointment as he did. He did give me the best advice that he could what was best for me, whether to stay or go with him, and offered all the ways that could be, how he might do me good, with the greatest liberty and love that could be. I left him at Whitehall, and myself went to Westminster to my office, whither nothing to do, but I did discourse with Mr. Falconbridge about the Squire's place, and had his consent to get it if I could. I afterwards in the Hall met with W. Simons, who put me in the best way how to get it done. Thence by appointment to the Angel in King Street, where Chetwin, Mr. Thomas, and Doling were at oysters, and beginning Lent this day with a fish dinner. After dinner Mr. Thomas and I by water to London, where I went to Herring's and received the £50 of my Lord's upon Frank's bill from Worcester. I gave in the bill, and set my hand to his bill. Thence I went to the Pope's Head Alley, and called on Adam Chard, and bought a catcall there. It cost me 2 groats. Thence went and gave him a cup of ale. After that to the Sun behind the Exchange, where meeting my uncle White by the way, took him with me thither, and after drinking a health or two round at the Cock, Mr. Thomas being gone thither, we parted, he and I homewards, parted at Fleet Street, where I found my father newly come home from Brampton very well. He left my uncle with his leg very dangerous, and do believe he cannot continue in that condition long. He tells me that my uncle did acquaint him very largely what he did intend to do with his estate, to make me his heir and give my brother Tom something, and that my father and mother should have likewise something, to raise portions for John and Paul. I pray God he may be as good as his word. Here I staid and supped, and so home, there being Joyce Norton there, and Charles Glasscock. Going home I called at Watton's, and took home a piece of cheese. At home Mr. Shepley sat with me a little while, and so we all to bed. This news and my Lord's great kindness makes me very cheerful within. I pray God make me thankful. This day, according to order, Sir Arthur appeared at the House. What was done I know not, but there was all the rumpers almost come to the House to day. My Lord did seem to wonder much why Lambert was so willing to be put into the Tower, and thinks he has some design in it. But I think that he is so poor that he cannot use his liberty for debts, if he were at liberty, and so it is as good and better for him to be there than anywhere else. 8th. To Whitehall to bespeak some firing for my father at Short's, and likewise to speak to Mr. Blackburn about Batters being gunner in the Wexford. Then to Westminster Hall, where there was a general damp over men's minds and faces upon some of the officers of the army being about making a remonstrance against Charles Stewart or any single person. But at noon it was told that the General had put a stop to it, so all was well again. Here I met with Jasper, who was to look for me to bring me to my Lord at the lobby. Whither sending a note to my Lord, he comes out to me, and gives me direction to look after getting some money for him from the Admiralty, seeing that things are so unsafe that he would not lay out a farthing for the state till he had received some money of theirs. Home about 2 o'clock, and took my wife by land to Paternoster Row, to buy some paragon for a petticoat, and so home again. In my way meeting Mr. Moore, who went home with me while I ate a bit, and so back to Whitehall again, both of us. He waited at the Council for Mr. Crew. I to the Admiralty, where I got the order for the money, and have taken care for the getting of it assigned upon Mr. Hutchinson, Treasurer for the Navy, against to-morrow. Hence going home I met with Mr. King, that belonged to the Treasurers at War, and took him to Harper's, who told me that he and the rest of his fellows are cast out of office by the new Treasurers. This afternoon some of the officers of the army and some of the Parliament had a conference at Whitehall to make all right again, but I know not what is done. This noon I met at the Dog Tavern Captain Philip Holland, with whom I advised how to make some advantage of my Lord's going to sea, which he told me might be by having of 5 or 6 servants entered on board, and I to give them what wages I pleased, and so their pay to be mine. He was also very urgent to have me take the Secretary's place that my Lord did proffer me. At the same time in comes Mr. Wade and Mr. Sterry, Secretary to the Plenipotentiary in Denmark, who brought the news of the death of the King of Sweden at Gothenburg, the 3rd of the last month, and he told me what a great change he found when he came in here, the secluded members being restored. He also spoke very freely of Mr. Wade's profit, which he made while he was in Zealand, how he did believe that he cheated Mr. Powell, and that he made above £500 on the voyage, which Mr. Wade did very angrily deny, though I believe he was guilty enough. 9th. To my Lord at his lodging, and came to Westminster with him in the coach, with Mr. Dudley with him, and he in the Painted Chamber, walked a good while, and I telling him that I was willing and ready to go with him to sea. He agreed that I should, and advised me what to write to Mr. Downing about it, which I did at my office, that by my Lord's desire I offered that my place might for a while be supplied by Mr. Moore, and that I and my security should be bound by the same bond for him. I went and dined at Mr. Crew's, where Mr. Hawley comes to me, and I told him the business and shewed him the letter promising him £20 a year, which he liked very well of. I did the same to Mr. Moore, which he also took for a courtesy. In the afternoon by coach, taking Mr. Butler with me to the Navy Office, about the £500 for my Lord, which I am promised to have to-morrow morning. Then by coach back again, and at Whitehall, at the Council Chamber, spoke with my Lord and got him to sign the acquittance for the £500, and he also told me that he had spoke to Mr. Blackburn to put off Mr. Creed, and that I should come to him for direction in the employment. After this Mr. Butler and I to Harper's, where we sat and drank for 2 hours till 10 at night. The old woman she was drunk, and began to talk foolishly in the commendation of her son James. Home and to bed. All night troubled in my thoughts how to order my business upon this great change with me, that I could not sleep, and being overheated with drink, I made a promise the next morning to drink no strong drink this week, for I find that it makes me sweat and puts me quite out of order. This day it was resolved that the writs do go out in the name of the keepers of the liberty, and I hear that it is resolved privately that a treaty be offered with the King, and that Monk did check his soldiers highly for what they did yesterday. 10th. In the morning went to my father's, whom I took in his cutting house, and there I told him my resolution to go to sea with my Lord, and consulted with him how to dispose of my wife, and we resolved of letting her be at Mr. Bowyer's. Thence to the Treasurer of the Navy, where I received £500 for my Lord, and having left £200 of it with Mr. Rawlinson at his house for Shepley, I went with the rest to the Sun Tavern on Fish Street Hill, where Mr. Hill, Stevens, and Mr. Hayter of the Navy Office had invited me, where we had good discourse and a fine breakfast of Mr. Hayter. Then by coach home, where I took occasion to tell my wife of my going to sea, who was much troubled at it, and was with some dispute at last willing to continue at Mr. Bowyer's in my absence. After this to see Mrs. Jem, and paid her maid £7, and then to Mr. Blackburn, who told me what Mr. Creed did say upon the news of my coming into his place, and that he did propose to my Lord that there should be 2 secretaries, which made me go to Sir H. Wright's, where my Lord dined, and spoke with him about it, but he seemed not to agree to the motion. Hither W. Howe comes to me, and so to Westminster. In the way he told me what I was to provide, and so forth against my going. He went with me to my office, whither also Mr. Madge comes half foxed, and played the fool upon the violin that made me weary. Then to Whitehall, and so home, and set many of my things in order against my going. My wife was late making of caps for me, and the wench making an end of a pair of stockings that she was knitting of. So to bed. 11th Sunday. All the day busy without my band on, putting up my books and things in order to my going to sea. At night my wife and I went to my father's to supper, where J. Norton and Chas. Glascock supped with us, and after supper home, where the wench had provided all things against tomorrow to wash, and so to bed, where I much troubled with my cold and coughing. 12th. This day the wench rose at 2 in the morning to wash, and my wife and I lay talking a great while. I by reason of my cold could not tell how to sleep. My wife and I to the Exchange, where we bought a great many things, where I left her and went into London, and at Beddles the bookseller's at the Temple Gate I paid £12 10s. 6d. for Mr. Fuller by his direction. So came back, and at Wilkinson's found Mr. Shepley and some sea people, as the cook of the Naseby and others, at dinner. Then to the White Horse in King Street, where I got Mr. Buddle's horse to ride to Huntsmore to Mr. Bowyer's, where I found him and all well, and willing to have my wife come and board with them while I was at sea, which was the business I went about. Here I lay and took a thing for my cold, namely a spoonful of honey and a nutmeg scraped into it by Mr. Bowyer's direction, and so took it into my mouth, which I found did do me much good. 13th. It rained hard, and I got up early, and got to London by 8 o'clock at my Lord's lodgings, who told me that I was to be Secretary, and Creed to be Deputy Treasurer to the Fleet, at which I was troubled, but I could not help it. After that to my father's to look after things, and so at my shoemaker's and others. At night to Whitehall, where I met with Simons and Llewellyn at drink with them at Robert's at Whitehall. Then to the Admiralty, where I talked with Mr. Creed till the brothers, and they were very seemingly willing and glad that I have the place, since my Lord would dispose of it otherwise than to them. Home and to bed. This day the Parliament voted all that had been done by the former Rump against the House of Lords be void, and to night that the writs go out without any qualification. Things seem very doubtful what will be the end of all, for the Parliament seems to be strong for the King, while the soldiers do all talk against. 14th. To my Lord, where infinity of applications to him and to me. To my great trouble my Lord gives me all the papers that was given to him, to put in order and give him an account of them. Here I got half a piece of a person of Mr. Wright's recommending to my Lord to be preacher of the Speaker frigate. I went hence to St. James's, and Mr. Pierce the surgeon with me, to speak with Mr. Clark, Monk's secretary, about getting some soldiers removed out of Huntingdon to Arundel, which my Lord told me he did to do a courtesy to the town, that he might have the greater interest in them, in the choice of the next Parliament. Not that he intends to be chosen himself, but that he might have Mr. G. Montague and my Lord Mandeville chose there, in spite of the Bernards. This done, where I saw General Monk, and methought he seemed a dull heavy man, he and I to Whitehall, where with Llewellyn we dined at Marsh's. Coming home, telling my wife what we had to dinner, she had a mind to some cabbage, and I sent for some, and she had it. Went to the Admiralty, where a strange thing, how I am already courted by the people. This morning, among others that came to me, I hired a boy of Jenkins of Westminster and Burr to be my clerk. This night I went to Mr. Creed's chamber, where he gave me the former book of the proceedings in the Fleet and the seal. Then to Harper's, where old Beard was, and I took him by coach to my Lord's, but he was not at home, but afterwards I found him out at Sir H. Wright's. Thence by coach, it raining hard, to Mrs. Jem, where I staid a while, and so home, and late in the night put up my things in a sea chest that Mr. Shepley lent me, and so to bed. 15th. Early packing up my things to be sent by cart with the rest of my Lord's. So to Will's, where I took leave of some of my friends. Here I met Tom Alcock, one that went to school with me at Huntingdon, but I had not seen him these 16 years. So in the hall paid and made even with Mrs. Mitchell. Afterwards met with old Beale, and at the Axe paid him this quarter to Lady Day next. In the afternoon Dick Matthews comes to dine, and I went and drank with him at Harper's. So into London by water, and in Fish Street my wife and I bought a bit of salmon for 8d, and went to the Sun Tavern and ate it, where I did promise to give her all that I have in the world but my books, in case I should die at sea. From thence homewards. In the way my wife bought linen for 3 smocks and other things. I went to my Lord's and spoke with him. So home with Mrs. Jem by coach, and then home to my own house. From thence to the Fox in King Street to supper on a brave turkey of Mr. Hawley's, with some friends of his there, Will Bower, etc. After supper I went to Westminster Hall, and the Parliament sat till 10 at night, thinking and being expected to dissolve themselves to day, but they did not. Great talk to night that the discontented officers did think this night to make a stir, but prevented. To the Fox again. Home with my wife, and to bed extraordinary sleepy. 16th. No sooner out of bed, but troubled with abundance of clients, seamen. My landlord Vanley's man came to me by my direction yesterday, for I was there at his house as I was going to London by water, and I paid him rent for my house for this quarter ending at Lady Day, and took an acquittance that he wrote me from his master. Then to Mr. Shepley, to the Rhenish Tavern house, where Mr. Pym the tailor was, and gave us a morning draught and a neat's tongue. Home and with my wife to London, we dined at my father's, where Joyce Norton and Mr. Armiger dined also. After dinner my wife took leave of them in order to her going tomorrow to Huntsmore. In my way home I went to the chapel in Chancery Lane to bespeak papers of all sorts, and other things belonging to writing against my voyage. So home, where I spent an hour or two about my business in my study. Thence to the Admiralty, and stayed a while, so home again, where Will Bowyer came to tell us that he would bear my wife company in the coach tomorrow. Then to Westminster Hall, where I heard how the Parliament had this day dissolved themselves, and did pass very cheerfully through the hall, and the Speaker without his mace. The whole hall was joyful thereat, as well as themselves, and now they begin to talk loud of the King. To night I am told that yesterday, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, one came with a ladder to the Great Exchange, and wiped with a brush the inscription that was upon King Charles, and that there was a great bonfire made in the Exchange, and people called out, "God bless King Charles II." From the hall I went home to bed, very sad in mind to part with my wife, but God's will be done. 17th. This morning bade adieu in bed to the company of my wife. We rose, and I gave my wife some money to serve her for a time, and what papers of consequence I had. Then I left her to get ready, and went to my Lord's with my boy Eleazar to my Lord's lodging and Mr. Crew's. Here I had much business with my Lord, and papers, great store, given me by my Lord to dispose of as of the rest. After that with Mr. Moore home to my house, and took my wife by coach to the Chequer in Holborn, where after we had drank, etc., she took coach, and so farewell. I staid behind with Tom Alcock and Mr. Anderson, my old chamber fellow at Cambridge, his brother, and drank with them there, who were come to me thither about one that would have a place at sea. Thence with Mr. Hawley to dinner at Mr. Crew's. After dinner to my own house, where all things were put up into the dining room and locked up, and my wife took the keys along with her. This day, in the presence of Mr. Moore, who made it, and Mr. Hawley, I did before I went out with my wife seal my will to her, whereby I did give all that I have in the world but my books, which I give to my brother John, excepting only French books, which my wife is to have. In the evening at the Admiralty I met my Lord there, and got a commission for Williamson to be captain of the Harp frigate, and afterwards went by coach, taking Mr. Cripps with me to my Lord, and got him to sign it at table, as he was at supper. And so to Westminster back again with him with me, who had a great desire to go to sea, and my Lord told me that he would do him any favour. So I went home with him to his mother's house by me in Axe Yard, where I found Dr. Clodius' wife, and sat there talking and hearing of old Mrs. Crisp playing of her old lessons upon the harpsichord, till it was time to go to bed. After that to bed, and Lord, her son, lay with me in the best chamber in her house, which indeed was finely furnished. 18th. I rose early and went to the barber's, Jervis, in Palace Yard, and I was trimmed by him, and afterwards drank with him a cup or two of ale, and did begin to hire his man to go with me to sea. Then to my Lord's lodging, where I found Captain Williamson, and gave him his commission to be captain of the Harp, and he gave me a piece of gold and 20 shillings in silver. So to my own house, where I stayed a while, and then to dinner with Mr. Shepley at my Lord's lodgings. After that to Mr. Mossum's, where he made a very gallant sermon upon Pray for the life of the King and the King's son, Ezra 6:10. From thence to Mr. Crew's, but my Lord not being within I did not stay, but went away, and met with Mr. Woodfine, who took me to an alehouse in Drury Lane, and we sat and drank together, and ate toasted cakes, which were very good, and we had a great deal of mirth with the mistress of the house about them. From thence homewards, and called at Mr. Blagrave's, where I took up my note that he had of mine for 40s, which he 2 years ago did give me as a pawn while he had my lute. So that all things are even between him and I. So to Mrs. Crisp, where she and her daughter and son and I sat talking till 10 o'clock at night, I giving them the best advice that I could concerning their son, how he should go to sea. And so to bed. 19th. Early to my Lord, where infinity of business to do, which makes my head full, and indeed for these 2 or 3 days I have not been without a great many cares and thoughts concerning them. After that to the Admiralty, where a good while with Mr. Blackburne, who told me that it was much to be feared that the King would come in, for all good men and good things were now discouraged. Thence to Wilkinson's, where Mr. Shepley and I dined, and while we were at dinner my Lord Monk's life guard come by with the Serjeant at Arms before them, with 2 proclamations that all cavaliers do depart the town, but the other that all officers that were lately disbanded should do the same. The last of which Mr. R. Creed, I remember, said that he looked upon it as if they had said that all God's people should depart the town. Thence with some sea officers to the Swan, where we drank wine till one comes to pay me some money from Worcester, viz. £25. His name is Wilday. I sat in another room and took my money and drank with him till the rest of my company were gone, and so we parted. Going home the water was high, and so I got Crockford to carry me over it. So home and left my money there. All the discourse nowadays is that the King will come again, and for all I see it is the wishes of all, and all do believe that it will be so. My mind is still much troubled for my poor wife, but I hope that this undertaking will be worth my pains. To Whitehall in state about business at the Admiralty late, then to Tony Robins, where Captain Stokes, Mr. Luddington, and others were, and I did solicit the Captain for Lord Crisp, who gave me a promise that he would entertain him. After that to Mrs. Crisp's, where Dr. Clodius and his wife were, he very merry with drink. We played at cards late, and so to bed. This day my Lord dined at my Lord Mayor's, and Jasper was made drunk, which my Lord was very angry at. 20th. This morning I rose early and went to my house to put things in a little order against my going, which I conceive will be to-morrow, the weather still very rainy. After that to my Lord, where I found very great deal of business, he giving me all letters and papers that come to him about business, for me to give him account of when we come on shipboard. Hence with Captain Isham by coach to Whitehall to the Admiralty. He and I and Chetwin, Doling, and Llewellyn dined together at Marsh's at Whitehall. So to the Bullhead, whither W. Simons comes to us, and I gave them my foy against my going to sea. And so we took leave one of another, they promising me to write to me to sea. Hither comes Pym's boy, by my direction, with 2 Monteers, for me to take my choice of, and I chose the saddest colour and left the other for Mr. Shepley. Hence by coach to London, and took a short melancholy leave of my father and mother, without having them to drink, or say anything of business one to another. And indeed I had a fear upon me I should scarce ever see my mother again, she having a great cold then upon her. Then to Westminster, where by reason of rain and an easterly wind, the water was so high that there was boats rowed in King Street, and all our yard was drowned, that one could not go to my house, so as no man has seen the like almost, most houses full of water. Then back by coach to my Lord's, where I met Mr. Shepley, who staid with me waiting for my Lord's coming in till very late. Then he and I and William Howe went with our swords to bring my Lord home from Sir H. Wright's. He resolved to go to-morrow if the wind ceased. Shepley and I home by coach, I to Mrs. Crisp's, who had sat over a good supper long looking for me. So we sat talking and laughing till it was very late, and so Lord and I to bed. 21st. To my Lord's, but the wind very high against us, and the weather bad, we could not go to-day. Here I did very much business, and then to my Lord Widdrington's from my Lord, with his desire that he might have the disposal of the writs of the Cinque Ports. My Lord was very civil to me, and called for wine, and writ a long letter in answer. Thence I went to a tavern over against Mr. Pierce's with Judge Advocate Fowler and Mr. Burr, and sat and drank with them 2 or 3 pints of wine. After that to Mr. Crew's again, and gave my Lord an account of what I had done, and so about my business to take leave of my father and mother, which by a mistake I have put down yesterday. Thence to Westminster to Crisp's, where we were very merry. The old woman sent for supper for me, and gave me a handkerchief with strawberry buttons on it. And so to bed. 22nd. Up very early and set things in order at my house, and so took leave of Mrs. Crisp and her daughter, who was in bed, and of Mrs. Hunt. Then to my Lord's lodging at the gate, and did so there, where Mr. Hawley came to me, and I gave him the key of my house to keep, and he went with me to Mr. Crew's, and there I took my last leave of him. But the weather continuing very bad, my Lord would not go to-day. My Lord spent this morning private in sealing of his last will and testament with Mr. W. Montague. After that I went forth about my own business, to buy a pair of riding grey serge stockings, and sword and belt and hose, and after that took Wotton and Brigden to the Pope's Head Tavern in Chancery Lane, where Gilbert Holland and Shelston were, and we dined and drank a great deal of wine, and they paid all. Strange how these people do now promise me anything, one a rapier, the other a vessel of wine or a gun, and one offered me his silver hatband to do him a courtesy. I pray God to keep me from being proud or too much lifted up hereby. After that to Westminster, and took leave of Kate Sturpin, who was very sorry to part with me, and after that of Mr. George Montague, and received my warrant of Mr. Blackburn to be Secretary to the two Generals of the Fleet. Then to take my leave of the Clerks of the Council, and then Stoling and Llewellyn would have me go with them to Mount's chamber, where we sat and talked, and then I went away. So to my Lord, in my way meeting Chetwynd and Swan, and bade them farewell, where I lay all night with Mr. Andrews. This day Mr. Shepley went away on board, and I sent my boy with him. This day also Mrs. Jemimah went to Marrowbone, so I could not see her. Mr. Moore being out of town to-night, I could not take leave of him nor speak to him about business, which troubled me much. I left my small case therefore with Mr. Andrews for him. 23rd. Up early, carried my Lord's will in a black box to Mr. William Montague for him to keep for him. Then to the barber's and put on my cravat there. So to my Lord again, who was almost ready to be gone, and had stayed for me. Hither came Gilbert Holland, and brought me a stick rapier, and Shelston a sugar loaf, and had brought his wife, who he said was a very pretty woman, to the Ship Tavern, hard by for me to see, but I could not go. Young Reeve also brought me a little perspective glass, which I bought for my Lord. It cost me 8s. So after that my Lord in Sir H. Wright's coach with Captain Isham, Mr. Thomas, John Crew, W. Howe, and I in a hackney to the Tower, where the barges stayed for us. My Lord and the Captain in one, and W. Howe and I, &c., in the other, to the Long Reach, where the Swiftsure lay at anchor. In our way we saw the great breach which the late high water had made, to the loss of many £1000 to the people about Limehouse. Soon as my Lord on board, the guns went off bravely from the ships, and a little while after comes the Vice Admiral Lawson, and seemed very respectful to my Lord, and so did the rest of the commanders of the frigates that were thereabouts. I to the cabin allotted for me, which was the best that any had that belonged to my Lord. I got out some things out of my chest for writing and to work presently, Mr. Burr and I both. I supped at the deck table with Mr. Shepley. We were late writing of orders for the getting of ships ready, &c., and also making of others to all the seaports between Hastings and Yarmouth, to stop all dangerous persons that are going or coming between Flanders and there. After that to bed in my cabin, which was but short. However, I made shift with it, and slept very well, and the weather being good, I was not sick at all yet. I know not what I shall be. 24th. At work hard all the day, writing letters to the Council, &c. This day Mr. Creed came on board, and dined very boldly with my Lord, but he could not get a bed there. At night Captain Isham, who had been at Gravesend all last night and to-day, came and brought Mr. Lucy, one acquainted with Mrs. Pierce, with whom I had been at her house. I drank with him in the Captain's cabin, but my business could not stay with him. I dispatched many letters to-day abroad, and it was late before we could get to bed. Mr. Shepley and Howe supped with me in my cabin. The boy Eleazar flung down a can of beer upon my papers, which made me give him a box of the ear, it having all spoiled my papers and cost me a great deal of work. So to bed. 25th, Lord's day. About 2 o'clock in the morning letters came from London by our coxswain, so they waked me, but I would not rise, but bid him stay till morning, which he did, and then I rose and carried them in to my Lord, who read them a bed. Among the rest there was the writ and mandate for him to dispose to the Cinque Ports for choice of Parliament men. There was also one for me from Mr. Blackburn, who with his own hand superscribes it to S.P. Esquire, of which God knows I was not a little proud. After that I wrote a letter to the Clerk of Dover Castle to come to my Lord about issuing of those writs. About 10 o'clock Mr. Ibbott, at the end of the long table, begun to pray and preach, and indeed made a very good sermon upon the duty of all Christians to be steadfast in faith. After that Captain Cuttance and I had oysters, my Lord being in his cabin, not intending to stir out to-day. After that up into the great cabin above to dinner with the Captain, where was Captain Isham and all the officers of the ship. I took place of all but the Captain's. After dinner I wrote a great many letters to my friends at London. After that, sermon again, at which I slept, God forgive me. After that, it being a fair day, I walked with the Captain upon the deck, talking. At night I supped with him, and after that had orders from my Lord about some business to be done against tomorrow, which I sat up late, and did, and then to bed. 26th. This day it is 2 years since it pleased God that I was cut of the stone at Mrs. Turner's in Salisbury Court,
and did resolve while I lived to keep it a festival, as I did the last year at my house, and for ever to have Mrs. Turner and her company with me. But now it pleases God that I am where I am, and so prevented to do it openly. Only within my soul I can and do rejoice, and bless God, being at this time blessed be His holy name, in as good health as ever I was in my life. This morning I rose early, and went about making of an establishment of the whole fleet, and a list of all the ships, with the number of men and guns. About an hour after that we had a meeting of the principal commanders and seamen to proportion out the number of these things. After that to dinner, there being very many commanders on board. All the afternoon very many orders were made till I was very weary. At night Mr. Shepley and W. Howe came and brought some bottles of wine and some things to eat in my cabin, where we were very merry, remembering the day of being cut for the stone. Captain Cuttance came afterwards and sat drinking a bottle of wine till 11, a kindness he do not usually do the greatest officer in the ship. After that to bed. 27th. Early in the morning at making a fair new establishment of the fleet to send to the Council. This morning the wind came about and we fell into the Hope, and in our passing by the Vice Admiral, he and the rest of the frigates with him did give us abundance of guns, and we them, so much that the report of them broke all the windows in my cabin, and broke off the iron bar that was upon it to keep anybody from creeping in at the scuttle. This noon I sat the first time with my Lord at table since my coming to sea. All the afternoon exceeding busy in writing of letters and orders. In the afternoon Sir Harry Wright came on board us, about his business of being chosen Parliament man. My Lord brought him to see my cabin, when I was hard a writing. At night supped with my Lord too, with the Captain, and after that to work again till it be very late. So to bed. 28th. This morning and the whole day busy, and that the more because Mr. Burr was about his own business all the day at Gravesend. At night there was a gentleman very well bred, his name was Baines, going for Flushing, who spoke French and Latin very well, brought by direction from Captain Clark hither, as a prisoner, because he called out of the vessel that he went in, "Where is your King? We have done our business. Vive le roi." He confessed himself a cavalier in his heart, and that he and his whole family had fought for the King, but that he was then drunk, having been all night taking his leave at Gravesend the night before, and so could not remember what it was that he said, but in his words and carriage showed much of a gentleman. My Lord had a great kindness for him, but did not think it safe to release him, but commanded him to be used civilly. So he was taken to the master's cabin and had supper there. In the meantime I wrote a letter to the Council about him, and an order for the vessel to be sent for back that he was taken out of. But a while after he sent a letter down to my Lord, which my Lord did like very well, and did advise with me what was best to be done. So I put in something to my Lord, and then to the Captain, that the gentleman was to be released, and the letter stopped, which was done. So I went up and sat and talked with him in Latin and French, and drank a bottle or two with him, and about 11 at night he took boat again, and so God bless him. Thence I to my cabin and to bed. This day we had news of the election at Huntingdon for Bernard and Pedley, at which my Lord was much troubled for his friends missing of it. 29th. We lie still a little below Gravesend. At night Mr. Shepley returned from London, and told us of several elections for the next Parliament, that the King's effigies was new making to be set up in the Exchange again. This evening was a great whispering of some of the Vice Admiral's captains that they were dissatisfied, and did intend to fight themselves, to oppose the General. But it was soon hushed, and the Vice Admiral did wholly deny any such thing, and protested to stand by the General. At night Mr. Shepley, W. Howe, and I supped in my cabin. So up to the master's cabin, where we sat talking, and then to bed. 30th. I was saluted in the morning with 2 letters, from some that I had done a favour to, which brought me in each a piece of gold. This day, while my Lord and we were at dinner, the Naseby came in sight towards us, and at last came to anchor close by us. After dinner my Lord and many others went on board her, where everything was out of order, and a new chimney made for my Lord in his bedchamber, which he was much pleased with. My Lord in his discourse discovered a great deal of love to this ship. 31st. This morning Captain Giles of the Wexford came on board, for whom I got commission from my Lord to be commander of the ship. Upon the doing thereof he was to make the 20s. Piece that he sent me yesterday up £5, wherefore he sent me a bill that he did owe me £4, which I sent my boy to Gravesend with him, and he did give the boy £4 for me, and the boy gave him the bill under his hand. This morning Mr. Hill, that lives in Axeyard, was here on board with the Vice Admiral. I did give him a bottle of wine, and was exceedingly satisfied of the power that I have to make my friends welcome. Many orders to make all the afternoon. At night Mr. Shepley, Howe, Ibbott, and I supped in my cabin together. End of March. Chapter 4 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. April 1660. April 1st, Lord's Day. Mr. Ibbott preached very well. After dinner, my Lord did give me a private list of all the ships that were to be set out this summer, wherein I do discern that he hath made it his care to put by as much of the Anabaptists as he can. By reason of my Lord and my being busy to send away the packet by Mr. Cook of the Naseby, it was 4 o'clock before we could begin sermon again. This day Captain Guy come on board from Dunkirk, who tells me that the King will come in, and that the soldiers at Dunkirk do drink the King's health in the streets. At night the Captain, Sir R. Stainer, Mr. Shepley, and I did sup together in the Captain's cabin. I made a commission for Captain Wilderness of the Bear to night, which got me 30 shillings. So after writing a while, I went to bed. 2nd. Up very early, and to get all my things and my boys packed up. Great concourse of commanders here this morning to take leave of my Lord, upon his going into the Naseby, so that the table was full. So there dined below many commanders, and Mr. Creed, who was much troubled to hear that he could not go along with my Lord, for he had already got all his things thither, thinking to stay there, but W. Howe was very high against it, and he indeed did put him out, though everybody was glad of it. After dinner I went in one of the boats with my boy before my Lord, and made shift before night to get my cabin in pretty good order. It is but little, but very convenient, having one window to the sea, and another to the deck, and a good bed. This morning comes Mr. Ed Pickering, like a coxcomb, as he always was. He tells me that the King will come in, but that Monk did resolve to have the doing of it himself, or else to hinder it. 3rd. Late to bed. About 3 in the morning there was great knocking at my cabin, which with much difficulty, so they say, waked me, and I rose, but it was only for a packet, so went to my bed again, and in the morning gave it my Lord. This morning Captain Isham comes on board to see my Lord, and drunk his wine before he went into the Downs. There likewise come many merchants to get convoy to the Baltic, which a course was taken for. They dined with my Lord, and one of them by name Alderman Wood talked much to my Lord of the hopes that we have now to be settled, under the King he meant, but my Lord took no notice of it. After dinner, which was late, my Lord went on shore, and after him I and Captain Sparling went in his boat, but the water being almost at low water, we could not stay, for fear of not getting into our boat again, so back again. This day come the Lieutenant of the Swiftsure, who was sent by my Lord to Hastings, one of the Cinque Ports, to have got Mr. Edward Montague to have been one of their burgesses, but could not, for they were all promised before. After he had done his message, I took him and Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, who this day came on board, and not before, to my cabin, where we drank a bottle of wine. At night busy a writing, and so to bed. My heart exceeding heavy for not hearing of my dear wife, and indeed I do not remember that ever my heart was so apprehensive of her absence as at this very time. 4th. This morning I dispatched many letters of my own private business to London. There come Colonel Thompson with a wooden leg, and General Penn, and dined with my Lord and Mr. Blackburn, who told me that it was certain now that the King must of necessity come in, and that one of the council told him there is something doing in order to a treaty already among them. And it was strange to hear how Mr. Blackburn did already begin to commend him for a sober man, and how quiet he would be under his government, etc. I dined all alone to prevent company, which was exceeding great to-day, in my cabin. After these two were gone, Sir W. Wheeler and Sir John Peters came on board, and stayed about 2 or 3 hours, and so went away. The Commissioners came to-day, only to consult about a further reducement of the fleet, and to pay them as fast as they can. I did give Davis, their servant, £5 10s. to give to Mr. Moore from me, in part of the £7 that I borrowed of him, and he is to discount the rest out of the 36 shillings that he do owe me. At night my Lord resolved to send the captain of our ship to Weymouth, and promote his being chosen there, which he did put himself into a readiness to do the next morning. 5th. Infinity of business all the morning of orders to make, that I was very much perplexed that Mr. Burr had failed me of coming back last night, and we ready to set sail, which we did about noon, and came in the evening to Lee roads, and anchored. At night Mr. Shepley overtook us, who had been at Gray's Market this morning. I spent all the afternoon upon the deck, it being very pleasant weather. This afternoon Sir Richard Stayner and Mr. Creed, after we were come to anchor, did come on board, and Creed brought me £30, which my Lord had ordered him to pay me upon account, and Captain Clark brought me a noted caudle. At night very sleepy to bed. 6th. This morning came my brother-in-law Balty to see me, and to desire to be here with me as reformado, which did much trouble me. But after dinner, my Lord using him very civilly at table, I spoke to my Lord, and he presented me a letter to Captain Stokes for him, that he should be there. All the day with him walking and talking, we under sail as far as the Spitz. In the afternoon W. Howe and I to our violins, the first time since we came on board. This afternoon I made even with my Lord to this day, and did give him all the money remaining in my hands. In the evening, it being fine moonshine, I staid late walking upon the quarter deck with Mr. Cuttance, learning of some sea terms, and so down to supper and to bed, having an hour before put Balty into Burr's cabin, he being out of the ship. 7th. This day about 9 o'clock in the morning the wind grew high, and we being among the sands lay at anchor. I began to be dizzy and squeamish. Before dinner my Lord sent for me down to eat some oysters, the best my Lord said that ever he ate in his life, though I have ate as good at Bardsey. After dinner and all the afternoon I walked upon the deck, to keep myself from being sick, and at last about 5 o'clock went to bed, and got a caudle made me, and sleep upon it very well. This day Mr. Shepley went to Sheppey. 8th, Lord's day. Very calm again, and I pretty well, but my head ached all day. About noon set sail. In our way I see many vessels and masts, which are now the greatest guides for ships. We had a brave wind all the afternoon, and overtook 2 good merchantmen that overtook us yesterday, going to the East Indies. The lieutenant and I lay out of his window with his glass, looking at the women that were on board them, being pretty handsome. This evening Major Willoughby, who had been here 3 or 4 days on board with Mr. Pickering, went on board a catch for Dunkirk. We continued sailing when I went to bed, being somewhat ill again, and Will Howe, the surgeon, parson, and Balty, supped in the lieutenant's cabin, and afterwards sat disputing, the parson for, and I against, extemporary prayers, very hot. 9th. We having sailed all night, were come in sight of the Nore and South Forelands in the morning, and so sailed all day. In the afternoon we had a very fresh gale, which I brooked better than I thought I should be able to do. This afternoon I first saw France and Calais, with which I was much pleased, though it was at a distance. About 5 o'clock we came to the Goodwin, so to the castles about Deal, where our fleet lay, among whom we anchored. Great was the shout of guns from the castles and ships, and our answers, that I never heard yet so great rattling of guns. Nor could we see one another on board for the smoke that was among us, nor one ship from another. Soon as we came to anchor, the captains came from on board their ships all to us on board. This afternoon I wrote letters for my Lord to the Council, etc., which Mr. Dickering was to carry, who took his leave this night of my Lord, and Balty, after I had wrote 2 or 3 letters by him to my wife and Mr. Bowyer, and had drank a bottle of wine with him in my cabin, which J. Goods and W. Howe brought on purpose, he took leave of me too, to go away to-morrow morning with Mr. Dickering. I lent Balty 15 shillings, which he was to pay to my wife. It was 1 in the morning before we parted. This evening Mr. Shepley came on board, having escaped a very great danger upon a sand coming from Chatham. 10th. This morning many or most of the commanders in the fleet came on board, and dined here, so that some of them and I dined together in the Round House, where we were very merry. Hither came the Vice Admiral to us, and sat and talked, and seemed a very good-natured man. At night, as I was all alone in my cabin, in a melancholy fit, playing on my violin, my Lord and Sir R. Stayner came into the coach, and supped there, and called me out to supper with them. After that, up to the lieutenant's cabin, where he and I and Sir Richard sat till 11 o'clock talking, and so to bed. This day my Lord Goring returned from France, and landed at Dover. 11th. A gentleman came this morning from my Lord of Manchester to my Lord, for a pass from Mr. Boyle, which was made him. I ate a good breakfast by my Lord's orders with him in the great cabin below. The wind all this day was very high, so that a gentleman that was at dinner with my Lord, that came along with Sir John Blois, who seemed a fine man, was forced to rise from table. This afternoon came a great packet of letters from London directed to me, among the rest 2 from my wife, the first that I have since coming away from London. All the news from London is that things go on further towards the King, that the Skinners Company the other day, at their entertaining of General Monk, had took down the Parliament arms in their hall, and set up the King's. In the evening my Lord and I had a great deal of discourse about the several captains of the fleet, and his interest among them, and had his mind clear to bring in the King. He confessed to me that he was not sure of his own captain to be true to him, and that he did not like Captain Stokes. At night W. Howe and I at our violins in my cabin, where Mr. Ibbott and the Lieutenant were late. I stayed the Lieutenant late, shewing him my manner of keeping a journal. After that to bed. It comes now into my mind to observe that I am sensible that I have been a little too free to make mirth with the minister of our ship, he being a very sober and an upright man. 12th. This day, the weather being very bad, we had no strangers on board. In the afternoon came the Vice Admiral on board, with whom my Lord consulted, and I sent a packet to London at night, with several letters to my friends, as to my wife about my getting of money for her when she should need it, to Mr. Bowyer, that he tell me when the messieurs of the officers be paid, to Mr. Moore about the business of my office, and making even with him as to matter of money. At night, after I had dispatched my letters, to bed. 13th. This day very foul all day for rain and wind. In the afternoon set my own things in my cabin and chests in better order than hitherto, and set my papers in order. At night sent another packet to London by the post, and after that was done, I went up to the Lieutenant's cabin, and there we broached a vessel of ale that we had sent for among us from Deal to day. There was the Minister and Doctor with us. After that till 1 o'clock in the morning writing letters to Mr. Downing about my business of continuing my office to myself, only Mr. Moore to execute it for me. I had also a very serious and effectual letter from my Lord to him to that purpose. After that done, then to bed, and it being very rainy, and the rain coming upon my bed, I went and lay with John Goods in the great cabin below, the wind being so high that we were fair to lower some of the masts. I to bed, and what with the goodness of the bed and the rocking of the ship, I slept till almost 10 o'clock, and then 14th. Rose and drank a good morning draught there with Mr. Shepley, which occasioned my thinking upon the happy life that I live now, had I nothing to care for but myself. The sea was this morning very high, and looking out of the window I saw our boat come with Mr. Pierce the surgeon in it in great danger, who endeavouring to come on board us had like to have been drowned, had it not been for a rope. This day I was informed that my Lord Lambert is got out of the Towers, and that there is £100 proffered to whoever shall bring him forth to the Council of State. My Lord is chosen at Weymouth this morning. My Lord had his freedom brought in by Captain Tiddyman of the port of Dover, by which he is capable of being elected for them. This day I heard that the army had in general declared to stand by what the next Parliament shall do. At night supped with my Lord. 15th, Lord's day. Up early and was trimmed by the barber in the great cabin below. After that to put my clothes on, and then to sermon, and then to dinner, where my Lord told us that the University of Cambridge had a mind to choose him for their burgess, which he pleased himself to think that they do look upon him as a thriving man, and said so openly at table. At dinner time Mr. Cooke came back from London with a packet which caused my Lord to be full of thoughts all day, and at night he bid me privately to get 2 commissions ready, one for Captain Robert Blake to be Captain of the Worcester, in the room of Captain Deakings and Anabaptist, and one that had witnessed a great deal of discontent with the present proceedings. The other for Captain Coppin to come out of that into the Newbury, in the room of Blake, whereby I perceive that General Monk do resolve to make a thorough change, to make way for the King. From London I hear that since Lambert got out of the Tower, the fanatics had held up their heads high, but I hope all that will come to nothing. Late a writing of letters to London to get ready for Mr. Cooke. Then to bed. 16th. And about 4 o'clock in the morning Mr. Cooke waked me where I lay in the great cabin below, and I did give him his packet and directions for London. So to sleep again. All the morning giving out orders and tickets to the commanders of the fleet to discharge all supernumeraries that they had above the number that the Council had set in their last establishment. After dinner busy all the afternoon writing, and so till night, then to bed. 17th. All the morning getting ready commissions for the Vice Admiral and the Rear Admiral, wherein my Lord was very careful to express the utmost of his own power, commanding them to obey what orders they should receive from the Parliament, etc., or both or either of the Generals. The Vice Admiral dined with us, and in the afternoon my Lord called me to give him the commission for him, which I did, and he gave it him himself. A very pleasant afternoon, and I upon the deck all the day. It was so clear that my Lord's glass shewed us Calais very plain, and the cliffs were as plain to be seen as Kent, and my Lord at first made me believe that it was Kent. At night, after supper, my Lord called for the Rear Admiral's commission, which I brought him, and I sitting in my study heard my Lord discourse with him concerning D. King's and Newbury's being put out of commission. And by the way, I did observe that my Lord did speak more openly his mind to me afterwards at night than I can find that he did to the Rear Admiral, though his great confidant. For I was with him an hour together, when he told me clearly his thoughts that the King would carry it, and that he did think himself very happy that he was now at sea, as well for his own sake as that he thought he might do his country some service in keeping things quiet. To bed, and shifting myself from top to toe, there being J. Goods and W. Howe sat late by my bedside talking. So to sleep, every day bringing me a fresh sense of the pleasure of my present life. 18th. This morning very early came Mr. Edward Montague on board, but what was the business of his coming again, or before, without any servant, and making no stay at all, I cannot guess. This day Sir R. Stayner, Mr. Shepley, and as many of my Lord's people as could be spared, went to Dover, to get things ready against to-morrow for the election there. I all the afternoon dictating in my cabin, my own head being troubled with multiplicity of business, to Burr, who wrote for me above a dozen letters, by which I have made my mind more light and clear than I have had it yet since I came on board. At night sent a packet to London, and Mr. Cooke returned hence, bringing me this news, that the secretaries do talk high what they will do, but I believe all to no purpose, but the Cavaliers are something unwise to talk so high on the other side as they do. That the Lords do meet every day at my Lord of Manchester's, and resolve to sit the first day of the Parliament. That it is evident now, that the General and the Council do resolve to make way for the King's coming. And it is now clear, that either the fanatics must now be undone, or the gentry and citizens throughout England, and clergy must fall, in spite of their militia and army, which is not at all possible, I think. At night I supped with W. Howe and Mr. Llewellyn, being the first time that I had been so long with him, in the great cabin below. After that to bed, and W. Howe sat by my bedside, and he and I sang a psalm or two, and so I to sleep. 19th. A great deal of business all this day, and Burr being gone to shore without my leave did vex me much. At dinner news was brought us that my Lord was chosen at Dover. This afternoon came one Mr. Mansell on board as a reformado, to whom my Lord did shew exceeding great respect, but upon what account I do not yet know. This day it has rained much, so that when I came to go to bed I found it wet through, so I was fain to wrap myself up in a dry sheet, and so lay all night. 20th. All the morning I was busy to get my window altered, and to have my table set as I would have it, which after it was done I was infinitely pleased with it, and also to see what a command I have to have every one ready to come and go at my command. This evening came Mr. Boyle on board, for whom I writ an order for a ship to transport him to Flushing. He supped with my Lord using him as a person of honour. This evening too came Mr. John Pickering on board us. This evening my head ached exceedingly, which I impute to my sitting backwards in my cabin, otherwise than I am used to do. To night Mr. Shepley told me that he heard for certain at Dover that Mr. Edward Montague did go beyond sea when he was here first the other day, and I am apt to believe that he went to speak with the King. This day one told me how that at the election at Cambridge for Knights of the Shire, Wenby and Thornton, by declaring to stand for the Parliament and a King and the settlement of the Church, did carry it against all expectation against Sir Dudley North and Sir Thomas Willis. I supped to-night with Mr. Shepley below at the half-deck table, and after that I saw Mr. Pickering, whom my Lord brought down to his cabin, and so to bed. 21st. This day dined Sir John Boyce, and some other gentlemen formerly great Cavaliers, and among the rest one Mr. Norwood, for whom my Lord gave a convoy to carry him to the Brill. But he certainly going to the King, for my Lord commanded me that I should not enter his name in my book. My Lord do show them, and that sort of people, great civility. All their discourse and others are of the King's coming, and we begin to speak of it very freely. And heard how in many churches in London, and upon many signs there, and upon merchant ships in the river, they had set up the King's arms. In the afternoon the Captain would by all means have me up to his cabin, and there treated me huge nobly, giving me a barrel of pickled oysters, and opened another for me, and a bottle of wine, which was a very great favour. At night late singing with W. Howe, and under the barber's hands in the coach. This night there came one with a letter from Mr. Edward Montague to my Lord, with command to deliver it to his own hands. I do believe that he do carry some close business on for the King. This day I had a large letter from Mr. Moore, giving me an account of the present dispute at London that is like to be at the beginning of the Parliament about the House of Lords, who do resolve to sit with the Commons, as not thinking themselves dissolved yet. Which whether it be granted or no, or whether they will sit or no, it will bring a great many inconveniences. His letter I keep, it being a very well writ one. 22nd, Easter Sunday. Several Londoners, strangers, friends of the Captain's, dined here, who, among other things, told us, how the King's arms are every day set up in houses and churches, particularly in Allhallows Church in Thames Street, John Simpson's church, which being privately done was a great eyesore to his people when they came to church and saw it. Also they told us for certain that the King's statue is making by the Mercers' Company, who are bound to do it, to set up in the Exchange. After sermon in the afternoon I fell to writing letters against tomorrow, to send to London. After supper to bed. 23rd. All the morning very busy getting my packet ready for London. Only for an hour or two had the Captain and Mr. Shepley in my cabin, at the barrel of pickled oysters that the Captain did give me on Saturday last. After dinner I sent Mr. Dunn to London with the packet. This afternoon I had 40 shillings given me by Captain Cowes of the Paradox. In the evening the first time that we had any sport among the seamen, and indeed there was extraordinary good sport after my Lord had done playing at ninepins. After that W. Howe and I went to play 2 trebles in the great cabin below, which my Lord hearing, after supper he called for our instruments, and played a set of locks, 2 trebles, and a bass, and that being done, he fell to singing of a song made upon the rump, with which he played himself well, to the tune of the Blacksmith. After all that done, then to bed. 24th. This morning I had Mr. Llewellyn and Mr. Shepley to the remainder of my oysters that were left yesterday. After that, very busy all the morning. While I was at dinner with my Lord, the coxswain of the Vice Admiral came for me to the Vice Admiral to dinner. So I told my Lord, and he gave me leave to go. I rose therefore from table and went, where there was very many commanders, and very pleasant we were on board the London, which hath a state-room much bigger than the Naseby, but not so rich. After that, with the Captain on board our own ship, where we were saluted with the news of Lambert's being taken, which news was brought to London on Sunday last. He was taken in Northamptonshire by Colonel Inglesby, at the head of a party, by which means their whole design is broke, and things now very open and safe. And every man begins to be merry and full of hopes. In the afternoon my Lord gave a great large character to write out, so I spent all the day about it, and after supper my Lord and we had some more very good music and singing of Turn Amaryllis, as it is printed in the song book, with which my Lord was very much pleased. After that to bed. 25th. All the morning about my Lord's character. Dined to-day with Captain Clerk on board the Speaker, a very brave ship, where was the Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and many other commanders. After dinner home, not a little contented to see how I am treated, and with what respect made a fellow to the best commanders in the fleet. All the afternoon finishing off the character, which I did, and gave it my Lord, it being very handsomely done, and a very good one in itself, but that not truly alphabetical. Supped with Mr. Shepley, W. Howe, etc., in Mr. Pierce, the purser's cabin, were very merry, and so to bed. Captain Isham came hither to-day. 26th. This day came Mr. Dunn back from London, who brought letters with him that signify the meeting of the Parliament yesterday. And in the afternoon by other letters I hear, that about 12 of the Lords met, and had chosen my Lord of Manchester Speaker of the House of Lords. The young Lords that never sat yet do forbear to sit for the present. And Sir Harbottle Grimstone Speaker for the House of Commons. The House of Lords sent to have a conference with the House of Commons, which, after a little debate, was granted. Dr. Reynolds preached before the Commons before they sat. My Lord told me how Sir H. Yelverton, formerly my schoolfellow, was chosen in the first place for Northamptonshire, and Mr. Crew in the second, and told me how he did believe that the Cavaliers have now the upper hand clear of the Presbyterians. All the afternoon I was writing of letters, among the rest one to W. Simons, Peter Llewellyn, and Tom Doling, which, because it is somewhat merry, I keep a copy of. After that done, Mr. Shepley, W. Howe, and I down with J. Goods into my Lord's storeroom of wine and other drink, where it was very pleasant to observe the massy timbers that the ship is made of. We in the room were wholly under water, and yet a deck below that. After that to supper, where Tom Guy supped with us, and we had very good laughing, and after that some music, where Mr. Pickering, beginning to play a bass part upon the viol, did it so like a fool that I was ashamed of him. After that to bed. 27th. This morning Burr was absent again from on board, which I was troubled at, and spoke to Mr. Pierce, purser, to speak to him of it, and it is my mind. This morning Pym spent in my cabin, putting a great many ribbons to a suit. After dinner, in the afternoon, came on board Sir Thomas Hatton and Sir R. Maleverer, going for Flushing. But all the world know that they go where the rest of the many gentlemen go, that every day flock to the King at Breda. They supped here, and my Lord treated them as he do the rest that go thither, with a great deal of civility. While we were at supper, a packet came, wherein much news from several friends. The chief is that I had from Mr. Moore, viz., that he fears the cavaliers in the house will be so high, that the others will be forced to leave the house, and fall in with General Monk, and so offer things to the King so high on the Presbyterian account, that he may refuse. And so they will endeavour some more mischief. But when I told my Lord it, he shook his head and told me that the Presbyterians are deceived, for the General is certainly for the King's interest, and so they will not be able to prevail that way with him. After supper the two knights went on board the Grantham, that is to convey them to Flushing. I am informed that the Exchequer is now so low that there is not £20 there, to give the messenger that brought the news of Lambert's being taken, which story is very strange that he should lose his reputation of being a man of courage now at one blow, for that he was not able to fight one stroke, but desired of Colonel Inglesby several times for God's sake to let him escape. Late reading my letters, my mind being much troubled to think that, after all our hopes, we should have any cause to fear any more disappointments therein. To bed. This day I made even with Mr. Creed by sending him my bill, and he me my money by Burr, whom I sent for it. 28th. This morning sending a packet by Mr. Dunn to London. In the afternoon I played at ninepins with Mr. Pickering, I and Mr. Pett against him and Ted Osgood, and won a crown a piece of him. He had not money enough to pay me. After supper my Lord exceeding merry, and he and I and W. Howe to sing, and so to bed. 29th. Sunday. This day I put on first my fine cloth suit made of a cloak that had like to have been dirted a year ago, the very day that I put it on. After sermon in the morning, Mr. Cooke came from London with a packet, bringing news how all the young lords that were not in arms against the Parliament do now sit. That a letter is come from the King to the House, which is locked up by the Council till next Tuesday, that it may be read in the open house when they meet again, they having adjourned till then to keep a fast tomorrow. And so the contents is not yet known. 13,000 of the £20,000 given to General Monk is paid out of the Exchequer, he giving £12 among the teller-clerks of Exchequer. My Lord called me into the great cabin below, where I opened my letters, and he told me that the Presbyterians are quite mastered by the Cavaliers, and that he fears Mr. Crew did go a little too far the other day, in keeping out the young lords from sitting. That he do expect that the King should be brought over suddenly, without staying to make any terms at all, saying that the Presbyterians did intend to have him brought in, with such conditions as if he had been in chains. But he shook his shoulders when he told me how Monk had betrayed him, for it was he that did put them upon standing to put out the Lords, and other members that came not within the qualifications, which he did not like. But, however, he had done his business, though it be with some kind of baseness. After dinner I walked a great while upon the deck, with the surgeon and purser, and other officers of the ship, and they all pray for the King's coming, which I pray God send. 30th. All the morning getting instructions ready for the squadron of ships that are going to-day to the Straits, among others Captain Teddiman, Curtis, and Captain Robert Blake, to be commander of the whole squadron. After dinner to ninepins, W. Howe and I against Mr. Creed and the Captain. We lost 5 shillings apiece to them. After that W. Howe, Mr. Shepley, and I got my Lord's leave to go to see Captain Sparling. So we took boat and first went on shore, it being very pleasant in the fields, but a very pitiful town Deal is. We went to Fuller's, the famous place for ale, but they have none but what was in the vat. After that to Pool's, a tavern in the town, where we drank, and so to boat again, and went to the Assistants, where we were treated very civilly by the captain, and he did give us such music upon the harp by a fellow that he keeps on board, that I never expect to hear the like again. Yet he is a drunken simple fellow to look on as any I ever saw. After that on board the Naseby, where we found my Lord at supper, so I sat down, and very pleasant my Lord was with Mr. Creed and Shepley, who he puzzled about finding out the meaning of the 3 notes which my Lord had cut over the crystal of his watch. After supper some music. Then Mr. Shepley, W. Howe, and I up to the Lieutenant's cabin, where we drank, and I and W. Howe were very merry, and among other frolics he pulls out the spigot of the little vessel of ale that was there in the cabin, and drew some into his mountier. And after he had drank, I endeavouring to dash it in his face, he got my velvet studing cap and drew some into mine too, that we made ourselves a great deal of mirth, but spoiled my clothes with the ale that we dashed up and down. After that to bed very late, with drink enough in my head. End of April. Chapter 5 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. May, 1660. May 1st. This morning I was told how the people of Deal have set up 2 or 3 maypoles, and have hung up their flags upon the top of them, and do resolve to be very merry to-day. It being a very pleasant day, I wished myself in Hyde Park. This day I do count myself to have had full 2 years of perfect cure for the stone, for which God of heaven be blessed. This day Captain Parker came on board, and without his expectation I had a commission for him for the Nonsuch frigate, he being now in the Cheriton, for which he gave me a French pistol. Captain H. Cuttance has commission for the Cheriton. After dinner to ninepins, and won something. The rest of the afternoon in my cabin, writing and piping. While we were at supper we heard a great noise upon the quarter-deck, so we all rose instantly, and found it was to save the coxswain of the Cheriton, who, dropping overboard, could not be saved, but was drowned. To-day I put on my suit that was altered from the great skirts to little ones. To-day I hear they were very merry at Deal, setting up the King's flag upon one of their maypoles, and drinking his health upon their knees in the streets, and firing the guns, which the soldiers of the castle threatened, but durst not oppose. 2nd. In the morning at a breakfast of radishes at the purser's cabin. After that to writing till dinner, at which time comes Donne from London, with letters that tell us the welcome news of the Parliament's votes yesterday, which will be remembered for the happiest May Day that hath been many a year to England. The King's letter was read in the House, wherein he submits himself and all things to them, as to an act of oblivion to all, unless they shall please to accept any, as to the confirming of the sales of the King's and Church lands, if they see good. The House upon reading the letter ordered £50,000 to be forthwith provided to send to his Majesty for his present supply, and a committee chosen to return an answer of thanks to his Majesty for his gracious letter, and that the letter be kept among the records of the Parliament, and in all this not so much as one no, so that Luke Robinson himself stood up and made a recantation for what he had done, and promises to be a loyal subject to his prince for the time to come. The City of London have put a declaration, wherein they do disclaim their owing any other government but that of a King, Lords, and Commons. Thanks was given by the House to Sir John Greenville, one of the bedchamber to the King, who brought the letter, and they continued bare all the time it was reading. Upon notice made from the Lords to the Commons, of their desire that the Commons would join with them in their vote for King, Lords, and Commons, the Commons did concur, and voted that all books whatever that are out against the government of King, Lords, and Commons should be brought into the House and burned. Great joy all yesterday at London, and at night more bonfires than ever, and ringing of bells, and drinking of the King's health upon their knees in the streets, which methinks is a little too much. But everybody seems to be very joyful in the business, insomuch that our sea commanders now begin to say so too, which a week ago they would not do. And our seamen, as many as had money or credit for drink, did do nothing else this evening. This day came Mr. North, Sir Dudley North's son, on board, to spend a little time here, which my Lord was a little troubled at, but he seems to be a fine gentleman, and at night did play his part exceeding well at first sight. After music I went up to the Captain's cabin with him and Lieutenant Ferrers, who came hither to-day from London, to bring this news to my Lord, and after a bottle of wine we all to bed. 3rd. This morning my Lord showed me the King's declaration and his letter to the two generals to be communicated to the fleet. The contents of the letter are his offer of grace to all that will come in within 40 days, only excepting them that the Parliament shall hereafter accept. That the sales of lands during these troubles, and all other things, shall be left to the Parliament, by which he will stand. The letter dated at Breda, April 4th, 1660, in the 12th year of his reign. Upon the receipt of it this morning by an express, Mr. Phillips, one of the messengers of the Council from General Monk, my Lord summoned a council of war, and in the meantime did dictate to me how he would have the vote ordered, which he would have passed this council. Which done, the commanders all came on board, and the council sat in the coach, the first council of war that had been in my time, where I read the letter and declaration, and while they were discoursing upon it, I seemed to draw up a vote, which being offered, they passed. Not one man seemed to say no to it, though I am confident many in their hearts were against it. After this was done, I went up to the quarter-deck with my Lord and the commanders, and there read both the papers and the vote, which done, and demanding their opinion, the seamen did all of them cry out, God bless King Charles, with the greatest joy imaginable. That being done, Sir R. Stayner, who had invited us yesterday, took all the commanders and myself on board him to dinner, which not being ready, I went with Captain Hayward to the Plymouth and Essex, and did what I had to do there, and returned. Were very merry at dinner. After dinner to the rest of the ships, stayed at the Assistance to hear the harper a good while, quite through the fleet, which was a very brave sight to visit all the ships, and to be received with the respect and honour that I was on board them all, and much more to see the great joy that I brought to all men, not one through the whole fleet showing the least dislike of the business. In the evening, as I was going on board the Vice Admiral, the General began to fire his guns, which he did all that he had in the ship, and so did all the rest of the commanders, which was very gallant, and to hear the bullets go hissing over our heads as we were in the boat. This done, and finished my proclamation, I returned to the Naseby, where my Lord was much pleased to hear how all the fleet took it in a transport of joy. Showed me a private letter of the King's to him, and another from the Duke of York, in such familiar style as to their common friend, with all kindness imaginable. And I found by the letters, and so my Lord told me too, that there had been many letters passed between them for a great while, and I perceive unknown to Monk. And among the rest that had carried these letters, Sir John Boys is one, and that Mr. Norwood, which had a ship to carry him over the other day, when my Lord would not have me put down his name in the book. The King speaks of his being courted to come to the Hague, but do desire my Lord's advice whither to come to take ship. And the Duke offers to learn the seaman's trade of him, in such familiar words as if Jack Cole and I had writ them. This was very strange to me, that my Lord should carry all things so wisely and prudently as he do, and I was overjoyful to see him in so good condition, and he did not a little please himself to tell me how he had provided for himself so great a hold on the King. After this to supper, and then to writing of letters till 12 at night, and so up again at 3 in the morning. My Lord seemed to put great confidence in me, and would take my advice in many things. I perceive his being willing to do all the honour in the world to Monk, and to let him have all the honour of doing the business, though he will many times express his thoughts of him to be but a thick-skulled fool. So that I do believe there is some agreement more than ordinary between the King and my Lord to let Monk carry on the business. For it is he that must do the business, or at least that can hinder it, if he be not flattered and observed. This my Lord will hint himself sometimes. My Lord, I perceive by the King's letter, had writ to him about his father Crew, and the King did speak well of him, but my Lord tells me that he is afeard that he hath too much concerned himself with the Presbyterians against the House of Lords, which will do him a great discourtesy. 4th. I wrote this morning many letters, and to all the copies of the vote of the Council of War I put my name, that if it should come in print, my name may be at it. I sent a copy of the vote to Doling, enclosed in this letter. Sir, he that can fancy a fleet like ours in her pride, with pendants loose, guns roaring, caps flying, and the loud vive le rois echoed from one ship's company to another, he and he only can apprehend the joy this enclosed vote was received with, or the blessing he thought himself possessed of that bore it, and is your humble servant. About 9 o'clock I got all my letters done, and sent them by the messenger that came yesterday. This morning came Captain Isham on board with a gentleman going to the King, by whom very cunningly, my Lord tells me, he intends to send an account of this day's and yesterday's actions here, notwithstanding he had writ to the Parliament, to have leave of them to send the King the answer of the fleet. Since my writing of the last paragraph, my Lord called me to him to read his letter to the King, to see whether I could find any slips in it or no, and as much of the letter as I can remember is thus: May it please your most excellent Majesty, and so begins, that he yesterday received from General Monk his Majesty's letter and direction, and that General Monk had desired him to write to the Parliament, to have leave to send the vote of the seamen before he did send it to him, which he had done by writing to both speakers. But for his private satisfaction he had sent it thus privately, and so the copy of the proceedings yesterday was sent him, and that this come by a gentleman that came this day on board, intending to wait upon his Majesty, that he is my Lord's countryman, and one whose friends have suffered much on his Majesty's behalf, that my Lords Pembroke and Salisbury are put out of the House of Lords, that my Lord is very joyful that other countries do pay him the civility and respect due to him, and that he do much rejoice to see that the King do resolve to receive none of their assistance, or some such words, from them, he having strength enough in the love and loyalty of his own subjects to support him, that his Majesty had chosen the best place, Scheveling, for his embarking, and that there is nothing in the world of which he is more ambitious than to have the honour of attending his Majesty, which he hoped would be speedy. That he had commanded the vessel to attend at Helversluis till this gentleman returns, that so if his Majesty do not think it fit to command the fleet himself, yet that he may be there to receive his commands and bring them to his Lordship. He ends his letter, that he is confounded with the thoughts of the high expressions of love to him in the King's letter, and concludes, your most loyal, dutiful, faithful, and obedient subject and servant, E.M. The rest of the afternoon at ninepins. In the evening came a packet from London, among the rest a letter from my wife, which tells me that she has not been well, which did exceedingly trouble me. But my Lord sending Mr. Cooke at night, I wrote to her and sent a piece of gold enclosed to her, and wrote also to Mrs. Bowyer, and enclosed a half piece to her for a token. After supper at the table in the coach, my Lord talking concerning the uncertainty of the places of the Exchequer to them that had them now, he did at last think of an office which do belong to him in case the King do restore every man to his places that ever had been patent, which is to be one of the clerks of the signet, which will be a fine employment for one of his sons. After all this discourse we broke up and to bed. In the afternoon came a minister on board, one Mr. Sharp, who is going to the King, who tells me that commissioners are chosen both of Lords and Commons to go to the King, and that Dr. Clarges is going to him from the army, and that he will be here to-morrow. My letters at night tell me that the House did deliver their letter to Sir John Greenville, in answer to the King's sending, and that they gave him £500 for his pains to buy him a jewel, and that besides the £50,000 ordered to be borrowed of the City for the present use of the King, the 12 companies of the City do give every one of them to his Majesty, as a present, £1,000. 5th. All the morning very busy writing letters to London, and a packet to Mr. Downing, to acquaint him with what had been done lately in the fleet. And this I did by my Lord's command, who, I thank him, did of himself think of doing it, to do me a kindness, for he writ a letter himself to him, thanking him for his kindness to me. All the afternoon at ninepins. At night after supper good music, my Lord, Mr. North, I, and W. Howe. After that to bed. This evening came Dr. Clarges to Deal, going to the King, where the townspeople strewed the streets with herbs against his coming, for joy of his going. Never was there so general a content as there is now. I cannot but remember that our parson did in his prayer to-night pray for the long life and happiness of our King and dread Sovereign, that may last as long as the sun and moon endureth. 6th, Lord's day. This morning, while we were at sermon, comes in Dr. Clarges and a dozen gentlemen to see my Lord, who after sermon dined with him. I remember that last night, upon discourse concerning Clarges, my Lord told me that he was a man of small entendimiento. This afternoon there was a gentleman with me, an officer of Dunkirk going over, who came to me for an order, and told me he was lately with my uncle and aunt Fenner, and that Kate's fits of the convulsions did hold her still. It fell very well to-day. A stranger preached here for Mr. Ibbott, one Mr. Stanley, who prayed for King Charles by the grace of God, etc., which gave great contentment to the gentlemen that were on board here, and they said they would talk of it when they come to Breda, as not having it done yet in London so publicly. After they were gone from on board, my Lord writ a letter to the King, and gave it to me to carry privately to Sir William Compton on board the Assistance, which I did, and after health to his Majesty on board there, I left them under sail for Breda. Back again and found them at sermon. I went up to my cabin and looked over my accounts, and find that, all my debts paid and my preparations to sea paid for, I have £640 clear in my purse. After supper to bed. 7th. This morning Captain Cutton sent me 12 bottles of Margate ale. 3 of them I drank presently with some friends in the coach. My Lord went this morning about the flagships in a boat, to see what alterations there must be as to the arms and flags. He did give me order also to write for silk flags and scarlet waistcloths, for a rich barge, for a noise of trumpets, and a set of fiddlers. Very great deal of company come to-day, among others Mr. Bellasses, Sir Thomas Lenthrop, Sir Henry Chichley, Colonel Philip Honeywood, and Captain Titus, the last of whom my Lord showed all our cabins, and I suppose he is to take notice what room there will be for the King's entertainment. Here were also all the jurates of the town of Dover, come to give my Lord a visit, and after dinner all went away. I could not but observe that the Vice Admiral after dinner came into the great cabin below, where the jurates and I, and the commanders, for want of room, dined, and there told us we must drink a health to the King, and himself called for a bottle of wine, and begun his and the Duke of York's. In the afternoon I lost 5s. at ninepins. After supper music, and to bed. Having also among us at the coach table wrote a letter to the French Ambassador, in French, about the release of a ship we had taken. After I was in bed, Mr. Shepley and W. Howe came and sat in my cabin, where I gave them 3 bottles of Margate ale, and sat laughing and very merry, till almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and so good night. 8th. All the morning busy. After dinner come several persons of honour, as my Lord St. John and others, for convoy to Flushing, and great giving of them salutes. My Lord and we at ninepins. I lost 9s. While we were at play, Mr. Cooke brings me word of my wife. He went to Huntsmore to see her, and brought her and my father Bowyer to London, where he left her at my father's very well, and speaks very well of her love to me. My letters to-day tell me how it was intended that the King should be proclaimed to-day in London, with a great deal of pomp. I had also news who they are that are chosen of the Lords and Commons to attend the King, and also the whole story of what we did the other day in the Fleet, at reading of the King's declaration, and my name at the bottom of it. After supper some music, and to bed, I resolving to rise betimes to-morrow to write letters to London. 9th. Up very early writing a letter to the King, as from the 2 Generals of the Fleet in answer to his letter to them, wherein my Lord do give most humble thanks for his gracious letter and declaration, and promises all duty and obedience to him. This letter was carried this morning to Sir Peter Killigrew, who came hither this morning early to bring an order from the Lord's house to my Lord, giving him power to write an answer to the King. This morning my Lord St. John and other persons of honour were here to see my Lord, and so away to Flushing. After they were gone, my Lord and I to write letters to London, which we sent by Mr. Cooke, who was very desirous to go, because of seeing my wife before she went out of town. As we were sitting down to dinner, in comes Noble with a letter from the House of Lords to my Lord, to desire him to provide ships to transport the Commissioners to the King, which are expected here this week. He brought us certain news that the King was proclaimed yesterday with great pomp, and brought down one of the proclamations with great joy to us all, for which God be praised. After dinner to ninepins, and lost 5s. This morning came Mr. Saunderson, that writ the story of the King, hither, who is going over to the King. He calls me cousin, and seems a very knowing man. After supper to bed betimes, leaving my Lord talking in the coach with the Captain. 10th. This morning came on board Mr. Pinkney and his son, going to the King, with a petition finely writ by Mr. Hoare, for to be the King's embroiderer, for whom and Mr. Saunderson I got a ship. This morning come my Lord Winchelsea and a great deal of company, and dined here. In the afternoon, while my Lord and we were at music in the great cabin below, comes in a messenger to tell us that Mr. Edward Montague, my Lord's son, was come to Deal, who afterwards came on board with Mr. Pickering with him. The child was sick in the evening. At night, while my Lord was at supper, in comes my Lord Lauderdale and Sir John Greenville, who supped here, and so went away. After they were gone, my Lord called me into his cabin, and told me how he was commanded to set sail presently for the King, and was very glad thereof, and so put me to writing of letters and other work that night, till it was very late, he going to bed. I got him afterwards to sign things in bed. After I had done some more work, I to bed also. 11th. Up very early in the morning, and so about a great deal of business in order to our going hence to-day. Burr going on shore last night made me very angry, so that I sent for Mr. Pitts to come to me from the Vice Admiral's, intending not to have employed Burr any more. But Burr by and by coming, and desiring humbly that I would forgive him, and Pitts not coming, I did set him to work. This morning we began to pull down all the States' arms in the Fleet, having first sent to Dover for painters and others to come to set up the King's. The rest of the morning writing of letters to London, which I afterwards sent by Dunn. I had this morning my first opportunity of discoursing with Dr. Clarke, whom I found to be a very pretty man and very knowing. He is now going in this ship to the King. There dined here my Lord Crafford and my Lord Cavendish, and other Scotchmen, whom I afterwards ordered to be received on board the Plymouth, and to go along with us. After dinner we set sail from the Downs, I leaving my boy to go to Deal for my linen. In the afternoon overtook us 3 or 4 gentlemen, 2 of the Berties, and one Mr. Dormerhoy, a Scotch gentleman, whom I afterwards found to be a very fine man, who, telling my Lord that they heard the Commissioners were come out of London to day, my Lord dropped anchor over against Dover Castle, which give us about 30 guns in passing, and upon a high debate with the Vice and Rear Admiral whether it were safe to go and not stay for the Commissioners, he did resolve to send Sir R. Stayner to Dover to inquire of my Lord Winchelsea whether or no they are come out of London, and then to resolve to-morrow morning of going or not, which was done. It blew very hard all this night that I was afeard of my boy. About 11 at night came the boats from Deal with great store of provisions. By the same token John Goods told me that above 20 of the fowls are smothered, but my boy was put on board the Northwich. To bed. 12th. This morning I inquired for my boy whether he was come well or no, and it was told me that he was well in bed. My Lord called me to his chamber, he being in bed, and gave me many orders to make for direction for the ships that are left in the Downs, giving them the greatest charge in the world to bring no passengers with them when they come after us to Sheveling Bay, excepting Mr. Edward Montagu, Mr. Thomas Crew, and Sir H. Wright. Sir R. Stayner hath been here early in the morning, and told my Lord that my Lord Winchelsea understands by letters that the Commissioners are only to come to Dover to attend the coming over of the King. So my Lord did give order for weighing anchor, which we did, and sailed all day. In our way in the morning, coming in the midway between Dover and Calais, we could see both places very easily, and very pleasant it was to me that the further we went, the more we lost sight of both lands. In the afternoon at cards with Mr. North and the Doctor. There by us, in the Lark frigate, Sir R. Freeman and some others, going from the King to England, come to see my Lord, and so onward on their voyage. In the afternoon, upon the quarter deck, the Doctor told Mr. North and me an admirable story called The Fruitless Precaution, an exceeding pretty story, and worthy my getting without book when I can get the book. This evening came Mr. Shepley on board, whom we had left at Deal and Dover getting of provision and borrowing of money. In the evening late, after discoursing with the Doctor, etc., to bed. 13th, Lord's day. Trimmed in the morning, after that to the cook's room with Mr. Shepley, the first time that I was there this voyage. Then to the quarter deck, upon which the tailors and painters were at work, cutting out some pieces of yellow cloth into the fashion of a crown, and C.R., and put it upon a fine sheet, and that into the flag instead of the State's arms, which after dinner was finished and set up, after it had been shewn to my Lord, who took physic to-day, and was in his chamber, and liked it so well as to bid me give the tailors 20 shillings among them for doing of it. This morn Sir J. Boys and Captain Isham met us in the Nonsuch, the first of whom, after a word or two with my Lord, went forward, the other stayed. I heard by them how Mr. Downing had never made any address to the King, and for that was hated exceedingly by the Court, and that he was in a Dutch ship which sailed by us, then going to England with disgrace. Also how Mr. Morland was knighted by the King this week, and that the King did give the reason of it openly, that it was for his giving him intelligence all the time he was clerk to Secretary Thurlow. In the afternoon a council of war, only to acquaint them that the Harp must be taken out of all their flags, it being very offensive to the King. Mr. Cooke, who came after us in the Yarmouth, bringing me a letter from my wife, and a Latin letter from my brother John, with both of which I was exceedingly pleased. No sermon all day, we being under sail, only at night prayers, wherein Mr. Ibbott prayed for all that were related to us in a spiritual and fleshly way. We came within sight of Middle Shore. Late at night we writ letters to the King of the news of our coming, and Mr. Edward Pickering carried them. Captain Isham went on shore, nobody showing of him any respect, so the old man very fairly took leave of my Lord, and my Lord very coldly bid him, God be with you, which was very strange, but that I hear that he keeps a great deal of prating and talking on shore, on board at the King's courts, what command he had with my Lord, etc. After letters were gone, then to bed. 14th. In the morning, when I woke and rose, I saw myself out of the scuttle, close by the shore, which afterwards I was told to be the Dutch shore. The Hague was clearly to be seen by us. My Lord went up in his nightgown into the cuddy. to see how to dispose thereof for himself and us that belong to him, to give order for our removal to-day. Some nasty Dutchmen came on board to proffer their boats to carry things from us on shore, etc., to get money by us. Before noon some gentlemen came on board from the shore to kiss my Lord's hands, and by Mr. North and Dr. Clark went to kiss the Queen of Bohemia's hands from my Lord, with 12 attendants from on board to wait on them, among which I sent my boy, who, like myself, is with child to see any strange thing. After noon they came back again, after having kissed the Queen of Bohemia's hand, and were sent again by my Lord to do the same to the Prince of Orange. So I got the captain to ask leave for me to go, which my Lord did give, and I, taking my boy and judge advocate with me, went in company with them. The weather bad, we were sadly washed when we came near the shore, it being very hard to land there. The shore is, as all the country between that and the Hague, all sand. The rest of the company got a coach by themselves. Mr. Creed and I went in the fore part of a coach, wherein were two very pretty ladies, very fashionable, and with black patches, who very merrily sang all the way, and that very well, and were very free to kiss the two blades that were with them. I took up my flageolet and piped, but in piping I dropped my rapier stick. But when I came to the Hague, I set my boy back again for it, and he found it, for which I did give him 6d, but some horses had gone over it and broke the scabbard. The Hague is a most neat place in all respects, the houses so neat in all places and things as is possible. Here we walked up and down a great while, the town being now very full of Englishmen, for that the Londoners were come on shore to-day. But going to see the Prince, he was gone forth with his governor, and so we walked up and down the town and court to see the place, and by the help of a stranger, an Englishman, we saw a great many places, and were made to understand many things, as the intention of maypoles, which we saw there standing at every great man's door, of different greatness according to the quality of the person. About 10 at night the Prince comes home, and we found an easy admission. His attendants very inconsiderable as for a prince, but yet handsome, and his tutor a fine man, and himself a very pretty boy. It was bright moonshine to-night. This done, we went to a place we had taken to sup in, where a sallet and 2 or 3 bones of mutton were provided for a matter of 10 of us, which was very strange. After supper, the judge and I to another house, leaving them there, and he and I lay in one press bed, there being 2 more in the same room, but all very neat and handsome, my boy sleeping upon a bench by me. 15th. We lay till past 3 o'clock, then up and down the town to see it by daylight, where we saw the soldiers of the Prince's Guard, all very fine, and the burghers of the town with their arms and muskets as bright as silver. And meeting this morning a schoolmaster that spoke good English and French, he went along with us and shewed us the whole town, and indeed I cannot speak enough of the gallantry of the town. Everybody of fashion speaks French, or Latin, or both. The women, many of them very pretty and in good habits, fashionable, and black spots. He went with me to buy a couple of baskets, one of them for Mrs. Pierce, the other for my wife. After he was gone, we having first drank with him at our lodging, the judge and I to the Grand Salle, where we were shewed the place where the States General sit in council. The hall is a great place, where the flags that they take from their enemies are all hung up, and things to be sold, as in Westminster Hall, and not much unlike it, but that not so big, but much neater. After that to a bookseller's, and bought for the love of the binding 3 books, the French Psalms in 4 parts, Bacon's Organon, and Farnaby Rhetoric. After that, the judge, I and my boy, by coach to Scheveling again, where we went into a house of entertainment and drank there, the wind being very high, and we saw 2 boats overset, and the gallants forced to be pulled on shore by the heels, while their trunks, portmanteaus, hats, and feathers were swimming in the sea. Among others I saw the ministers that come along with the commissioners, Mr. Case among the rest, sadly dipped. So they came in where we were, and I being in haste left my Copenhagen knife, and so lost it. Having stayed here a great while, a gentleman that was going to kiss my Lord's hand, from the Queen of Bohemia, and I, hired a Dutch boat for $4 to carry us on board. We were fain to wait a great while before we could get off from the shore, the sea being very rough. The Dutchman would fain have made all pay that came into our boat besides us 2 in our company, there being many of our ship's company got in who were on shore, but some of them had no money, having spent all on shore. Coming on board, we found all the Commissioners of the House of Lords at dinner with my Lord, who after dinner went away for shore. Mr. Morland, now Sir Samuel, was here on board, but I do not find that my Lord or anybody did give him any respect, he being looked upon by him and all men as a knave. Among others, he betrayed Sir Richard Willis, that married Dr. F. Jones's daughter, that he had paid him £1,000 at one time by the Protector's and Secretary Thurloe's order, for intelligence that he sent concerning the king. In the afternoon my lord called me on purpose to show me his fine clothes, which are now come hither, and indeed are very rich as gold and silver can make them. Only his sword he and I do not like. In the afternoon my lord and I walked together in the coach 2 hours, talking together upon all sorts of discourse, as religion, wherein he is, I perceive, wholly sceptical as well as I, saying, that indeed the Protestants, as to the Church of Rome, are wholly fanatics. He likes uniformity and form of prayer. About state business, among other things, he told me that his conversion to the king's cause, for so I was saying that I wondered from what time the king could look upon him to become his friend, commenced from his being in the Sound, when he found what usage he was likely to have from a commonwealth. My lord the captain and I supped in my lord's chamber, where I did perceive that he did begin to show me much more respect than ever he did yet. After supper my lord sent for me, intending to have me play at cards with him. But I not knowing cribbage, we fell into discourse of many things, till it was so rough sea, and the ship rolled so much, that I was not able to stand, and so he bid me go to bed. 16th. Soon as I was up, I went down to be trimmed below in the great cabin, but then come in some with visits, among the rest one from Admiral Opdown, who spoke Latin well, but not French nor English, to whom my lord made me to give his answer, and to entertain. He brought my lord a tierce of wine and a barrel of butter, as a present from the Admiral. After that to finish my trimming, and while I was doing of it, in comes Mr. North very seasick from shore, and to bed he goes. After that to dinner, where Commissioner Pett was come to take care to get all things ready for the king on board. My lord in his best suit, this the first day in expectation to wait upon the king. But Mr. Edward Pickering coming from the king brought word, that the king would not put my lord to the trouble of coming to him, but that he would come to the shore to look upon the fleet to day, which we expected, and had our guns ready to fire, and our scarlet waistclothes out, and silk pendants, but he did not come. My lord and we at ninepins this afternoon upon the quarter deck, which was very pretty sport. This evening came Mr. John Pickering on board, like an ass, with his feathers and new suit, that he had made at the Hague. My lord very angry for his staying on shore, bidding me a little before to send to him, telling me that he was afraid that for his father's sake he might have some mischief done him, unless he used the general's name. To supper, and after supper to cards. I stood by and looked on till 11 at night, and so to bed. This afternoon Mr. Edward Pickering told me in what a sad poor condition for clothes and money the king was, and all his attendants, when he came to him first from my lord, their clothes not being worth 40 the best of them. And how overjoyed the king was when Sir J. Greenville brought him some money. So joyful that he called the Princess Royal and Duke of York to look upon it as it lay in the portmanteau before it was taken out. My lord told me too that the Duke of York is made High Admiral of England. 17th. Up early to write down my last 2 days' observations. Dr. Clarke came to me to tell me that he heard this morning, by some Dutch that are come on board, all ready to see the ship, that there was a Portuguese taken yesterday at the Hague that had a design to kill the king. But this I heard afterwards was only the mistake upon one being observed to walk with his sword naked, he having lost his scabbard. Before dinner, Mr. Edward Pickering and I, W. Howe, Pym, and my boy, to Scheveling, where we took coach, and so to the Hague, where, walking, intending to find one that might show us the king incognito, I met with Captain Whittington, that had formerly brought a letter to my lord from the Mayor of London, and he did promise me to do it. But first we went and dined at a French house, but paid 16 for our part of the club. At dinner in came Dr. Cade, a merry mad parson of the king's, and they two after dinner got the child and me, the others not being able to crowd in, to see the king, who kissed the child very affectionately. Then we kissed his, and the Duke of York's, and the Princess Royal's hands. The king seems to be a very sober man, and a very splendid court he hath in the number of persons of quality that are about him, English very rich in habit, from the king to the Lord Chancellor, who did lie bed rid of the gout. He spoke very merrily to the child and me. After that, going to see the Queen of Bohemia, I met with Dr. Fuller's, whom I sent to a tavern with Mr. Edward Pickering, while I and the rest went to see the Queen, who used us very respectfully. Her hand we all kissed. She seems a very debonair but plain lady. After that to the doctor's, where we drank a while or so. In a coach of a friend's of Dr. Cade. We went to see a house of the Princess Dowager's in a park about half a mile or a mile from the Hague, where there is one, the most beautiful room for pictures in the whole world. She had here one picture upon the top, with these words, dedicating it to the memory of her husband: Incomparabili marito, inconsolabilis vidua. Here I met with Mr. Woodcock of Cambridge, Mr. Hardy, and another, and Mr. Woodcock beginning, we had 2 or 3 fine songs, he and I, and W. Howe to the echo, which was very pleasant, and the more because in a heaven of pleasure, and in a strange country, that I never was taken up more with a sense of pleasure in my life. After that we parted, and back to the Hague, and took a tour or two about the forehold, where the ladies in the evening do as our ladies do in Hyde Park, but for my life I could not find one handsome, but their coaches very rich, and themselves so too. From thence taking leave of the Doctor, we took waggon to Scheveling, where we had a fray with the boatswain of the Richmond, who would not freely carry us on board, but at last he was willing to it, but then it was so late we durst not go. So we returned between 10 and 11 at night in the dark, with a waggon with 1 horse to the Hague, where being come we went to bed as well as we could be accommodated, and so to sleep. 18th. Very early up, and hearing that the Duke of York, our Lord High Admiral, would go on board to-day, Mr. Pickering and I took waggon for Scheveling, leaving the child in Mr. Pierce's hands, with directions to keep him within doors all day till he heard from me. But the wind being very high that no boat could get off from shore, we returned to the Hague, having breakfasted with a gentleman of the Duke's and Commissioner Pett, sent on purpose to give notice to my Lord of his coming, where I hear that the child is gone to Delft to see the town. So we all and Mr. Ibbott, the minister, took a sheet, and very much pleased with the manner and conversation of the passengers, where most speak French, went after them, but met them by the way. But however we went forward, making no stop, where when we were come we got a smith's boy of the town to go along with us, but could speak nothing but Dutch, and he showed us the church where Van Trump lies entombed, with a very fine monument. His epitaph concluded thus: Tandem bello Anglico, tantum non victor, Certe invictus, vivere et vincere desiet. There is a sea fight cut in marble, with the smoke the best expressed that ever I saw in my life. From thence to the great church, that stands in a fine great market-place, over against the Stadthouse, and there I saw a stately tomb of the old Prince of Orange, of marble and brass, wherein, among other rarities, there are the angels with their trumpets expressed, as it were crying. Here were very fine organs in both the churches. It is a most sweet town, with bridges and a river in every street. Observing that in every house of entertainment there hangs in every room a poor man's box, and desiring to know the reason thereof, it was told me that it is their custom to confirm all bargains by putting something in the poor people's box, and that binds as fast as anything. We also saw the guest house, where it was very pleasant to see what neat preparation there is for the poor. We saw one poor man a-dying there. After we had seen all, we light by chance of an English house to drink in, where we were very merry, discoursing of the town and the thing that hangs up in the Stadthouse like a bushel, which I was told is a sort of punishment for some sort of offenders to carry through the streets of the town over his head, which is a great weight. Back by water, where a pretty sober Dutch lass sat reading all the way, and I could not fasten any discourse upon her. At our landing we met with Commissioner Pett going down to the waterside with Major Harley, who is going upon a dispatch into England. They having a coach, I left the parson and my boy, and went along with Commissioner Pett, Mr. Ackworth, and Mr. Dawes his friends, to the Princess Dowager's house again. Thither also my Lord Fairfax and some other English lords did come to see it, and my pleasure was increased by seeing of it again. Besides, we went into the garden, wherein are gallant nuts, better than ever I saw, and a fine echo under the house in a vault made on purpose with pillars, where I played on my flageolet to great advantage. Back to the Hague, where not finding Mr. Edward, I was much troubled, but went with the parson to supper to Commissioner Pett, where we sat late. And among other mirth, Mr. Ackworth vied wives, each endeavouring to set his own wife out to the best advantage, he having, as they said, an extraordinary handsome wife. But Mr. Dawes could not be got to say anything of his. After that to our lodging, where W. Howe and I exceeding troubled, not to know what is become of our young gentleman. So to bed. 19th. Up early, hearing nothing of the child, and went to Scheveling, where I found no getting on board, though the Duke of York sent every day to see whether he could do it or no. Here I met with Mr. Pinkney and his sons, and with them went back to the Hague, in our way lighting, and going to see a woman that makes pretty rock-work in shells, etc., which could I have carried safe, I would have bought some of. At the Hague we went to buy some pictures, where I saw a sort of painting done upon woolen cloth, drawn as if there was a curtain over it, which was very pleasant, but dear. Another pretty piece of painting I saw, on which there was a great wager laid by young Pinkney and me, whether it was a principal or a copy, but not knowing how to decide, it was broken off, and I got the old man to lay out as much as my piece of gold come to, and so saved my money, which had been 24 shillings lost, I fear. While we were here buying of pictures, we saw Mr. Edward and his company land, who told me that they had been at Leyden all night, at which I was very angry with Mr. Pierce, and shall not be friends, I believe, a good while. To our lodging to dinner. After that out to buy some linen to wear against to-morrow, and so to the barber's. After that by wagon to Lausdune, where the 365 children were born. We saw the hill where they say the house stood, and sunk wherein the children were born. The basins wherein the male and female children were baptized do stand over a large table that hangs upon a wall, with the whole story of the thing in Dutch and Latin, beginning Margarita Hermann Comitissa, etc. The thing was done about 200 years ago. The town is a little small village, which answers much to one of our small villages, such a one as Chesterton in all respects, and one could have thought it in England but for the language of the people. We went into a little drinking house, where there were a great many Dutch Boers, eating of fish in a boorish manner, but very merry in their way. But the houses here as neat as in the great places. From thence to the Hague again, playing at crambo. In the wagon, Mr. Edward, Mr. Ibbott, W. Howe, Mr. Pinkney, and I. When we were come thither, W. Howe and Mr. Ibbott and Mr. Pinkney went away for sheveling, while I and the child to walk up and down the town, where I met my old chamber fellow, Mr. Charles Anderson, and a friend of his, both physicians, Mr. Wright, who took me to a Dutch house, where there was an exceeding pretty lass, and right for the sport, but it being Saturday, we could not have much of her company. But however I staid with them, having left the child with my uncle Pickering, whom I met in the street, till 12 at night. By that time Charles was almost drunk, and then broke up, he resolving to go thither again, after he had seen me at my lodging, and lie with the girl, which he told me he had done in the morning. Going to my lodging, we met with the bellman, who struck upon a clapper which I took in my hand, and it is just like the clapper that our boys frightened the birds away from the corn with, in summer time in England. To bed. 20th. Up early, and with Mr. Pickering and the child by wagon to Sheveling, where it not being yet fit to go off, I went to lie down in a chamber in the house, where in another bed there was a pretty Dutch woman in bed alone. But though I had a month's mind, I had not the boldness to go to her. So there I slept an hour or two. At last she rose, and then I rose and walked up and down the chamber, and saw her dress herself after the Dutch dress, and talked to her as much as I could, and took occasion, from her ring which she wore on her first finger, to kiss her hand, but had not the face to offer anything more. So at last I left her there, and went to my company. About 8 o'clock I went into the church at Sheveling, which was pretty handsome, and in the chancel a very great upper part of the mouth of a whale, which indeed was of a prodigious bigness, bigger than one of our long boats that belonged to one of our ships. Commissioner Pett at last came to our lodging, and caused the boats to go off. So some in one boat, and some in another, we all bid adieu to the shore. But through badness of weather we were in great danger, and a great while before we could get to the ship. So that of all the company, not one but myself that was not sick, I keeping myself in the open air, though I was soundly wet for it. This hath not been known 4 days together, such weather at this time of year, a great while. Indeed our fleet was thought to be in great danger, but we found all well, and Mr. Thomas Crew came on board. I having spoke a word or two with my Lord, being not very well settled, partly through last night's drinking and want of sleep, I lay down in my gown upon my bed, and slept till the 4 o'clock gun the next morning waked me, which I took for 8 at night, and rising, mistook the sun rising for the sun setting on Sunday night. 21st. So into my naked bed, and slept till 9 o'clock, and then John Goods waked me, and by the Captain's boy brought me 4 barrels of Mallow's oysters, which Captain Tatnall had sent me from Merlis. The weather foul all this day also. After dinner about writing one thing or other all day, and setting my papers in order, having been so long absent. At night Mr. Pierce, Purser, the other Pierce and I having not spoken to one another since we fell out about Mr. Edward, and Mr. Cooke sat with me in my cabin and supped with me, and then I went to bed. By letters that came hither in my absence, I understand that the Parliament had ordered all persons to be secured, in order to a trial, that did sit as judges in the late King's death, and all the officers too attending the court, Sir John Lenthall moving in the House that all that had borne arms against the King should be exempted from pardon. He was called to the bar of the House, and after a severe reproof he was degraded his knighthood. At court I find that all things grow high. The old clergy talkers being sure of their lands again, and laugh at the Presbytery, and it is believed that the sales of the King's and Bishop's lands will never be confirmed by Parliament, there being nothing now in any man's power to hinder them and the King from doing what they have a mind, but everybody willing to submit to anything. We expect every day to have the King and Duke on board as soon as it is fair. My Lord do nothing now, but offers all things to the pleasure of the Duke as Lord High Admiral, so that I am at a loss what to do. 22nd. Up very early, and now beginning to be settled in my wits again. I went about setting down my last 4 days' observations this morning. After that was trimmed by a barber that has not trimmed me yet, my Spaniard being on shore. News brought that the two Dukes are coming on board, which by and by they did. In a Dutch boat, the Duke of York in yellow trimmings, the Duke of Gloucester in grey and red. My Lord went in a boat to meet them, the Captain, myself, and others standing at the entering port. So soon as they were entered, we shot the guns off round the fleet. After that they went to view the ship all over, and were most exceedingly pleased with it. They seem to be both very fine gentlemen. After that done, upon the quarter-deck table, under the awning, the Duke of York and my Lord, Mr. Coventry, and I spent an hour at allotting to every ship their service, in their return to England, which having done, they went to dinner, where the table was very full, the two Dukes at the upper end, my Lord Obdam next on one side, and my Lord on the other. 2 guns given to every man, while he was drinking the King's health, and so likewise to the Duke's health. I took down Monsieur Desquier to the great cabin below, and dined with him in state alone, with only 1 or 2 friends of his. All dinner the harper belonging to Captain Sparling played to the Dukes. After dinner the Dukes and my Lord to see the Vice and Rear Admirals, and I in a boat after them. After that done, they made to the shore in the Dutch boat that brought them, and I got into the boat with them. But the shore was so full of people to expect their coming, as that it was as black, which otherwise is white sand, as every one could stand by another. When we came near the shore, my Lord left them, and came into his own boat, and General Pen and I with him, my Lord being very well pleased with this day's work. By the time we came on board again, news is sent us that the King is on shore. So my Lord fired all his guns round twice, and all the fleet after him, which in the end fell into disorder, which seemed very handsome. The gun over against my cabin I fired myself to the King, which was the first time that he had been saluted by his own ships since his change. But holding my head too much over the gun, I had almost spoiled my right eye. Nothing in the world but going of guns almost all this day. In the evening we began to remove cabins. I to the carpenter's cabin, and Dr. Clarke with me, who came on board this afternoon, having been twice ducked in the sea to-day, coming from shore, and Mr. North and John Pickering the like. Many of the King's servants came on board to-night, and so many Dutch of all sorts came to see the ship till it was quite dark, that we could not pass by one another, which was a great trouble to us all. This afternoon Mr. Downing, who was knighted yesterday by the King, was here on board, and had a ship for his passage into England, with his lady and servants. By the same token he called me to him when I was going to write the order, to tell me that I must write him Sir G. Downing. My Lord lay in the Round House to-night. This evening I was late writing a French letter myself by my Lord's order to Monsieur Cras, Ambassadeur de Denmark à la Haye, which my Lord signed in bed. After that I to bed, and the doctor, and sleep well. 23rd. The doctor and I waked very merry, only my eye was very red and ill in the morning from yesterday's hurt. In the morning came infinity of people on board from the King to go along with him. My Lord, Mr. Crew, and others go on shore to meet the King as he comes off from shore, where Sir R. Stayner bringing his Majesty into the boat. I hear that his Majesty did with a great deal of affection kiss my Lord upon his first meeting. The King, with the 2 Dukes and Queen of Bohemia, Princess Royal and Prince of Orange, came on board, where I in their coming in kissed the King's, Queen's, and Princess's hands, having done the other before. Infinite shooting off of the guns, and that in a disorder on purpose, which was better than if it had been otherwise. All day nothing but lords and persons of honour on board, that we were exceeding full. Dined in a great deal of state, the Royal Company by themselves in the coach, which was a blessed sight to see. I dined with Dr. Clarke, Dr. Quarterman, and Mr. Darcy in my cabin. This morning Mr. Lucy came on board, to whom, and his company of the King's Guard in another ship, my Lord did give 3 dozen of bottles of wine. He made friends between Mr. Pierce and me. After dinner the King and Duke altered the name of some of the ships, viz. the Naseby into Charles, the Richard, James, the Speakers, Mary, the Dunbar, which was not in company with us, the Henry, Winsley, Happy Return, Wakefield, Richmond, Lambert, the Henrietta, Cheriton, the Speedwell, Bradford, the Success. That done, the Queen, Princess Royal, and Prince of Orange took leave of the King, and the Duke of York went on board the London, and the Duke of Gloucester the Swiftsure. Which done, we weighed anchor, and with a fresh gale and most happy weather, we set sail for England. All the afternoon the King walked here and there, up and down, quite contrary to what I thought him to have been, very active and stirring. Upon the quarter-deck he fell into discourse of his escape from Worcester, where it made me ready to weep to hear the stories that he told, of his difficulties that he had passed through, as his travelling 4 days and 3 nights on foot, every step up to his knees in dirt, with nothing but a green coat and a pair of country breeches on, and a pair of country shoes that made him so sore all over his feet that he could scarce stir. Yet he was forced to run away from a miller and other company, that took them for rogues. His sitting at table at one place, where the master of the house, that had not seen him in 8 years, did know him, but kept it private, when at the same table there was one that had been of his own regiment at Worcester, could not know him, but made him drink the king's health, and said that the king was at least 4 fingers higher than he. At another place he was by some servants of the house made to drink, that they might know him not to be a Roundhead, which they swore he was. In another place, at his inn, the master of the house, as the king was standing with his hands upon the back of a chair by the fireside, kneeled down and kissed his hand privately, saying that he would not ask him who he was, but bid God bless him whither he was going. Then the difficulty of getting a boat to get into France, where he was fain to plot with the master thereof, to keep his design from the 4 men and a boy, which was all his ship's company, and so got to Fécamp in France. At Rouen he looked so poorly that the people went into the rooms before he went away to see whether he had not stole something or other. In the evening I went up to my Lord to write letters for England, which we sent away with word of our coming by Mr. Edward Pickering. The king supped alone in the coach. After that I got a dish, and we 4 supped in my cabin, as at noon. About bedtime my Lord Bartlett, who I had offered my service to before, sent for me to get him a bed, who with much ado I did get to bed to my Lord Middlesex in the great cabin below, but I was cruelly troubled before I could dispose of him, and quit myself of him. So to my cabin again, where the company still was, and were talking more of the king's difficulties, as how he was fain to eat a piece of bread and cheese out of a poor boy's pocket, how at a Catholic house he was fain to lie in the priest's hole a good while in the house for his privacy. After that our company broke up, and the doctor and I to bed. We have all the Lords Commissioners on board us, and many others. Under sail all night, and most glorious weather. 24th. Up, and made myself as fine as I could, with the tinning stockings on, and wired cannons, that I bought the other day at Hague. Extraordinary press of noble company, and great mirth all the day. There dined with me in my cabin, that is, the carpenters, Dr. Earle, and Mr. Hollis, the king's chaplains, Dr. Scarborough, Dr. Quarterman, and Dr. Clark, physicians, Mr. Darcy and Mr. Fox, both very fine gentlemen, the king's servants, where we had brave discourse. Walking upon the decks were persons of honour all the afternoon, among others Thomas Killigrew, a merry droll, but a gentleman of great esteem with the king, who told us many merry stories, one how he wrote a letter 3 or 4 days ago to the Princess Royal, about a Queen Dowager, of Judea and Palestine, that was at the Hague incognita, that made love to the king, etc., which was Mr. Carey, a courtier's wife, that had been a nun, who are all married to Jesus. At supper the 3 doctors of physic again at my cabin, where I put Dr. Scarborough in mind of what I heard him say about the use of the eyes, which he owned that children do, in every day's experience, look several ways with both their eyes, till custom teaches them otherwise, and that we do now see but with one eye, our eyes looking in parallel lines. After this discourse I was called to write a pass for my Lord Mandeville to take up horses to London, which I wrote in the king's name, and carried it to him to sign, which was the first and only one that ever he signed in the ship Charles. To bed, coming in sight of land a little before night. 25th. By the morning we were come close to the land, and everybody made ready to get on shore. The king and the 2 dukes did eat their breakfast before they went, and there being set some ship's diet before them, only to show them the manner of the ship's diet, they eat of nothing else but peas and pork and boiled beef. I had Mr. Darcy in my cabin, and Dr. Clark, who eat with me, told me how the king had given £50 to Mr. Shepley for my Lord's servants, and £500 among the officers and common men of the ship. I spoke with the Duke of York about business, who called me Pepys by name, and upon my desire did promise me his future favour. Great expectation of the king's making some knights, but there was none. About noon, though the brigantine that Beale made was there ready to carry him, yet he would go in my Lord's barge with the 2 dukes. Our captain steered, and my Lord went along bare with him. I went, and Mr. Mansell, and one of the king's footmen, with a dog that the king loved, which dirted the boat, which made us laugh, and me think that a king and all that belong to him are but just as others are, in a boat by ourselves, and so got on shore when the king did, who was received by General Monk with all imaginable love and respect at his entrance upon the land of Dover. Infinite the crowd of people, and the horsemen, citizens, and noblemen of all sorts. The mayor of the town came and gave him his white staff, the badge of his place, which the king did give him again. The mayor also presented him from the town a very rich Bible, which he took and said it was a thing that he loved above all things in the world. A canopy was provided for him to stand under, which he did, and talked a while with General Monk and others, and so into a stately coach there set for him, and so away through the town towards Canterbury, without making any stay at Dover. The shouting and joy expressed by all is past imagination. Seeing that my Lord did not stir out of his barge, I got into a boat, and so into his barge, whither Mr. John Crew stepped, and spoke a word or two to my Lord, and so returned, we back to the ship, and going did see a man almost drowned that fell out of his boat into the sea, but with much ado was got out. My Lord almost transported with joy that he had done all this without any the least blur or obstruction in the world, that could give an offence to any, and with the great honour he thought it would be to him. Being overtook by the brigantine, my Lord and we went out of our barge into it, and so went on board with Sir W. Batten, and the Vice and Rear Admirals. At night my Lord supped, and Mr. Thomas Crew with Captain Stokes. I supped with the Captain, who told me what the King had given us. My Lord returned late, and at his coming did give me order to cause the mart to be gilded, and a crown and C.R. to be made at the head of the coach table, where the King to-day with his own hand did mark his height, which accordingly I caused the painter to do, and is now done as is to be seen. 26th. Thanks to God I got to bed in my own poor cabin, and slept well till 9 o'clock this morning. Mr. North and Dr. Clarke and all the great company being gone, I found myself very uncouth all this day for want thereof. My Lord dined with the Vice Admiral to-day, who is as officious, poor man, as any spaniel can be, but I believe all to no purpose, for I believe he will not hold his place. So I dined commander at the coach table to-day, and all the officers of the ship with me, and Mr. White of Dover. After a game or two at ninepins, to work all the afternoon, making above 20 orders. In the evening, my Lord having been ashore, the first time that he hath been ashore since he came out of the Hope, having resolved not to go till he had brought his Majesty into England, returned on board with a great deal of pleasure. I supped with the Captain in his cabin with young Captain Cuttance, and afterwards a messenger from the King came with a letter, and to go into France, and by that means we supped again with him at 12 o'clock at night. This night the Captain told me that my Lord had appointed me £30 out of the 1,000 ducats which the King had given to the ship, at which my heart was very much joyed. To bed. 27th (Lord's day). Called up by John Goods to see the Garter and Herald's coat, which lay in the coach brought by Sir Edward Walker, King at Arms, this morning, for my Lord. My Lord hath summoned all the commanders on board him to see the ceremony, which was thus: Sir Edward putting on his coat, and having laid the George and Garter, and the King's letter to my Lord, upon a crimson cushion, in the coach all the commanders standing by, makes 3 congees to him, holding the cushion in his arms. Then laying it down with the things upon it upon a chair, he takes the letter, and delivers it to my Lord, which my Lord breaks open and gives him to read. It was directed to our trusty and well-beloved Sir Edward Montague, Knight, one of our generals at sea, and our companion elect of our noble Order of the Garter. The contents of the letter is to show that the Kings of England have for many years made use of this honour as a special mark of favour to persons of good extraction and virtue, and that many emperors, kings, and princes of other countries have borne this honour, and that whereas my Lord is of a noble family, and hath now done the King such service by sea at this time as he hath done, he do send him this George and Garter to wear as Knight of the Order, with a dispensation for the other ceremonies of the habit of the Order, and other things, till hereafter, when it can be done. So the herald putting the ribbon about his neck, and the Garter about his left leg, he salutes him with joy as Knight of the Garter, and that was all. After that was done, and the Captain and I had breakfasted with Sir Edward, while my Lord was writing of a letter, he took his leave of my Lord, and so to shore again to the King at Canterbury, where he yesterday gave the like honour to General Monk, who are the only two for many years that have had the Garter given them, before they had other honours of earldom or the like, excepting only the Duke of Buckingham, who was only Sir George Villiers when he was made Knight of the Garter. A while after Mr. Thomas Crew and Mr. J. Pickering, who had stayed long enough to make all the world see him to be a fool, took ship for London. So there now remained no strangers with my Lord but Mr. Hetly, who had been with us the day before the King went from us. My Lord and the ship's company down to sermon. I stayed above to write and look over my new song book, which came last night to me from London, in lieu of that my Lord had of me. The officers being all on board, there was not room for me at table, so I dined in my cabin, where, among other things, Mr. Drum brought me a lobster and a bottle of oil, instead of a bottle of vinegar, whereby I spoiled my dinner. Many orders in the ordering of ships this afternoon. Late to a sermon, After that up to the Lieutenant's cabin, where Mr. Shepley, I, and the Minister supped, and after that I went down to W. Howe's cabin, and there with a great deal of pleasure, singing till it was late. After that to bed. 28th. Called up at 2 in the morning for letters for my Lord from the Duke of York, but I went to bed again till 5. Trimmed early this morning. This morning the Captain did call over all the men in the ship, not the boys, and give every one of them a ducat of the King's money that he gave the ship, and the officers according to their quality. I received in the Captain's cabin for my share 60 ducats. The rest of the morning busy writing letters. So was my Lord that he would not come to dinner. After dinner to write again in order to sending to London, but my Lord did not finish his, so we did not send to London to day. A great part of the afternoon at ninepins with my Lord and Mr. Hetly. I lost about 4s. Supped with my Lord, and after that to bed. At night I had a strange dream of myself, which I really did, and having kicked my clothes off, I got cold, and found myself all much wet in the morning, and had a great deal of pain, which made me very melancholy. 29th. The King's birthday. Busy all the morning writing letters to London, among the rest one to Mr. Chetwin, to give me an account of the fees due to the Herald for the Order of the Garter, which my Lord desires to know. After dinner got all ready and sent away Mr. Cooke to London with a letter and token to my wife. After that abroad to shore with my Lord, which he offered me of himself, saying that I had a great deal of work to do this month, which was very true. On shore we took horses, my Lord and Mr. Edward, Mr. Hetly and I, and 3 or 4 servants, and had a great deal of pleasure in riding. Among other things my Lord showed me a house that cost a great deal of money, and is built in so barren and inconvenient a place that my Lord calls it the Fool's House. At last we came upon a very high cliff by the seaside, and rode under it, we having laid great wagers, I and Dr. Matthews, that it was not so high as Paul's, my Lord and Mr. Hetly that it was. But we riding under it, my Lord made a pretty good measure of it with 2 sticks, and found it to be not above 35 yards high, and Paul's is reckoned to be about 90. From thence toward the barge again, and in our way found the people at Deal going to make a bonfire for joy of the day, it being the King's birthday, and had some guns which they did fire at my Lord's coming by, for which I did give 20s. Among them to drink. While we were on the top of the cliff, we saw and heard our guns in the fleet go off for the same joy, and it being a pretty fair day, we could see above 20 miles into France. Being returned on board, my Lord called for Mr. Shepley's book of Paul's, by which we were confirmed in our wager. After that to supper, and then to music, and so to bed. The pain that I have got last night by cold is not yet gone, but troubles me at the time of. This day, it is thought, the King do enter the City of London. 30th. About 8 o'clock in the morning the Lieutenant came to me to know whether I would eat a dish of mackerel, newly catched, for my breakfast, which the Captain and we did in the coach. All yesterday and to day I had a great deal of pain, and in my back, which made me afeard, but it proved nothing but cold, which I took yesterday night. All this morning making up my accounts, in which I counted that I had made myself now worth about £80, at which my heart was glad, and blessed God. Many Dover men come and dine with my Lord. My Lord at ninepins in the afternoon. In the afternoon Mr. Shepley told me how my Lord had put me down for 70 guilders among the money which was given to my Lord's servants, which my heart did much rejoice at. My Lord supped alone in his chamber. Sir R. Stayner supped with us, and among other things told us how some of his men did grumble that no more of the Duke's money come to their share, and so would not receive any, whereupon he called up those that had taken it, and gives them 3 shares apiece more, which was very good, and made good sport among the seamen. To bed. 31st. This day my Lord took physic, and came not out of his chamber. All the morning making orders. After dinner a great while below in the great cabin, trying with W. Howe some of Mr. Law's songs, particularly that of What is a Kiss, with which we had a great deal of pleasure. After that to making of orders again. Captain Sparling of the Assistants brought me a pair of silk stockings of a light blue, which I was much pleased with. The Captain and I to supper, and after that a most pleasant walk till 2 at night with him upon the deck, it being a fine evening. My pain was gone again that I had yesterday, blessed be God. This day the month ends. I in very good health, and all the world in a merry mood because of the King's coming. This day I began to teach Mr. Edward, who I find to have a very good foundation laid for his Latin by Mr. Fuller. I expect every minute to hear how my poor wife do. I find myself in all these things well as to body and mind, but troubled for the absence of my wife. End of May. Chapter 6.
Of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. June, 1660. June 1st. This morning Mr. Shepley disposed of the money that the Duke of York did give my Lord's servants, 22 ducatoons. 3 came to my share, whereof he told me to give Jasper something because my Lord left him out. I did give Mr. Shepley the fine pair of buckskin gloves that I bought myself about 5 years ago. My Lord took physic to-day, and so come not out all day. The Captain on shore all day. After dinner Captain Jeffreys and W. Howe and the Lieutenant and I to Ninepins, where I lost about 2 shillings, and so fooled away all the afternoon. At night Mr. Cooke comes from London with letters, leaving all things there very gallant and joyful, and brought us word that the Parliament had ordered the 29th of May, the King's birthday, to be for ever kept as a day of thanksgiving for our redemption from tyranny, and the King's return to his government, he entering London that day. My wife was in London when he came thither, and had been there a week with Mr. Bowyer and his wife. My poor wife has not been well a week before, but thanks be to God is well again. She would fain see me and be at her house again, but we must be content. She writes word how the Joyces grow very rich and very proud, but it is no matter, and that there was a talk that I should be knighted by the King, which they, the Joyces, laugh at, but I think myself happier in my wife and estate than they are in theirs. To bed. The Captain come on board when I was going to bed, quite fuddled, and himself the next morning told me so too, that the Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and he had been drinking all day. 2nd. Being with my Lord in the morning about business in his cabin, I took occasion to give him thanks for his love to me in the share that he had given me of his Majesty's money, and the Duke's. He told me he hoped to do me a more lasting kindness, if all things stand as they are now between him and the King. But, says he, we must have a little patience, and we will rise together. In the mean time I will do you all the good jobs I can. Which was great content for me to hear from my Lord. All the morning with the Captain, computing how much the 30 ships that come with the King from Scheveling, their pay comes to for a month, because the King promised to give them all a month's pay, and it comes to £6,538, and the Charles particularly £777. I wish we had the money. All the afternoon with 2 or 3 captains in the Captain's cabin, drinking of white wine and sugar, and eating pickled oysters, where Captain Sparling told us the best story that ever I heard, about a gentleman that persuaded a country fool to let him gut his oysters or else they would stink. At night writing letters to London and Weymouth, for my Lord being now to sit in the House of Peers, he endeavours to get Mr. Edward Montagu for Weymouth, and Mr. George for Dover. Mr. Cooke late with me in my cabin while I wrote to my wife, and drank a bottle of wine, and so took leave of me on his journey, and I to bed. 3rd. Waked in the morning by one who, when I asked who it was, he told me one from Bridewell, which proved Captain Holland. I rose presently to him. He is come to get an order for the setting out of his ship, and to renew his commission. He tells me how every man goes to the Lord Mayor to set down their names, as such as do accept of his Majesty's pardon, and showed me a certificate under the Lord Mayor's hand that he had done so. At sermon in the morning. After dinner into my cabin to cast my accounts up, and find myself to be worth near £100, for which I bless Almighty God, it being more than I hoped for so soon, being I believe not clearly worth £25 when I came to sea, besides my house and goods. Then to set my papers in order, they being increased much upon my hands, through want of time to put them in order. The ship's company all this while at sermon. After sermon my Lord did give me instruction to write to London about business, which done, after supper to bed. 4th. Waked in the morning at 4 o'clock to give some money to Mr. Hetly, who was to go to London with the letters that I wrote yesterday night. After he was gone I went and lay down in my gown upon my bed again an hour or 2. At last waked by a messenger come for a post warrant for Mr. Hetly and Mr. Creed, who stood to give so little for their horses that the men would not let them have any without a warrant, which I sent them. All the morning getting Captain Holland's commission done, which I did, and he at noon went away. I took my leave of him upon the quarter deck with a bottle of sack, my Lord being just set down to dinner. Then he being gone I went to dinner, and after dinner to my cabin to write. This afternoon I showed my Lord my accounts, which he passed, and so I think myself to be worth near £100 now. In the evening I made an order for Captain Sparling of the Assistance to go to Middleborough to fetch over some of the King's goods. I took the opportunity to send all my Dutch money, 70 ducatoons and 29 gold ducats to be changed, if he can, for English money, which is the first venture that ever I made, and so I have been since a little afeard of it. After supper some music, and so to bed. This morning the King's proclamation against drinking, swearing, and debauchery was read to our ship's companies in the fleet, and indeed it gives great satisfaction to all. 5th. Abed late. In the morning my Lord went on shore with the Vice Admiral a fishing, and at dinner returned. In the afternoon I played at ninepins with my Lord, and when he went in again I got him to sign my accounts for £115, and so upon my private balance I find myself confirmed in my estimation that I am worth £100. In the evening in my cabin a great while getting the song without book, Help, help, divinity, etc. After supper my Lord called for the Lieutenant's citern, and with 2 candlesticks with money in them for cymbals, we made barber's music, with which my Lord was well pleased. So to bed. 6th. In the morning I had letters come that told me, among other things, that my Lord's place of Clerk of the Signet was fallen to him, which he did most lovingly tell me that I should execute, in case he could not get a better employment for me at the end of the year, because he thought that the Duke of York would command all, but he hoped that the Duke would not remove me, but to my advantage. I had a great deal of talk about my uncle Robert, and he told me that he could not tell how his mind stood as to his estate, but he would do all that lay in his power for me. After dinner came Mr. Gooke from London, who told me that my wife he left well at Huntsmore, though her health not altogether so constant as it used to be, which my heart is troubled for. Mr. Moore's letters tell me that he thinks my Lord will be suddenly sent for up to London, and so I got myself in readiness to go. My letters tell me that Mr. Calamy had preached before the King in a surplice. This I heard afterwards to be false. That my Lord, General Monk, and 3 more Lords are made Commissioners for the Treasury. That my Lord had some great place conferred on him, and they say Master of the Wardrobe. That the 2 Dukes do haunt the Park much, and that they were at a play, Madame Epicene, the other day. That Sir Anthony Cooper, Mr. Hollis, and Mr. Annesley, and late President of the Council of State, are made Privy Councillors to the King. At night very busy sending Mr. Donne away to London, and wrote to my father for a coat to be made me against I come to London, which I think will not be long. At night Mr. Edward Montagu came on board, and staid long up with my Lord. I to bed, and about 1 in the morning, 7th, W. Howe called me up, to give him a letter to carry to my Lord that came to me to day, which I did, and so to sleep again. About 3 in the morning the people began to wash the deck, and the water came pouring into my mouth, which waked me, and I was fain to rise and get on my gown, and sleep leaning on my table. This morning Mr. Montagu went away again. After dinner come Mr. John Wright and Mr. Moore, with the sight of whom my heart was very glad. They brought an order for my Lord's coming up to London, which my Lord resolved to do to-morrow. All the afternoon getting my things in order to set forth to-morrow. At night walked up and down with Mr. Moore, who did give me an account of all things at London. Among others, how the Presbyterians would be angry if they durst, but they will not be able to do anything. Most of the commanders on board, and supped with my Lord. Late at night came Mr. Edward Pickering from London, but I could not see him this night. I went with Mr. Moore to the master's cabin, and saw him there in order to go into bed. After that to my own cabin to put things in order, and so to bed. 8th. Out early, took horses at Deal. I troubled much with the King's guitar, and Fairbrother, the rogue that I entrusted with the carrying of it on foot, whom I thought I had lost. Colonel Dixwell's horse taken by a soldier and delivered to my Lord, and by him to me to carry to London. Came to Canterbury, dined there. I saw the Minister and the remains of Becket's tomb. To Sittingbourne and Rochester. At Chatham and Rochester the ships and bridge. Mr. Headley's mistake about dinner. Come to Gravesend. A good handsome wench I kissed, the first that I have seen a great while. Supped with my Lord, drank late below with Penrose, the captain. To bed late, having first laid out all my things against to-morrow, to put myself in a walking garb. Weary and hot to bed to Mr. Moore. 9th. Up betimes, 25s. the reckoning for very bare. Paid the house and by boats to London, 6 boats. Mr. Moore, W. Howe, and I, and then the child in the room of W. Howe. Landed at the Temple, to Mr. Crew's, to my father's, and put myself into a handsome posture to wait upon my Lord. Dined there. To Whitehall with my Lord and Mr. Edward Montagu. Found the King in the Park. There walked. Gallantly great. 10th. Lord's day. At my father's found my wife, and to walk with her in Lincoln's Inn walks. 11th. Betimes to my Lord. Extremely much people and business. So with him to Whitehall to the Duke. Back with him by coach, and left him in Covent Garden. I back to Will's and the Hall to see my father. Then to the Leg in King Street with Mr. Moore, and sent for L'Impertinent to dinner with me. After that with Mr. Moore about Privy Seal business. To Mr. Watkins, so to Mr. Crew's. Then towards my father's met my Lord, and with him to Dorset House to the Chancellor. So to Mr. Crew's, and saw my Lord at supper, and then home and went to see Mrs. Turner, and so to bed. 12th. Visited by the two Pierces, Mr. Blackburne, Dr. Clarke, and Mr. Creed, and did give them a ham of bacon. So to my Lord, and with him to the Duke of Gloucester. The two Dukes dined with the Speaker, and I saw there a fine entertainment, and dined with the pages. To Mr. Crew's, whither came Mr. Greatorex, and with him to the Fairthorns, and so to the Devil's Tavern. To my Lord's, and staid till 12 at night about business. So to my father's, my father and mother in bed, who had been with my uncle Fenner, &c., and my wife all day, and expected me. But I found Mr. Cooke there, and so to bed. 13th. To my Lord's, and thence to the Treasurer's of the Navy, with Mr. Creed and Pierce the Purser to Rawlinson's, whither my uncle White came, and I spent 12 upon them. So to Mr. Crew's, where I blotted a new carpet. That was hired, but got it out again with fair water. By water with my Lord in a boat to Westminster, and to the Admiralty, now in a new place. After business done there to the Rhenish wine house with Mr. Blackburne, Creed, and Rivell. So to my Lord's lodging, and to my father's, and to bed. 14th. Up to my Lord, and from him to the Treasurer of the Navy for L500. After that to a tavern with Washington the Purser, very gallant, and ate and drank. To Mr. Crew's, and laid my money. To my Lady Pickering with the plate that she did give my Lord the other day. Then to Will's, and met William Simons, and Doling, and Llewellyn, and with them to the Bullhead, and then to a new alehouse in Brewer's Yard, where Winter that had the fray with Stokes, and from them to my father's. 15th. All the morning at the Commissioners of the Navy about getting out my bill for L650 for the last quarter, which I got done with a great deal of ease, which is not common. After that with Mr. Turner to the Dolphin, and drunk, and so by water to W. Simons, where D. Scobell with his wife, a pretty and rich woman. Mrs. Simons a very fine woman, very merry after dinner, with marrying of Llewellyn and D. Scobell's kinswoman that was there. Then to my Lord, who told me how the King has given him the place of the great wardrobe. My Lord resolves to have Sarah again. I to my father's, and then to see my uncle and aunt Fenner. So home and to bed. 16th. Rose betimes and abroad in one shirt, which brought me a great cold and pain. Murford took me to Harvey's by my father's to drink, and told me of a business that I hope to get £5 by. To my Lord, and so to Whitehall with him about the Clerk of the Privy Seal's place, which he is to have. Then to the Admiralty, where I wrote some letters. Here Colonel Thompson told me, as a great secret, that the Naseby was on fire when the King was there, but that is not known, when God knows it is quite false. Got a piece of gold from Major Holmes for the horse of Dixwell's I brought to town. Dined at Mr. Crew's, and after dinner with my Lord to Whitehall. Court attendance infinite tedious. Back with my Lord to my Lady Wright's, and staid till it had done raining, which it had not done a great while. After that at night home to my father's, and to bed. 17th. Lord's day. Lay long abed. To Mr. Mossum's, a good sermon. This day the organs did begin to play at Whitehall before the King. Dined at my father's. After dinner to Mr. Mossum's again, and so in the garden and heard Chippell's father preach, that was page to the Protector, and just by the window that I stood at sat Mrs. Butler, the great beauty. After sermon to my Lord. Mr. Edward and I into Gray's Inn walks, and saw many beauties. So to my father's, where Mr. Cooke, W. Bowyer, and my coz, Roger Wharton, supped, and to bed. 18th. To my Lord's, where much business, and some hopes of getting some money thereby. With him to the Parliament House, where he did intend to have gone, to have made his appearance to-day, but he met Mr. Crew upon the stairs, and would not go in. He went to Mrs. Brown's, and staid till word was brought him what was done in the house. This day they made an end of the 20 men to be accepted from pardon to their estates. By barge to Stepney with my Lord, where at Trinity House we had great entertainment. With my Lord there went Sir W. Pen, Sir H. Wright, Hettley, Pierce, Creed, Hill, I, and other servants. Back again to the Admiralty, and so to my Lord's lodgings, where he told me that he did look after the place of the Clerk of the Acts for me. So to Mr. Crew's and my father's, and to bed. My wife went this day to Huntsmore for her things, and I was very lonely all night. This evening my wife's brother, Balty, came to me to let me know his bad condition, and to get a place for him, but I perceive he stands upon a place for a gentleman that may not stain his family when, God help him, he wants bread. 19th. Called on betimes by Murford, who showed me 5 pieces to get a business done for him, and I am resolved to do it. Much business at my Lord's. This morning my Lord went into the House of Commons, and there had the thanks of the House, in the name of the Parliament and Commons of England, for his late service to his King and country. A motion was made for a reward for him, but it was quashed by Mr. Annesley, who, above most men, is engaged to my Lord's and Mr. Crew's families. Meeting with Captain Stokes at Whitehall, I dined with him and Mr. Gullop, the parson, with whom afterwards I was much offended at his importunity and impertinence, such another as Elborough, and Mr. Butler, who complimented much after the same manner as the parson did. After that towards my Lord's at Mr. Crew's, but was met with by a servant of my Lady Pickering, who took me to her, and she told me the story of her husband's case, and desired my assistance with my Lord, and did give me, wrapped up in paper, £5 in silver. After that to my Lord's, and with him to Whitehall and my Lady Pickering. My Lord went at night with the King to Baynard's Castle to supper, and I home to my father's to bed. My wife and the girl and dog came home to day. When I came home I found a quantity of chocolate left for me, I know not from whom. We hear of W. Howe being sick to day, but he was well at night. 20th. Up by 4 in the morning to write letters to sea, and a commission for him that Murford solicited for. Called on by Captain Sparling, who did give me my Dutch money again, and so much as he had changed into English money, by which my mind was eased of a great deal of trouble. Some other sea captains. I did give them a good morning draught, and so to my Lord, who lay long in bed this day, because he came home late from supper with the King. With my Lord to the Parliament House, and after that with him to General Monk's, where he dined at the Cockpit. I home and dined with my wife, now making all things ready there again. Thence to my Lady Pickering, who did give me the best intelligence about the wardrobe. Afterwards to the Cockpit to my Lord with Mr. Townsend, one formerly and now again to be employed as Deputy of the Wardrobe. Thence to the Admiralty, and dispatched away Mr. Cooke to sea, whose business was a letter from my Lord about Mr. G. Montague to be chosen as a Parliament man in my Lord's room at Dover, and another to the Vice Admiral to give my Lord a constant account of all things in the fleet, merely that he may thereby keep up his power there. Another letter to Captain Cuttance to send the barge that brought the King on shore to Hinchingbroke by Lynn. To my own house, meeting G. Vines, and drank with him at Charing Cross, now the King's Head Tavern. With my wife to my father's, where met with Swan, an old hypocrite, and with him, his friend, and my father, and my cousin Scott, to the Bear Tavern. To my father's and to bed. 21st. To my Lord, much business. With him to the Council Chamber, where he was sworn, and the charge of his being admitted Privy Councillor is £26. To the Dog Tavern at Westminster, where Murford, with Captain Curle and 2 friends of theirs, went to drink. Captain Curle, late of the Maria, gave me 5 pieces in gold, and a silver can for my wife, for the commission I did give him this day for his ship, dated April 20th, 1660 last. Thence to the Parliament door, and came to Mr. Crew's to dinner with my Lord, and with my Lord to see the great wardrobe, where Mr. Townsend brought us to the governor of some poor children in tawny clothes, who had been maintained there these 11 years, which put my Lord to a stand how to dispose of them, that he may have the house for his use. The children did sing finely, and my Lord did bid me give them 5 pieces in gold at his going away. Thence back to Whitehall, where the King being gone abroad, my Lord and I walked a great while, discoursing of the simplicity of the Protector, in his losing all that his father had left him. My Lord told me, that the last words that he parted with the Protector with, when he went to the Sound, were, that he should rejoice more to see him in his grave at his return home, than that he should give way to such things as were then in hatching, and afterwards did ruin him. And the Protector said, that whatever G. Montague, my Lord Broghill, Jones, and the Secretary would have him to do, he would do it, be it what it would. Thence to my wife, meeting Mr. Blagrave, who went home with me, and did give me a lesson upon the flageolet, and handselled my silver can with my wife and me. To my father's, where Sir Thomas Honeywood and his family were come of a sudden, and so we forced to lie all together in a little chamber 3 stories high. 22nd. To my Lord, where much business. With him to Whitehall, where the Duke of York not being up, we walked a good while in the Shield Gallery. Mr. Hill, who for these 2 or 3 days hath constantly attended my Lord, told me of an offer of £500 for a baronet's dignity, which I told my Lord of in the balcon in this gallery, and he said he would think of it. I to my Lord's, and gave order for horses to be got to draw my Lord's great coach to Mr. Crew's. Mr. Morris and the upholsterer came himself to day to take notice what furniture we lack for our lodgings at Whitehall. My dear friend Mr. Fuller of Twickenham and I dined alone at the Sun Tavern, where he told me how he had the grant of being Dean of St. Patrick's in Ireland, and I told him my condition, and both rejoiced one for another. Thence to my Lord's, and had the great coach to Brigham's. who went with me to the Half Moon, and gave me a can of good julep, and told me how my Lady Monk deals with him and others for their places, asking him £500, though he was formerly the King's coachmaker, and sworn to it. My Lord abroad, and I to my house and set things in a little order there. So with Mr. Moore to my father's, I staying with Mrs. Turner, who stood at her door as I passed. Among other things, she told me for certain how my old Lady Middlesex herself the other day in the presence of the King, and people took notice of it. Thence called at my father's, and so to Mr. Crew's, where Mr. Hetly had sent a letter for me, and 2 pair of silk stockings, one for W. Howe and the other for me. To Sir H. Wright's to my Lord, where he was, and took direction about business, and so by link home about 11 o'clock. To bed, the first time since my coming from sea, in my own house, for which God be praised. 23rd. By water with Mr. Hill towards my Lord's lodging, and so to my Lord. With him to Whitehall, where I left him and went to Mr. Holmes, to deliver him the horse of Dixwell's that had stayed there 14 days at the Bell. So to my Lord's lodgings, where Tom Guy came to me, and there stayed to see the King touch people for the King's evil. But he did not come at all, it rained so, and the poor people were forced to stand all the morning in the rain in the garden. Afterward he touched them in the banqueting house. With my Lord to my Lord Friesendorf's, where he dined to-day, where he told me that he had obtained a promise of the Clerk of the Acts place for me, at which I was glad. Met with Mr. Chetwin, and dined with him at Hargrave's, the corn chandler in St. Martin's Lane, where a good dinner, where he showed me some good pictures, and an instrument he called an Angelique. With him to London, changing all my Dutch money at Backwell's for English, and then to Cardinal's Cap, where he and the City Remembrancer, who paid for all. Back to Westminster, where my Lord was, and discoursed with him a while about his family affairs. So he went away, I home, and wrote letters into the country, and to bed. 24th, Sunday. Drank my morning draught at Harper's, and bought a pair of gloves there. So to Mr. G. Montague, and told him what I had received from Dover about his business likely to be chosen there. So home, and thence with my wife towards my father's. She went thither, I to Mr. Crew's, where I dined and my Lord at my Lord Montague of Boughton in Little Queen Street. In the afternoon to Mr. Mossum's with Mr. Moore, and we sat in Mr. Butler's pew. Then to Whitehall, looking for my Lord, but in vain, and back again to Mr. Crew's, where I found him, and did give him letters. Among others, some simple ones from our Lieutenant Lambert to him and myself, which made Mr. Crew and us all laugh. I went to my father's to tell him that I would not come to supper, and so after my business done at Mr. Crew's I went home, and my wife within a little while after me, my mind all this while full of thoughts for my place of Clerk of the Acts. 25th. With my Lord at Whitehall all the morning. I spoke with Mr. Coventry about my business, who promised me all the assistance I could expect. Dined with young Mr. Pole, lately come from the Sound, being amused at our great changes here, and Mr. Southern, now clerk to Mr. Coventry, at the Leg in King Street. Thence to the Admiralty, where I met with Mr. Turner, of the Navy Office, who did look after the place of Clerk of the Acts. He was very civil to me, and I to him, and shall be so. There came a letter from my Lady Monk to my Lord about it this evening, but he refused to come to her, but meeting in Whitehall with Sir Thomas Clarges, her brother, my Lord returned answer that he could not desist in my business, and that he believed that General Monk would take it ill if my Lord should name the officers in his army, and therefore he desired to have the naming of one officer in the fleet. With my Lord by coach to Mr. Crew's, and very merry by the way, discoursing of the late changes and his good fortune. Thence home, and then with my wife to Dorset House, to deliver a list of the names of the Justices of the Peace for Huntingdonshire. By coach, taking Mr. Fox part of the way with me, that was with us with the King on board the Naseby, who I found to have married Mrs. Whittle, that lived at Mr. Gear's so long, a very civil gentleman. At Dorset House I met with Mr. Kipps, my old friend, with whom the world is well changed, he being now seal-bearer to the Lord Chancellor, at which my wife and I are well pleased, he being a very good-natured man. Home, and late writing letters. Then to my Lord's lodging, this being the first night of his coming to Whitehall to lie since his coming from sea. 26th. My Lord dined at his lodgings all alone to-day. I went to Secretary Nicholas to carry him my Lord's resolutions about his title, which he had chosen, and that is Portsmouth. I met with Mr. Throgmorton, a merchant, who went with me to the old 3 Tuns at Charing Cross, who did give me 5 pieces of gold for to do him a small piece of service about a convoy to Bilbao, which I did. In the afternoon one Mr. Watts came to me, a merchant, to offer me £500 if I would desist from the Clerk of the Acts place. I pray God direct me in what I do herein. Went to my house, where I found my father, and carried him and my wife to Whitefriars, and myself to Puddle Wharf, to the Wardrobe, to Mr. Townsend, who went with me to Backwell the goldsmith's, and there we chose £100 worth of plate for my Lord to give Secretary Nicholas. Back and stayed at my father's, and so home to bed. 27th. With my Lord to the Duke, where he spoke to Mr. Coventry to dispatch my business of the Axe, in which place everybody gives me joy, as if I were in it, which God sent. Dined with my Lord and all the officers of his regiment, who invited my Lord and his friends, as many as he would bring, to dinner at the Swan at Dowgate, a poor house and ill-dressed, but very good fish and plenty. Here Mr. Simons, the surgeon, told me how he was likely to lose his estate that he had bought, at which I was not a little pleased. To Westminster, and with Mr. Howe by coach to the Speaker's, where my Lord supped with the King, but I could not get in. So back again, and after a song or two in my chamber in the dark, which do, now that the bed is out, sound very well, I went home and to bed. 28th. My brother Tom came to me with patterns to choose for a suit. I paid him all to this day, and did give him £10 upon account. To Mr. Coventry, who told me that he would do me all right in my business. To Sir G. Downing, the first visit I have made him since he came. He is so stingy a fellow, I care not to see him. I quite cleared myself of his office, and did give him liberty to take anybody in. Hawley and he are parted too. He is going to serve Sir Thomas Ingram. I went also this morning to see Mrs. Pierce, the surgeon's wife. I found her in bed in her house in Margaret Churchyard. Her husband returned to sea. I did invite her to go to dinner with me and my wife to day. After all this to my Lord, who lay abed till 11 o'clock, it being almost 5 before he went to bed, they supped so late last night with the King. This morning I saw poor Bishop Wren going to chapel, it being a Thanksgiving day, for the King's return. After my Lord was awake, I went up to him to the nursery, where he do lie, and having talked with him a little, I took leave and carried my wife and Mrs. Pierce to Clothworkers' Hall, to dinner, where Mr. Pierce, the purser, met us. We were invited by Mr. Chaplin, the victualler, where Nick Osborne was. Our entertainment very good, a brave hall, good company, and very good music. Where among other things I was pleased that I could find out a man by his voice, whom I had never seen before, to be one that sang behind the curtain formerly at Sir W. Davenant's opera. Here Dr. Gordon and Mr. Gordon, the victualler, dined with us. After dinner to Mr. Rawlinson's, to see him and his wife, and would have gone to my Aunt White, but that her only child, a daughter, died last night. Home and to my Lord, who supped within, and Mr. E. Montague, Mr. Thomas Crew, and others with him sat up late. I home and to bed. 29th. This day or two my maid Jane has been lame, that we cannot tell what to do for want of her. Up and to Whitehall, where I got my warrant from the Duke to be Clerk of the Axe. Also I got my Lord's warrant from the Secretary for his honour of Earl of Portsmouth and Viscount Montague of Hinchingbroke. So to my Lord to give him an account of what I had done. Then to Sir Geoffrey Palmer, to give them to him to have bills drawn upon them, who told me that my Lord must have some good Latinist to make the preamble to his patent, which must express his late service in the best terms that he can, and he told me in what high flaunting terms Sir J. Greenville had caused his to be done, which he do not like, but that Sir Richard Fanshaw had done General Monk's very well. Back to Westminster, and meeting Mr. Townsend in the Palace, he and I and another or two went and dined at the Leg there. Then to Whitehall, where I was told by Mr. Hutchinson at the Admiralty that Mr. Barlow, my predecessor, Clerk of the Axe, is yet alive, and coming up to town to look after his place, which made my heart sad a little. At night told my Lord thereof, and he bade me get possession of my patent, and he would do all that could be done to keep him out. This night my Lord and I looked over the list of the captains, and marked some that my Lord had a mind to have put out. Home and to bed. Our wench very lame, abed these 2 days. 30th. By times to Sir R. Fanshaw to draw up the preamble to my Lord's patent. So to my Lord, and with him to Whitehall, where I saw a great many fine antique heads of marble, that my Lord Northumberland had given the King. Here meeting with Mr. de Cretz, he looked over many of the pieces in the gallery with me, and told me by whose hands they were, with great pleasure. Dined at home, and Mr. Hawley with me upon 6 of my pigeons, which my wife has resolved to kill here. This day came Will, my boy, to me, the wench continuing lame, so that my wife could not be longer without somebody to help her. In the afternoon with Sir Edward Walker at his lodgings by St. Giles Church for my Lord's pedigree, and carried it to Sir R. Fanshaw. To Mr. Crew's, and there took money and paid Mrs. Ann, Mrs. Jemima's maid, off quite, and so she went away, and another came to her. To Whitehall with Mr. Moore, where I met with a letter from Mr. Turner, offering me £150 to be joined with me in my patent, and to advise me how to improve the advantage of my place, and to keep off Barlow. To my Lord's till late at night, and so home. End of June.
Chapter 7 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. July, 1660. July 1st. This morning came home my fine camlet cloak with gold buttons and a silk suit, which cost me much money, and I pray God to make me able to pay for it. I went to the cook's and got a good joint of meat, and my wife and I dined at home alone. In the afternoon to the Abbey, where a good sermon by a stranger, but no common prayer yet. After sermon called in at Mrs. Crisp's, where I saw Mynheer Rhoda, that is to marry Sam Hartlib's sister, a great fortune for her to light on, she being worth nothing in the world. Here I also saw Mrs. Greenlife, who is come again to live in Axe Yard with her new husband, Mr. Adams. Then to my Lord's, where I stayed a while. So to see for Mr. Creed to speak about getting a copy of Barlow's patent. To my Lord's, where late at night comes Mr. Morland, whom I left prating with my Lord. And so home. 2nd. Infinite of business that my heart and head and all were full. Met with Purser Washington, with whom, and a lady, a friend of his, I dined at the Bell Tavern, in King Street. But the rogue had no more manners than to invite me, and to let me pay my club. All the afternoon with my Lord, going up and down the town. At 7 at night he went home, and there the principal officers of the Navy, among the rest myself was reckoned one. We had order to meet tomorrow, to draw up such an order of the Council as would put us into action before our patents were passed, at which my heart was glad. At night supped with my Lord, he and I together, in the great dining room alone by ourselves, the first time I ever did it in London. Home to bed, my maid pretty well again. 3rd. All the morning the officers and commissioners of the Navy we met at Sir G. Carteret's chamber, and agreed upon orders for the Council to supersede the old ones, and empower us to act. Dined with Mr. Stevens, the treasurer's man of the Navy, and Mr. Turner, to whom I offered £50 out of my own purse for 1 year, and the benefit of a clerk's allowance beside, which he thanked me for. But I find he hath some design yet in his head, which I could not think of. In the afternoon my heart was quite pulled down, by being told that Mr. Barlow was to inquire to-day for Mr. Coventry. But at night I met with my Lord, who told me that I need not fear, for he would get me the place against the world. And when I came to W. Howe, he told me that Dr. Petty had been with my Lord, and did tell him that Barlow was a sickly man, and did not intend to execute the place himself, which put me in great comfort again. Till 2 in the morning writing letters, and things for my Lord to send to sea. So home to my wife to bed. 4th. Up very early in the morning, and landing my wife at Whitefriars Stairs, I went to the bridge, and so to the treasurers of the Navy, with whom I spake about the business of my office, who put me into very good hopes of my business. At his house comes Commissioner Pett, and he and I went to view the houses in Seething Lane belonging to the Navy, where I find the worst very good, and had great fears in my mind that they will shuffle me out of them, which troubles me. From thence to the Excise Office in Broad Street, where I received £500 from my Lord by appointment of the Treasurer, and went afterwards down with Mr. Ludyard, and drank my morning draught with him and other officers. Thence to Mr. Bakewell's, the goldsmith, where I took my Lord's £100 in plate from Mr. Secretary Nicholas, and my own piece of plate, being a state dish and cup in chased work, for Mr. Coventry, cost me above £19. Carried these and the money by coach to my Lord's at Whitehall, and from thence carried Nicholas's plate to his house and left it there, intending to speak with him anon. So to Westminster Hall, where meeting with Monsieur l'Impertinent and W. Bowyer, I took them to the Sun Tavern, and gave them a lobster and some wine, and sat talking like a fool till 4 o'clock. So to my Lord's, and walking all the afternoon in Whitehall Court, in expectation of what shall be done in the Council as to our business. It was strange to see how all the people flocked together there, to see the King looking out of the Council window. At night my Lord told me how my orders that I drew last night, about giving us power to act, are granted by the Council, at which he and I were very glad. Home and to bed, my boy lying in my house this night the first time. 5th. This morning my brother Tom brought me my jackanapes coat with silver buttons. It rained this morning, which makes us fear that the glory of this great day will be lost, the King and Parliament being to be entertained by the City to-day with great pomp. Mr. Hayter was with me to-day, and I agreed with him to be my clerk. Being at Whitehall, I saw the King, the Dukes, and all their attendants go forth in the rain to the City, and it bedraggled many a fine suit of clothes.
I was forced to walk all the morning in Whitehall, not knowing how to get out because of the rain. Met with Mr. Cooling, my Lord Chamberlain's secretary, who took me to dinner among the gentlemen waiters, and after dinner into the wine cellar. He told me how he had a project for all us secretaries to join together, and get money by bringing all business into our hands. Thence to the Admiralty, where Mr. Blackburn and I, it beginning to hold up, went and walked an hour or two in the park, he giving of me light in many things in my way in this office that I go about. And in the evening I got my present of plate carried to Mr. Coventry's. At my Lord's at night comes Dr. Petty to me, to tell me that Barlow had come to town, and other things, which put me into a despair, and I went to bed very sad. 6th. In the morning with my Lord at Whitehall, got the order of the Council for us to act. From thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with the doctor that showed us so much kindness at the Hague, and took him to the Sun Tavern and drank with him. So to my Lord's, and dined with W. Howe and Sarah, thinking it might be the last time that I might dine with them together. In the afternoon my Lord and I, and Mr. Coventry, and Sir G. Carteret, went and took possession of the Navy Office, whereby my mind was a little cheered, but my hopes not great. From thence Sir G. Carteret and I to the Treasurer's office, where he set some things in order, and so home, calling upon Sir Geoffrey Palmer, who did give me advice about my patent, which put me to some doubt to know what to do, Barlow being alive. Afterwards called at Mr. Pym's about getting me a coat of velvet, and he took me to the Half Moon, and the house so full that we stayed above half an hour before we could get anything. So to my Lord's, where in the dark W. Howe and I did sing extemporaries, and I found by use that we are able to sing a bass and a treble pretty well. So home and to bed. 7th. To my Lord, one with me to buy a clerk's place, and I did demand £100. To the Council Chamber, where I took an order for the advance of the salaries of the officers of the Navy, and I find mine to be raised to £350 per annum. Thence to the Change, where I bought 2 fine prints of Ragotti from Rubens, and afterwards dined with my uncle and aunt White, where her sister Cox and her husband were. After that to Mr. Rawlinson's with my uncle, and thence to the Navy Office, where I began to take an inventory of the papers and goods and books of the office. To my Lord's, late writing letters, so home to bed. 8th. Lord's Day. To Whitehall Chapel, where I got in with ease by going before the Lord Chancellor with Mr. Kipps. Here I heard very good music, the first time that ever I remember to have heard the organs and singing men in surplices in my life. The Bishop of Chichester preached before the King, and made a great flattering sermon, which I did not like, that clergy should meddle with matters of state. Dined with Mr. Llewellyn and Salisbury at a cook shop. Home, and stayed all the afternoon with my wife till after sermon. There till Mr. Fairbrother came to call us out to my father's to supper. He told me how he had perfectly procured me to be made Master in Arts by proxy, which did somewhat please me, though I remember my cousin Roger Pepys was the other day persuading me from it. While we were at supper came Win Howe to supper to us, and after supper went home to bed. 9th. All the morning at Sir G. Palmer's, advising about getting my bill drawn. From thence to the Navy Office, where in the afternoon we met and sat, and there I began to sign bills in the office the first time. From thence Captain Holland and Mr. Brown of Harwich took me to a tavern, and did give me a collation. From thence to the Temple, to further my bills being done, and so home to my Lord, and thence to bed. 10th. This day I put on first my new silk suit, the first that ever I wore in my life. This morning came Nan Pepys's husband, Mr. Hall, to see me, being lately come to town. I had never seen him before. I took him to the Swan Tavern with Mr. Eglin, and there drank our morning draught. Home, and called my wife, and took her to Dr. Clodius's to a great wedding of Nan Hartlib, to Mynheer Roder, which was kept at Goring House with very great state, cost, and noble company. But among all the beauties there, my wife was thought the greatest. After dinner I left the company, and carried my wife to Mrs. Turner's. I went to the Attorney General's, and had my bill, which cost me 7 pieces. I called my wife, and set her home. And finding my Lord in Whitehall Garden, I got him to go to the Secretary's, which he did, and desired the dispatch of his and my bills to be signed by the King. His bill is to be Earl of Sandwich, Viscount Hinchingbroke, and Baron of St. Neots. Home, with my mind pretty quiet, not returning, as I said I would, to see the bride put to bed. 11th. With Sir W. Pen by water to the Navy Office, where we met and dispatched business. And that being done, we went all to dinner to the Dolphin, upon Major Brown's invitation. After that to the office again, where I was vexed, and so was Commissioner Pett, to see a busy fellow come to look out the best lodgings for my Lord Berkeley, and the combining between him and Sir W. Pen, and indeed was troubled much at it. Home to Whitehall, and took up my bill signed by the King, and carried it to Mr. Watkins of the Privy Seal, to be dispatched there, and going home to take a cap, I borrowed a pair of sheets of Mr. Howe, and by coach went to the Navy Office, and lay, Mr. Hayter my clerk with me, at Commissioner Willoughby's house, where I was received by him very civilly, and slept well. 12th. Up early and by coach to Whitehall with Commissioner Pett, where after we had talked with my Lord, I went to the Privy Seal and got my bill perfected there, and at the Signet, and then to the House of Lords, and met with Mr. Kipps, who directed me to Mr. Beale to get my patent engrossed, but he not having time to get it done in Chancery hand, I was forced to run all up and down Chancery Lane and the 6 Clerks' office, but could find none that could write the hand that were at leisure. And so in a despair went to the Admiralty, where we met the first time there, my Lord Montague, my Lord Berkeley, Mr. Coventry, and all the rest of the principal officers and commissioners, except only the Controller, who is not yet chosen. At night to Mr. Kipps's lodgings, but not finding him, I went to Mr. Spong's, and there I found him, and got him to come to me to my Lord's lodgings at 11 o'clock of night, when I got him to take my bill to write it himself, which was a great providence that he could do it, against to-morrow morning. I late, writing letters to sea by the post, and so home to bed, in great trouble, because I heard at Mr. Beale's to-day that Barlow had been there, and said that he would make a stop in the business. 13th. Up early, the first day that I put on my black camlet coat with silver buttons. To Mr. Spong, whom I found in his nightgown, writing of my patent, and he had done as far as he could for that, etc., by 8 o'clock. It being done, we carried it to Worcester House to the Chancellor, where Mr. Kipps, a strange providence that he should now be in a condition to do me a kindness, which I never thought him capable of doing for me, got me the Chancellor's receipt to my bill, and so carried it to Mr. Beale for a docket. But he was very angry, and unwilling to do it, because he said it was ill writ, because I had got it writ by another hand, and not by him. But by much importunity I got Mr. Spong to go to his office, and make an end of my patent, and in the meantime Mr. Beale to be preparing my docket, which being done, I did give him 2 pieces, after which it was strange how civil and tractable he was to me. From thence I went to the Navy Office, where we dispatched much business, and resolved of the houses for the officers and commissioners, which I was glad of, and I got leave to have a door made me into the leads. From thence, much troubled in mind about my patent, I went to Mr. Beale again, who had now finished my patent, and made it ready for the seal, about an hour after I went to meet him at the Chancellor's. So I went away towards Westminster, and in my way met with Mr. Spong, and went with him to Mr. Lilly, and ate some bread and cheese, and drank with him, who still would be giving me counsel of getting my patent out, for fear of another change, and my Lord Montague's fall. After that to Worcester House, where by Mr. Kipps's means, and my pressing in General Montague's name to the Chancellor, I did beyond all expectation get my seal passed, and while it was doing in one room, I was forced to keep Sir G. Carteret, who by chance met me there, ignorant of my business, in talk, while it was a-doing. Went home and brought my wife with me into London, and some money, with which I paid Mr. Beale £9 in all, and took my patent of him, and went to my wife again, whom I had left in a coach at the door of Hind Court, and presented her with my patent, at which she was overjoyed. So to the Navy Office, and showed her my house, and were both mightily pleased at all things there, and so to my business. So home with her, leaving her at her mother's door. I to my Lord's, where I dispatched an order for a ship to fetch Sir R. Honeywood home, and were both mightily pleased at all things there, and so to my business, for which I got 2 pieces of my Lady Honeywood by young Mr. Pole. Late writing letters, and great doings of music at the next house, which was Wally's, the King and Duke's there with Madam Palmer, a pretty woman that they have a fancy to make her husband a cuckold. Here at the old door that did go into his lodgings, my Lord, I, and W. Howe, did stand listening a great while to the music. After that, home to bed. This day I should have been at Guildhall to have borne witness for my brother Hawley against Black Collar, but I could not, at which I was troubled. To bed with the greatest quiet of mind that I have had a great while, having ate nothing but a bit of bread and cheese at Lilly's to-day, and a bit of bread and butter after I was a-bed. 14th. Up early, and advised with my wife for the putting of all our things in a readiness to be sent to our new house. To my Lord's, where he was in bed very late. So with Major Tolhurst and others to Harper's, and I sent for my barrel of pickled oysters, and there ate them. While we were doing so, comes in Mr. Pagan Fisher, the poet, and promises me, what he had long ago done, a book in praise of the King of France, with my arms, and a dedication to me very handsome.
After him comes Mr. Shepley, come from sea yesterday, whom I was glad to see, that he may ease me of the trouble of my Lord's business. So to my Lord's, where I staid doing his business, and taking his commands. After that to Westminster Hall, where I paid all my debts in order to my going away from hence. Here I met with Mr. Eglin, who would needs take me to the Leg in King Street, and gave me a dish of meat to dinner. And so I sent for Monsieur L'Impertinent, where we sat long and were merry. After that parted, and I took Mr. Butler with me into London by coach, and shewed him my house at the Navy Office, and did give order for the laying in coals. So into Fenchurch Street, and did give him a glass of wine at Rawlinson's, and was trimmed in the street. So to my Lord's late writing letters, and so home, where I found my wife had packed up all her goods in the house fit for a removal. So to bed. 15th. Lay long in bed to recover my rest. Going forth, met with Mr. Shepley, and went and drank my morning draught with him at Wilkinson's, and my brother Spicer. After that to Westminster Abbey, and in Henry the Seventh's chapel heard part of a sermon, the first that ever I heard there. To my Lord's, and dined all alone at the table with him. After dinner, he and I alone fell to discourse, and I find him plainly to be a sceptic in all things of religion, and to make no great matter of anything therein, but to be a perfect stoic. In the afternoon to Henry the Seventh's chapel, where I heard service and a sermon there, and after that meeting W. Bowyer there, he and I to the Park, and walked a good while till night. So to Harper's and drank together, and Captain Stoke came to us, and so I fell into discourse of buying paper at the first hand in my office, and the Captain promised me to buy it for me in France. After that to my Lord's lodgings, where I wrote some business, and so home. My wife at home all the day, she having no clothes out, all being packed up yesterday. For this month I have wholly neglected anything of news, and so have beyond belief been ignorant how things go. But now by my patent, my mind is in some quiet, which God keep. I was not at my father's to-day, I being afraid to go for fear he should still solicit me to speak to my Lord for a place in the wardrobe, which I dare not do, because of my own business yet. My wife and I mightily pleased with our new house that we hope to have. My patent has cost me a great deal of money, about £40, which is the only thing at present which do trouble me much. In the afternoon to Henry the Seventh's chapel, where I heard a sermon, and spent, God forgive me, most of my time in looking upon Mrs. Butler. After that with W. Bowyer to walk in the Park. Afterwards to my Lord's lodgings, and so home to bed, having not been at my father's to-day. 16th. This morning it proved very rainy weather, so that I could not remove my goods to my house. I to my office, and did business there, and so home, it being then sunrise. But by the time that I got to my house, it began to rain again, so that I could not carry my goods by cart as I would have done. After that to my Lord's, and so home and to bed. 17th. This morning, as indeed all the mornings nowadays, much business at my Lord's. There came to my house before I went out Mr. Barlow, an old consumptive man, and fair conditioned, with whom I did discourse a great while. And after much talk I did grant him what he asked, viz. £50 per annum, if my salary be not increased, and £100 per annum, in case it be to £350, at which he was very well pleased to be paid, as I received my money, and not otherwise. Going to my Lord's, I found my Lord had got a great cold and kept his bed, and so I brought him to my Lord's bedside, and he and I did agree together to this purpose what I should allow him. That done, and the day proving fair, I went home and got all my goods packed up and sent away, and my wife and I and Mrs. Hunt went by coach, overtaking the carts a drinking in the Strand. Being come to my house and set in the goods, and at night sent my wife and Mrs. Hunt to buy something for supper. They bought a quarter of lamb, and so we ate it, but it was not half roasted. Will, Mr. Blackburn's nephew, is so obedient that I am greatly glad of him. At night he and I and Mrs. Hunt home by water to Westminster, I to my Lord, and after having done some business with him in his chamber in the nursery, which has been now his chamber since he came from sea, I went on foot with a link boy to my home, where I found my wife in bed, and Jane washing the house, and Will the boy sleeping, and a great deal of sport I had before I could wake him. I to bed the first night that I ever lay here with my wife. 18th. This morning the carpenter made an end of my door out of my chamber upon the leads. This morning we met at the office. I dined at my house in Seething Lane, and after that, going about 4 o'clock to Westminster, I met with Mr. Carter and Mr. Cooke coming to see me in a coach, and so I returned home. I did also meet with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon,
with a porter with him, with a barrel of lemons, which my man Burr sends me from sea. I took all these people home to my house, and did give them some drink, and after them comes Mr. Shepley, and after a little stay we all went by water to Westminster, as far as the New Exchange. Thence to my Lord about business, and being in talk, in comes one with half a buck from Hinchinbroke, and it smelling a little strong, my Lord did give it me, though it was good as any could be. I did carry it to my mother, where I had not been a great while, and indeed had no great mind to go, because my father did lay upon me continually to do him a kindness at the Wardrobe, which I could not do because of my own business being so fresh with my Lord. But my father was not at home, and so I did leave the venison with her to dispose of as she pleased. After that home, where W. Hewer now was, and did lie this night with us, the first night. My mind very quiet, only a little trouble I have for the great debts, which I have still upon me to the Secretary Mr. Kipps and Mr. Spong for my patent. 19th. I did lie late abed. I and my wife by water, landed her at Whitefriars with her boy, with an iron of our new range, which is already broke, and my wife will have changed, and many other things she has to buy with the help of my father to-day. I to my Lord, and found him in bed. This day I received my commission to swear people the oath of allegiance and supremacy delivered me by my Lord. After talk with my Lord I went to Westminster Hall, where I took Mr. Mitchell and his wife, and Mrs. Murford we sent for afterwards to the Dog Tavern, where I did give them a dish of anchovies and olives, and paid for all, and did talk of our old discourse, when we did use to talk of the King, in the time of the Rump, privately. After that to the Admiralty office in Whitehall, where I staid and writ my last observations for these 4 days last past. Great talk of the difference between the Episcopal and Presbyterian clergy, but I believe it will come to nothing. So home and to bed. 20th. We sat at the office this morning, Sir W. Batten and Mr. Pett being upon a survey to Chatham. This morning I sent my wife to my father's, and he is to give me £5 worth of pewter. After we rose at the office, I went to my father's, where my uncle Fenner and all his crew and Captain Holland and his wife and my wife were at dinner at a venison pasty of the venison that I did give my mother the other day. I did this time show so much coldness to W. Joyce that I believe all the table took notice of it. After that to Westminster about my Lord's business, and so home. My Lord having not been well these 2 or 3 days, and I hear that Mr. Barnwell at Hinchinbroke is fallen sick again. Home and to bed. 21st. This morning Mr. Barlow had appointed for me to bring him what form I would have the agreement between him and me to pass, which I did to his lodgings at the Golden Eagle in the New Street, between Fetter Lane and Shoe Lane, where he liked it very well, and I from him went to get Mr. Spong to engross it in duplicates. To my Lord, and spoke to him about the business of the Privy Seal for me to be sworn, though I got nothing by it, but to do Mr. Moore a kindness, which he did give me a good answer to. Went to the 6 Clerk's office to Mr. Spong for the writings, and dined with him at a club at the next door, where we had 3 voices to sing catches. So to my house to write letters, and so to Whitehall about business of my Lord's concerning his creation, and so home and to bed. 22nd. Lord's Day. All this last night it had rained hard. My brother Tom came this morning the first time to see me, and I paid him all that I owe my father to this day. Afterwards I went out and looked into several churches, and so to my uncle Fenner's, whither my wife was got before me, and we, my father and mother, and all the Joyces, and my Aunt Bell, whom I had not seen many a year before. After dinner to Whitehall, my wife to church with K. Joyce, where I find my Lord at home, and walked in the garden with him, he showing me all the respect that can be. I left him and went to walk in the park, where great endeavouring to get into the inward park, but could not get in. One man was basted by the keeper for carrying some people over on his back through the water. Afterwards to my Lord's, where I staid and drank with Mr. Shepley, having first sent to get a pair of oars. It was the first time that ever I went by water on the Lord's Day. Home, and at night had a chapter read, and I read prayers out of the Common Prayer Book, the first time that ever I read prayers in this house. So to bed. 23rd. This morning Mr. Barlow comes to me, and he and I went forth to a scrivener in Fenchurch Street, whom we found sick of the gout in bed, and signed and sealed our agreement before him. He urged to have these words, in consideration whereof, to be interlined, which I granted, though against my will. Met this morning at the office, and afterwards Mr. Barlow by appointment came and dined with me, and both of us very pleasant and pleased. After dinner to my Lord, who took me to Secretary Nicholas, and there before him and Secretary Morris, my Lord and I upon our knees together took our oaths of allegiance and supremacy, and the oath of the Privy Seal, of which I was much glad, though I am not likely to get anything by it at present, but I do desire it, for fear of a turn out of our office. That done, and my Lord gone from me, I went with Mr. Cooling and his brother, and Sam Hartlib, little Jennings, and some others, to the King's Head Tavern at Charing Cross, where after dinner I took boat, and so home, where we supped merrily among ourselves, our little boy proving a droll. And so after prayers to bed. This day my Lord had heard that Mr. Barnwell was dead, but it is not so yet, though he be very ill. I was troubled all this day with Mr. Cooke, being willing to do him good, but my mind is so taken up with my own business that I cannot. 24th. To Whitehall, where I did acquaint Mr. Watkins with my being sworn into the Privy Seal, at which he was much troubled, but put it up, and did offer me a kinsman of his to be my clerk, which I did give him some hope of, though I never intended it. In the afternoon I spent much time in walking in Whitehall Court with Mr. Bickerstaffe, who was very glad of my Lord's being sworn, because of his business with his brother Baron, which is referred to my Lord Chancellor, and to be ended to-morrow. Baron had got a grant beyond sea, to come in before the reversionary of the Privy Seal. This afternoon Mr. Matthews came to me to get a certificate of my Lord's and my being sworn, which I put in some forwardness, and so home and to bed. 25th. In the morning at the office, and after that down to Whitehall, where I met with Mr. Creed, and with him and a Welsh schoolmaster, a good scholar but a very pedagogue, to the ordinary at the Leg in King Street. I got my certificate of my Lord's and my being sworn. This morning my Lord took leave of the House of Commons, and had the thanks of the House for his great services to his country. In the afternoon, but this is a mistake, for it was yesterday in the afternoon, Monsieur L'Impertinent and I met, and I took him to the Sun and drank with him, and in the evening going away we met his mother and sisters and father coming from the Gate House, where they lodge, where I did the first time salute them all, and very pretty Madam Frances is indeed. After that very late home and called in Tower Street, and there at a barber's was trimmed the first time. Home and to bed. 26th. Early to Whitehall, thinking to have a meeting of my Lord and the principal officers, but my Lord could not, it being the day that he was to go and be admitted in the House of Lords, his patent being done, which he presented upon his knees to the Speaker. And so it was read in the House, and he took his place. I at the Privy Seal office with Mr. Hooker, who brought me acquainted with Mr. Crofts of the Signet, and I invited them to a dish of meat at the Leg in King Street, and so we dined there, and I paid for all, and had very good light given me as to my employment there. Afterwards to Mr. Pierce's, where I should have dined, but I could not, but found Mr. Shepley and W. Howe there. After we had drunk hard, we parted, and I went away and met Dr. Castle, who is one of the clerks of the Privy Seal, and told him how things were with my Lord and me, which he received very gladly. I was this day told how Baron, against all expectation and law, has got the place of Bickerstaffe, and so I question whether he will not lay claim to wait the next month, but my Lord tells me that he will stand for it. In the evening I met with T. Doling, who carried me to St. James's Fair, and there meeting with W. Simons and his wife, and Llewellyn, and D. Scobell's wife and cousin, we went to Wood's at the Pall Mall, our old house for clubbing, and there we spent till 10 at night, at which time I sent to my Lord's for my clerk Will to come to me, and so by link home to bed, where I found Commissioner Willoughby had sent for all his things away out of my bedchamber, which is a little disappointment, but it is better than pay too dear for them. 27th. The last night Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen came to their houses at the office. Met this morning and did business till noon. Dined at home, and from thence to my Lord's, where Will, my clerk, and I were all the afternoon making up my accounts, which we had done by night, and I find myself worth about £100 after all my expenses. At night I sent to W. Bowyer to bring me £100, being that he had in his hands of my Lord's, in keeping, out of which I paid Mr. Shepley all that remained due to my Lord upon my balance, and took the rest home with me late at night. We got a coach, but the horses were tired, and could not carry us further than St. Dunstan's. So we light, and took a link, and so home weary to bed. 28th. Early in the morning rose, and a boy brought me a letter from Poet Fisher, who tells me that he is upon a panegyric of the King, and desired to borrow a piece of me, and I sent him half a piece. To Westminster, and there dined with Mr. Shepley and W. Howe, afterwards meeting with Mr. Henson, who had formerly had the brave clock that went with bullets, which is now taken away from him by the King, it being his goods. I went with him to the Swan Tavern, and sent for Mr. Butler, who was now all full of his high discourse in praise of Ireland, whither he and his whole family are going, by Colonel Dillon's persuasion. But so many lies I never heard in praise of anything as he told of Ireland. So home late at night, and to bed. 29th, Lord's day. I and my boy Will to Whitehall, and I with my Lord to Whitehall Chapel, where I heard a cold sermon of the Bishop of Salisbury's, and the ceremonies did not please me, they do so overdo them. My Lord went to dinner at Kensington with my Lord Camden. So I dined, and took Mr. Burford, my Lord's chaplain, and his friend along with me, with Mr. Shepley at my Lord's. In the afternoon, with Dick Vines and his brother Peyton, we walked to Lisson Green and Marybone, and back again, and finding my Lord at home, I got him to look over my accounts, which he did approve of, and sign them, and so we are even to this day. Of this I was glad, and do think myself worth clear money about £120. Home late, calling in at my father's without stay. To bed. 30th. Sat at our office to-day, and my father came this day the first time to see us at my new office, and Mrs. Crisp by chance came in and sat with us, looked over our house, and advised about the furnishing of it. This afternoon I got my £50, due to me for my first quarter's salary as secretary to my Lord, paid to Tom Hayter for me, which he received and brought home to me, of which I am full glad. To Westminster, and among other things met with Mr. Moore, and took him and his friend, a bookseller of Paul's Churchyard, to the Rhenish wine house, and drinking there, the sword-bearer of London, Mr. Mann, came to ask for us, with whom we sat late, discoursing about the worth of my office of Clerk of the Acts, which he hath a mind to buy, and I asked 4 years' purchase. We are to speak more of it to-morrow. Home on foot, and seeing him at home at Butler's Merry, he lent me a torch, which Will carried, and so home. 31st. To Whitehall, where my Lord and the principal officers met, and had a great discourse about raising of money for the Navy, which is in very sad condition, and money must be raised for it. Mr. Blackburne, Dr. Clarke, and I to the Quaker's, and dined there. I back to the Admiralty, and there was doing things in order to the calculating of the debts of the Navy and other business all the afternoon. At night I went to the Privy Seal, where I found Mr. Crofts and Matthews making up all their things to leave the office to-morrow to those that come to wait the next month. I took them to the Sun Tavern, and there made them drink, and discourse concerning the office, and what I was to expect to-morrow about Baron, who pretends to the next month. Late home by coach so far as Ludgate, with Mr. Matthews, and thence home on foot with W. Hewer with me, and so to bed. End of July. Chapter 8 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. August, 1660. August 1st. Up very early, and by water to Whitehall to my Lord's, and there up to my Lord's lodging, Win Howe being now ill of the gout at Mr. Pierce's, and there talked with him about the affairs of the Navy, and how I was now to wait to-day at the Privy Seal. Commissioner Pett went with me, whom I desired to make my excuse at the office for my absence this day. Hence to the Privy Seal office, where I got, by Mr. Matthews' means, possession of the books and table, but with some expectation of Baron's bringing of a warrant from the King to have this month. Nothing done this morning, Baron having spoke to Mr. Woodson and Groom, clerks to Mr. Trumbull of the Signet, to keep all work in their hands till the afternoon, at which time he expected to have his warrant from the King for this month. I took at noon Mr. Harper to the Leg in King Street, and did give him his dinner, who did still advise me much to act wholly myself at the Privy Seal, but I told him that I could not, because I had other business to take up my time. In the afternoon at the office again, where we had many things to sign, and I went to the Council Chamber, and there got my Lord to sign the first bill, and the rest all myself, but received no money to-day. After I had signed all, I went with Dick Scobell and Llewellyn to drink at a bottled beer-house in the Strand, and after staying there a while, had sent W. Hewer home before, I took boat and homewards went, and in Fish Street bought a lobster, and as I had bought it I met with Winter and Mr. de la Barre, and there with a piece of sturgeon of theirs we went to the Sun Tavern in the street and ate them. Late home and to bed. 2nd. To Westminster by water with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen, our servants in another boat, to the Admiralty, and from thence I went to my Lord's to fetch him thither, where we staid in the morning about ordering of money for the victuallers, and advising how to get a sum of money to carry on the business of the Navy. From thence dined with Mr. Blackburne at his house with his friends, his wife being in the country, and just upon her return to London, where we were very well treated and merry. From thence W. Hewer and I to the office of Privy Seal, where I staid all the afternoon, and received about £40 for yesterday and to-day, at which my heart rejoiced for God's blessing to me, to give me this advantage by chance, there being of this £40 about £10 due to me for this day's work. So great is the present profit of this office, above what it was in the King's time, there being the last month about 300 bills, whereas in the late King's time it was much to have 40. With my money home by coach, it being the first time that I could get home before our gates were shut, since I came to the Navy Office. When I came home, I found my wife not very well of her old pain, which she had when we were married first. I went and cast up the expense that I laid out upon my former house, because there are so many that are desirous of it, and I am in my mind loath to let it go out of my hands for fear of a turn. I find my layings out to come to about £20, which with my fine will come to about £22 to him that shall hire my house of me. To bed. 3rd. Up betimes this morning, and after the barber had done with me, then to the office, where I and Sir William Pen only did meet and dispatch business. At noon my wife and I by coach to Dr. Clerke's to dinner. I was very much taken with his lady, a comely proper woman, though not handsome, but a woman of the best language I ever heard. Here dined Mrs. Pierce and her husband. After dinner I took leave to go to Westminster, where I was at the Privy Seal office all day, signing things and taking money, so that I could not do as I had intended, that is to return to them and go to the Red Bull playhouse. But I took coach and went to see whether it was done so or no, and I found it done. So I returned to Dr. Clerke's, where I found them and my wife, and by took leave and went away home. 4th. To Whitehall, where I found my Lord gone with the King by water to dine at the Tower with Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant. I found my Lady Jemimah at my Lord's, with whom I staid and dined, all alone. After dinner to the Privy Seal office, where I did business. So to a Committee of Parliament, Sir Heneage Finch, Chairman, to give them an answer to an order of theirs, that we could not give them any account of the accounts of the Navy in the years 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, as they desire. After that I went and bespoke some linen of Betty Lane in the hall, and after that to the Trumpet, where I sat and talked with her, etc. At night, it being very rainy, and it thundering and lightning exceedingly, I took coach at the Trumpet door, taking Monsieur l'Impertinent along with me as far as the Savoy, where he said he went to lie with Carey Dillon, and is still upon the mind of going, he and his whole family, to Ireland. Having set him down, I made haste home, and in the courtyard, it being very dark, I heard a man inquire for my house, and having asked his business, he told me that my man William, who went this morning out of town to meet his aunt Blackburn, was come home not very well to his mother, and so could not come home to-night, at which I was very sorry. I found my wife still in pain. To bed, having not time to write letters, and indeed having so many to write to all places, that I have no heart to go about them. Mrs. Shaw did die yesterday, and her husband so sick that he is not like to live. 5th, Lord's day. My wife being much in pain, I went this morning to Dr. Williams, who had cured her once before of this business, in Holborn, and he did give me an ointment which I sent home by my boy, and a plaster which I took with me to Westminster, having called and seen my mother in the morning as I went to the doctor, where I dined with Mr. Shepley, my Lord dining at Kensington. After dinner to St. Margaret's, where the first time I ever heard common prayer in that church. I sat with Mr. Hill in his pew, Mr. Hill that married in Axe Yard and that was aboard us in the Hope. Church done, I went and Mr. Shepley to see W. Howe at Mr. Pierce's, where I staid singing of songs and psalms an hour or two, and were very pleasant with Mrs. Pierce and him. Thence to my Lord's, where I staid and talked and drank with Mr. Shepley. After that to Westminster Stairs, where I saw a fray between Mynheer Clink, a Dutchman, that was at Hartlib's wedding, and a waterman, which made good sport. After that I got a Gravesend boat, that was come up to fetch some bread on this side the bridge, and got them to carry me to the bridge, and so home, where I found my wife. After prayers I to bed to her, she having had a very bad night of it. This morning, before I was up, Will came home pretty well again, he having been only weary with riding, which he is not used to. 6th. This morning at the office, and that being done, home to dinner all alone, my wife being ill in pain a bed, which I was troubled at, and not a little impatient. After dinner to Whitehall, at the Privy Seal all the afternoon, and at night with Mr. Man to Mr. Rawlinson's in Fenchurch Street, where we staid till 11 o'clock at night. So home and to bed, my wife being all this day in great pain. This night Mr. Man offered me £1,000 for my office of Clerk of the Acts, which made my mouth water, but yet I dare not take it till I speak with my Lord to have his consent. 7th. This morning to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and took Mr. Moore and myself and dined at my Lord's with Mr. Shepley. While I was at dinner, in come Sam Hartlib and his brother-in-law, now knighted by the King, to request my promise of a ship for them to Holland, which I had promised to get for them. After dinner to the Privy Seal all the afternoon. At night, meeting Sam Hartlib, he took me by coach to Kensington, to my Lord of Holland's. I stayed in the coach while he went in about his business. He staying long, I left the coach, and walked back again before on foot, a very pleasant walk, to Kensington, where I drank and stayed very long waiting for him. At last he came, and after drinking at the inn we went towards Westminster. Here I endeavoured to have looked out Jane that formerly lived at Dr. Williams's at Cambridge, whom I had long thought to live at present here, but I found myself in an error, meeting one in the place where I expected to have found her, but she proved not she, though very like her. We went to the Bullhead, where he and I sat and drank till 11 at night, and so home on foot. Found my wife pretty well again, and so to bed. 8th. We met at the office, and after that to dinner at home, and from thence with my wife by water to Kate and Sturpin, with whom and her mistress Pye we sat discoursing of Kate's marriage to Monsieur Petit, her mistress and I giving the best advice we could for her to suspend her marriage till Monsieur Petit had got some place that may be able to maintain her, and not for him to live upon the portion that she shall bring him. From thence to Mr. Butler's to see his daughters, the first time that ever we made a visit to them. We found them very pretty, and Colonel Dillon there, a very merry and witty companion, but methinks they live in a gaudy but very poor condition. From thence my wife and I intending to see Mrs. Blackburn, who had been a day or two again to see my wife, but my wife was not in condition to be seen, but she not being at home, my wife went to her mother's, and I to the Privy Seal. At night from the Privy Seal, Mr. Woodson and Mr. Jennings and I to the Sun Tavern till it was late, and from thence to my Lord's, where my wife was come from Mrs. Blackburn's to me. And after I had done some business with my Lord, she and I went to Mrs. Hunt's, who would needs have us to lie at her house to night, she being with my wife so late at my Lord's with us, and would not let us go home to night. We lay there all night, very pleasantly and at ease. 9th. Left my wife at Mrs. Hunt's, and I to my Lord's, and from thence with Judge Advocate Fowler, Mr. Creed, and Mr. Shepley to the Rhenish wine house, and Captain Hayward of the Plymouth, who is now ordered to carry my Lord Winchelsea, Ambassador to Constantinople. We were very merry, and Judge Advocate did give Captain Hayward his oath of allegiance and supremacy. Thence to my office of Privy Seal, and having signed some things there, with Mr. Moore and Dean Fuller to the Leg in King Street, and sending for my wife we dined there very merry, and after dinner parted. After dinner with my wife to Mrs. Blackburn to visit her. She being within, I left my wife there, and I to the Privy Seal, where I dispatched some business, and from thence to Mrs. Blackburn again, who did treat my wife and me with a great deal of civility, and did give us a fine collation of collar of beef, etc. Thence I, having my head full of drink, from having drunk so much Rhenish wine in the morning, and more in the afternoon at Mrs. Blackburn's, came home and so to bed, not well, and very ill all night. 10th. I had a great deal of pain all night, and a great loosing upon me, so that I could not sleep. In the morning I rose with much pain, and to the office. I went and dined at home, and after dinner, with great pain in my back, I went by water to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and that done with Mr. Moore and Creed to Hyde Park by coach, and saw a fine foot race 3 times round the park, between an Irishman and Crow, that was once my Lord Claypool's footman. By the way, I cannot forget that my Lord Claypool did the other day make inquiry of Mrs. Hunt concerning my house in Axe Yard, and did set her on word to get it of me for him, which methinks is a very great change. Crow beat the other by above 2 miles. Returned from Hyde Park, I went to my Lord's, and took Will, who waited for me there, by coach, and went home, taking my lute home with me. It had been all this while since I came from sea at my Lord's for him to play on. To bed in some pain still. For this month or 2 it is not imaginable how busy my head has been, so that I have neglected to write letters to my uncle Robert in answer to many of his, and to other friends, nor indeed have I done anything as to my own family, and especially this month my waiting at the Privy Seal makes me much more unable to think of anything, because of my constant attendance there, after I have done at the Navy Office. But blessed be God for my good chance of the Privy Seal, where I get every day, I believe, about £3. This place I got by chance, and my Lord did give it me by chance, neither he nor I thinking it to be of the worth that he and I find it to be. Never since I was a man in the world was I ever so great a stranger to public affairs as now I am, having not read a new book or anything like it, or inquiring after any news, or what the Parliament do, or in any wise how things go. Many people look after my house in Axe Yard to hire it, so that I am troubled with them, and I have a mind to get the money to buy goods for my house at the Navy Office, and yet I am loath to put it off, because that Mr. Man bids me £1,000 for my office, which is so great a sum that I am loath to settle myself at my new house, lest I should take Mr. Man's offer, in case I found my Lord willing to it. 11th. I rose to-day without any pain, which makes me think that my pain yesterday was nothing but from my drinking too much the day before. To my Lord this morning, who did give me order to get some things ready against the afternoon for the Admiralty, where he would meet. To the Privy Seal, and from thence, going to my own house in Axe Yard, I went into Mrs. Crisp's, where I met with Mr. Hartlib, for whom I wrote a letter for my Lord to sign for a ship for his brother and sister, who went away hence this day to Gravesend, and from thence to Holland. I found by discourse with Mrs. Crisp that he is very jealous of her, for that she is yet very kind to her old servant Mead. Hence to my Lord's to dinner with Mr. Shepley, so to the Privy Seal, and at night home, and then sent for the barber, and was trimmed in the kitchen, the first time that ever I was so. I was vexed this night that W. Hewer was out of doors till 10 at night, but was pretty well satisfied again when my wife told me that he wept because I was angry, though indeed he did give me a good reason for his being out, but I thought it a good occasion to let him know that I do expect his being at home. So to bed. 12th, Lord's day. To my Lord, and with him to Whitehall Chapel, where Mr. Calamy preached and made a good sermon upon these words, to whom much is given, of him much is required. He was very officious with his 3 reverences to the King, as others do. After sermon, a brave anthem of Captain Cook's, which he himself sung, and the King was well pleased with it. My Lord dined at my Lord Chamberlain's, and I at his house with Mr. Shepley. After dinner I did give Mr. Dunn, who is going to sea, the key of my cabin and direction for the putting up of my things. After that I went to walk, and meeting Mrs. Lane of Westminster Hall, I took her to my Lord's, and did give her a bottle of wine in the garden, where Mr. Fairbrother of Cambridge did come and found us, and drank with us. After that I took her to my house, where I was exceeding free in dallying with her, and she not unfree to take it. At night home, and called at my father's, where I found Mr. Fairbrother, but I did not stay but went homewards, and called in at Mr. Rawlinson's, whither my uncle White was coming, and did come, but was exceeding angry, he being a little fuddled, and I think it was that I should see him in that case, as I never saw him in my life, which I was somewhat troubled at. Home and to bed. 13th. A sitting day at our office. After dinner to Whitehall, to the Privy Seal, whither my father came to me, and stayed talking with me a great while, telling me that he had propounded Mr. John Pickering for Sir Thomas Honeywood's daughter, which I think he do not deserve for his own merit. I know not what he may do for his estate. My father and Creed and I to the old Rhenish wine-house, and talked and drank till night. Then my father home, and I to my Lord's, where he told me that he would suddenly go into the country, and so did commend the business of his sea commission to me in his absence. After that home by coach, and took my £100 that I had formerly left at Mr. Rawlinson's home with me, which is the first that ever I was master of at once. To prayers and to bed. 14th. To the Privy Seal, and thence to my Lord's, where Mr. Pym the tailor and I agreed upon making me a velvet coat. From thence to the Privy Seal again, where Sir Samuel Morland came in with a baronet's grant to pass, which the King had given him to make money of. Here he stayed with me a great while, and told me the whole manner of his serving the King in the time of the Protector, and how Thurloe's bad usage made him to do it. How he discovered Sir R. Willis, and how he hath sunk his fortune for the King, and that now the King hath given him a pension of £500 per annum out of the post office for life, and the benefit of 2 baronets. All which do make me begin to think that he is not so much a fool as I took him to be. Home by water to the Tower, where my father, Mr. Fairbrother, and cook dined with me. After dinner in comes young Captain Cuttance of the Speedwell, who is sent up for the gratuity given the seamen that brought the King over. He brought me a firkin of butter for my wife, which is very welcome. My father after dinner takes leave, after I had given him 40s, for the last half year for my brother John at Cambridge. I did also make even with Mr. Fairbrother for my degree of Master of Arts, which cost me about £9 16s. To Whitehall, and my wife with me by water, where at the Privy Seal and elsewhere all the afternoon. At night home with her by water, where I made good sport with having the girl and the boy to comb my head, before I went to bed in the kitchen. 15th. To the office, and after dinner by water to Whitehall, where I found the King gone this morning by 5 of the clock to see a Dutch pleasure boat below bridge, where he dines, and my Lord with him. The King do tire all his people that are about him with early rising since he came. To the office all the afternoon I staid there, and in the evening went to Westminster Hall, where I staid at Mrs. Mitchell's, and with her and her husband sent for some drink and drank with them. By the same token she and Mrs. Murford, and another old woman of the Hall, were going a gossiping to night. From thence to my Lord's, where I found him within, and he did give me direction about his business in his absence, he intending to go into the country to morrow morning. Here I lay all night in the old chamber, which I had now given up to W. Howe, with whom I did intend to lie, but he and I fell to play with one another, so that I made him to go lie with Mr. Shepley. So I lay alone all night. 16th. This morning my Lord, all things being ready, carried me by coach to Mr. Crew's, in the way talking how good he did hope my place would be to me, and in general speaking that it was not the salary of any place that did make a man rich, but the opportunity of getting money while he is in the place, where he took leave and went into the coach, and so for Hinchinbroke. My Lady Jemima and Mr. Thomas Crew in the coach with him. Hence to Whitehall about noon, where I met with Mr. Madge, who took me along with him and Captain Cooke, the famous singer, and other masters of music, to dinner at an ordinary about Charing Cross, where we dined, all paying their club. Hence to the Privy Seal, where there has been but little work these 2 days. In the evening home. 17th. To the office, and that done, home to dinner, where Mr. Unthank, my wife's tailor, dined with us, we having nothing but a dish of sheep's trotters. After dinner by water to Whitehall, where a great deal of business at the Privy Seal. At night I and Creed and the Judge Advocate went to Mr. Pym the tailor's, who took us to the Half Moon, and there did give us great store of wine and anchovies, and would pay for them all. This night I saw Mr. Creed show many the strangest emotions to shift off his drink I ever saw in my life. By coach home and to bed. 18th. This morning I took my wife towards Westminster by water, and landed her at Whitefriars, with £5 to buy her a petticoat, and I to the Privy Seal. By and by comes my wife to tell me that my father has persuaded her to buy a most fine cloth of 26s. a yard, and a rich lace, that the petticoat will come to £5, at which I was somewhat troubled, but she doing it very innocently, I could not be angry. I did give her more money, and sent her away, and I and Creed and Captain Hayward, who is now unkindly put out of the Plymouth, to make way for Captain Allen to go to Constantinople, and put into his ship the Dover, which I know will trouble my Lord, went and dined at the Leg in King Street, where Captain Ferrers, my Lord's cornet, comes to us, who after dinner took me and Creed to the Cockpit play, the first that I have had time to see since my coming from sea. The Loyal Subject, where one Kinston, a boy, acted the Duke's sister, but made the loveliest lady that ever I saw in my life, only her voice not very good. After the play done, we three went to drink, and by Captain Ferrers' means, Kiniston, and another that acted Archas the General, came and drank with us. Hence home by coach, and after being trimmed, leaving my wife to look after her little bitch, which was just now a whelping, I to bed. 19th, Lord's Day. In the morning my wife tells me that the bitch has whelped 4 young ones, and is very well after it, my wife having had a great fear that she would die thereof, the dog that got them being very big. This morning Sir W. Batten, Pen, and myself went to church to the churchwardens to demand a pew, which at present could not be given us, but we are resolved to have one built. So we staid and heard Mr. Mills, a very good minister. Home to dinner, where my wife had on her new petticoat that she bought yesterday, which indeed is a very fine cloth and a fine lace, but that being of a light colour, and the lace all silver, it makes no great show. Mr. Creed and my brother Tom dined with me. After dinner my wife went and fetched the little puppies to us, which are very pretty ones. After they were gone, I went up to put my papers in order, and finding my wife's clothes lie carelessly laid up, I was angry with her, which I was troubled for. After that my wife and I went and walked in the garden, and so home to bed. 20th, Office Day. As Sir W. Pen and I were walking in the garden, a messenger came to me from the Duke of York to fetch me to the Lord Chancellor. So Mrs. Turner with her daughter Thea being come to my house to speak with me about a friend of hers to send to sea, I went with her in her coach as far as Worcester House, but my Lord Chancellor being gone to the House of Lords. I went thither, and, there being a law case before them this day, got in, and there staid all the morning, seeing their manner of sitting on woolpacks, &c., which I never did before. After the House was up, I spoke to my Lord, and had order from him to come to him at night. This morning Mr. Creed did give me the papers that concern my Lord's sea commission, which he left in my hands, and went to sea this day, to look after the gratuity money. This afternoon at the Privy Seal, where reckoning with Mr. Moore, he had got £100 for me together, which I was glad of, guessing that the profits of this month would come to £100. In the evening I went all alone to drink at Mr. Harper's, where I found Mrs. Crisp's daughter, with whom and her friends I staid and drank, and so with W. Hewer by coach to Worcester House, where I light, sending him home with the £100 that I received to-day. Here I staid, and saw my Lord Chancellor come into his great hall, where wonderful how much company there was to expect him at a seal. Before he would begin any business, he took my papers of the state of the debts of the fleet, and there viewed them before all the people, and did give me his advice privately how to order things, to get as much money as we can of the Parliament. That being done, I went home, where I found all my things come home from sea, sent by desire by Mr. Dunn, of which I was glad, though many of my things are quite spoilt with mould, by reason of lying so long a shipboard, and my cabin being not tight. I spent much time to dispose of them to-night, and so to bed. 21st. This morning I went to Whitehall with Sir W. Pen by water, who in our passage told me how he was bred up under Sir W. Batten. We went to Mr. Coventry's chamber, and consulted of drawing my papers of debts of the Navy against the afternoon for the Committee. So to the Admiralty, where W. Hewer and I did them, and after that he went to his aunt's Blackburn, who has a kinswoman dead at her house to-day, and was to be buried to-night, by which means he staid very late out. I to Westminster Hall, where I met Mr. Crew, and dined with him, where there dined one Mr. Hickman, an Oxford man, who spoke very much against the height of the now old clergy, for putting out many of the religious fellows of colleges, and inveighing against them for their being drunk, which, if true, I am sorry to hear. After that towards Westminster, where I called on Mr. Pym, and there found my velvet coat, the first that ever I had, done, and a velvet mantle, which I took to the Privy Seal office, and there locked them up, and went to the Queen's Court, and there, after much waiting, spoke with Colonel Birch, who read my papers, and desired some addition. Which done, I returned to the Privy Seal, where little to do, and with Mr. Moore towards London, and in our way meeting Monsieur Eschar, Mr. Montague's man, about the Savoy, he took us to the Brazen Nose Tavern, and there drank, and so parted, and I home by coach, and there, it being post-night, I wrote to my Lord to give him notice that all things are well, that General Monk is made Lieutenant of Ireland, which my Lord Roberts, made Deputy, do not like of, to be Deputy to any man but the King himself. After that to bed. 22nd. Office, which done, Sir W. Pen took me into the garden, and there told me how Mr. Turner do intend to petition the Duke for an allowance extra as one of the clerks of the Navy, which he desired me to join with him in the furthering of, which I promised to do, so that it did not reflect upon me, or to my damage, to have any other added, as if I was not able to perform my place, which he did wholly disown to be any of his intention, but far from it. I took Mr. Hayter home with me to dinner, with whom I did advise, who did give me the same counsel. After dinner he and I to the office, about doing something more as to the debts of the Navy than I had done yesterday, and so to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and having done there, with my father, who came to see me, to Westminster Hall and the Parliament House, to look for Colonel Birch, but found him not. In the House, after the Committee was up, I met with Mr. G. Montague, and joyed him in his entrance, this being his third day, for Dover. Here he made me sit all alone in the House, none but he and I, half an hour discoursing how things stand, and in short he told me how there was like to be many factions at Court between Marquis Ormond, General Monk, and the Lord Roberts, about the business of Ireland, as there is already between the two Houses about the Act of Indemnity, and in the House of Commons between the Episcopalian and Presbyterian men. Hence to my father's, walking with Mr. Herring, the minister of St. Bride's, and took them to the Sun Tavern, where I found George, my old drawer, come again. From thence by water, landed them at Blackfriars, and so home and to bed. 23rd. By water to Doctors' Commons to Dr. Walker, to give him my Lord's papers to view over, concerning his being empowered to be Vice-Admiral under the Duke of York. There meeting with Mr. Pinkney, he and I to a morning draught, and thence by water to Whitehall, to the Parliament House, where I spoke with Colonel Birch, and so to the Admiralty Chamber, where we and Mr. Coventry had a meeting about several businesses. Amongst others, it was moved that Phineas Pett, kinsman to the Commissioner of Chatham, should be suspended his employment till he had answered some articles put in against him, as that he should formally say that the King was a bastard and his mother a whore. Hence to Westminster Hall, where I met with my father Bowyer and Mr. Spicer, and them I took to the Leg in King Street, and did give them a dish or two of meat, and so away to the Privy Seal, where, the King being out of town, we have had nothing to do these 2 days. To Westminster Hall, where I met with W. Simons, T. Doling, and Mr. Booth, and with them to the Dog, where we eat a musk melon, the first that I have eat this year, and were very merry with W. Simons, calling him Mr. Dean, because of the Dean's lands that his uncle had left him, which are like to be lost all. Hence home by water, and very late at night writing letters to my Lord to Hinchinbroke, and also to the Vice Admiral in the Downs, and so to bed. 24th. Office, and thence with Sir William Batten and Sir William Penn to the parish church, to find out a place where to build a seat or a gallery to sit in, and did find one which is to be done speedily. Hence with them to dinner at a tavern in Thames Street, where they were invited to a roasted haunch of venison, and other very good victuals and company. Hence to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, but nothing to do. At night by land to my father's, where I found my mother not very well. I did give her a pint of sack. My father came in, and Dr. T. Pepys, who talked with me in French about looking out for a place for him. But I found him a weak man, and speaks the worst French that ever I heard of one that had been so long beyond sea. Hence into Pant's churchyard, and bought Barclay's Argonis in Latin, and so home and to bed. I found at home that Captain Burr had sent me 4 dozen bottles of wine to day. The King came back to Whitehall to night. 25th. This morning Mr. Turner and I by coach from our office to Whitehall. In our way, I calling on Dr. Walker for the papers I did give him the other day, which he had perused and found that the Duke's Council had abated something of the former draft which Dr. Walker drew for my Lord to Sir G. Carteret, where we there made up an estimate of the debts of the Navy for the Council. At noon I took Mr. Turner and Mr. Moore to the Leg in King Street, and did give them a dinner, and after to the Sun Tavern, and did give Mr. Turner a glass of wine, there coming to us Mr. Fowler the apothecary, the judge's son, with a book of lute lessons which his father had left there for me, such as he formerly did use to play when a young man, and had the use of his hand. To the Privy Seal, and found some business now again to do there. To Westminster Hall for a new half shirt of Mrs. Lane, and so home by water. Wrote letters by the post to my Lord and to sea. This night W. Hewer brought me home from Mr. Pim's my velvet coat and cap, the first that ever I had. So to bed. 26th. Lord's day. With Sir W. Pen to the parish church, where we are placed in the highest pew of all, where a stranger preached a dry and tedious long sermon. Dined at home. To church again in the afternoon with my wife, in the garden and on the leads at night, and so to supper and to bed. 27th. This morning comes one with a vessel of North Down ale from Mr. Pierce, the purser, to me, and after him another with a brave turkey carpet and a jar of olives from Captain Cotton's, and a pair of fine turtle doves from John Burr to my wife. These things came up to day in our smack, and my boy Ely came along with them, and came after office was done to see me. I did give him half a crown because I saw that he was ready to cry, to see that he could not be entertained by me here. In the afternoon to the Privy Seal, where good store of work now toward the end of the month. From thence with Mr. Mount, Llewellyn, and others to the Bull Head till late, and so home, where about 2 o'clock Major Hart came to me, whom I did receive with wine and anchovies, which made me so dry that I was ill with them all night, and was fain to have the girl rise and fetch me some drink. 28th. At home looking over my papers and books and house, as to the fitting of it to my mind till 2 in the afternoon. Some time I spent this morning beginning to teach my wife some scale in music, and found her apt beyond imagination. To the Privy Seal, where great store of work to day. Colonel Scroop is this day accepted out of the Act of Indemnity, which has been now long in coming out, but it is expected tomorrow. I carried home £80 from the Privy Seal by coach, and at night spent a little more time with my wife about her music with great content. This day I heard my poor mother had then 2 days been very ill, and I fear she will not last long. To bed, a little trouble that I fear my boy Will is a thief and has stole some money of mine, particularly a letter that Mr. Jenkins did leave the last week with me, with half a crown in it to send to his son. 29th. Office day. Before I went to the office, my wife and I examined my boy Will about his stealing of things, but he denied all with the greatest subtlety and confidence in the world. To the office, and after office then to the church, where we took another view of the place where we had resolved to build a gallery, and have set men about doing it. Home to dinner, and there I found my wife had discovered my boy Will's theft, and a great deal more than we imagined, at which I was vexed, and intend to put him away. To my office at the Privy Seal in the afternoon, and from thence at night to the Bull Head with Mount Llewellyn and others, and hence to my father's, and he being at my uncle Fenner's, I went thither to him, and there sent for my boy's father, and talked with him about his son, and had his promise that if I will send home his boy, he will take him notwithstanding his indenture. Home at night, and find that my wife had found out more of the boy's stealing 6s. out of W. Hewer's closet, and hid it in the house of office, at which my heart was troubled. To bed, and caused the boy's clothes to be brought up to my chamber. But after we were all abed, the wench, which lies in our chamber, called us to listen of a sudden, which put my wife into such a fright that she shook every joint of her, and a long time that I could not get her out of it. The noise was the boy, we did believe, got in a desperate mood out of his bed to do himself or William some mischief. But the wench went down and got a candle lighted, and finding the boy in bed, and locking the doors fast, with the candle burning all night, we slept well, but with a great deal of fear. 30th. We found all well in the morning below stairs, but the boy in a sad plight of seeming sorrow. But he is the most cunning rogue that ever I met with of his age. To Whitehall, where I met with the Act of Indemnity, so long talked of and hoped for, with the Act of Rate for poll money, and for judicial proceedings. At Westminster Hall I met with Mr. Paget the lawyer, and dined with him at Heaven. This afternoon my wife went to Mr. Pierce's wife's child's christening, and was urged to be godmother, but I advised her beforehand not to do it, so she did not, but as proxy for my Lady Jemimah. This the first day that ever I saw my wife wear black patches since we were married. My Lord came to town to day, but coming not home till very late, I staid till 10 at night, and so home on foot. Mr. Shepley and Mr. Child this night at the tavern. 31st. Early to wait upon my Lord at Whitehall, and with him to the Duke's chamber. So to my office in Seething Lane. Dined at home, and after dinner to my Lord again, who told me that he is ordered to go suddenly to sea, and did give me some orders to be drawing up against his going. This afternoon I agreed to let my house quite out of my hands to Mr. Dalton, one of the wine sellers to the King, with whom I had drunk in the old wine cellar 2 or 3 times, for £41. At night made even at Privy Seal for this month against tomorrow to give up possession, but we know not to whom, though we most favour Mr. Bickerstaffe, with whom and Mr. Matthews we drank late after office was done at the Sun, discoursing what to do about it tomorrow against Baron, and so home and to bed. Blessed be God, all things continue well with and for me. I pray God fit me for a change of my fortune. End of August. Chapter 9 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. September, 1660. September 1st. This morning I took care to get a vessel to carry my Lord's things to the Downs on Monday next, and so to Whitehall to my Lord, where he and I did look over the commission drawn for him by the Duke's Council, which I do not find my Lord displeased with, though short of what Dr. Walker did formerly draw for him. Thence to the Privy Seal to see how things went there, and I find that Mr. Baron had by a severe warrant from the King got possession of the office from his brother Bickerstaffe, which is very strange, and much to our admiration, it being against all open justice. Mr. Moore and I, and several others, being invited to-day by Mr. Goodman, a friend of his, we dined at the Bull Head upon the best venison pasty that ever I eat of in my life, and with one dish more, it was the best dinner I ever was at. Here arose in discourse at table a dispute between Mr. Moore and Dr. Clarke, the former affirming that it was essential to a tragedy to have the argument of it true, which the Doctor denied, and left it to me to be judge, and the cause to be determined next Tuesday morning at the same place, upon the eating of the remains of the pasty, and the loser to spend 10s. All this afternoon sending express to the Fleet, to order things against my Lord's coming, and taking direction of my Lord about some rich furniture to take along with him for the Princess. And talking of this, I hear by Mr. Townsend that there is the greatest preparation against the Prince de Lignes a coming over from the King of Spain, that ever was in England for the ambassador. Late home, and what with business and my boy's roguery, my mind being unquiet, I went to bed. 2nd, Sunday. To Westminster, my Lord being gone before my coming to chapel.
I and Mr. Shepley told out my money, and made even for my Privy Seal fees and gratuity money, etc., to this day between my Lord and me. After that to chapel, where Dr. Fern a good honest sermon upon "The Lord is my shield." After sermon a dull anthem, and so to my Lord's, he dining abroad, and dined with Mr. Shepley. So to St. Margaret's, and heard a good sermon upon the text "Teach us the old way," or something like it, wherein he ran over all the new tenets in policy and religion, which have brought us into all our late divisions. From church to Mrs. Crisp's, having sent Win Hewer home to tell my wife that I could not come home to-night because of my Lord's going out early to-morrow morning, where I sat late, and did give them a great deal of wine, it being a farewell cup to Lord Crisp. I drank till the daughter began to be very loving to me and kind, and I fear is not so good as she should be. To my Lord's, and to bed with Mr. Shepley. 3rd. Up and to Mr. the goldsmith near the New Exchange, where I bought my wedding ring, and there with much ado got him to put a gold ring to the jewel which the King of Sweden did give my Lord, out of which my Lord had now taken the King's picture, and intends to make a George of it. This morning at my Lord's I had an opportunity to speak with Sir George Downing, who has promised me to give me up my bond, and to pay me for my last quarter while I was at sea, that so I may pay Mr. Moore and Hawley. About noon my Lord, having taken leave of the King in the Shield Gallery, where I saw with what kindness the King did hug my Lord at his parting, I went over with him and saw him in his coach at Lambeth, and there took leave of him, he going to the Downs, which put me in mind of his first voyage that ever he made, which he did begin like this from Lambeth. In the afternoon with Mr. Moore to my house to cast up our Privy Seal accounts, where I found that my Lord's comes to 400 and odd pounds, and mine to 132 pounds, out of which I do give him as good as 25 pounds for his pains, with which I doubt he is not satisfied, but my heart is full glad. Thence with him to Mr. Crew's, and did fetch as much money as did make even our accounts, between him and me. Home, and there found Mr. Cooke come back from my Lord for me, to get him some things bought for him to be brought after them, a toilet cap and comb case of silk, to make use of in Holland, for he goes to the Hague, which I can do to-morrow morning. This day my father and my uncle Fenner, and both his sons, have been at my house to see it, and my wife did treat them nobly with wine and anchovies. By reason of my Lord's going to-day, I could not get the office to meet to-day. 4th. I did many things this morning at home before I went out, as looking over the joiners, who are flooring my dining room, and doing business with Sir Williams both at the office, and so to Whitehall, and so to the Bullhead, where we had the remains of our pasty, where I did give my verdict against Mr. Moore upon last Saturday's wager, where Dr. Fuller coming in do confirm me in my verdict. From thence to my Lord's, and dispatched Mr. Cooke away with the things to my Lord. From thence to Axe Yard to my house, where standing at the door Mrs. Diana comes by, whom I took into my house upstairs, and there did dally with her a great while, and found that, in Latin, nulla puella negat. So home by water, and there sat up late, setting my papers in order, and my money also, and teaching my wife her music lesson, in which I take great pleasure. So to bed. 5th. To the office. From thence by coach upon the desire of the principal officers to a Master of Chancery to give Mr. Stowell his oath, whereby he do answer that he did hear Phineas Pett say very high words against the King a great while ago. Coming back our coach broke, and so Stowell and I to Mr. Rawlinson's, and after a glass of wine parted, and I to the office, home to dinner, where, having put away my boy in the morning, his father brought him again, but I did so clear up my boy's roguery to his father, that he could not speak against my putting him away, and so I did give him 10 shillings for the boy's clothes that I made him, and so parted, and tore his indenture. All the afternoon with the principal officers at Sir W. Batten's about Pett's business, where I first saw Colonel Slingsby, who has now his appointment for Comptroller, but did bring it to no issue. This day I saw our Dedimus to be sworn in the peace by, which will be shortly. In the evening, my wife being a little impatient, I went along with her to buy her a necklace of pearl, which will cost 4 pounds 10 shillings, which I am willing to comply with her in for her encouragement, and because I have lately got money, having now above £200 in cash beforehand in the world. Home, and having in our way bought a rabbit and 2 little lobsters, my wife and I did sup late, and so to bed. Great news now-a-day of the Duke d'Anjou's desire to marry the Princess Henrietta. Hugh Peters is said to be taken, and the Duke of Gloucester is ill, and it is said it will prove the smallpox. 6th. To Whitehall by water, with Sir W. Batten, and in our passage told me how Commissioner Pett did pay himself for the entertainment that he did give the King at Chatham at his coming in, and 20 shillings a day all the time he was in Holland, which I wonder at, and so I see there is a great deal of envy between the two. At Whitehall I met with Commissioner Pett, who told me how Mr. Coventry and Fairbank his solicitor are falling out, one complaining of the other for taking too great fees, which is too true. I find that Commissioner Pett is under great discontent, and is loath to give too much money for his place, and so did greatly desire me to go along with him in what we shall agree to give Mr. Coventry, which I have promised him, but am unwilling to mix my fortune with him that is going down the wind. We all met this morning and afterwards at the Admiralty,
where our business is to ask provision of victuals ready for the ships in the Downs, which we did, Mr. Gordon promising to go himself thither and see it done. Dined Will and I at my Lord's upon a joint of meat that I sent Mrs. Sarah for. Afterwards to my office and sent all my books to my Lord's, in order to send them to my house that I now dwell in. Home and to bed. 7th. Not office day, and in the afternoon at home all the day, it being the first that I have been at home all day since I came hither, putting my papers, books, and other things in order, and writing of letters. This day my Lord set sail from the Downs for Holland. 8th. All day also at home. At night sent for by Sir W. Pen, with whom I sat late drinking a glass of wine and discoursing, and I find him to be a very sociable man, and an able man, and very cunning. 9th. Sunday. In the morning with Sir W. Pen to church, and a very good sermon of Mr. Mills. Home to dinner, and Sir W. Pen with me, to such as I had, and it was very handsome, it being the first time that he ever saw my wife or house since we came hither. Afternoon to church with my wife, and after that home, and there walked with Major Hart, who came to see me, in the garden, who tells me that we are all like to be speedily disbanded, and then I lose the benefit of a muster. After supper to bed. 10th. Office day. News of the Duke's intention to go to-morrow to the Fleet for a day or two to meet his sister. Colonel Slingsby and I to Whitehall, thinking to proffer our service to the Duke to wait upon him, but meeting with Sir G. Carteret, he sent us in all haste back again to hire 2 catches for the present use of the Duke. So we returned and landed at the Bear at the bridge foot, where we saw Southwark Fair, I having not at all seen Bartholomew Fair, and so to the Tower Wharf, where we did hire 2 catches. So to the office, and found Sir W. Batten at dinner with some friends upon a good chine of beef, on which I ate heartily, I being very hungry. Home, where Mr. Snow, whom afterwards we called one another cousin, came to me to see me, and with him and one Shelston, a simple fellow, that looks after an employment, that was with me just upon my going to sea last. To a tavern, where till late with them. So home, having drunk too much, and so to bed. 11th. At Sir W. Batten's with Sir W. Pen, we drank our morning draught, and from thence for an hour in the office and dispatched a little business. Dined at Sir W. Batten's, and by this time I see that we are all like to have a very good correspondence and neighbourhood, but chargeable. All the afternoon at home looking over my carpenters. At night I called Tom Hayter out of the office to my house to sit and talk with me. After he was gone I caused the girl to wash the wainscot of our parlour, which she did very well, which caused my wife and I good sport. Up to my chamber to read a little, and wrote my diary for 3 or 4 days past. The Duke of York did go to day by break of day to the Downs. The Duke of Gloucester ill. The House of Parliament was to adjourn to day. I know not yet whether it be done or no. To bed. 12th. Office day. This noon I expected to have had my cousin Snow and my father come to dine with me, but it being very rainy they did not come. My brother Tom came to my house with a letter from my brother John, wherein he desires some books, Bartholomew Anatomy, Rosin Roman Antiquities, and Gazan Astronomy, the last of which I did give him, and an angel, against my father buying of the others. At home all the afternoon looking after my workmen, whose laziness do much trouble me. This day the Parliament adjourned. 13th. Old East comes to me in the morning with letters, and I did give him a bottle of Northdown ale, which made the poor man almost drunk. In the afternoon my wife went to the burial of a child of my cousin Scott's, and it is observable that within this month my aunt White was brought to bed of 2 girls, my cousin Stradwick of a girl and a boy, and my cousin Scott of a boy, and all died. In the afternoon to Westminster, where Mr. Dalton was ready with his money to pay me for my house, but our writings not being drawn it could not be done to-day. I met with Mr. Hawley, who was removing his things from Mr. Bowyer's, where he has lodged a great while. And I took him and W. Bowyer to the Swan, and drank, and Mr. Hawley did give me a little black rattoon, painted and gilt. Home by water. This day the Duke of Gloucester died of the smallpox, by the great negligence of the doctors. 14th. Office day. I got £42 15s appointed me by bill for my employment of Secretary to the 4th of this month, it being the last money I shall receive upon that score. My wife went this afternoon to see my mother, who I hear is very ill, at which my heart is very sad. In the afternoon Llewellyn comes to my house, and takes me out to the Mitre in Wood Street, where Mr. Samford, W. Simons and his wife, and Mr. Scobell, Mr. Mount, and Chetwin, where they were very merry, Llewellyn being drunk, and I being to defend the ladies from his kissing them. I kissed them myself very often, with a great deal of mirth. Parted very late, they by coach to Westminster, and I on foot. 15th. Met very early at our office this morning to pick out the 25 ships which are to be first paid off. After that to Westminster, and dined with Mr. Dalton at his office, where we had one great court dish, but our papers not being done, we could not make an end of our business till Monday next. Mr. Dalton and I over the water to our landlord Vanley, with whom we agree as to Dalton becoming a tenant. Back to Westminster, where I met with Dr. Castles, who chid me for some errors in our Privy Seal business, among the rest for letting the fees of the 6 judges pass unpaid, which I know not what to say to till I speak to Mr. Moore. I was much troubled for fear of being forced to pay the money myself. Called at my father's going home, and bespoke mourning for myself, for the death of the Duke of Gloucester. I found my mother pretty well. So home and to bed. 16th, Sunday. To Dr. Hardy's church, and sat with Mr. Rawlinson, and heard a good sermon upon the occasion of the Duke's death. His text was, "And is there any evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it?" Home to dinner, having some sport with Wynne, who never had been at common prayer before. After dinner I alone to Westminster, where I spent my time walking up and down in Westminster Abbey till sermon time, with Ben Palmer and Fetters the watchmaker, who told me that my Lord of Oxford is also dead of the small pox, in whom his family dies, after 600 years having that honour in their family and name. From thence to the Park, where I saw how far they had proceeded in the Pall Mall, and in making a river through the Park, which I had never seen before since it was begun. Thence to Whitehall Garden, where I saw the King in purple mourning for his brother. So home, and in my way met with Dinah, who spoke to me and told me she had a desire to speak too about some business when I came to Westminster again, which she spoke in such a manner that I was afraid she might tell me something that I would not hear of our last meeting at my house at Westminster. Home late, being very dark. A gentleman in the Poultry had a great and dirty fall over a water pipe that lay along the channel. 17th. Office very early about casting up the debts of those 25 ships which are to be paid off, which we are to present to the Committee of Parliament. I did give my wife £15 this morning to go to buy mourning things for her and me, which she did. Dined at home, and Mr. Moore with me, and afterwards to Whitehall, to Mr. Dalton, and drank in the cellar, where Mr. Vanley, according to appointment, was. Thenceforth to see the Prince de Ligne, Spanish Ambassador, come in to his audience, which was done in very great state. That being done, Dalton, Vanley, Scrivener, and some friends of theirs, and I to the Axe, and signed and sealed our writings, and hence to the wine cellar again, where I received £41 for my interest in my house, out of which I paid my landlord to Michaelmas next. And so all is even between him and me, and I freed of my poor little house. Home by link with my money under my arm. So to bed after I had looked over the things my wife had bought today, with which being not very well pleased, they costing too much, I went to bed in a discontent. Nothing yet from sea, where my Lord and the Princess are. 18th. At home all the morning, looking over my workmen in my house. After dinner, Sir W. Batten, Pen, and myself by coach to Westminster Hall, where we met Mr. Waite the lawyer to the Treasurer, and so we went up to the Committee of Parliament, which are to consider of the debts of the Army and Navy, and did give in our account of the 25 ships. Colonel Birch was very impertinent and troublesome, but at last we did agree to fit the accounts of our ships more perfectly for their view within a few days, that they might see what a trouble it is to do what they desire. From thence, Sir Williams both going by water home, I took Mr. Waite to the Rhenish wine house, and drank with him, and so parted. Thence to Mr. Crew's, and spoke with Mr. Moore about the business of paying off Baron our share of the dividend. So on foot home, by the way buying a hat band and other things for my mourning to-morrow. So home and to bed. This day I heard that the Duke of York, upon the news of the death of his brother yesterday, came hither by post last night. 19th, Office day. I put on my mourning and went to the office. At noon, thinking to have found my wife in hers, I found that the tailor had failed her, at which I was vexed, because of an invitation that we have to a dinner this day. But after having waited till past 1 o'clock, I went, and left her to put on some other clothes, and come after me to the Mitre Tavern in Wood Street, a house of the greatest note in London, where I met W. Simons and D. Scobell and their wives, Mr. Samford, Llewellyn, Chetwin, one Mr. Vivian, and Mr. White, formerly chaplain to the Lady Protectress, and still so, and one they say that is likely to get my Lady Frances for his wife. Here we were very merry, and had a very good dinner, my wife coming after me hither to us. Among other pleasures, some of us fell to handicap, a sport that I never knew before, which was very good. We stayed till it was very late. It rained sadly, but we made shift to get coaches. So home and to bed. 20th. At home and at the office, and in the garden walking with both Sir Williams all the morning. After dinner to Whitehall, to Mr. Dalton, and with him to my house, and took away all my papers that were left in my closet, and so I have now nothing more in the house, or to do with it. We called to speak with my landlord Beale, but he was not within, but spoke with the old woman, who takes it very ill that I did not let her have it, but I did give her an answer. From thence to Sir G. Downing, and stayed late there, he having sent for me to come to him, which was to tell me how my Lord Sandwich had disappointed him of a ship to bring over his child and goods, and made great complaint thereof. But I got him to write a letter to Lawson, which it may be may do the business for him, I writing another also about it. While he was writing, and his lady and I had a great deal of discourse in praise of Holland. By water to the bridge, and so to Major Hart's lodgings in Cannon Street, who used me very kindly with wine and good discourse, particularly upon the ill method which Colonel Birch and the Committee use in defending of the Army and the Navy, promising the Parliament to save them a great deal of money, when we judge that it will cost the King more than if they had nothing to do with it, by reason of their delays and scrupulous inquiries into the account of both. So home and to bed. 21st, Office day. There all the morning and afternoon till 4 o'clock.
Hence to Whitehall, thinking to have put up my books at my Lord's, but am disappointed from want of a chest which I had at Mr. Bowyer's. Back by water about 8 o'clock, and upon the water saw the corpse of the Duke of Gloucester brought down Somerset House stairs, to go by water to Westminster to be buried to-night. I landed at the Old Swan and went to the Hoop Tavern, and by a former agreement sent for Mr. Chaplin, who with Nicholas Osborne and one Daniel came to us, and we drank off 2 or 3 quarts of wine, which was very good, the drawing of our wine causing a great quarrel in the house between the 2 drawers, which should draw us the best, which caused a great deal of noise in falling out till the master parted them, and came up to us, and did give us a large account of the liberty that he gives his servants, all alike, to draw what wine they will to please his customers. And we did eat above 200 walnuts. About 2 o'clock we broke up, and so home, and in my way I called in with them at Mr. Chaplin's, where Nicholas Osborne did give me a barrel of samphire, and showed me the keys of Mardyke Fort, which he that was commander of the fort sent him as a token when the fort was demolished, which I was mightily pleased to see, and will get them off him if I can. Home, where I found my boy, my maid's brother, come out of the country to-day, but was gone to bed, and so I could not see him to-night. To bed. 22nd. This morning I called up my boy, and found him a pretty well-looked boy, and one that I think will please me. I went this morning by land to Westminster, along with Llewellyn, who came to my house this morning to get me to go with him to Captain Allen, to speak with him for his brother to go with him to Constantinople, but could not find him. We walked on to Fleet Street, where at Mr. Standing's in Salisbury Court we drank our morning draught, and had a pickled herring. Among other discourse here, he told me how the pretty woman that I always loved at the beginning of Cheapside, that sells child's coats, was served by the Lady Bennet, a famous strumpet, who by counterfeiting to fall into a swoon upon the sight of her in her shop, became acquainted with her, and at last got her ends of her to lie with a gentleman that had hired her to procure this poor soul for him. To Westminster to my Lord's, and there in the House of Office vomited up all my breakfast, my stomach being ill all this day, by reason of the last night's debauch. Here I sent to Mr. Bowyer's for my chest, and put up my books, and sent them home. I staid here all day in my Lord's chamber, and upon the leads, gazing upon Diana, who looked out of a window upon me. At last I went out to Mr. Harper's, and she standing over the way at the gate, I went over to her, and appointed to meet to-morrow in the afternoon at my Lord's. Here I bought a hanging jack, from thence by coach home by the way at the New Exchange. I bought a pair of short black stockings to wear over a pair of silk ones for mourning, and here I met with Thea Turner and Joyce, buying of things to go into mourning too for the Duke, which is now the mode of all the ladies in town. Where I wrote some letters by the post to Hinchinbroke, to let them know that this day Mr. Edward Pickering is come from my Lord, and says that he left him well in Holland, and that he will be here within 3 or 4 days. To-day not well of my last night's drinking yet. I had the boy up to-night for his sister to teach him to put me to bed, and I heard him read, which he did pretty well. 23rd, Lord's Day. My wife got up to put on her mourning to-day, and to go to church this morning. I up and set down my journal for these 5 days past. This morning came one from my father's with a black cloth coat, made of my short cloak, to walk up and down in. To church my wife and I with Sir W. Batten, where we heard of Mr. Mills a very good sermon upon these words, so run that you may obtain. After dinner all alone to Westminster. At Whitehall I met with Mr. Pierce and his wife, she newly come forth after childbirth, both in mourning for the Duke of Gloucester. She went with Mr. Child to Whitehall Chapel, and Mr. Pierce with me to the Abbey, where I expected to hear Mr. Baxter or Mr. Rowe preach their farewell sermon, and in Mr. Simon's pew I sat and heard Mr. Rowe. Before sermon I laughed at the reader, who in his prayer desires of God that he would imprint his word on the thumbs of our right hands, and on the right great toes of our right feet. In the midst of the sermon some plaster fell from the top of the Abbey, that made me and all the rest in our pew afeard, and I wished myself out. After sermon with Mr. Pierce to Whitehall, and from thence to my Lord, but Diana did not come according to our agreement. So calling at my father's, where my wife had been this afternoon but was gone home, I went home. This afternoon the King having news of the Princess being come to Margate, he and the Duke of York went down thither in barges to her. 24th, Office Day. From thence to dinner by coach with my wife to my cousin Scott's, and the company not being come, I went over the way to the barber's. So thither again to dinner, where was my uncle Fenner and my aunt, my father and mother, and others. Among the rest my cousin Richard Pepys, their elder brother, whom I had not seen these 14 years, ever since he came from New England. It was strange for us to go a-gossiping to her, she having newly buried her child, that she was brought to bed of. I rose from table and went to the Temple Church, where I had appointed Sir W. Batten to meet him, and there at Sir Heneage Finch, Solicitor General's chambers, before him and Sir W. Wilde, Recorder of London, whom we sent for from his chamber, we were sworn Justices of Peace for Middlesex, Essex, Kent, and Southampton, with which honour I did find myself mightily pleased, though I am wholly ignorant in the duty of a Justice of Peace. From thence with Sir William to Whitehall by water, old Mrs. Smith with us, intending to speak with Secretary Nicholas about the augmentation of our salaries, but being forth we went to the 3 Tuns Tavern, where we drank a while,
and then came in Colonel Slingsby and other gentlemen and sat with us. From thence to my Lord's to inquire whether they have had anything from my Lord or no. Knocking at the door, there passed me Monsieur l'Impertinent, for whom I took a coach and went with him to a dancing meeting in Broad Street, at the house that was formerly the Glass House, Luke Channel, master of the school, where I saw good dancing. But it growing late, and the room very full of people, and so very hot, I went home. 25th. To the office, where Sir W. Batten, Colonel Slingsby, and I sat a while, and Sir R. Ford coming to us about some business, we talked together of the interest of this kingdom to have a peace with Spain, and a war with France and Holland. Where Sir R. Ford talked like a man of great reason and experience. And afterwards I did send for a cup of tea, a China drink, of which I never had drank before, and went away. Then came Colonel Birch and Sir R. Brown, by a former appointment, and with them from Tower Wharf in the barge belonging to our office, we went to Deptford to pay off the ship's Success, which, Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Pen coming afterwards to us, we did, Colonel Birch being a mighty busy man, and one that is the most indefatigable and forward to make himself work of any man that ever I knew in my life. At the Globe we had a very good dinner, and after that to the pay again, which being finished we returned by water again, and I from our office with Colonel Slingsby by coach to Westminster, I setting him down at his lodgings by the way, to inquire for my Lord's coming thither, the King and the Princess coming up the river this afternoon, as we were at our pay. And I found him gone to Mr. Crew's, where I found him well, only had got some corns upon his foot, which was not well yet. My Lord told me how the ship that brought the Princess and him, the Treader, did knock 6 times upon the Kentish knock, which put them in great fear for the ship, but got off well. He told me also how the King had knighted Vice Admiral Lawson and Sir Richard Stayner. From him late and by coach home, where the plasterers being at work in all the rooms in my house, my wife was fain to make a bed upon the ground for her and me, and so there we lay all night. 26th. Office day. That done, to the church, to consult about our gallery. So home to dinner, where I found Mrs. Hunt, who brought me a letter for me to get my Lord to sign for her husband, which I shall do for her. At home with the workmen all the afternoon, our house being in a most sad pickle. In the evening to the office, where I fell a reading of Speed's Geography for a while. So home, thinking to have found Will at home, but he not being come home but gone somewhere else, I was very angry, and when he came did give him a very great cheque for it, and so I went to bed. 27th. To my Lord at Mr. Crew's, and there took order about some business of his, and from thence home to my workmen all the afternoon. In the evening to my Lord's, and there did read over with him and Dr. Walker my Lord's new commission for sea, and advise thereupon how to have it drawn. So home and to bed. 28th. Office day. This morning Sir W. Batten and Colonel Slingsby went with Colonel Birch and Sir William Doyley to Chatham to pay off a ship there. So only Sir W. Pen and I left here in town. All the afternoon among my workmen till 10 or 11 at night, and did give them drink and very merry with them, it being my luck to meet with a sort of drolling workman on all occasions. To bed. 29th. All day at home to make an end of our dirty work of the plasterers, and indeed my kitchen is now so handsome that I did not repent of all the trouble that I have been put to have it done. This day or yesterday, I hear, Prince Rupert is come to court, but welcome to nobody. 30th. Lord's day. To our parish church, both forenoon and afternoon, all alone. At night went to bed without prayers, my house being everywhere foul above stairs. End of September. Chapter 10 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. October, 1660. October 1st. Early to my Lord to Whitehall, and there he did give me some work to do for him, and so with all haste to the office. Dined at home, and my father by chance with me. After dinner, he and I advised about hangings for my rooms, which are now almost fit to be hung, the painters beginning to do their work to-day. After dinner, he and I to the Mitre, where with my uncle Wyatt, whom my father fetched thither, while I drank a glass of wine privately with Mr. Mansell, a poor reformado of the Charles, who came to see me. Here we stayed and drank 3 or 4 pints of wine, and so parted. I home to look after my workmen, and at night to bed. The Commissioners are very busy disbanding of the army, which they say do cause great robbing. My layings out upon my house and furniture are so great, that I fear I shall not be able to go through them without breaking one of my bags of £100. I having but £200 yet in the world. 2nd. With Sir William Pen by water to Whitehall, being this morning visited before I went out by my brother Tom, who told me that for his lying out of doors a day and a night, my father had forbade him to come any more into his house, at which I was troubled, and did soundly chide him for doing so, and upon confessing his fault I told him I would speak to my father. At Whitehall I met with Captain Clerk, and took him to the Leg in King Street, and did give him a dish or two of meat, and his purser that was with him, for his old kindness to be on board. After dinner I to Whitehall, where I met with Mrs. Hunt, and was forced to wait upon Mr. Scawen at a committee to speak for her husband, which I did. After that met with Llewellyn, Mr. Fage, and took them both to the Dog, and did give them a glass of wine. After that at Will's I met with Mr. Spicer, and with him to the Abbey to see them at Vespers. There I found but a thin congregation already. So I see that religion, be it what it will, is but a humour. And so the esteem of it passeth, as other things do. From thence with him to see Robin Shaw, who has been a long time ill, and I have not seen him since I came from sea. He is much changed, but in hopes to be well again. From thence by coach to my father's, and discoursed with him about Tom, and did give my advice to take him home again, which I think he will do in prudence, rather than put him upon learning the way of being worse. So home, and from home to Major Hart, who is just going out of town to-morrow, and made much of me, and did give me the oaths of supremacy and allegiance, that I may be capable of my arrears. So home again, where my wife tells me what she has bought to-day, namely a bed and furniture for her chamber, with which very well pleased I went to bed. 3rd. With Sir W. Batten and Pen by water to Whitehall, where a meeting of the Dukes of York and Albemarle, my Lord Sandwich and all the principal officers, about the winter guard, but we determined of nothing. To my Lord's, who sent a great iron chest to Whitehall, and I saw it carried into the King's closet, where I saw most incomparable pictures. Among the rest a book open upon a desk, which I durst have sworn was a real book, and back again to my Lord, and dined all alone with him, who did treat me with a great deal of respect, and after dinner did discourse an hour with me, and advise about some way to get himself some money to make up for all his great expenses, saying that he believed that he might have anything that he would ask of the King. This day Mr. Shepley and all my Lord's goods came from sea, some of them laid of the wardrobe, and some brought to my Lord's house. From thence to our office, where we met and did business. And so home, and spent the evening looking upon the painters that are at work in my house. This day I heard the Duke speak of a great design that he and my Lord of Pembroke have, and a great many others, of sending a venture to some parts of Africa to dig for gold ore there. They intend to admit as many as will venture their money, and so make themselves a company. £250 is the lowest share for every man. But I do not find that my Lord do much like it. At night Dr. Fairbrother, for so he is lately made of the civil law, brought home my wife by coach, it being rainy weather, she having been abroad to-day to buy more furniture for her house. 4th. This morning I was busy looking over papers at the office all alone, and being visited by Lieutenant Lambert of the Charles, to whom I was formerly much beholden, I took him along with me to a little alehouse hard by our office, whither my cousin Thomas Pepys, the turner, had sent for me to show me two gentlemen that had a great desire to be known to me, one his name is Pepys, of our family, but one that I never heard of before, and the other a younger son of Sir Tom Bendish's, and so we all call cousins. After sitting a while in drinking, my two new cousins, myself, and Lieutenant Lambert went by water to Whitehall, and from thence I and Lieutenant Lambert to Westminster Abbey, where we saw Dr. Frewen translated to the Archbishopric of York. Here I saw the Bishops of Winchester, Bangor, Rochester, Bath and Wells, and Salisbury, all in their habits, in King Henry the Seventh's chapel. But, Lord, at their going out, how people did most of them look upon them as strange creatures, and few with any kind of love or respect. From thence at 2 to my Lord's, where we took Mr. Shepley and William Howe to the Reindeer, and had some oysters, which were very good, the first I have eat this year. So back to my Lord's to dinner, and after dinner Lieutenant Lambert and I did look upon my Lord's model, and he told me many things in a ship that I desired to understand. From thence by water I, leaving Lieutenant Lambert at Blackfriars, went home, and there by promise met with Robert Shaw and Jack Spicer, who came to see me, and by the way I met upon Tower Hill with Mr. Pierce the surgeon and his wife, and took them home and did give them good wine, ale, and anchovies, and stayed them till night, and so adieu. Then to look upon my painters that are now at work in my house. At night to bed. 5th. Office day, dined at home, and all the afternoon at home to see my painters make an end of their work, which they did to-day to my content, and I am in great joy to see my house likely once again to be clean. At night to bed. 6th.
Colonel Slingsby and I at the office getting a catch ready for the Prince de Ligne to carry his things away to day, who is now going home again. About noon comes my cousin H. Alcock, for whom I brought a letter for my Lord to sign to my Lord Broghill, for some preferment in Ireland, whither he is now a-going. After him comes Mr. Creed, who brought me some books from Holland with him, well bound and good books, which I thought he did intend to give me, but I found that I must pay him. He dined with me at my house, and from thence to Whitehall together, where I was to give my Lord an account of the stations and victuals of the fleet, in order to the choosing of a fleet fit for him to take to sea, to bring over the Queen, but my Lord not coming in before 9 at night, I staid no longer for him, but went back again home and so to bed. 7th, Lord's day. To Whitehall on foot, calling at my father's to change my long black cloak for a short one, long cloaks being now quite out. But he being gone to church, I could not get one, and therefore I proceeded on, and came to my Lord before he went to chapel, and so went with him, where I heard Dr. Spurstow preach before the King a poor dry sermon, but a very good anthem of Captain Cook's afterwards. Going out of chapel I met with Jack Cole, my old friend, whom I had not seen a great while before, and had promised to renew acquaintance in London together. To my Lord's and dined with him, he all dinner time talking French to me, and telling me the story how the Duke of York hath got my Lord Chancellor's daughter with child, and that she do lay it to him, and that for certain he did promise her marriage, and had signed it with his blood, but that he by stealth had got the paper out of her cabinet, and that the King would have him to marry her, but that he will not. So that the thing is very bad for the Duke and them all, but my Lord do make light of it, as a thing that he believes is not a new thing for the Duke to do abroad. Discoursing concerning what if the Duke should marry her, my Lord told me that among his father's many old sayings that he had wrote in a book of his, this is one, that he that do get a wench with child and marry her afterwards, is as if a man should in his hat and then clap it on his head. I perceive my Lord is grown a man very indifferent in all matters of religion, and so makes nothing of these things. After dinner to the Abbey, where I heard them read the church service, but very ridiculously, that indeed I do not in myself like it at all. A poor cold sermon of Dr. Lamb's, one of the prebends, in his habit, came afterwards, and so all ended, and by my troth a pitiful sorry devotion that these men pay. So walked home by land, and before supper I read part of the Marian persecution in Mr. Fuller. So to supper, prayers, and to bed. 8th, Office day, and my wife being gone out to buy some household stuff, I dined all alone, and after dinner to Westminster. In my way meeting Mr. Moore coming to me, who went back again with me, calling at several places about business, at my father's about gilded leather for my dining room, at Mr. Crew's about money, at my Lord's about the same, but meeting not Mr. Shepley there, I went home by water, and Mr. Moore with me, who staid and supped with me till almost 9 at night. We love one another's discourse so that we cannot part when we do meet. He tells me that the profit of the Privy Seal is much fallen, for which I am very sorry. He gone, and I to bed. 9th. This morning Sir W. Batten with Colonel Birch to Deptford, to pay off 2 ships. Sir W. Pen and I staid to do business, and afterwards together to Whitehall, where I went to my Lord, and found him in bed not well, and saw in his chamber his picture, very well done, and am with child till I get it copied out, which I hope to do when he is gone to sea. To Whitehall again, where at Mr. Coventry's chamber I met with Sir W. Pen again, and so with him to Redriff by water, and from thence walked over the fields to Deptford, the first pleasant walk I have had a great while, and in our way had a great deal of merry discourse, and find him to be a merry fellow and pretty good natured, and sings very bawdy songs. So we came and found our gentleman and Mr. Prynne at the Pay. About noon we dined together, and were very merry at table telling of tales. After dinner to the pay of another ship till 10 at night, and so home in our barge, a clear moonshine night, and it was 12 o'clock before we got home, where I found my wife in bed, and part of our chambers hung to-day by the upholster, but not being well done I was fretted, and so in a discontent to bed. I found Mr. Prynne a good honest plain man, but in his discourse not very free or pleasant. Among all the tales that passed among us to-day, he told us of one Damford that, being a black man, did scald his beard with mince pie, and it came up again all white in that place, and continued to his dying day. Sir W. Pen told us a good jest about some gentleman blinding of the drawer, and who he catched was to pay the reckoning, and so they got away, and the master of the house coming up to see what his man did, his man got hold of him, thinking it to be one of the gentlemen, and told him that he was to pay the reckoning. 10th, Office day all the morning. In the afternoon with the upholster, seeing him do things to my mind, and to my content he did fit my chamber and my wife's. At night comes Mr. Moore, and staid late with me, to tell me how Sir Hardress Waller, who only pleads guilty, Scott, Coke, Peters, Harrison, etc., were this day arraigned at the bar at the Sessions House, there being upon the bench the Lord Mayor, General Monk, my Lord of Sandwich, etc., such a bench of noblemen as had not been ever seen in England. They all seem to be dismayed, and will all be condemned without question. In Sir Orlando Bridgman's charge, he did wholly rip up the unjustness of the war against the King from the beginning. And so it much reflects upon all the Long Parliament, though the King had pardoned them, yet they must hereby confess that the King do look upon them as traitors. Tomorrow they are to plead what they have to say. At night to bed. 11th. In the morning to my Lord's, where I met with Mr. Creed, and with him and Mr. Blackburne to the Rhenish wine house, where we sat drinking of healths a great while, a thing which Mr. Blackburne formerly would not upon any terms have done. After we had done there, Mr. Creed and I to the Leg in King Street to dinner, where he and I and my Will had a good udder to dinner, and from thence to walk in St. James's Park, where we observed the several engines at work to draw up water, with which sight I was very much pleased. Above all the rest, I like best that which Mr. Greatorex brought, which is one round thing going within all with a pair of stairs round which being laid at an angle of 45 degrees, do carry up the water with a great deal of ease. Here in the Park we met with Mr. Salisbury, who took Mr. Creed and me to the Cockpit to see the Moor of Venice, which was well done. Burt acted the Moor. By the same token, a very pretty lady that sat by me called out to see Desdemona smothered. From thence with Mr. Creed to Hercules Pillars, where we drank and so parted, and I went home. 12th. Office day all the morning, and from thence with Sir W. Batten and the rest of the officers to a venison pasty of his at the Dolphin, where dined withal Colonel Washington, Sir Edward Brett, and Major Norwood, very noble company. After dinner I went home, where I found Mr. Cooke, who told me that my Lady Sandwich is come to town to-day, whereupon I went to Westminster to see her, and found her at supper, so she made me sit down all alone with her, and after supper staid and talked with her, she showing me most extraordinary love and kindness, and to give me good assurance of my uncle's resolution to make me his heir. From thence home and to bed. 13th. To my Lord's in the morning, where I met with Captain Cuttance, but my Lord not being up I went out to Charing Cross, to see Major General Harrison hanged, drawn, and quartered, which was done there, he looking as cheerful as any man could do in that condition. He was presently cut down, and his head and heart shown to the people, at which there was great shouts of joy. It is said that he was sure to come shortly at the right hand of Christ, to judge them that now had judged him, and that his wife do expect his coming again. Thus it was my chance to see the King beheaded at Whitehall, and to see the first blood shed in revenge for the blood of the King at Charing Cross. From thence to my Lord's, and took Captain Cuttance and Mr. Shepley to the Sun Tavern, and did give them some oysters. After that I went by water home, where I was angry with my wife for her things lying about, and in my passion kicked the little fine basket, which I bought her in Holland, and broke it, which troubled me after I had done it. Within all the afternoon setting up shelves in my study. At night to bed. 14th. Lord's day. Early to my Lord's. In my way meeting with Dr. Fairbrother, who walked with me to my father's back again, and there we drank my morning draught, my father having gone to church, and my mother asleep in bed. Here he caused me to put my hand among a great many honourable hands to a paper or certificate in his behalf. To Whitehall Chapel, where one Dr. Cross made an indifferent sermon, and after it an anthem ill sung, which made the King laugh. Here I first did see the Princess Royal since she came into England. Here I also observed how the Duke of York and Mrs. Palmer did talk to one another very wantonly through the hangings that parts the King's closet, and the closet where the ladies sit. To my Lord's, where I found my wife, and she and I did dine with my Lady, my Lord dining with my Lord Chamberlain, who did treat my wife with a good deal of respect. In the evening we went home through the rain by water in a sculler, having borrowed some coats of Mr. Shepley. So home, wet and dirty, and to bed. 15th. Office all the morning. My wife and I by water. I landed her at Whitefriars. She went to my father's to dinner, it being my father's wedding day, there being a very great dinner, and only the Fennis and Joyces there. This morning Mr. Carew was hanged and quartered at Charing Cross, but his quarters by a great favour are not to be hanged up. I was forced to go to my Lord's to get him to meet the officers of the Navy this afternoon, and so could not go along with her, but I missed my Lord, who was this day upon the bench at the Sessions House. So I dined there and went to Whitehall, where I met with Sir W. Batten and Pen, who with the Comptroller, Treasurer, and Mr. Coventry, at his chamber, made up a list of such ships as are fit to be kept out for the winter guard, and the rest to be paid off by the Parliament when they can get money, which I doubt will not be a great while. That done, I took coach and called my wife at my father's, and so homewards, calling at Thomas Pepys the turner's for some things that we wanted. And so home, where I fell to read The Fruitless Precaution, a book formerly recommended by Dr. Clarke at sea to me,
which I read in bed till I had made an end of it, and do find it the best writ tale that ever I read in my life. After that done, to sleep, which I did not very well do, because that my wife having a stopping in her nose, she snored much, which I never did hear her do before. 16th. This morning my brother Tom came to me, with whom I made even for my last clothes to this day, and having eaten a dish of anchovies with him in the morning, my wife and I did intend to go forth to see a play at the Cockpit this afternoon, but Mr. Moore coming to me, my wife stayed at home, and he and I went out together, with whom I called at the upholster's, and several other places that I had business with, and so home with him to the Cockpit, where, understanding that wit without money was acted, I would not stay, but went home by water, by the way reading of the other two stories that are in the book that I read last night, which I do not like so well as it. Being come home, Will told me that my Lord had a mind to speak with me to-night. So I returned by water, and coming there, it was only to inquire how the ships were provided with victuals that are to go with him to fetch over the Queen, which I gave him a good account of. He seemed to be in a melancholy humour, which I was told by W. Howe was for that he had lately lost a great deal of money at cards, which he fears he do too much addict himself to nowadays. So home by water and to bed. 17th, Office day. At noon came Mr. Creed to me, whom I took along with me to the Feathers in Fish Street, where I was invited by Captain Cuttance to dinner, a dinner made by Mr. Dawes and his brother. We had 2 or 3 dishes of meat, well done. Their great design was to get me concerned in a business of theirs about a vessel of theirs that is in the service, hired by the King, in which I promise to do them all the service I can. From thence home again with Mr. Crew, where I finding Mrs. Theo Turner and her Aunt Duke, I would not be seen, but walked in the garden till they were gone, when Mr. Spong came to me and Mr. Creed. Mr. Spong and I went to our music to sing, and he being gone, my wife and I went to put up my books in order in closet, and I to give her her books. After that to bed. 18th. This morning, it being expected that Colonel Hacker and Axtell should die, I went to Newgate, but found they were reprieved till tomorrow. So to my aunt Fenner's, where with her and my uncle I drank my morning draught. So to my father's, and did give orders for a pair of black baize linings to be made me for my breeches against tomorrow morning, which was done. So to my Lord's, where I spoke with my Lord, and he would have had me dine with him, but I went thence to Mr. Blackburn, where I met my wife and my Will's father and mother, the first time that ever I saw them, where we had a very fine dinner. Mr. Creed was also there. This day, by her high discourse, I found Mrs. Blackburn to be a very high dame, and a costly one. Home with my wife by coach. This afternoon comes Mr. Chaplin and N. Osborne to my house, of whom I made very much, and kept them with me till late, and so to bed. At my coming home I did find that Theo Turner has sent for a pair of doves that my wife had promised her, and because she did not send them in the best cage, she sent them back again with a scornful letter, with which I was angry, but yet pretty well pleased that she was crossed. 19th. Office in the morning. This morning my dining room was finished with green serge hanging and gilt leather, which is very handsome. This morning Hacker and Axtell were hanged and quartered, as the rest are. This night I sat up late to make up my accounts ready against tomorrow for my Lord. I found him to be above £80 in my debt, which is a good sight, and I bless God for it. 20th. This morning one came to me to advise with me where to make me a window into my cellar, in lieu of one which Sir W. Batten had stopped up. And going down into my cellar to look, I stepped into a great heap of, by which I found that Mr. Turner's house of office is full, and comes into my cellar, which do trouble me, but I shall have it helped. To my Lord's by land, calling at several places about business, where I dined with my Lord and Lady, when he was very merry, and did talk very high, how he would have a French cook, and a master of his horse, and his lady and child to wear black patches, which methought was strange, but he is become a perfect courtier. And among other things, my lady saying that she could get a good merchant for her daughter Jem, he answered, that he would rather see her with a pedlar's pack at her back, so she married a gentleman, than she should marry a citizen. This afternoon, going through London and calling at Crow's the upholsterers in St. Bartholomew's, I saw the limbs of some of our new traitors set upon Aldersgate, which was a sad sight to see. And a bloody week this and the last have been, there being 10 hanged, drawn, and quartered. Home, and after writing a letter to my uncle by the post, I went to bed. 21st, Lord's day. To the parish church in the morning, where a good sermon by Mr. Mills. After dinner to my Lord's, and from thence to the Abbey, where I met Spicer and D. Vines and others of the old crew. So leaving my boy at the Abbey against I came back, we went to Prior's by the hall back door. But there being no drink to be had, we went away, and so to the Crown in the Palace yard, I and George Vines by the way calling at their house, where he carried me up to the top of his turret, where there is Cook's Head set up for a traitor, and Harrison set up on the other side of Westminster Hall. Here I could see them plainly, as also a very fair prospect about London. From the Crown to the Abbey to look for my boy, but he was gone thence, and so he being a novice, I was at a loss what was become of him. I called at my Lord's, where I found Mr. Adams, Mr. Shepley's friend, and at my father's, but found him not. So home, where I found him, but he had found the way home well enough, of which I was glad. So after supper, and reading of some chapters, I went to bed. This day or two my wife has been troubled with her boils in the old place, which do much trouble her. To day at noon, God forgive me, I strung my lute, which I had not touched a great while before. 22nd, Office day. After that to dinner at home upon some ribs of roast beef from the cook's, which of late we have been forced to do because of our house being always under the painters' and other people's hands, that we could not dress it ourselves. After dinner to my Lord's, where I found all preparing for my Lord's going to sea, to fetch the Queen to-morrow. At night my Lord came home, with whom I staid long, and talked of many things. Among others, I got leave to have his picture that was done by Lilly copied, and talking of religion, I found him to be a perfect sceptic, and said that all things would not be well while there was so much preaching, and that it would be better if nothing but homilies were to be read in churches. This afternoon, he told me, there hath been a meeting before the King and my Lord Chancellor, of some Episcopalian and Presbyterian divines, but what had passed he could not tell me. After I had done talk with him, I went to bed with Mr. Shepley in his chamber, but could hardly get any sleep all night, the bed being ill made, and he a bad bedfellow. 23rd. We rose early in the morning to get things ready for my Lord, and Mr. Shepley going to put up his pistols, which were charged with bullets, into the holsters, one of them flew off, and it pleased God that, the mouth of the gun being downwards, it did us no hurt, but I think I never was in more danger in my life, which put me into a great fright. About 8 o'clock my Lord went, and going through the garden, my Lord met with Mr. William Montagu, who told him of an estate of land lately come into the King's hands, that he had a mind my Lord should beg, to which end my Lord writ a letter presently to my Lord Chancellor to do it for him, which, after leave taken of my Lord at Whitehall Bridge, I did carry to Warwick House to him, and had a fair promise of him that he would do it this day for my Lord. In my way thither I met the Lord Chancellor and all the judges riding on horseback, and going to Westminster Hall, it being the first day of the term, which was the first time I ever saw any such solemnity. Having done there, I returned to Whitehall, where meeting with my brother Ashwell and his cousin Sam Ashwell and Mr. Mallard, I took them to the Leg in King Street, and gave them a dish of meat for dinner, and paid for it. From thence going to Whitehall, I met with Caton Sturpin in mourning, who told me that her mistress was lately dead of the smallpox, and that herself was now married to Monsieur Pepys, as also what her mistress had left her, which was very well. She also took me to her lodging at an ironmonger's in King Street, which was but very poor, and I found by a letter that she shewed me of her husband's to the King, that he is a ripe Frenchman, and full of their own projects, he having a design to reform the universities and to institute schools for the learning of all languages, to speak them naturally and not by rule, which I know will come to nothing. From thence to my Lord's, where I went forth by coach to Mrs. Parker's with my Lady, and so to her house again. From thence I took my Lord's picture, and carried it to Mr. de Cretz to be copied. So to Whitehall, where I met Mr. Spong, and went home with him and played, and sang, and eat with him and his mother. After supper we looked over many books and instruments of his, especially his wooden jack in his chimney, which goes with the smoke, which indeed is very pretty. I found him to be as ingenious and good-natured a man as ever I met with in my life, and cannot admire him enough, he being so plain and illiterate a man as he is. From thence by coach home and to bed, which was welcome to me after a night's absence. 24th. I lay and slept long to-day, office day. I took occasion to be angry with my wife before I rose about her putting up of half a crown of mine in a paper box, which she had forgot where she had lain it. But we were friends again, as we are always. Then I rose to Jack Cole, who came to see me. Then to the office, so home to dinner, where I found Captain Murford, who did put £3 into my hands for a friendship I had done him, but I would not take it, but bade him keep it till he has enough to buy my wife a necklace. This afternoon people at work in my house to make a light in my yard into my cellar. To Whitehall, in my way met with Mr. Moore, who went back with me. He tells me, among other things, that the Duke of York is now sorry for his lying with my Lord Chancellor's daughter, who is now brought to bed of a boy. From Whitehall to Mr. de Cretz, who I found about my Lord's picture. From thence to Mr. Lilly's, where, not finding Mr. Spong, I went to Mr. Greatorex, where I met him, and so to an alehouse, where I bought of him a drawing pen, and he did show me the manner of the lamp glasses, which carry the light a great way, good to read in bed by, and I intend to have one of them. So to Mr. Lilly's with Mr. Spong, where well received, there being a club to night among his friends. Among the rest Esquire Ashmole, who I found was a very ingenious gentleman. With him we two sang after it in Mr. Lilly's study. That done, we all paired, and I home by coach, taking Mr. Booker with me, who did tell me a great many fooleries, which may be done by nativities, and blaming Mr. Lilly for writing to please his friends, and to keep in with the times, as he did formerly to his own dishonour, and not according to the rules of art, by which he could not well err, as he had done. I set him down at Lime Street end, and so home, where I found a box of carpenter's tools sent by my cousin Thomas Pepys, which I had bespoke of him for to employ myself with sometimes. To bed. 25th. All day at home doing something in order to the fitting of my house. In the evening to Westminster about business, so home and to bed. This night the vault at the end of the cellar was emptied. 26th. Office. My father and Dr. Thomas Pepys dined at my house, the last of whom I did almost fox with Margate ale. My father is mightily pleased with my ordering of my house. I did give him money to pay several bills. After that I to Westminster to Whitehall, where I saw the Duke de Soissons go from his audience with a very great deal of state. His own coach all red velvet covered with gold lace, and drawn by 6 barbs, and attended by 20 pages very rich in clothes. To Westminster Hall, and bought, among other books, one of the Life of our Queen, which I read at home to my wife, but it was so sillily writ that we did nothing but laugh at it. Among other things, it is dedicated to that paragon of virtue and beauty, the Duchess of Albemarle. Great talk as if the Duke of York do now own the marriage between him and the Chancellor's daughter. 27th. In London and Westminster all this day, paying of money and buying of things for my house. In my going I went by chance by my new Lord Mayor's house, Sir Richard Browne, by Goldsmith's Hall, which is now fitting, and indeed is a very pretty house. In coming back I called at Paul's Churchyard, and bought Alsted's Encyclopedia, which cost me 38s. Home and to bed, my wife being much troubled with her old pain. 28th. Lord's day. There came some pills and plaster this morning from Dr. Williams for my wife. I to Westminster Abbey, where with much difficulty, going round by the cloisters, I got in, this day being a great day for the consecrating of 5 bishops, which was done after sermon, but I could not get into Henry the Seventh's chapel. So I went to my Lord's, where I dined with my Lady, and my young Lord, and Mr. Sidney, who was sent for from Twickenham, to see my Lord Mayor's show to-morrow. Mr. Child did also dine with us. After dinner to Whitehall Chapel, my Lady and my Lady Jemimah and I up to the King's Closet, who is now gone to meet the Queen. So meeting with one Mr. Hill, that did know my Lady, he did take us into the King's Closet, and there we did stay all service time, which I did think a great honour. We went home to my Lord's lodgings afterwards, and there I parted with my Lady and went home, where I did find my wife pretty well after her physic. So to bed. 29th. I up early, it being my Lord Mayor's day, Sir Richard Browne, and neglecting my office, I went to the Wardrobe, where I met my Lady Sandwich and all the children. And after drinking of some strange and incomparable good claret of Mr. Rumble's, he and Mr. Townsend did take us, and set the young lords at one Mr. Neville's, a draper in Paul's Churchyard, and my Lady and my Lady Pickering and I to one Mr. Isaacson's, a linen draper at the Quay in Cheapside, where there was a company of fine ladies, and we were very civilly treated, and had a very good place to see the pageants, which were many, and I believe good for such kind of things, but in themselves but poor and absurd. After the ladies were placed, I took Mr. Townsend and Isaacson to the next door, a tavern, and did spend 5s. upon them. The show being done, we got as far as Paul's with much ado, where I left my Lady in the coach, and went on foot with my Lady Pickering to her lodging, which was a poor one in Blackfriars, where she never invited me to go in at all, which methought was very strange for her to do. So home, where I was told how my Lady Davis is now come to our next lodgings, and has locked up the leads door from me, which puts me into so great a disquiet that I went to bed, and could not sleep till morning at it. 30th. Within all the morning, and dined at home. My mind being so troubled that I could not mind nor do anything till I spoke with the Comptroller to whom the lodgings belong. In the afternoon, to ease my mind, I went to the Cockpit all alone, and there saw a very fine play called The Tamer Tamed, very well acted. That being done, I went to Mr. Crew's, where I had left my boy, and so with him and Mr. Moore, who would go a little way with me home, as he will always do, to the Hercules Pillars to drink, where we did read over the King's declaration in matters of religion, which is come out to-day, which is very well penned, I think to the satisfaction of most people. So home, where I am told Mr. Davis's people have broken open the bolt of my chamber door that goes upon the leads, which I went up to see and did find it so, which did still trouble me more and more. and so I sent for Griffith and got him to search their house to see what the meaning of it might be, but can learn nothing to night. But I am a little pleased that I have found this out. I hear nothing yet of my Lord, whether he be gone for the Queen from the Downs or no, but I believe he is, and that he is now upon coming back again. 31st. Office day. Much troubled all this morning in my mind about the business of my walk on the leads. I spoke of it to the Comptroller and the rest of the principal officers, who are all unwilling to meddle in anything that may anger my Lady Davis, and so I am fain to give over for the time that she do continue therein. Dined at home, and after dinner to Westminster Hall, where I met with Billing the Quaker at Mrs. Mitchell's shop, who is still of the former opinion he was of against the clergymen of all sorts, and a cunning fellow I find him to be. Home, and there I had news that Sir W. Pen is resolved to ride to Sir W. Batten's country house to-morrow, and would have me go with him, so I sat up late, getting together my things to ride in, and was fain to cut an old pair of boots to make leathers for those I was to wear. This month I conclude with my mind very heavy for the loss of the leads, as also for the greatness of my late expenses, insomuch that I do not think that I have above L150 clear money in the world, but I have, I believe, got a great deal of good household stuff. I hear to-day that the Queen is landed at Dover, and will be here on Friday next, November 2nd. My wife has been so ill of late of her old pain that I have not known her this fortnight almost, which is a pain to me. End of October.
Chapter 11 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. November, 1660. November 1st. This morning Sir W. Pen and I were mounted early, and had very merry discourse all the way, he being very good company. We came to Sir W. Batten's, where he lives like a prince, and we were made very welcome. Among other things, he showed us my lady's closet, where was great store of rarities, as also a chair, which he calls King Harry's chair, where he that sits down is catch with 2 irons that come round about him, which makes good sport. Here dined with us 2 or 3 more country gentlemen, among the rest Mr. Christmas, my old schoolfellow, with whom I had much talk. He did remember that I was a great roundhead when I was a boy, and I was much afraid that he would have remembered the words that I said the day the King was beheaded, that, were I to preach upon him, my text should be, "The memory of the wicked shall rot." But I found afterwards that he did go away from school before that time. He did make us good sport in imitating Mr. Case, Ash, and Nye, the ministers, which he did very well, but a deadly drinker he is, and grown exceeding fat. From his house to an alehouse near the church, where we sat and drank and were merry, and so we mounted for London again, Sir W. Batten with us. We called at Bow and drank there, and took leave of Mr. Johnson of Blackwall, who dined with us, and rode with us thus far. So home by moonlight, it being about 9 o'clock before we got home. 2nd. Office. Then dined at home, and by chance Mr. Holliard called at dinner time and dined with me, with whom I had great discourse concerning the cure of the King's evil, which he do deny altogether any effect at all. In the afternoon I went forth and saw some silver bosses put upon my new Bible, which cost me 6s. 6d. the making, and 7s. 6d. the silver, which with 9s. 6d. the book, comes in all to £1 3s. 6d. From thence with Mr. Cook that made them, and Mr. Stevens the silversmith, to the tavern, and did give them a pint of wine. So to Whitehall, where when I came I saw the boats going very thick to Lambeth, and all the stairs to be full of people. I was told the Queen was a-coming, so I got a sculler for 6d. to carry me thither and back again, but I could not get to see the Queen. So come back and to my Lord's, where he was come, and I supped with him, he being very merry, telling merry stories of the country mayors, how they entertained the King all the way as he come along, and how the country gentlewomen did hold up their heads to be kissed by the King, not taking his hand to kiss as they should do. I took leave of my Lord and Lady, and so took coach at Whitehall, and carried Mr. Child as far as the Strand, and myself got as far as Ludgate by all the bonfires, but with a great deal of trouble, and there the coachman desired that I would release him, for he durst not go further for the fires. So he would have had 1s. or 6d. for bringing of me so far, but I had but 3d. about me, and did give him it. In Paul's churchyard I called at Curtains, and there they had got a mass book for me, which I bought, and cost me 12s. And when I came home, sat up late and read in it with great pleasure to my wife, to hear that she was long ago so well acquainted with. So to bed. I observed this night very few bonfires in the city, not above 3 in all London, for the Queen's coming, whereby I guess that, as I believed before, her coming do please but very few. 3rd. Saturday. At home all the morning. In the afternoon to Whitehall, where my Lord and Lady were gone to kiss the Queen's hand. To Westminster Hall, where I met with Tom Doling, and we two took Mrs. Lane to the alehouse, where I made her angry with commending of Tom Newton and her new sweetheart to be both too good for her. So that we parted with much anger, which made Tom and me good sport. So home to write letters by the post, and so to bed. 4th. Lord's day. In the morn to our own church, where Mr. Mills did begin to nibble at the common prayer by saying, Glory be to the Father, etc., after he had read the 2 psalms, but the people had been so little used to it, that they could not tell what to answer. This declaration of the King's to give the Presbyterians some satisfaction, and a pretence to read the common prayer, which they would not do before, because of their former preaching against it. After dinner to Westminster, where I went to my Lord's, and having spoke with him, I went to the Abbey, where the first time that ever I heard the organs in a cathedral. Thence to my Lord's, where I found Mr. Pierce the surgeon, and with him and Mr. Shepley, in our way calling at the Bell to see the 7 Flanders mares that my Lord has bought lately, where we drank several bottles of Hull ale. Much company I found to come to her, and cannot wonder at it, for she is very pretty and wanton. Hence to my father's, where I found my mother in greater and greater pain of the stone. I staid long and drank with them, and so home and to bed. My wife seemed very pretty to-day, it being the first time I had given her leave to wear a black patch. 5th. Office day. Being disappointed of money, we failed of going to Deptford to pay off the Henrietta to-day. Dined at home, and at home all day, and at the office at night, to make up an account of what the debts of 19 of the 25 ships that should have been paid off is increased since the adjournment of the Parliament, they being to sit again to-morrow. This 5th of November is observed exceeding well in the city, and at night great bonfires and fireworks. At night Mr. Moore came and sat with me, and there I took a book, and he did instruct me in many law notions, in which I took great pleasure. To bed. 6th. In the morning with Sir W. Batten and Pen by water to Westminster, where at my Lord's I met with Mr. Creed. With him to see my Lord's picture, now almost done, and thence to Westminster Hall, where we found the Parliament met to-day, and thence meeting with Mr. Chetwin, I took them to the Sun, and did give them a barrel of oysters, and had good discourse. Among other things, Mr. Chetwin told me how he did fear that this late business of the Duke of York's would prove fatal to my Lord Chancellor. From thence Mr. Creed and I to Wilkinson's, and dined together, and in great haste thence to our office, where we met all, for the sale of 2 ships by an inch of candle, the first time that ever I saw any of this kind. Where I observed how they do invite one another, and at last how they all do cry. And we have much to do to tell who did cry last. The ships were the Indian, sold for £1,300, and the Half Moon, sold for £830. Home, and fell a reading of the trials of the late men that were hanged for the King's death, and found good satisfaction in reading thereof. At night to bed, and my wife and I did fall out about the dogs being put down into the cellar, which I had a mind to have done because of his fouling the house, and I would have my will, and so we went to bed, and lay all night in a quarrel. This night I was troubled all night with a dream that my wife was dead, which made me that I slept ill all night. 7th. Office day. This day my father came to dine at my house. But being sent for in the morning, I could not stay, but went by water to my Lord, where I dined with him, and he in a very merry humour, present Mr. Borfett and child, at dinner. He, in discourse of the great opinion of the virtue, gratitude, which he did account the greatest thing in the world to him, and had therefore in his mind been often troubled in the late times how to answer his gratitude to the King, who raised his father, did say it was that did bring him to his obedience to the King, and did also bless himself with his good fortune, in comparison to what it was when I was with him in the Sound, when he does not own his correspondence with the King, which is a thing that I never did hear of to this day before, and I do from this raise an opinion of him to be one of the most secret men in the world, which I was not so convinced of before. After dinner he bid all go out of the room, and did tell me how the King had promised him £4,000 per annum for ever, and had already given him a bill under his hand, which he showed me, for £4,000 that Mr. Fox is to pay him. My Lord did advise with me how to get this received, and to put out £3,000 into safe hands at use, and the other he will make use of for his present occasion. This he did advise with me about, with much secrecy. After all this he called for the fiddles and books, and we two and W. Howe and Mr. Child did sing and play some psalms of Will Lawes, and some songs, and so I went away. So I went to see my Lord's picture, which is almost done, and do please me very well.
Hence to Whitehall to find out Mr. Fox, which I did, and did use me very civilly, but I did not see his lady, whom I had so long known when she was a maid, Mrs. Whittle. From thence, meeting my father Bowyer, I took him to Mr. Harper's, and there drank with him. Among other things in discourse, he told me how my wife's brother had a horse at grass with him, which I was troubled to hear, it being his boldness upon my score. Home by coach, and read late in the last night's book of trials, and told my wife about her brother's horse at Mr. Bowyer's, who is also much trouble for it, and do intend to go to-morrow to inquire the truth. Notwithstanding this was the first day of the King's proclamation against hackney coaches coming into the streets to stand to be hired, yet I got one to carry me home. 8th. This morning Sir William and the Treasurer and I went by barge with Sir William Doyley and Mr. Prynne to Deptford to pay off the Henrietta, and had a good dinner. I went to Mr. Davis and saw his house, where I was once before a great while ago, and I found him a very pretty man. In the afternoon Commissioner Pett and I went on board the yacht, which indeed is one of the finest things that ever I saw for neatness and room in so small a vessel. Mr. Pett is to make one to outdo this for the honour of his country, which I fear he will scarce better. From thence with him as far as Ratcliffe, where I left him going by water to London, and I, unwilling to leave the rest of the officers, went back again to Deptford, and being very much troubled with a sudden looseness, I went into a little alehouse at the end of Ratcliffe, and did give a groat for a pot of ale, and there I did. So went forward in my walk with some men that were going that way a great pace, and in our way we met with many merry seamen that had got their money paid them to-day. We sat very late doing the work and waiting for the tide. It being moonshine, we got to London before 2 in the morning. So home, where I found my wife up. She shewed me her head, which was very well dressed to-day, she having been to see her father and mother. So to bed. 9th. Lay long in bed this morning, though an office day, because of our going to bed late last night. Before I went to my office, Mr. Creed came to me about business. And also Mr. Carter, my old Cambridge friend, came to give me a visit, and I did give them a morning draught in my study. So to the office, and from thence to dinner with Mr. Wivell at the Hoop Tavern, where we had Mr. Shepley, Talbot, Adams, Mr. Chaplin, and Osborne, and our dinner given us by Mr. Adie and another, Mr. Wine, the King's fishmonger. Good sport with Mr. Talbot, who eats no sort of fish, and there was nothing else till we sent for a neat's tongue. From thence to Whitehall, where I found my Lord, who had an organ set up to-day in his dining room, but it seems an ugly one, in the form of Bridewell. Thence I went to Sir Harry Wright's, where my Lord was busy at cards, and so I staid below with Mrs. Carter and Evans, who did give me a lesson upon the lute, till he came down. And having talked with him at the door about his late business of money, I went to my father's and staid late, talking with my father about my sister Paul's coming to live with me, if she would come, and be as a servant, which my wife did seem to be pretty willing to do to-day. And he seems to take it very well, and intends to consider of it. Home and to bed. 10th. Up early, Sir William Batten and I to make up an account of the wages of the officers and mariners at sea, ready to present to the Committee of Parliament this afternoon. Afterwards came the Treasurer and Comptroller, and sat all the morning with us till the business was done. So we broke up, leaving the thing to be wrote over fair, and carried to Trinity House for Sir William Batten's hand. When staying very long, I found, as appointed, the Treasurer and Comptroller at Whitehall, and so we went with a foul copy to the Parliament House, where we met with Sir Thomas Clarges and Mr. Spry, and after we had given them good satisfaction, we parted. The Comptroller and I to the Coffee House, where he shewed me the state of his case, how the King did owe him about £6,000. But I do not see great likelihood for them to be paid, since they begin already in Parliament to dispute the paying of the just sea debts, which were already promised to be paid, and will be the undoing of thousands if they be not paid. So to Whitehall to look, but could not find Mr. Fox. And then to Mr. Moore at Mr. Crew's, but missed of him also. So to Paul's Churchyard, and there bought Montelion, which this year do not prove so good as the last was. So after reading it, I burnt it. After reading of that and the Comedy of the Rump, which is also very silly, I went to bed. This night going home, Will and I bought a goose. 11th, Lord's day. This morning I went to Sir W. Batten's about going to Deptford to-morrow, and so eating some hog's pudding of my lady's making, of the hog that I saw fattening the other day at her house, he and I went to church into our new gallery, the first time it was used, and it not being yet quite finished. There came after us Sir W. Pen, Mr. Davis, and his eldest son. There being no women this day, we sat in the foremost pew, and behind us our servants, and I hope it will not always be so, it not being handsome for our servants to sit so equal with us. This day also did Mr. Mills begin to read all the Common Prayer, which I was glad of. Home to dinner, and then walked to Whitehall, it being very cold and foul and rainy weather.
I found my Lord at home, and after giving him an account of some business, I returned and went to my father's, where I found my wife, and there we supped, and Dr. Thomas Pepys, who my wife told me after I was come home, that he had told my brother Thomas that he loved my wife so well, that if she had a child he would never marry, but leave all that he had to my child. And after supper we walked home, my little boy carrying a link, and Will leading my wife. So home and to prayers and to bed. I should have said that before I got to my Lord's this day, I went to Mr. Fox's at Whitehall, when I first saw his lady, formerly Mrs. Elizabeth Whittle, whom I had formerly a great opinion of, and did make an anagram or two upon her name when I was a boy. She proves a very fine lady, and mother to fine children. To day I agreed with Mr. Fox about my taking of the £4,000 of him that the King had given my Lord. 12th. Lay long in bed to day. Sir William Batten went this morning to Deptford to pay off the Wolf. Mr. Comptroller and I sat a while at the office to do business, and thence I went with him to his house in Lime Street, a fine house, and where I never was before, and from thence by coach, setting down his sister at the New Exchange, to Westminster Hall, where first I met with Jack Spicer and agreed with him to help me to tell money this afternoon. Hence to De Cretz, where I saw my Lord's picture finished, which do please me very well. So back to the Hall, where by appointment I met the Comptroller, and with him and 3 or 4 Parliament men I dined at Heaven, and after dinner called at Will's on Jack Spicer, and took him to Mr. Fox's, who saved me the labour of telling me the money by giving me £3,000 by consent, the other £1,000 I am to have on Thursday next, which I carried by coach to the Exchequer, and put it up in a chest in Spicer's office. From thence walked to my father's, where I found my wife, who had been with my father to day, buying of a tablecloth and a dozen of napkins of diaper, the first that have I bought in my life. My father and I took occasion to go forth, and went and drank at Mr. Standing's, and there discoursed seriously about my sister's coming to live with me, which I have much mind for her good to have, and yet I am much afeard of her ill nature. Coming home again, he and I, and my wife, my mother, and Pall, went all together into the little room, and there I told her plainly what my mind was, to have her come not as a sister in any respect, but as a servant, which she promised me that she would, and with many thanks did weep for joy, which did give me and my wife some content and satisfaction. So by coach home and to bed. The last night I should have mentioned how my wife and I were troubled all night with the sound of drums in our ears, which in the morning we found to be Mr. Davis's Jack. But not knowing the cause of its going all night, I understand to day that they have had a great feast to day. 13th. Early going to my Lord's, I met with Mr. Moore, who was going to my house, and indeed I found him to be a most careful, painful, and able man in business, and took him by water to the wardrobe, and shewed him all the house, and indeed there is a great deal of room in it, but very ugly, till my Lord hath bestowed great cost upon it. So to the Exchequer, and there took Spicer and his fellow clerks to the Dog Tavern, and did give them a peck of oysters, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife making of pies and tarts to try her oven with, which she has never yet done, but not knowing the nature of it, did heat it too hot, and so a little overbake her things, but knows how to do better another time. At home all the afternoon. At night made up my accounts of my sea expenses, in order to my clearing off my imprest bill of £30, which I had in my hands at the beginning of my voyage, which I intend to shew to my Lord to-morrow. To bed. 14th. Office day. But this day was the first that we do begin to sit in the afternoon, and not in the forenoon, and therefore I went into Cheapside to Mr. Beecham's the goldsmith, to look out a piece of plate to give Mr. Fox from my Lord, for his favour about the £4,000, and did choose a gilt tankard. So to Paul's Churchyard, and bought Cornelianum Dolium. So home to dinner, and after that to the office till late at night, and so Sir W. Pen the Comptroller and I to the Dolphin, where we found Sir W. Batten, who is seldom a night from hence, and there we did drink a great quantity of sack, and did tell many merry stories, and in good humours we were all. So home and to bed. 15th. To Westminster, and it being very cold upon the water, I went all alone to the Sun, and drank a draught of mulled white wine, and so to Mr. De Cretz, whither I sent for J. Spicer, to appoint him to expect me this afternoon at the office, with the other £1,000 from Whitehall. And here we staid, and did see him give some finishing touches to my Lord's picture. So at last it is complete to my mind, and I leave mine with him to copy out another for himself, and took the original by a porter with me to my Lord's, where I found my Lord within, and staid, hearing him and Mr. Child playing upon my Lord's new organ, the first time I ever heard it. My Lord did this day show me the King's picture, which was done in Flanders, that the King did promise my Lord before he ever saw him, and that we did expect to have had at sea before the King came to us. But it came but to day,
and indeed it is the most pleasant and the most like him that ever I saw picture in my life. As dinner was coming on table, my wife came to my Lord's, and I got her carried in to my lady, who took physic to day, and was just now hiring of a French maid that was with her, and they could not understand one another till my wife came to interpret. Here I did leave my wife to dine with my Lord, the first time he ever did take notice of her as my wife, and did seem to have a just esteem for her, and did myself walk homewards, hearing that Sir W. Pen was gone before in a coach, to overtake him, and with much ado at last did, in Fleet Street, and there I went in to him, and there was Sir Arnold Brames, and we all three to Sir W. Batten's to dinner, he having a couple of servants married to day. And so there was a great number of merchants and others of good quality on purpose after dinner to make an offering. Which when dinner was done we did, and I did give 10s. And no more, though I believe most of the rest did give more, and did believe that I did so too. From thence to Whitehall again by water to Mr. Fox, and by 2 porters carried away the other £1000. He was not within himself, but I had it of his kinsman, and did give him £4, and other servants something, but whereas I did intend to have given Mr. Fox himself a piece of plate of £50, I was demanded £100 for the fee of the office at 6d. a pound, at which I was surprised. But, however, I did leave it there till I speak with my Lord. So I carried it to the Exchequer, where at Will's I found Mr. Spicer, and so lodged it at his office with the rest. From thence, after a pot of ale at Will's, I took boat in the dark, and went for all that to the Old Swan, and so to Sir William Batten's, and leaving some of the gallants at cards, I went home, where I found my wife much satisfied with my Lord's discourse and respect to her. And so after prayers to bed. 16th. Up early to my father's, where by appointment Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I to the Temple, and thence to Westminster Hall, to speak with Mr. William Montague about his looking upon the title of those lands, which I do take as security for £3000 of my Lord's money. That being done, Mr. Moore and I parted, and in the Hall I met with Mr. Fauntleroy, my old acquaintance, whom I had not seen a long time, and he and I to the Swan, and in discourse he seems to be wise and say little, though I know things are changed against his mind. Thence home by water, where my father, Mr. Snow, and Mr. Moore did dine with me. After dinner Mr. Snow and I went up together to discourse about the putting out of £80 to a man who lacks the money and would give me £15 per annum for 8 years for it, which I did not think profit enough, and so he seemed to be disappointed by my refusal of it, but I would not now part with my money easily. He seems to do it as a great favour to me to offer to come in upon a way of getting of money, which they call bottomry, which I do not yet understand, but do believe there may be something in it of great profit. After we were parted I went to the office, and there we sat all the afternoon, and at night we went to a barrel of oysters at Sir W. Batten's, and so home, and I to the setting of my papers in order, which did keep me up late. So to bed. 17th. In the morning to Whitehall, where I inquired at the Privy Seal Office for a form for a nobleman to make one his chaplain, but I understanding that there is not any, I did draw up one, and so to my Lord's, and there I did give him it to sign for Mr. Turner to be his first chaplain. I did likewise get my Lord to sign my last sea accounts, so that I am even to this day when I have received the balance of Mr. Creed. I dined with my Lady and my Lady Pickering, where her son John dined with us, who do continue a fool as he ever was since I knew him. His mother would fain marry him to get a portion for his sister Betty, but he will not hear of it. Hither came Major Hart this noon, who tells me that the regiment is now disbanded, and that there is some money coming to me for it. I took him to my Lord to Mr. Crew's, and from thence with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Moore to the Devil Tavern, and there we drank. So home, and wrote letters by the post. Then to my Lyra Vial, and to bed. 18th, Lord's day. In the morning to our own church, where Mr. Powell, a crook-legged man that went formerly with me to Paul's school, preached a good sermon. In the afternoon to our own church, and my wife with me, the first time that she and my Lady Batten came to sit in our new pew, and after sermon my Lady took us home, and there we supped with her and Sir W. Batten and Pen, and were much made of. The first time that ever my wife was there. So home and to bed. 19th, Office day. After we had done a little at the office this morning, I went with the Treasurer in his coach to Whitehall, and in our way, in discourse, to find him a very good-natured man. And talking of those men who now stand condemned for murdering the King, he says that he believes that, if the law would give leave, the King is a man of so great compassion that he would wholly acquit them. Going to my Lord's I met with Mr. Shepley, and so he and I to the Sun, and I did give him a morning draught of muscadine. And so to see my Lord's picture at Decret's, and he says it is very like him, and I say so too. After that to Westminster Hall, and there hearing that Sir W. Batten was at the Leg in the Palace, I went thither, and there dined with him, and some of the Trinity House men, who had obtained something to day at the House of Lords concerning the Ballast Office. After dinner I went by water to London to the Globe in Cornhill, and there did choose two pictures to hang up in my house, which my wife did not like when I came home, and so I sent the picture of Paris back again. To the office, where we sat all the afternoon till night. So home, and there came Mr. Beauchamp to me with the gilt tankard, and I did pay him for it £20. So to my music, and sat up late at it, and so to bed, leaving my wife to sit up till 2 o'clock, that she may call the wench up to wash. 20th. About 2 o'clock my wife wakes me and comes to bed, and so both to sleep and the wench to wash. I rose and with Will to my Lord's by land, it being a very hard frost, the first we have had this year. There I staid with my Lord and Mr. Shepley, looking over my Lord's accounts, and to set matters straight between him and Shepley, and he did commit the viewing of these accounts to me, which was a great joy to me to see that my Lord do look upon me as one to put trust in. Hence to the organ, where Mr. Child and one Mr. Mackworth, who plays finely upon the violin, were playing, and so we played till dinner, and then dined, where my Lord in a very good humour and kind to me. After dinner to the Temple, where I met Mr. Moore and discoursed with him about the business of putting out my Lord's £3,000, and that done, Mr. Shepley and I to the new playhouse near Lincoln's Inn Fields, which was formerly Gibbon's tennis court, where the play of Beggar's Bush was newly begun, and so we went in and saw it. It was well acted, and here I saw for the first time one Moon, who is said to be the best actor in the world, lately come over with the King, and indeed it is the finest playhouse, I believe, that ever was in England. From thence, after a pot of ale with Mr. Shepley at a house hard by, I went by link home, calling a little by the way at my father's, and my uncle Fenner's, where all pretty well, and so home, where I found the house in a washing pickle, and my wife in a very joyful condition, when I told her that she is to see the Queen next Thursday, which puts me in mind to say that this morning I found my Lord in bed late, he having been with the King, Queen, and Princess at the Cockpit all night, where General Monk treated them, and after supper a play, where the King did put a great affront upon Singleton's music, he bidding them stop, and bade the French music play, which, my Lord says, do much outdo all ours. But while my Lord was rising, I went to Mr. Fox's, and there did leave the gilt tankard for Mrs. Fox, and then to the counting house to him, who hath invited me and my wife to dine with him on Thursday next, and so to see the Queen and Princesses. 21st. Lay long in bed. This morning my cousin Thomas Pepys, the turner, sent me a cup of lignum vitae, for a token. This morning my wife and I went to Paternoster Row, and there we bought some green watered moira for a morning waistcoat, and after that we went to Mr. Cade's to choose some pictures for our house. After that my wife went home, and I to Pope's Head, and bought me an agate hafted knife, which cost me 5s. So home to dinner, and so to the office all the afternoon, and at night to my violin, the first time that I have played on it since I came to this house, in my dining room, and afterwards to my lute there, and I took much pleasure to have the neighbours come forth into the yard to hear me. So down to supper, and sent for the barber, who staid so long with me that he was locked into the house, and we were fain to call up Griffith to let him out. So up to bed, leaving my wife to wash herself, and to do other things against to-morrow to go to court. 22nd. This morning came the carpenters to make me a door at the other side of my house, going into the entry, which I was much pleased with. At noon my wife and I walked to the Old Exchange, and there she bought her a white whisk, and put it on, and I a pair of gloves, and so we took coach for Whitehall, to Mr. Fox's, where we found Mrs. Fox within, and an alderman of London paying £1,000, or £1,500 in gold upon the table for the King, which was the most gold that ever I saw together in my life. Mr. Fox came in presently, and did receive us with a great deal of respect, and then did take my wife and I to the Queen's presence chamber, where he got my wife placed behind the Queen's chair, and I got into the crowd, and by the Queen and the two Princesses came to dinner. The Queen a very little plain old woman, and nothing more in her presence in any respect nor garb than any ordinary woman. The Princess of Orange I had often seen before. The Princess Henrietta is very pretty, but much below my expectation, and her dressing of herself with her hair frizzed short up to her ears did make her seem so much the less to me. But my wife standing near her with 2 or 3 black patches on and well dressed, did seem to me much handsomer than she. Dinner being done, we went to Mr. Fox's again, where many gentlemen dined with us, a most princely dinner, all provided for me and my friends, but I bringing none but myself and wife, he did call the company to help to eat up so much good victuals. At the end of dinner my Lord Sandwich's health was drunk, in the gilt tankard that I did give to Mrs. Fox the other day. After dinner I had notice given me by Will, my man, that my Lord did inquire for me, so I went to find him, and met him and the Duke of York in a coach going towards Charing Cross. I endeavoured to follow them, but could not, so I returned to Mr. Fox, and after much kindness and good discourse we parted from thence. I took coach for my wife and me homewards, and I alighted at the Maypole in the Strand, and sent my wife home. I to the new playhouse, and saw part of the Traitor, a very good tragedy. Mr. Moon did act the traitor very well. So to my Lord's, and sat there with my Lady a great while talking. Among other things, she took occasion to inquire, by Madam Dury's late discourse with her, how I did treat my wife's father and mother. At which I did give her a good account, and she seemed to be very well opinioned of my wife. From thence to Whitehall at about 9 at night, and there, with Lord the Page that went with me, we could not get out of Henry the Eighth's gallery into the further part of the boarded gallery, where my Lord was walking with my Lord Ormond, and we had a key of Sir S. Morland's, but all would not do. Till at last by knocking, Mr. Harrison the doorkeeper did open us the door. And after some talk with my Lord about getting a catch to carry my Lord St. Albans' goods to France, I parted and went home on foot, it being very late and dirty, and so weary to bed. 23rd. This morning standing looking upon the workmen doing of my new door to my house, there comes Captain Strahan the Scot, to whom the King has given half of the money that the 2 ships lately sold do bring, and he would needs take me to the Dolphin, and give me a glass of ale and a peck of oysters, he and I. He did talk much what he is able to advise the King for good husbandry in his ships, as by ballasting them with lead ore, and many other tricks. But I do believe that he is a knowing man in sea business. Home and dined, and in the afternoon to the office, where till late, and that being done Mr. Creed did come to speak with me, and I took him to the Dolphin, where there was Mr. Pierce the purser, and his wife, and some friends of theirs. So I did spend a crown upon them behind the bar, they being akin to the people of the house, and this being the house where Mr. Pierce was apprentice. After they were gone, Mr. Creed and I spent an hour in looking over the account which he do intend to pass in our office for his lending monies, which I did advise about, and approve or disapprove of, as I saw cause. After an hour being serious at this, we parted about 11 o'clock at night. So I home and to bed, leaving my wife and the maid at their linen to get up. 24th. To my Lord's, where after I had done talking with him, Mr. Townsend, Rumble, Blackburn, Creed, and Shepley and I to the Rhenish wine house, and there I did give them 2 quarts of wormwood wine. And so we broke up. So we parted, and I and Mr. Creed to Westminster Hall, and looked over a book or two, and so to my Lord's, where I dined with my Lady, there being Mr. Child and Mrs. Borfett, who are never absent at dinner there, under pretence of a wooing. From thence I to Mr. de Cretz, and did take away my Lord's picture, which is now finished for me, and I paid £3 10s. for it, and the frame, and am well pleased with it and the price. So carried it home by water, Will being with me. At home, and had a fire made in my closet, and put my papers and books and things in order. And that being done, I fell to entering these 2 good songs of Mr. Law's, Help, help, O help, and O God of Heaven and Hell, in my song book, to which I have got Mr. Child to set the bass to the theorbo, and that done to bed. 25th, Lord's day. In the forenoon I alone to our church, and after dinner I went and ranged about to many churches, among the rest to the Temple, where I heard Dr. Wilkins a little, late Master of Trinity in Cambridge. That being done to my father's to see my mother, who is troubled much with a stone, and that being done I went home, where I had a letter brought me from my Lord to get a ship ready to carry the Queen's things over to France, she being to go within 5 or 6 days. So to supper and to bed. 26th, Office day. To it all the morning, and dined at home, where my father come and dined with me, who seems to take much pleasure to have a son that is neat in his house. I being now making my new door into the entry, which he do please himself much with. After dinner to the office again, and there till night. And that being done, the Comptroller and I to the Mitre to a glass of wine, when we fell into a discourse of poetry, and he did repeat some verses of his own making, which were very good. Home, there hear that my Lady Batten had given my wife a visit, the first that ever she made her, which pleased me exceedingly. So after supper to bed. 27th, to Whitehall, where I found my Lord gone abroad to the Wardrobe, whither he do now go every other morning, and do seem to resolve to understand and look after the business himself. From thence to Westminster Hall, and in King Street, there being a great stop of coaches, there was a falling out between a drayman and my Lord Chesterfield's coachman, and one of his footmen killed. At the Hall I met with Mr. Creed, and he and I to Hell to drink our morning draught, and so to my Lord's again, where I found my wife, and she and I dined with him and my Lady, and great company of my Lord's friends, and my Lord did show us great respect. Soon as dinner was done, my wife took her leave, and went with Mr. Blackburn and his wife to London, to a christening of a brother's child of his on Tower Hill, and I to a play, The Scornful Lady. And that being done, I went homewards, and met Mr. Moore, who had been at my house, and took him to my father's, and we 3 to Standings to drink. Here Mr. Moore told me how the House had this day voted the King to have all the excise for ever. This day I do also hear that the Queen's going to France is stopped. which do like me well, because then the King will be in town the next month, which is my month again at the Privy Seal. From thence home, where when I come I do remember that I did leave my boy Wainman at Whitehall, with order to stay there for me in the Court, at which I was much troubled. But about 11 o'clock at night the boy came home well, and so we all to bed. 28th. This morning went to Whitehall to my Lord's, where Major Hart did pay me £23 14s. 9d. due to me upon my pay in my Lord's troop at the time of our disbanding, which is a great blessing to have without taking any law in the world for. But now I must put an end to any hopes of getting any more, so that I bless God for this. From thence with Mr. Shepley and Pinkney to the Sun, and did give them a glass of wine and a peck of oysters, for joy of my getting this money. So home, where I found that Mr. Creed had sent me the £11 5s. That is due to me upon the remains of account for my sea business, which is also so much clear money to me, and my bill of imprest for £30 is also cleared, so that I am wholly clear as to the sea in all respects. To the office, and was there till late at night, and among the officers to hear that they may have our salaries allowed by the Treasurer, which do make me very glad, and praise God for it. Home to supper, and Mr. Hayter supped with me, whom I did give order to take up my money of the Treasurer to-morrow, if it can be had. So to bed. 29th. In the morning, seeing a great deal of foul water come into my parlour, from under the partition between me and Mr. Davis, I did step thither to him, and tell him of it, and he did seem very ready to have it stopped, and did also tell me how thieves did attempt to rob his house last night, which do make us all afraid. This noon, I being troubled that the workmen that I have to do my door were called to Mr. Davis's away, I sent for them, where Mr. Davis sent to inquire a reason of, and I did give him a good one, that they were come on purpose to do some work with me that they had already begun, with which he was well pleased, and I glad, being unwilling to anger them. In the afternoon Sir W. Batten and I met, and did sell the ship Church for £440, and we asked £391, and that being done I went home, and Dr. Petty came to me about Mr. Barlow's money, and I being a little troubled to be so importuned before I had received it, and that they would have it stopped in Mr. Fenn's hands, I did force the Doctor to go fetch the letter of attorney that he had to receive it, only to make him some labour, which he did bring, and Mr. Hales came along with him from the Treasury, with my money for the first quarter, Michaelmas last, that ever I received for this employment. So I paid the Doctor £25, and had £62 10s. For myself, and £7 10s. To myself also for Will's salary, which I do intend yet to keep for myself. With this my heart is much rejoiced, and do bless Almighty God, that he is pleased to send so sudden and unexpected payment of my salary so soon after my great disbursements, so that now I am worth £200 again. In a great ease of mind and spirit I fell about the auditing of Mr. Shepley's last accounts with my Lord, by my Lord's desire, and about that I sat till 12 o'clock at night, till I began to doze, and so to bed, with my heart praising God for his mercy to us. 30th. Office day. To the office, where Sir G. Carteret did give us an account how Mr. Holland do intend to prevail with the Parliament to try his project of discharging the seamen all at present by ticket, and so promise interest to all men that will lend money upon them at 8 per cent. For so long as they are unpaid, whereby he do think to take away the growing debt, which do now lie upon the kingdom for lack of present money to discharge the seamen. But this we are troubled at, as some diminution to us. I having 2 barrels of oysters at home, I caused one of them and some wine to be brought to the inner room in the office, and there the principal officers did go and eat them. So we sat till noon, and then to dinner, and to it again in the afternoon till night. At home I sent for Mr. Hayter, and broke the other barrel with him, and did afterwards sit down discoursing of sea terms to learn of him. And he being gone, I went up and sat till 12 at night again, to make an end of my Lord's accounts, as I did the last night, which at last I made a good end of, and so to bed. End of November. Chapter 12 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys. December 1660. December 1st. This morning, observing some things to be laid up not as they should be by the girl, I took a broom and basted her till she cried extremely, which made me vexed. But before I went out I left her appeased. So to Whitehall, where I found Mr. Moore attending for me at the Privy Seal, but nothing to do to-day. I went to my Lord St. Albans' lodgings, and found him in bed, talking to a priest. He looked like one. that leaned along over the side of the bed, and there I desired to know his mind about making the couch stay longer, which I got ready for him the other day. He seems to be a fine civil gentleman. To my Lord's, and did give up my audit of his accounts, which I had been then 2 days about, and was well received by my Lord. I dined with my Lord and Lady, and we had a venison pasty. Mr. Shepley and I went into London, and calling upon Mr. Pinkney, the goldsmith, he took us to the tavern, and gave us a pint of wine, and there fell into our company old Mr. Flower, and another gentleman, who tell us how a Scotch knight was killed basely the other day at the Fleece in Covent Garden, where there had been a great many formerly killed. So to Paul's Churchyard, and there I took the little man at Mr. Curtin's and Mr. Shepley to Ringstead's at the Star, and after a pint of wine I went home, my brain somewhat troubled with so much wine, and after a letter or two by the post I went to bed. 2nd Lord's day. My head not very well, and my body out of order by last night's drinking, which is my great folly. To church, and Mr. Mills made a good sermon. So home to dinner. My wife and I all alone to a leg of mutton, the sauce of which being made sweet, I was angry at it, and eat none, but only dined upon the marrow bone that we had beside. To church in the afternoon, and after sermon took Tom Fuller's Church History, and read over Henry the Eighth's life in it, and so to supper and to bed. 3rd. This morning I took a resolution to rise early in the morning, and so I rose by candle, which I have not done all this winter, and spent my morning in fiddling till time to go to the office, where Sir G. Carteret did begin again discourse on Mr. Holland's proposition, which the King do take very ill, and so Sir George, in lieu of that, do propose that the seamen should have half in ready money, and tickets for the other half, to be paid in 3 months after, which we judge to be very practicable. After office home to dinner, where come in my cousin Snow by chance, and I had a very good capon to dinner. So to the office till night, and so home. And then come Mr. Davis of Deptford, the first time that ever he was at my house, and after him Monsieur L'Impertinent, who is to go to Ireland to morrow, and so came to take his leave of me. They both found me under the barber's hand, but I had a bottle of good sack in the house, and so made them very welcome. Mr. Davis sat with me a good while after the other was gone, talking of his hard usage, and of the endeavour to put him out of his place in the time of the late Commissioners, and he do speak very highly of their corruption. After he was gone, I fell a reading Cornelianum Dolium till 11 o'clock at night with great pleasure, and after that to bed. 4th. To Whitehall, to Sir G. Carteret's chamber, where all the officers met, and so we went up to the Duke of York, and he took us into his closet, and we did open to him our project of stopping the growing charge of the fleet by paying them in hand one moiety, and the other 4 months hence. This he do like, and we returned by his order to Sir G. Carteret's chamber, and there we did draw up this design in order to be presented to the Parliament. From thence I to my Lord's, and dined with him, and told him what we had done to day. Sir Tom Crew dined with my Lord to day, and we were very merry with Mrs. Beaufort, who dined there still, as she has always done lately. After dinner Sir Tom and my Lady to the playhouse to see The Silent Woman. I home by water, and with Mr. Hayter in my chamber all alone, he and I did put this morning's design into order, which being done I did carry it to Sir W. Batten, where I found some gentlemen with him, Sir W. Pen among the rest, pretty merry with drink, playing at cards, and there I staid looking upon them till 1 o'clock in the morning. And so Sir W. Pen and I went away, and I to bed. This day the Parliament voted that the bodies of Oliver, Ireton, Bradshaw, etc., should be taken up out of their graves in the Abbey, and drawn to the gallows, and there hanged and buried under it, which methinks did trouble me that a man of so great courage as he was should have that dishonour, though otherwise he might deserve it enough. 5th. This morning the proposal which I wrote the last night I showed to the officers this morning, and was well liked of, and I wrote it fair for Sir G. Carteret to show to the King, and so it is to go to the Parliament. I dined at home, and after dinner I went to the new theatre, and there I saw The Merry Wives of Windsor acted, the humours of the country gentleman and the French doctor very well done, but the rest but very poorly, and Sir J. Falstaff as bad as any. From thence to Mr. Will Montague's chamber, to have sealed some writings to night between Sir R. Parkhurst and myself about my Lord's £2,000, but he not coming I went to my father's, and there found my mother still ill of the stone, and had just newly voided one, which she had let drop into the chimney, and looked and found it to shew it me. From thence home and to bed. 6th. This morning some of the Commissioners of Parliament and Sir W. Batten went to Sir G. Carteret's office here in town, and paid off the Chestnut. I carried my wife to Whitefriars, and landed her there, and myself to Whitehall to the Privy Seal, where abundance of pardons to seal, but I was much troubled for it, because that there are no fees now coming for them to me. Thence Mr. Moore and I alone to the Leg in King Street, and dined together on a neat's tongue and udder. From thence by coach to Mr. Crew's to my Lord, who told me of his going out of town to morrow to settle the militia in Huntingdonshire, and did desire me to lay up a box of some rich jewels and things that there are in it, which I promised to do. After much free discourse with my Lord, who tells me his mind as to his enlarging his family, etc., and desiring me to look him out a master of the horse and other servants, we parted. From thence I walked to Greatorex. He was not within, but there I met with Mr. Jonas Moore, and took him to the Five Bells, and drank a glass of wine, and left him. To the Temple, when Sir R. Parkhurst, as was intended the last night, did seal the writings, and is to have the £2,000 told to morrow. From thence by water to Parliament Stairs, and there at an alehouse to Doling, who is suddenly to go into Ireland to venture his fortune. Simmons, who is at a great loss for £200 present money, which I was loath to let him have, though I could now do it, and do love him and think him honest and sufficient, yet loathness to part with money did dissuade me from it. Llewellyn, who was very drowsy from a doze that he had got the last night, Mr. Mount, and several others, among the rest one Mr. Pierce, an army man, who did make us the best sport for songs and stories in a Scotch tone, which he do very well, that ever I heard in my life. I never knew so good a companion in all my observation. From thence to the bridge by water, it being a most pleasant moonshine night, with a waterman who did tell such a company of bawdy stories, how once he carried a lady from Putney in such a night as this, and she bade him lie down by her, which he did, and did give her content, and a great deal more roguery. Home, and found my girl knocking at the door, it being 11 o'clock at night, her mistress having sent her out for some trivial business, which did vex me when I came in, and so I took occasion to go up and to bed in a pet. Before I went forth this morning, one came to me to give me notice that the Justices of Middlesex do meet to-morrow at Hickes Hall, and that I, as one, am desired to be there, but I fear I cannot be there, though I much desire it. 7th. This morning the Judge Advocate Fowler came to see me, and he and I sat talking till it was time to go to the office. To the office, and there stayed till past 12 o'clock, and so I left the Comptroller and Surveyor and went to Whitehall to my Lord's, where I found my Lord gone this morning to Huntingdon, as he told me yesterday he would. I staid and dined with my Lady, there being Lord the Page's mother there, and dined also with us, and seemed to have been a very pretty woman, and of good discourse. Before dinner I examined Lord in his Latin, and found him a very pretty boy, and gone a great way in Latin. After dinner I took a box of some things of value that my Lord had left for me to carry to the Exchequer, which I did, and left them with my brother Spicer, who also had this morning paid £1,000 for me, by appointment to Sir R. Parkhurst. So to the Privy Seal, where I signed a deadly number of pardons, which do trouble me to get nothing by. Home by water, and there was much pleased to see that my little room is likely to come to be finished soon. I fell a reading Fuller's History of Abbeys, and my wife in Great Cyrus till 12 at night, and so to bed. 8th. To Whitehall to the Privy Seal, and thence to Mr. Pierce's the surgeon, to tell them that I would call by and by to go to dinner. But I going into Westminster Hall, met with Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Pen, who were in a great fear that we had committed a great error of £100,000 in our late account gone into the Parliament, in making it too little, and so I was fain to send order to Mr. Pierce's to come to my house, and also to leave the key of the chest with Mr. Spicer, wherein my Lord's money is, and went along with Sir W. Pen by water to the office, and there with Mr. Hutchinson we did find that we were in no mistake. And so I went to dinner with my wife and Mr. and Mrs. Pierce the surgeon to Mr. Pierce, the purser, the first time that ever I was at his house, who does live very plentifully and finely. We had a lovely chine of beef and other good things very complete, and drank a great deal of wine, and her daughter played after dinner upon the virginals, and at night by lantern home again. And Mr. Pierce and his wife being gone home, I went to bed, having drunk so much wine that my head was troubled, and was not very well all night, and the wind I observed was rose exceedingly before I went to bed. 9th, Lord's day. Being called up early by Sir W. Batten, I rose and went to his house, and he told me the ill news that he had this morning from Woolwich, that the Assurance, formerly Captain Holland's ship, and now Captain Stokes's, designed for Guinea, and manned and victualled, was by a gust of wind sunk down to the bottom, 20 men drowned. Sir Williams both went by barge thither to see how things are, and I am sent to the Duke of York to tell him, and by boat with some other company going to Whitehall from the Old Swan, I went to the Duke. And first calling upon Mr. Coventry at his chamber, I went to the Duke's bedside, who had sat up late last night, and lay long this morning, who was much surprised therewith. This being done, I went to chapel, and sat in Mr. Blagrave's pew, and there did sing my part along with another before the King, and with much ease. From thence going to my Lady, I met with a letter from my Lord, which Andrew had been at my house to bring me, and missed me, commanding me to go to Mr. Denham, to get a man to go to him to morrow to Hinchinbroke, to contrive with him about some alterations in his house, which I did, and got Mr. Kennard. Dined with my lady, and staid all the afternoon with her, and had infinite of talk of all kind of things, especially of beauty of men and women, with which she seems to be much pleased to talk of. From thence at night to Mr. Kennard, and took him to Mr. Denham, the surveyor's, where, while we could not speak with him, his chief man, Mr. Cooper, did give us a cup of good sack. From thence with Mr. Kennard to my lady, who is much pleased with him, and after a glass of sack there, we parted, having taken order for a horse or two for him and his servant to be gone to morrow. So to my father's, where I sat while they were at supper, and I found my mother below stairs, and pretty well. Thence home, where I hear that the Comptroller had some business with me, and with Giffin's lantern I went to him, and there staid in discourse an hour till late, and among other things he showed me a design of his, by the King's making an order of Knights of the Seal, to give an encouragement for persons of honour to undertake the service of the sea, and he had done it with great pains and very ingeniously. So home and to prayers and to bed. 10th. Up exceedingly early to go to the Comptroller. But he not being up, and it being a very fine bright moonshine morning, I went and walked all alone 20 turns in Cornhill, from Gracious Street corner to the Stocks and back again, from 6 o'clock till past 7, so long that I was weary. And going to the Comptroller's thinking to find him ready, I found him gone, at which I was troubled, and being weary went home, and from thence with my wife by water to Westminster, and put her to my father Bowyer's, they being newly come out of the country, but I could not stay there, but left her there. I to the Hall, and there met with Colonel Slingsby. So hearing that the Duke of York is gone down this morning, to see the ship sunk yesterday at Woolwich, he and I returned by his coach to the office, and after that to dinner. After dinner he came to me again, and sat with me at my house, and among other discourse, he told me that it is expected that the Duke will marry the Lord Chancellor's daughter at last, which is likely to be the ruin of Mr. Davis and my Lord Berkeley, who have carried themselves so high against the Chancellor. Such as Berkeley swearing that he and others had lain with her often, which all believe to be a lie. He and I in the evening to the coffee house in Cornhill, the first time that ever I was there, and I found much pleasure in it, through the diversity of company and discourse. Home and found my wife at my Lady Batten's, and have made a bargain to go see the ship sunk at Woolwich, where both the Sir Williams are still since yesterday, and I do resolve to go along with them. From thence home, and up to bed, having first been into my study, and to ease my mind did go to cast up how my cash stands, and I do find as near as I can that I am worth in money clear £240, for which God be praised. This afternoon there was a couple of men with me, with a book in each of their hands, demanding money for poll money, and I overlooked the book, and saw myself set down Samuel Pepys, gent, 10 shillings for himself, and for his servants 2 shillings, which I did presently pay without any dispute. But I fear I have not escaped so, and therefore I have long ago laid by £10 for them. But I think I am not bound to discover myself. 11th. My wife and I up very early this day, and though the weather was very bad and the wind high, yet my Lady Batten and her maid and we two did go by our barge to Woolwich, my lady being very fearful, where we found both Sir Williams and much other company, expecting the weather to be better, that they might go about weighing up the Assurance, which lies there, poor ship that I have been twice merry in Captain Holland's time, under water. Only the upper deck may be seen, and the masts. Captain Stokes is very melancholy, and being in search for some clothes and money of his, which he says he hath lost out of his cabin, I did the first office of a Justice of Peace to examine a seaman thereupon, but could find no reason to commit him. This last tide the Kingsale was also run aboard and lost her mainmast by another ship, which makes us think it ominous to the Guinea voyage to have 2 of her ships spoilt before they go out. After dinner, my lady being very fearful, she staid and kept my wife there, and I and another gentleman, a friend of Sir W. Pen's, went back in the barge, very merry by the way, as far as Whitehall in her. To the Privy Seal, where I signed many pardons and some few things else. From thence Mr. Moore and I into London, to a tavern near my house, and there we drank and discoursed of ways how to put out a little money to the best advantage. And at present he has persuaded me to put out £250 for £50 per annum for 8 years, and I think I shall do it. Thence home, where I found the wench washing, and I up to my study, and there did make up an even £100, and sealed it to lie by. After that to bed. 12th. Troubled with the absence of my wife. This morning I went, after the Comptroller and I had sat an hour at the office, to Whitehall to dine with my lady, and after dinner to the Privy Seal, and sealed abundance of pardons and little else. From thence to the Exchequer, and did give my mother Bowyer a visit and her daughters, the first time that I have seen them since I went last to sea. From thence up with J. Spicer to his office, and took £100, and by coach with it as far as my father's, where I called to see them, and my father did offer me 6 pieces of gold, in lieu of £6 that he borrowed of me the other day. But it went against me to take it of him, and therefore did not, though I was afterwards a little troubled that I did not. Thence home and took out this £100, and sealed it up with the other last night, it being the first £200 that ever I saw together of my own in my life, for which God be praised. So to my Lady Batten, and sat an hour or two, and talked with her daughter and people in the absence of her father and mother and my wife to pass away the time. After that home and to bed, reading myself asleep, while the wench sat mending my breeches by my bedside. 13th. All the day long looking upon my workmen, who this day began to paint my parlour. Only at noon my Lady Batten and my wife came home, and so I stepped to my Lady's, where were Sir John Lawson and Captain Holmes, and there we dined and had very good red wine of my Lady's own making in England. 14th. Also all this day looking upon my workmen. Only met with the Comptroller at the office a little, both forenoon and afternoon, and at night step a little with him to the coffee house, where we light upon very good company, and had very good discourse concerning insects, and their having a generative faculty as well as other creatures. This night in discourse the Comptroller told me, among other persons that were heretofore the principal officers of the Navy, there was one Sir Peter Buck, a clerk of the Acts, of which to myself I was not a little proud. 15th. All day at home looking upon my workmen. Only at noon Mr. Moore came and brought me some things to sign for the Privy Seal, and dined with me. We had 3 eels that my wife and I bought this morning of a man, that cried them about, for our dinner, and that was all I did to day. 16th. In the morning to church, and then dined at home. In the afternoon I to Whitehall, where I was surprised with the news of a plot against the King's person and my Lord Monk's, and that since last night there are about 40 taken up on suspicion. And amongst others it was my lot to meet with Simon Beale, the trumpeter, who took me and Tom Doling into the guard in Scotland Yard, and showed us Major General Overton, where I heard him deny that he is guilty of any such things, but that whereas it is said that he is found to have brought many arms to town, he says it is only to sell them, as he will prove by oath. From thence with Tom Doling and Boston and D. Vines, whom we met by the way, to Price's, and there we drank, and in discourse I learnt a pretty trick, to try whether a woman be a maid or no, by a string going round her head to meet at the end of her nose, which if she be not, will come a great way beyond. Thence to my Lady's, and staid with her an hour or two talking of the Duke of York and his lady, the Chancellor's daughter, between whom she tells me, that all is agreed and he will marry her. But I know not how true yet. It rained hard, and my Lady would have had me have the coach, but I would not, but to my father's, where I met my wife, and there supped, and after supper by link home and to bed. 17th. All day looking after my workmen. Only in the afternoon to the office, where both Sir Williams were come from Woolwich, and tell us that, contrary to their expectations, the Assurance is got up, without much damage to her body, only to the goods that she hath within her, which argues her to be a strong good ship. This day my parlour is gilded, which do please me well. 18th. All day at home, without stirring at all, looking after my workmen. 19th. At noon I went and dined with my Lady at Whitehall, and so back again to the office, and after that home to my workmen. This night Mr. Gordon sent me a great chine of beef and half a dozen of tongues. 20th. All day at home with my workmen, that I may get all done before Christmas. This day I hear that the Princess Royal has the small pox. 21st. By water to Whitehall, leaving my wife at Whitefriars, going to my father's, to buy her a muff and mantle. There I signed many things at the Privy Seal, and carried £200 from thence to the Exchequer, and laid it up with Mr. Hales, and afterwards took him and W. Bowyer to the Swan, and drank with them. They told me that this is St. Thomas's day, and that by an old custom, this day the Exchequer men had formerly, and do intend this night, to have a supper, which if I could I promised to come to, but did not. To my Lady's, and dined with her. She told me how dangerously ill the Princess Royal is, and that this morning she was said to be dead. But she hears that she hath married herself to young Jermyn, which is worse than the Duke of York's marrying the Chancellor's daughter, which is now publicly owned. After dinner to the office all the afternoon. At 7 at night I walked through the dirt to Whitehall, to see whether my Lord be come to town, and I found him come and at supper, and I supped with him. He tells me that my aunt at Brampton has voided a great stone, the first time that ever I heard she was troubled therewith, and cannot possibly live long. That my uncle is pretty well, but full of pain still. After supper home and to bed. 22nd. All the morning with my painters, who will make an end of all this day, I hope. At noon I went to the Sun Tavern, on Fish Street Hill, to a dinner of Captain Teddiman's, where was my Lord Inchiquin, who seems to be a very fine person, Sir W. Pen, Captain Cuttance, and one Mr. Lawrence, a fine gentleman now going to Algiers, and other good company, where we had a very fine dinner, good music, and a great deal of wine. We staid here very late, at last Sir W. Pen and I home together, he so overcome with wine that he could hardly go. I was forced to lead him through the streets, and he was in a very merry and kind mood. I home, found my house clear of the workmen, and their work ended, my head troubled with wine, and I very merry went to bed, my head aching all night. 23rd (Lord's day). In the morning to church, where our pew all covered with rosemary and bays. A stranger made a dull sermon. Home and found my wife and maid with much ado had made shift to spit a great turkey sent me this week from Charles Carter, my old colleague, now minister in Huntingdonshire, but not at all roasted, and so I was fain to stay till 2 o'clock, and after that to church with my wife, and a good sermon there was, and so home. All the evening at my book, and so to supper and to bed. 24th. In the morning to the office, and Commissioner Pett, who seldom comes there, told me that he had lately presented a piece of plate, being a couple of flagons, to Mr. Coventry, but he did not receive them, which also put me upon doing the same too. And so after dinner I went and chose a pair of candlesticks, to be made ready for me at Alderman Backwell's. To the office again in the afternoon till night, and so home, and with the painters till 10 at night, making an end of my house and the arch before my door. And so this night I was rid of them and all other work, and my house was made ready against to morrow being Christmas day. This day the Princess Royal died at Whitehall. 25th (Christmas day). In the morning very much pleased to see my house once more clear of workmen, and to be clean, and indeed it is so far better than it was, that I do not repent of my trouble that I have been at. In the morning to church, where Mr. Mills made a very good sermon. After that home to dinner, where my wife and I and my brother Tom, who this morning came to see my wife's new mantle put on, which do please me very well, to a good shoulder of mutton and a chicken. After dinner to church again, my wife and I, where we had a dull sermon of a stranger, which made me sleep, and so home, and I, before and after supper, to my lute and Fuller's History, at which I staid all alone in my chamber till 12 at night, and so to bed. 26th. In the morning to Alderman Backwell's for the candlesticks for Mr. Coventry, but they being not done I went away, and so by coach to Mr. Crew's, and there took some money of Mr. Moore's for my Lord, and so to my Lord's, where I found Sir Thomas Bond, whom I never saw before, with a message from the Queen about vessels for the carrying over of her goods, and so with him to Mr. Coventry, and thence to the office, being soundly washed going through the bridge, to Sir William Batten and Pen, the last of whom took physic to day, and so I went up to his chamber, and there having made an end of the business, I returned to Whitehall by water, and dined with my Lady Sandwich, who at table did tell me how much fault was laid upon Dr. Fraser, and the rest of the doctors, for the death of the Princess. My Lord did dine this day with Sir Henry Wright, in order to his going to sea with the Queen. Thence to my father Bowyer's, where I met my wife, and with her home by water. 27th. In the morning to Alderman Backwell's again, where I found the candlesticks done, and went along with him in his coach to my Lord's, and left the candlesticks with Mr. Shepley. I staid in the garden talking much with my Lord, who do show me much of his love and do communicate his mind in most things to me, which is my great content. Home and with my wife to Sir W. Batten's to dinner, where much and good company. My wife not very well went home. I staid late there seeing them play at cards, and so home to bed. This afternoon there came in a strange lord to Sir William Batten's by a mistake, and enters discourse with him, so that we could not be rid of him till Sir Arnold Breames and Mr. Benz and Sir W. Pen fell a drinking to him till he was drunk, and so sent him away. About the middle of the night I was very ill, I think with eating and drinking too much, and so I was forced to call the maid, who pleased my wife and I in her running up and down so innocently in her smock, and vomited in the basin, and so to sleep, and in the morning was pretty well, only got cold, and so had pain, as I used to have. 28th (Office day). There all the morning, dined at home alone with my wife, and so staid within all the afternoon and evening, at my lute with great pleasure, and so to bed with great content. 29th. Within all the morning. Several people to speak with me. Mr. Shepley for L100, Mr. Kennard and Warren the merchant about deals for my Lord. Captain Robert Blake lately come from the Straits about some Florence wine for my Lord, and with him I went to Sir W. Pen, who offering me a barrel of oysters, I took them both home to my house, having by chance a good piece of roast beef at the fire for dinner, and there they dined with me, and sat talking all the afternoon, good company. Thence to Alderman Backwell's, and took a brave state plate and cup in lieu of the candlesticks I had the other day, and carried them by coach to my Lord's, and left them there. And so back to my father's, and saw my mother, and so to my uncle Fenner's, whither my father came to me, and there we talked and drank, and so away. I home with my father, he telling me what bad wives both my cousin Joyces make to their husbands, which I much wondered at. After talking of my sister's coming to me next week, I went home and to bed. 30th, Lord's day. Lay long in bed, and being up, I went with Will to my Lord's, calling in at many churches in my way. There I found Mr. Shepley in his Venetian cap, taking physic in his chamber, and with him I sat till dinner. My Lord dined abroad, and my Lady in her chamber. So Mr. Hettley, Child, and I dined together, and after dinner Mr. Child and I spent some time at the lute. And so promising to prick me some lessons to my Theorbo, he went away to see Henry Laws, who lies very sick. I to the Abbey, and walked there, seeing the great confusion of people that come there to hear the organs. So home, calling in at my father's, but stayed not, my father and mother being both forth. At home I fell a reading of Fuller's Church History till it was late, and so to bed. 31st. At the office all the morning, and after that home, and not staying to dine I went out, and in Paul's Churchyard I bought the play of Henry the Fourth, and so went to the new theatre, only calling at Mr. Crew's, and eat a bit with the people there at dinner, and saw it acted. But my expectation being too great, it did not please me, as otherwise I believe it would, and my having a book, I believe, did spoil it a little. That being done, I went to my Lord's, where I found him private at cards with my Lord Lauderdale and some persons of honour. So Mr. Shepley and I over to Harper's, and there drank a pot or two, and so parted. My boy taking a cat home with him from my Lord's, which Sarah had given him for my wife, we being much troubled with mice. At Whitehall, inquiring for a coach, there was a Frenchman, with one eye, that was going my way, so he and I hired the coach between us, and he set me down in Fenchurch Street. Strange how the fellow, without asking, did tell me all what he was, and how he had ran away from his father and come into England to serve the King, and now going back again. Home and to bed. End of December. End of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1660, by Samuel Pepys.